In her previous life, Xie Mingzhu believed she was in a blissful marriage, only to discover that it was but an illusion they had constructed for themselves. The tragic accidents befalling her family and the miscarriage she suffered after 3 months of pregnancy were all orchestrated by their hands. Upon uncovering their sinister plot, Xie Mingzhu chose to take them down with her. Little did she expect to be reborn on the very day of her wedding. With this second chance at life, she vowed never to repeat her past mistakes. On her wedding day, she would ruin their reputations, formally announce her intention to break off the engagement, and bestow upon the scoundrel and his mistress a silver bracelet as a parting gift. The scoundrel, infuriated, exclaimed, "If you dare step out that door, you will be a twice-married woman. Who would dare marry you again?" Just as he finished speaking, the reborn Huo Xuan promptly declared, "If she is willing to marry, I shall certainly wed her." Xie Mingzhu felt that this man was vastly different from the one she had known before. She expressed her desire to earn money, and he replied, "That will be your inheritance." She mentioned her intention to buy a house, and he inquired, "Will this property suffice?" When she aimed to purchase land, he stated, "The contract is already drafted, just sign here." Xie Mingzhu was bewildered. This was not at all what she had anticipated. On the day of her rebirth, the announcement rang out, "The bride has arrived." Accompanied by the crackling of firecrackers and the roar of a tractor, the crowd erupted in excitement. Amidst the cacophony, Xie Mingzhu abruptly opened her eyes. What was happening? She had distinctly recalled plunging to her death after eliminating those 3 wretches. At such a height, even if she had survived, she should have been severely injured. Why was she now in perfect health? As her gaze swept around, the surroundings gradually became familiar. This was the Unity Brigade? It still resembled its former self? However, she quickly sensed something amiss. The people here appeared unchanged. Glancing down at herself, she realized she was clad in a vibrant red coat, precisely the attire she wore on her wedding day. Had she returned to May 1978, the day of her marriage? Could it be that the heavens deemed her previous life too oppressive and granted her a chance to start anew? While she pondered this, she noticed Qin Haoyu and Zhang Zhenglin emerging from a brick house, beaming with joy. Qin Haoyu was handsome, and Zhang Zhenglin possessed a kind demeanor. From their appearances alone, one could hardly fathom the venomous nature they harbored. With such smiles, they had systematically destroyed her family. Upon seeing them, Xie Mingzhu's fists clenched involuntarily, her eyes ablaze with profound hatred. Her misfortunes in the previous life were entirely their doing. Today, she would ensure that this family would be left in disgrace, never to lift their heads again. As she approached the jubilant couple, she maintained her composure, rising to disembark from the tractor. Qin Haoyu instinctively reached out to assist her. Xie Mingzhu cast a sidelong glance at his hand before lifting her gaze to meet his expressionless face. The moment he met her unflinching eyes, he faltered, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. Xie Mingzhu smirked inwardly, as if his appearance was a confession of some wrongdoing he had just committed against her. Ignoring his outstretched hand, she stepped down from the tractor with determination. Qin Haoyu, flustered, glanced back at Zhang Zhenglin, who signaled him with a look, prompting him to reluctantly follow her. Their actions did not escape Xie Mingzhu's notice. Upon entering the courtyard, she heard Qin Qing's dulcet voice calling from within, "My dear sister-in-law, you've finally arrived. My brother has been eagerly waiting." Qin Qing was strikingly beautiful, with an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and a radiant smile that could captivate anyone. Even Xie Mingzhu, who hailed from the city, felt overshadowed by her. At this moment, Qin Qing appeared genuinely pleased to welcome her sister-in-law, yet a fleeting glimmer of malice in her eyes did not go unnoticed by Xie Mingzhu. Disregarding her, Xie Mingzhu strode past without so much as a glance. Qin Qing, perplexed, wondered why her former sycophant had suddenly adopted a cold demeanor. Had she grown too proud now that she was about to step into the family? As thoughts of becoming the wife of her beloved man filled her mind, she felt a surge of anger and slyly extended her foot to trip Xie Mingzhu. Xie Mingzhu, her gaze slightly lowered, caught sight of Qin Qing's foot. In her previous life, she had fallen victim to such a trick, distracted by conversation and oblivious to Qin Qing's malicious intent. She had tumbled to the ground, injuring herself severely and leaving a noticeable scar. This time, however, Xie Mingzhu merely scoffed, appearing oblivious to Qin Qing's foot, and stepped forcefully onto it. The impact was deliberate, aimed squarely at her ankle, ensuring that even if it did not break, it would certainly cause pain for several days. Qin Qing let out a piercing scream that drowned out the firecrackers, startling everyone in the courtyard. Soon, they discovered the source of her distress, with her foot trapped beneath Xie Mingzhu's. Feigning surprise, Xie Mingzhu looked down at Qing's foot and asked, "Qing, how did your foot end up at my feet? Were you perhaps trying to trick me?" The latter part of her statement was laced with a playful tone, yet her eyes betrayed no hint of amusement. The onlookers quickly grasped the situation. Who would stretch their foot out so carelessly? It was evident that the young girl had intended to assert dominance over her soon-to-be sister-in-law. Should the bride stumble on her wedding day, it would surely become fodder for village gossip. To their astonishment, this seemingly demure girl possessed quite the shrewdness. The expressions of the crowd shifted as they scrutinized Qing. Fuming, Qing felt compelled to maintain her facade in front of everyone. So she meekly explained, "Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand, it was truly an accident." In the main room, Zhang Zhenglin was preparing incense for the newlyweds when she heard the commotion outside and rushed out. After quickly assessing the situation, she shot a look at Qin Haoyu before turning her ire on Qing, admonishing, "You little brat. It's your sister-in-law's wedding day, what mischief are you up to? Apologize to her at once." As she spoke, she playfully swatted at Qing, feigning anger. Today marked her son's wedding day. She could not allow outsiders to witness any disgrace. Moreover, her son would rely on this woman in the future, and she could not afford to offend her. Qin Haoyu stood nearby, playing the role of peacemaker, while Zhang Zhenglin assumed the role of the stern parent. Qing shielded herself from her mother's playful swats, feeling utterly wronged, yet she could only apologize in front of everyone. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, it was my mistake. I truly didn't mean it." Seeing her concede, the crowd quickly urged Zhang Zhenglin to relent. "Sister-in-law, since Qing has already apologized, there's no need for further punishment. Let's not delay the wedding." Upon hearing their pleas, Zhang Zhenglin hesitantly ceased her reprimand. "Once Mingzhu steps through this door, she becomes your sister-in-law, and your elder, you must not engage in any unruly antics." Xie Mingzhu chuckled inwardly. A mere joke brushed aside this incident, and recalling how she had been deceived for over a decade in her previous life, she understood that this family was far from innocent. However, the focal point of today's events did not lie here, so Xie Mingzhu chose not to linger on the matter. With a gentle smile, she shook her head and said, "Xiao Qing is still young and has a close relationship with her elder brother. As the new sister-in-law, it is only natural that I might feel a bit uncomfortable. It does not trouble me." Her words, laden with unspoken implications, sparked a whirlwind of thoughts among certain individuals, their eyes darting between the siblings, Qin Haoyu and Qing. Once Xie Mingzhu finished her statement, she did not wait for Zhang Zhenglin to offer any further justification. Instead, she continued, "Are we not to pay our respects to our ancestors? Let us proceed inside without delay." With that, she did not afford them the opportunity to retort and strode toward the main hall, leaving Zhang Zhenglin and her two children feeling as though they had swallowed a fly. Especially for Qing, it was truly a case of losing both the husband and the army. She had initially intended to trip up Xie Mingzhu, yet the outcome left her injured and scolded, tarnishing her own image in the process. After the series of wedding rituals concluded, Xie Mingzhu returned to her bridal chamber to change into a neat and clean outfit. After resting for a while, she awaited the evening banquet. During this time, Qin Haoyu did not come to check on her, though Zhang Zhenglin visited several times, asking her trivial questions about her hunger or whether she needed a moment to rest. Xie Mingzhu answered perfunctorily a couple of times before lapsing into silence. Zhang Zhenglin assumed she was merely fatigued and did not press further, turning to attend to her own tasks. Reclining on the bed, Xie Mingzhu's thoughts drifted back to events from her past life. Her second brother had gone to the battlefield in the Yu Kingdom and never returned. Their father received a call from Qin Haoyu, informing him that she had met with an accident. Concerned for her, her elder brother had driven recklessly, and both had perished on the spot. She had been 7 months pregnant when Qing had unintentionally caused her miscarriage. While lying in the hospital, she had inadvertently overheard their conspiratorial whispers. In a fit of rage, she had confronted them, only to leap from the hospital window soon after. As dusk descended, she wiped the tears from her face, glanced at her watch, and seeing that the time was near, she opened the door and stepped outside. The Qin family's financial situation was dire, and their home was exceedingly humble. The courtyard, already small, felt even more cramped after Qing's room was built. Consequently, the dinner table was set at the neighbor's house, where everyone was bustling about, leaving the courtyard relatively empty. Previously, Qing had shared a room with Zhang Zhenglin. But as she matured, she desired privacy and had requested a room to be constructed in the courtyard. At that moment, the door to Qin Shing's room was closed, concealing the happenings within. Xie Mingzhu approached the door, listening intently, and soon heard Qin Shing's sweet voice from inside. "Brother, now that you're married to her, will you still like me?" Qin Haoyu promptly swore an oath. "How could that be? She is not even half as lovely as you. Do we not agree? Once she helps us secure a city household registration, I will divorce her. Do you truly believe her family can provide us with city registration? Her father is merely a worker. What means does he possess? Look, no one from her side even came to the wedding." Qin Haoyu replied cryptically, "She has more than one family. Her biological father will likely regain his position soon, and when that time comes, we will be their relatives. What could be simpler? Will you be with her?" Qin Xing asked awkwardly. Qin Haoyu reassured her, "Rest assured, I will not touch her. My children can only be yours." "Really? You mustn't deceive me. Of course, I have never lied to you. Then kiss me." Qin Haoyu hesitated for a moment before complying. "Do not be foolish today. She is entering the family, and there are many people outside. If anyone discovers..." Before he could finish, Qin Xing interrupted, "I do not care. If we are found out, it is fine. We are not truly siblings anyway. This way, I can be with you openly." What followed was a series of indescribable sounds. Qin Haoyu pretended to refuse a couple of times, but soon succumbed. Xie Mingzhu listened with an expressionless face, her stomach churning with disgust. Having never felt such revulsion before, she thought that since this pair of scoundrels reveled in their union, she would grant them their satisfaction. With this thought, she wiped her mouth and turned toward the entrance, where a few children were playing. With a worried expression, she said, "Sister Qing is in distress. She is calling for help inside. You must hurry and summon the adults." Upon hearing this, the children scampered off, each seeking their parents. Xie Mingzhu observed their retreating figures, letting out a soft huff before returning to her room to wait. Before long, a flurry of hurried voices erupted outside. What happened? Was everything fine just a moment ago? Why has she suddenly fallen ill? Could it be that she was scolded by Sister Lan and, in despair, ingested poison? Hurry, kick the door down. Let's not let her do something foolish. As the door was forced open, all sounds ceased abruptly. The scene inside shattered their preconceived notions. Xie Mingzhu stood by the window, observing the spectators' varied expressions, her own face betraying no emotion. Inside, the two individuals were engrossed in their actions, oblivious to the intrusion. Midway through their encounter, Qin Haoyu was startled into submission, while Qin Xing shrieked in alarm, hastily grabbing a nearby blanket to cover herself. Her scream attracted even more onlookers, drawing a larger crowd. Zhang Zhenglin followed the throng, and even with her silver tongue, she found herself at a loss for words, her mind racing with thoughts of "This is disastrous, everything is ruined." Seeing the crowd grow, Xie Mingzhu finally stepped outside. Approaching the gathering, she feigned ignorance and asked with a smile, "What is the matter? Why is everyone gathered at Sister Qing's door?" An indignant aunt quickly intervened. "Xie Jiqing, do not look. Do not let your eyes be sullied by such filth." Xie Mingzhu nearly burst into laughter at the aunt's words. The description was indeed apt, even if they were not siblings by blood. After years of camaraderie, how could they engage in such disgraceful acts? Nevertheless, she brushed aside the aunt's hand and, with a light laugh, inquired, "What are you speaking of? What filth? Allow me to see. I have never witnessed such a thing in my life." The crowd instinctively parted, granting her a clear view of the interior. Inside, Qin Haoyu had managed to pull on his trousers, while Qin Qing lay exposed on the bed. Xie Mingzhu, witnessing this, immediately donned the guise of a dramatic actress. Her dark eyes widened in disbelief, and with a trembling hand, she pointed at the two within, asking in a quavering voice, You too." As she spoke, a single tear rolled down her cheek, a genuine manifestation of regret for her past blindness that had led to her family's ruin. The onlookers, witnessing her display, felt a pang of sympathy. Xie Mingzhu opened her mouth, yet no words emerged, as if her fury rendered her speechless. At that moment, Zhang Zhenglin also grasped the gravity of the situation, her mind racing as she stepped forward to smooth things over, saying, "Our dear Qing has been spoiled by my indulgence." Losing all sense of propriety, upon uttering these words, she hastily entered the room, casting furtive glances at the two individuals within while scolding, "I have told you countless times. You're nearly 18, no longer a child. You should be more discreet when changing clothes, even in the presence of your brother." It was evident that she was attempting to gloss over the situation. One must admit, Her audacity was remarkable despite being surrounded by so many witnesses. She maintained an air of seriousness while dismissing their actions. Qin Qing immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Her expression one of feigned innocence as she lamented, "I merely have an excruciating pain in my back. Seeing you preoccupied, I thought to ask my brother for assistance, only to be subjected to such scrutiny." Her words painted her as blameless, laying the fault squarely on others. After a brief pause, she continued her lament, "Today, you have all misjudged me. Who knows what rumors will circulate in the village? I might as well be dead." As she spoke, she wrapped herself in a quilt, attempting to hurl herself against the wall. Zhang Zhenglin swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "You foolish girl, do not entertain such dark thoughts. If you were to go, how could this old woman possibly endure?" Following her words, she too succumbed to tears, and soon, their wails echoed through the room. Those present were no fools. They understood Zhang Zhenglin's intentions. However, given that those who had come to assist were all close acquaintances, they exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed as they witnessed Qin Qing's dramatic display. After all, it was a day meant for celebration. Beside them, Xie Mingzhu observed the theatrics with barely contained amusement, unable to suppress a laugh. As the others turned to her with puzzled expressions, she wiped the smile from her face and solemnly declared, "We must call the authorities. I wish to ascertain whether this illicit relationship violates moral standards or contravenes the law." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenglin immediately burst into tears, pleading, "Mingzhu, you cannot be so ruthless. You are leaving them no avenue for escape." She lamented her plight as a widow with 2 children, portraying herself as the victim in this narrative. Xie Mingzhu, her demeanor icy, was about to respond when a furious voice rang out from the doorway. "Your family is truly shameless. Do you think you can justify your actions after being caught in the act? Even in a state of widowhood, it is far better than marrying him." The crowd turned their gaze towards the voice and beheld a young man in green military attire. Tall and imposing, with a stern face and sharp eyebrows, his eyes sparkled like stars, and his countenance was strikingly handsome. At that moment, his expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes brimmed with fury. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xie Mingzhu's face lit up with joy as she hurried towards him, exclaiming, "Second brother." Xie Shaoqian's gaze settled on Xie Mingzhu's face. His previously ashen expression softened slightly. He raised his hand to gently pat her on the head, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry. Little sister, I arrived late." He had rushed back from the military, and although it took considerable time, he was fortunate enough to arrive in time for his sister's wedding. However, he had not anticipated witnessing such a dramatic scene upon entering. As this realization dawned on him, his gaze shifted to Zhang Zhenglin and her 2 children, his expression hardening once more. "You people from the Qin family truly are remarkable. Our cherished daughter from the Xie family is marrying into your household, and this is how you treat her?" His glare then landed on Qin Haoyu. "You guaranteed my father something entirely different back then." Qin Haoyu had always been apprehensive of the Xie family. Now, confronted with Xie Shaoqian's fierce demeanor, he dared not breathe a word. Zhang Zhenglin, ever astute, recognized the necessity of resolving this matter amicably to ensure future peace. With this in mind, she quickly released her grip on Qin Qing and approached Xie Shaoqian with a forced smile. "Dear second brother, you must be weary from your journey. Let us discuss this later. Please come inside and rest for a moment. Have some tea. We will certainly provide an explanation." "No need for tea. In your household, even the water is unclean. I fear I might vomit after drinking it." Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu could not suppress a smile. Indeed, her second brother always spoke with such piercing frankness, offering no quarter. Zhang Zhenglin's expression soured upon hearing his words. "Dear second brother, we are at least relatives. There is no need for such harshness, is there?" Xie Shaoqian's sharp gaze fixed upon her as he coldly replied, "Is my statement less severe than your actions?" With her second brother present, Xie Mingzhu felt a sense of relief. Furthermore, she glanced at Qin Haoyu, who appeared utterly spineless, retreating like a turtle behind his mother whenever trouble arose. What future can such a man have? Even remaining a widow would be preferable to marrying him. Tears welled up in Xie Mingzhu's eyes. Xie Shaoqian's words were unrelenting, and the protective Zhang Zhenglin could no longer maintain her composure. With a stern face, she said, "Dear second brother, we have treated you with forbearance out of respect for our kinship. If you persist in this obstinacy, I fear we may no longer be able to marry your sister. Perhaps you should seek another suitor." Zhang Zenglin's words were a strategic retreat. The ceremony was nearly complete, with only the consummation of the marriage pending. By then, Xie Mingzhu would essentially belong to the Qin family. In this era, reputation was paramount, and if she left now, she would be branded as a second wife, making it exceedingly difficult to find a suitable match in the future. She gambled on Xie Mingzhu's character, believing she would overlook this incident for the sake of her son. Yet, her calculations were in vain. Upon hearing Zhang Zenglin's ultimatum, Xie Mingzhu fixed her gaze upon her, clearly unfazed. Zhang Zenglin felt a flicker of unease. Before she could contemplate further, Xie Xiaoqian's voice rang out once more. This matter will not be settled so easily. He turned his attention to a nearby child, retrieving a handful of candies from his pocket. Child, go summon your village leader. I wish to inquire how they plan to handle such a rogue, and whether it is necessary to report this to the authorities. At this pronouncement, the crowd erupted in commotion. Issues of impropriety between men and women in the village were often swept under the rug. However, if it escalated to the police, it would no longer be a matter of mere embarrassment, but rather a potential criminal charge, possibly leading to imprisonment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zenglin became frantic, kneeling before Xie Xiaoqian and begging, "Dear second brother, I implore you, for the sake of our kinship, spare them this time. Young people often make mistakes. I assure you they will never repeat this." She then turned to the bewildered Qin Haoyu and Qin Qing, admonishing, "You two, apologize to second brother at once." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Haoyu kneeled before Xie Xiaoqian, sobbing, "Second brother, I was blinded by folly, intoxicated, and acted foolishly in a moment of confusion. Even in confusion, one cannot commit such acts. Qing is your own sister." An elder woman, unable to contain her indignation, interjected. Hearing this, Qin Qing's eyes darted, and she began to cry, "It's all my fault. I recently learned from my mother that I'm not her biological child, and it hurts so much." Before she could finish her sentence, Xie Mingzhu interrupted, "Brother, why don't you go inside and sit for a moment?" Without waiting for Xie Xiaoqian to respond, she pulled them into the house, denying them a chance to defend themselves. Understanding his sister's intent, Xie Xiaoqian followed her inside, leaving the crowd in the yard exchanging perplexed glances. Soon, bribed by the candies, a child summoned the village leader. Initially, the leader assumed he was invited for a celebratory feast. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, it was evident that this was not a festive occasion. "What is happening here?" the leader inquired with authority. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, each trying to convey their perspective. Though chaotic, the leader managed to glean crucial information. His expression darkened as he realized that their team had long been recognized as exemplary by the commune and county. Such a scandal could ruin their reputation for the year. Thus, he sought to suppress this incident swiftly. "Where is Xie Mingzhu?" the leader asked aloud. The priority was to pacify her. As long as she remained calm, the situation could be contained, resulting in little more than rumors circulating in the village. Upon encountering Xie Xiaoqian seated inside, the leader's countenance soured further. Xie Xiaoqian rose to face him, stating in a low voice, "Chun, our demands are straightforward. We wish for these two scoundrels to face imprisonment." Without allowing the leader to respond, he continued, "Of course, you may choose to ignore this incident. But should you do so, I will escalate matters, implicating you as well. Even if it's not a charge of complicity, you must bear the consequences. Do you agree?" This was a blatant threat. "I, Xie Mingzhu, do not accept refuse." Qin was rendered speechless, his words caught in his throat. After a moment, he turned to Xie Mingzhu and asked, "Xie, do you share this sentiment?" Xie Mingzhu's expression turned icy as she cast a disdainful glance at Qin Haoyu and the others before declaring, "I, Xie Mingzhu, do not accept refuse." The implication was clear. Qin Haoyu was deemed refuse. His handsome face flushed crimson. Had Xie Xiaoqian not been present, he would have struck Xie Mingzhu. Zhang Zenglin's face darkened as well. How could a remarkable son be labeled as refuse? Enraged, she felt the urge to lash out, but, as always, managed to restrain herself. With an abrupt motion, she knelt before Xie Mingzhu, tears streaming down her face like a waterfall. "Mingzhu, I understand that Haoyu has erred, but you have had a relationship for some time now. Whatever has transpired, there is a bond. For my sake, can you find it in your heart to forgive him?" As she spoke, she grasped Xie Mingzhu's legs, tears streaming down her face as she continued, "As long as you forgive Haoyu, I promise to send Xiaoqing to a place where you cannot see her. She will never appear before you again. Xie Mingzhu took 2 steps back, her expression devoid of emotion. This woman was truly malevolent. Before her marriage to Qin Haoyu, their relationship had been entirely innocent. Yet now, due to this woman's words, it seemed as though something untoward had transpired between them. I am a respectable young woman, and my relationship with Qin Haoyu has always been pure. I would never engage in such disgusting acts. Do not slander me, Xie Mingzhu replied coolly. If you continue with your nonsense, I will sue you as well. Without waiting for Zhang Zhenglin to respond, she turned to Qin Haoyu and declared, Our wedding is null and void. Please return my dowry. Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaoqian turned to examine her closely. In her eyes, there was nothing but disdain. Earlier, their elder brother had mentioned in a letter that this girl was resolute about marrying that man. Yet now she seemed utterly unconcerned about him. Had she already discovered his misdeeds? Had her silence been a calculated move to strike him down on their wedding day? If this realization had only just dawned upon her, she would surely exhibit some other emotions. If that were the case, then his little sister had genuinely matured. Xie Mingzhu observed the inexplicable approval flickering in her brother's gaze. Feeling utterly perplexed, she paid it no mind and continued, The total amount of the betrothal gifts from your Qin family adds up to 64 yuan, along with a 6-pound quilt and a length of cotton fabric. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They knew that Xie Mingzhu's family had provided a substantial dowry, delivered with great fanfare, including bicycles and sewing machines that they had all witnessed, and they had envied her for it. However, they had not anticipated that the Qin family had contributed such a meager sum. Nowadays, a girl's dowry far exceeded this amount. Our family provided a bicycle, a sewing machine, 2 watches, and 500 yuan. I have noted everything else on this list, she stated, producing the dowry list she had prepared earlier that afternoon and handing it to Xie Xiaoqian. Given the Qin family's financial difficulties, their betrothal gifts were minimal. But Xie Mingzhu was different. She had 2 fathers, her biological and her adoptive. Both were eager to ensure that she would not suffer any indignities in her new family. Thus they had furnished her with a generous dowry. Xie Xiaoqian glanced at the dowry list and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is there any difference between this and charity? Holding the list, he turned to the young men nearby and announced, We are in need of laborers to help move things. Each will receive 5 yuan. Upon hearing that they could earn 5 yuan for helping with the moving, the young men wasted no time and immediately sprang into action. Xie Xiaoqian directed their efforts. Even if Zhang Zhenglin wished to intervene, she found herself powerless to do so. Her primary concern was how to prevent Qin Haoyu and her from being taken away. At this moment, Qin Haoyu appeared flustered, glancing anxiously at his mother. Zhang Zhenglin, lacking a plan, resorted to throwing a tantrum. Captain Shun, seeing her impede Qin Haoyu's escape, scolded, If you had known it would come to this, why did you act so foolishly from the start? Look at what you've taught your child. Instead of obstructing us, you should be begging Xie Ziking for mercy. Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu rolled her eyes and feigned faintness, saying, Brother, I feel so dizzy. Please take me back to the youth dormitory. She had gotten married at the youth center today and naturally intended to return there. Xie Xiaoqian chuckled and shook his head. It had been a long time since he had seen her, and she was still as mischievous as in her childhood. He stepped forward to support her, and then turned to Captain Chun, saying, Comrade Chun, my sister has been so agitated by this family that she's feeling faint. I must care for her. I trust you to handle this matter. After this exchange, Captain Chun found himself at a loss for words and could only respond, Rest assured, I will provide a satisfactory resolution for both you and Xie Ziking. Xie Xiaoqian nodded slightly, and then assisted Xie Mingzhu as they made their way outside, ensuring to take along several large items and the 500 yuan. Although Zhang Zhenglin was reluctant to part with the money, she could not deny the dowry in front of so many witnesses and had no choice but to hand it over. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Zhenglin attempted to cling to Xie Mingzhu's leg. Observing this, Xie Xiaoqian delivered a swift kick to her abdomen, mirroring the position she had struck Xie Mingzhu after her miscarriage in a previous life. Watching the woman lying on the ground and the disheveled Qin Haoyu being pulled away, Xie Mingzhu felt a sense of relief wash over her. Brother, let us go. Xie Xiaoqian signaled for the young men assisting with the moving to follow them, and together with Xie Mingzhu, they prepared to return to the youth center. Upon exiting the main gate, they nearly collided with a man rushing inside. With quick reflexes, Xie Xiaoqian steadied his sister with one hand while using the other to block the man's chest. "Watch where you're going," he admonished. However, the man paid him no heed, his dark eyes brimming with emotion as they locked onto Xie Mingzhu's, slowly turning red with unshed tears. "You're alive. That is wonderful." Xie Mingzhu furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the man before her, who was openly shedding tears. "Huo Xuan, didn't you return to the city? What brings you back here? And what do you mean by that?" "As long as you are willing to marry me, I will certainly wed you," Huo Xuan replied, his voice laced with urgency. "Why have you come back?" Xie Mingzhu inquired, perplexed. "Did you not leave for the city long ago?" Only then did Huo Xuan seem to regain his composure, wiping his face and stating, somewhat agitated, "I dreamt that you had met with an accident, and I was worried, so I came to check on you." As he spoke, his gaze flickered, and Xie Mingzhu sensed something amiss. Yet before she could pose further questions, Xie Xiaoqian interrupted. "Xian, you arrived just in time. Could you please ride this bicycle for me?" Upon hearing Xie Mingzhu's words, Xie Xiaoqian finally recognized that the person before him was Huo Xuan. Huo Xuan composed himself, nodded, but did not hastily take the bicycle. Instead, he said, "Second brother, please wait a moment." Without waiting for Xie Xiaoqian to respond, he stormed into the Qin family's courtyard. Xie Mingzhu and Xie Xiaoqian exchanged glances, and before she could speak, they heard a scream from within, the voice of Qin Haoyu. They exchanged worried looks and hurried into the courtyard. Inside, Huo Xuan was forcefully pinning Qin Haoyu to the ground, raining down punches upon his face. With bloodshot eyes and all his strength behind each blow, one might mistake him for attacking a sworn enemy. Zhang Zhenglin quickly grasped the situation and screamed, rushing forward to attempt to pull Huo Xuan away. However, as soon as her hand made contact, he bellowed, "Get away." Startled, Zhang Zhenglin stumbled back. Witnessing Qin Haoyu's imminent beating, Xie Xiaoqian rushed in to separate them. "Huo Xuan, calm down. Assaulting someone is also a crime. It's not worth sacrificing yourself for such a scoundrel." With Xie Xiaoqian's intervention, Huo Xuan gradually regained his composure. "You bastard!" He spat, and with that, he turned to leave. Xie Xiaoqian quickly followed him outside. Once outside, Huo Xuan glanced at Xie Mingzhu, his emotions tumultuous. He merely patted the back seat of the bicycle and, suppressing his feelings, gently said, "Mingzhu, please take a seat behind me." Observing the stark contrast in Huo Xuan's demeanor, Xie Mingzhu blinked a few times and nodded softly, complying as she took her place on the back of the bicycle. The onlookers, witnessing this dramatic turn of events, were at a loss for how to react. What had begun as a day filled with joyous celebration had swiftly transformed into chaos. It was truly a miracle that no one had been beaten to death by the family. Qin Haoyu, with a face resembling that of Pig, felt the gaze of others filled with pity. Reflecting on his undeniable excellence and the prospect of his life being irrevocably marred, he stormed out of the courtyard and unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Xie Mingzhu, cursing with an intensity that matched his frustration. Xie Mingzhu regarded the cornered Qin Haoyu with a cold stare. Just as she was about to descend from the vehicle, Huo Xuan moved ahead of her, swiftly delivering a punch that landed squarely on Qin Haoyu's face. Despite appearing to be a refined and elegant young man, Qin Haoyu was distinctly different from the robust farmers surrounding him, being slender and delicate like a scholar. Huo Xuan, in contrast, was tall and strong, exuding an aura of formidable power. The force of his blow was so great that it seemed one could almost hear the sound of bones fracturing. Amidst the gasps of bystanders, Qin Haoyu fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise again, blood seeping from his mouth, along with 2 dislodged teeth. Zhang Zhenglin, witnessing the scene, rushed forward, wailing as she attempted to help him. "You are truly bullies. Is there no law left? Party secretary, please arbitrate. Look at my son, reduced to this state." Standing nearby, Secretary Chun was at a loss for words. Although he felt that Qin Haoyu deserved it, as the village secretary, he felt compelled to intervene. Huo Xuan's demeanor was icy, his lips pressed tightly together, fists clenched, resembling a vengeful spirit from the depths of the earth. If not for his restraint, Qin Haoyu would not have merely lost 2 teeth. Turning, he met the scrutinizing gaze of Xie Xiaoqian, who silently gripped the handlebars of his bicycle, avoiding eye contact with Xie Mingzhu as he moved ahead. Qin Haoyu, seething with rage, muttered incoherently, "Xie Mingzhu, once you step out of this door today, you shall be a divorced woman. I wonder who would dare to marry you afterward." Xie Mingzhu glanced back at him, observing his agitated state with pursed lips. Before she could respond, Huo Xuan's voice rang out. As long as she is willing to marry, I shall undoubtedly take her as my bride. Xie Mingzhu turned to him, surprise flickering across her face at his steadfast gaze, which held an earnestness she could not quite comprehend. Xie Shaoqian, who had remained silent, could not resist a scoff at Qin Haoyu's words. Qin Haoyu, do you hold yourself in such high regard? If it weren't for this girl's poor judgment in choosing you, what do you think you are? Pausing, he cast a disdainful glance at him. I have never encountered someone so pathetic, seeking to play the tough guy while living off others. With that, he waved to Huo Xuan, signaling him to leave. You two go ahead. I'll handle the situation here. Huo Xuan nodded, mounting his bicycle. Xie Mingzhu turned back one last time to observe the pitiful sight of Qin Haoyu and his companions, her expression one of indifference, her heart devoid of any turbulence. I know. Huo Xuan, why have you returned? Xie Mingzhu inquired once more. Huo Xuan pedaled steadily, pausing momentarily at her question before replying. Did I not tell you earlier? I dreamt of you encountering trouble here, so I came to check on you. Xie Mingzhu felt an inkling of unease, but chose not to press him further. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Huo Xuan, sensing her hesitation, silently exhaled in relief. Soon, they arrived at the youth dormitory. The young people had gradually returned to the city, with Xie Mingzhu being the last and the only one remaining. Reflecting on her situation, she realized how foolish she had been. As she surveyed the familiar yet somewhat alien surroundings, her emotions became complex. The key. Huo Xuan's voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to him, querying what? He pointed behind him, continuing, Where's the dormitory key? Xie Mingzhu blinked, instinctively rummaging through her pockets, but found nothing. Time had elapsed, and she had forgotten where she placed the key. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that she had left it on the windowsill, beneath a brick. Just as she was about to retrieve it, she saw Huo Xuan had already picked up the brick and extracted the key. How did you know it was there? She asked, astonished. Huo Xuan glanced back at her and replied, You mentioned it to me before. Xie Mingzhu frowned, thinking she had not disclosed that detail, but his certainty led her to assume she simply forgot. After assisting her in moving her suitcase into the dormitory, he picked up a wash basin from the shelf and stepped outside. Sitting on her bed, Xie Mingzhu scanned the room. It resembled her memories, with several beds now vacant, leaving only hers adorned with sheets. Various posters and slogans plastered the earthen walls, and in the corner lay her large suitcase, yet to be transported. By the window was a desk, upon which rested a few books. Rising, she approached the desk and picked up one of the books, her high school textbook. Before she could open it, Huo Xuan returned, carrying the wash basin. First, wash up, he gently instructed. Following his advice, Xie Mingzhu approached the washstand, gazing into the small mirror and momentarily feeling disoriented. Her hair was styled in a bun, adorned with a large red flower, and her cheeks were painted with blush, exaggeratedly bright, as if she were preparing for a performance. The makeup, applied by Qin Xing, had been presented as customary for weddings in the village, intended to convey festivity. At the time, her thoughts had been solely focused on her impending marriage to Qin Haoyu, and though she found the makeup peculiar, she attributed it to tradition. Now, reflecting on it, she understood why the villagers had looked at her with barely concealed amusement. Wetting a towel, she wiped away the makeup, and at last, her reflection became more pleasing to her eyes. Huo Xuan, arms crossed, commented, You look much better now. Xie Mingzhu cast a sidelong glance at him. Huo Xuan, feeling slightly self-conscious under her gaze, cleared his throat and inquired, Are you hungry? Shall I prepare some noodles for you? After a long day, Xie Mingzhu realized her stomach had been grumbling, a sensation now made apparent by Huo Xuan's question. I am hungry, she admitted. Huo Xuan smiled slightly and nodded. I will go cook for you. You should rest for a bit. With that, he released his embrace and approached the washstand, rinsing her towel before taking the wash basin and stepping outside. Watching his tall figure depart, Xie Mingzhu suddenly called out, Huo Xuan, you're hiding something from me. Huo Xuan paused, looking down at the slightly pink water in the basin. After a moment, he turned back to her, smiling. Is it strange for someone to have secrets? Everyone has them. After a brief pause, he added, Don't you have secrets as well? Before Xie Mingzhu could respond, he exited the room. Take a moment to rest. Dinner will be ready soon. His voice echoed from outside. Once his figure faded from view, Xie Mingzhu returned her attention to the book in her hands. Leaning back in her chair, she began to flip through the pages, her thoughts drifting. Last year, as the National College entrance examination was reinstated, her relationship with Qin Haoyu had just begun, and she had not yet reached the point of foregoing the examination for him. Eagerly, she enrolled for the tests, working during the day and studying alongside other youth by night in preparation for the sudden college entrance examination. Her academic performance had always been commendable. Had there been more than one slot available at her school, she undoubtedly would have been recommended for university. Approaching the exam with confidence, she performed exceptionally well, her scores ranking among the best in the county. Yet, despite her efforts, she had waited until February of this year without receiving an acceptance letter. She sought the commune leader to uncover the reasons behind her predicament, only to discover that her application had been stalled at the political review stage. At that moment, she did not think much of it, believing it was merely a consequence of her father's past. It was not until many years later that she learned someone had reported her to the commune. She recalled that, following her father's advice, she had listed her adoptive parents in the relatives section. Logically, since she had been adopted since childhood, there should have been no issues with her political review. In retrospect, she felt that this matter was intricately linked to Qin Haoyu. On one occasion, she had inadvertently let slip information to him, and he was the only one privy to the details. Had it not been for her father's exoneration, her adoptive parents might have faced repercussions as well. Upon learning of this situation, her initial suspicion fell on Huo Xuan. Having grown up together, he was the only one aware of everything that transpired in her family. However, by the time she learned of this, she had already married Qin Haoyu and left that place, and Huo Xuan's whereabouts were unknown. Otherwise, she would have confronted him directly. Lost in her thoughts, she was interrupted by Huo Xuan's voice calling her name. "What are you daydreaming about?" Xie Mingzhu snapped back to reality, her eyes slightly sore. Gazing at him, and after a moment, she said, "I'm sorry." Huo Xuan chuckled lightly. "What do you have to apologize for? I once thought you were the one who reported me to the commune." Xie Mingzhu suppressed the bitterness rising within her and candidly replied, "At that time, you were my first suspicion." "I know," he said nonchalantly. "A life exchanged for another." "I know," Huo Xuan repeated with a casual demeanor. This revelation left Xie Mingzhu momentarily speechless. "You know?" Huo Xuan did not elaborate further, simply smiling. "Let us eat first." With that, he placed the bowl and chopsticks he held onto the table. "I found some noodles in the kitchen. You should eat some." Seeing him serve a bowl of noodles, Xie Mingzhu raised her head to look at him. "You and my second brother haven't eaten either. What will you have later?" "I noticed there is some flour in the kitchen. When my second brother returns, I'll roll out some noodles to eat." Huo Xuan continued. Before he could finish, footsteps echoed from outside. Soon, Xie Xiaoqian appeared at the doorway. Noticing she was about to eat, he waved his hand. "Save the noodles for tomorrow. Tonight, I'll take you both out to dinner. On such a wonderful day, how can we settle for just noodles? We should have a drink to celebrate." Xie Mingzhu pursed her lips and smiled. "Second brother, do you think this is the city? Restaurants don't operate at night. There is only one restaurant in the entire commune, and although it was not yet evening, by the time they reached there, it would likely be closed." Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaoqian's expression faltered. After a moment, he said, "Then I'll go buy some wine and dishes." Seeing him genuinely ready to leave, Xie Mingzhu called out, "No need to go through all that trouble. Isn't their food readily available at the Qin family's?" Xie Xiaoqian found her suggestion quite sensible. The Qin family was preparing for a banquet, so wine and dishes would be readily available. He waved at Huo Xuan. "Xuan, come with me." After all, the Qin family's banquet would not be held, and taking their food would not only prevent waste, but also allow them to enjoy a meal without guilt, even if they hadn't contributed to the banquet's expenses. Before long, Xie Xiaoqian returned with several plates of food, still warm, perfect for their meal. "This is just right," he said with a smile. Xie Mingzhu felt somewhat downcast. Upon their return, she merely lifted the corners of her lips slightly. Noticing her demeanor, Xie Xiaoqian exchanged glances with Huo Xuan. "Mingzhu, it's been a while since I've seen you. Now that we have this chance to gather, will you accompany your second brother for a drink?" He gently urged, glancing at Huo Xuan. Huo Xuan immediately understood, turning to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Xie Xiaoqian poured wine for all three. Xie Mingzhu received a smaller portion, just half a bowl. Although she had honed her drinking skills in her past life, she had never consumed alcohol in this life. Xie Xiaoqian assumed she couldn't drink, hence the modest serving. "Second brother, pour me some more," Xie Mingzhu said. Xie Xiaoqian turned to her, somewhat surprised. "You can drink?" Xie Mingzhu smiled. "I can." Xie Xiaoqian raised an eyebrow. Have you improved your drinking capacity in such a short time? He then looked at Huo Xuan, joking, just don't get yourself drunk. Xie Mingzhu, with a raised brow, replied playfully, second brother, don't underestimate me. Xie Xiaoqian thus poured her a full bowl. Initially, he thought she was joking, but her ability to drink genuinely surprised him. After a sip of wine, he felt a fiery sensation, yet she downed her drink without flinching. Xie Xiaoqian turned to Huo Xuan, laughing. This girl has truly matured over the past 2 years. Xie Mingzhu's actions today genuinely earned him newfound respect. Clearly, she was no longer the naive girl he once knew. She had developed her own opinions. In the past, discovering betrayal would have left her in tears. You've improved. I was worried you might be bullied, but now it seems I need to worry, Xie Xiaoqian remarked. Xie Mingzhu offered a bitter smile. A life exchanged for another. If I don't learn from this, my life would be in vain. Second brother, I want to let you worry about me from now on, Xie Mingzhu said, her voice slightly choked. Seeing her thus, Xie Xiaoqian felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, gently patting her hand. Let us not dwell on the past. It's important to focus on the future. Xie Mingzhu nodded softly. As she turned her gaze, she noticed Huo Xuan silently drinking, not uttering a word. Huo Xuan, why aren't you speaking? She always felt he had changed significantly. Yet, upon closer inspection, he appeared the same as before, with no discernible differences. Hearing her query, Huo Xuan looked up and shook his head. Xie Xiaoqian, noticing this, filled Huo Xuan's bowl with more wine and teased. Xuan, are you at that age where you're thinking of settling down? At this jest, Huo Xuan chuckled and shook his head. If you're not thinking of settling down, I have even less urgency. As he spoke, he glanced quickly at Xie Mingzhu, who was focused on her drink and did not catch his gaze. However, Xie Xiaoqian, perceptive as ever, noticed the exchange, his expression revealing a knowing smile. After a few drinks, Xie Mingzhu felt a pleasant haze envelop her mind. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Xie Xiaoqian turned to Huo Xuan, suggesting, Xuan, let us head outside for a drink and let Mingzhu rest. Xie Mingzhu did not offer any polite refusals, merely nodding gently. Xie Xiaoqian and Huo Xuan quickly took their bowls and left, granting her the room. She did not wash up but simply removed her outer clothing and lay down on her bed. She had anticipated a restless night after the day's events, yet surprisingly, she fell asleep shortly after lying down. However, her slumber was far from peaceful. Her dreams incessantly replayed the events of her past life. She found herself on a hospital bed, overhearing Qin Haoyu's machinations against her. For years, Qin Xing and Qin Haoyu had conspired right beneath her nose. She had even helped raise their illegitimate child. Moreover, she learned from their own mouths that her elder brother and father's deaths were also their doing. When she confronted the three of them, they remained utterly unfazed. Zhang Zenglin, who had pretended to be a good person for decades, kicked her in the stomach. In a fit of rage, she stabbed all three with a knife. As the police car arrived downstairs, she left behind a note and leapt from the window. At the moment she leaped down, she vaguely perceived a familiar figure roaring, desperately lunging towards her. His gaze was filled with profound sorrow and reluctance. At the precipice of life, nothing mattered anymore. She no longer wished to ponder the significance of that gaze. Xie Mingzhu, do you regret it? The question jolted her awake from a dream. Yes, the last person she saw was Huo Xuan. Yet, why did he bear such an expression? It felt as though her demise pained him more than his own. Xie Mingzhu rubbed her slightly throbbing head. A knock at the door interrupted her reverie, accompanied by Xie Xiaoqian's voice. Mingzhu, are you all right? Xie Mingzhu's voice was hoarse as she replied. I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. Oh, we're right outside. Don't be afraid. Call us if you need anything, Xie Xiaoqian continued. She responded affirmatively and lay back down, tossing and turning, unable to reclaim her slumber. The sounds of Xie Xiaoqian conversing with Huo Xuan faded, likely having moved to the adjacent male dormitory. The neighboring dormitory was now vacant. Xie Mingzhu had just finished making her bed. Unable to sleep, she decided to rise. The May nights still bore chill. She donned her jacket and settled on the steps of the courtyard. Gazing at the night sky and listening to the chirping of insects, her restless heart gradually found some semblance of calm. Why are you still awake? Huo Xuan's voice startled her from the shadows. Turning to look, she found him leaning against the wall, appearing relaxed, a stark contrast to his usual upright demeanor. In the moonlight, she noticed a slight flush on his cheeks. Can't sleep? He asked again, his usual clear voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness from the alcohol. Once I woke up, I couldn't fall back asleep. Xie Mingzhu replied softly. Have you drunk too much? She inquired, noting that only intoxication could render him so different. No, I'm not drunk, Huo Xuan insisted, shaking his head vigorously, reminiscent of a rattle. Finding his antics somewhat endearing, Xie Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle. You still claim you're not drunk. Huo Xuan refrained from further discussion on the matter. Instead, looking at her earnestly, his voice low and serious. Xie Mingzhu, do you regret it? Taken aback, she did not comprehend his meaning. He soon laughed again, shaking his head with his eyes closed. I might indeed be quite drunk. I'm starting to ramble. Rising, she approached him, frowning slightly. If you're drunk, why not go back to rest? No sooner had she spoken than he grasped her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Xie Mingzhu, I miss you so much. He buried his head in her neck, his strong arms encircling her tightly. With every closure of his eyes, images of her tragic fall before him flooded his mind. The blood-soaked ground left him trembling uncontrollably. Now, holding her close and breathing in her scent was the only remedy for his quaking heart. Leaning against his chest, she felt his rapid heartbeat and paused in her breath. Huo Xuan, are you truly drunk? She asked, attempting to push him away, but he remained immovable. Huo Xuan? His silence was followed by the sound of steady breathing. Xie Mingzhu frowned. Had he fallen asleep? She pushed him again, but he did not budge. This towering figure had always been the most conspicuous presence, and she found herself quite powerless to shift him. Resigned, she called out, second brother. However, her brother remained oblivious, snoring even with the window closed. After several attempts yielded no response, she sighed deeply and exerted herself to push Huo Xuan. Huo Xuan, Huo Xuan. No matter how she called, he remained unresponsive. Frustrated, she grasped his arms and finally roused him. Xie Mingzhu, live well. Upon waking, he uttered this unexpected phrase, leaving her momentarily stunned. She sensed that Huo Xuan, like her, seemed aware of their past lives. Huo Xuan, do you like me? Remember what happened in our previous lives? She ventured cautiously. Yet, Huo Xuan only mumbled incoherently. Qin Haoyu is a scoundrel. He does not deserve you. You deserve better. Leaning closer to hear, she caught nothing intelligible. All right, that's enough. I'm really going to get angry, she said sternly. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt his grip loosen considerably. With a firm push, she sent Huo Xuan tumbling against the wall, where he slumped to the floor. Unable to leave him there, she helped him up and guided him toward the nearby dormitory. After much effort, she finally laid him in bed, having worked up a sweat herself. Glancing at his closed eyes, she sighed softly and turned to leave. No sooner had she stepped outside than Huo Xuan's eyes flew open, glimmering in the darkness. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, the outside world buzzed with life. The crowing of roosters, barking dogs, and the chatter of people filled the air. It had been a long time since Xie Mingzhu had heard such lively sounds, leaving her momentarily dazed. After dressing, she opened her door to find the adjacent dormitory already ajar, clearly indicating that Huo Xuan and the others had risen early despite their drunkenness the night before. Entering the room, she spotted Xie Xiaoqian tidying up the bedding. Upon seeing her, he smiled and asked, I thought you'd sleep a little longer, so I didn't wake you. How do you feel today after last night's drinking? Xie Mingzhu shook her head. This isn't the army. Why didn't you sleep a bit more? I've grown accustomed to it. He chuckled, continuing to make the bed neatly. Now that you're not getting married, should you return to the city soon? Xie Xiaoqian inquired. If you agree, the paperwork could be processed quickly. Nodding, she replied, all right. Noticing her lack of hesitation, Xie Xiaoqian understood she had truly given up hope. Then when I leave later, I'll call father from the commune and inform him of everything here. Xie Mingzhu felt a surge of excitement at the thought of seeing her father again after so long. Aren't you going to stay here a few more days? She asked, feeling a twinge of reluctance at his departure. Xie Xiaoqian shook his head. I've only taken 4 days off. Most of the time will be spent traveling. Despite her reluctance, Xie Mingzhu could only bury her feelings deep within. As they conversed, Huo Xuan entered with breakfast in hand. Let's eat first, he said. Recalling the events of the previous night, Xie Mingzhu turned to him, her demeanor slightly awkward. Huo Xuan met her gaze, his expression perfectly normal, devoid of any embarrassment, as if nothing had transpired the night before. She quickly averted her eyes, focusing on the noodles in her bowl. You'll likely be here for a while, but your dormitory is devoid of food. Let's go to the grain store together and buy some supplies, Xie Xiaoqian suggested. Even if she planned to return, she would have to wait for the paperwork to be completed before doing so. Therefore, it was essential to have provisions during her stay. Xie Mingzhu nodded in agreement. You must be more cautious in the future. Don't be so gullible as to believe every flattering word you hear. Xie Xiaoqian continued, the slicker the talk, the more wary you should be. They can be quite predatory. Xie Mingzhu lowered her gaze, concealing the thoughts swirling in her eyes. In the future, if she were to seek a partner, it would be someone who silently toils while holding her in their heart. With these words, Xie Xiaoqian turned his gaze toward Huo Xuan, teasingly asking, Isn't that right, Xuan? Huo Xuan shot a glance at Xie Mingzhu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet he remained silent. Upon witnessing this, Xie Xiaoqian's expression grew more knowing. Xie Mingzhu lifted her head, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Xie Xiaoqian as she softly declared, Brother, I have decided not to marry. Xie Xiaoqian paused, his chopsticks halting midair, and frowned at her. Although Huo Xuan kept his head down, his chopsticks also came to a stop. I believe being alone is quite satisfactory, Xie Mingzhu continued. People are inherently complex. In her past life, she had devoted her heart entirely to Qin Haoyu, sacrificing herself for his family and striving to treat them well. Yet, what had she ultimately gained? Only scars and a shattered home. Now, granted a second chance, she resolved to embrace a solitary life, cherishing the time spent with her father. Observing her expression, Xie Xiaoqian shook his head with a smile. There are still good men in this world. You cannot allow one scoundrel to deceive you into dismissing all others. However, I concur that at your age, there is no rush to marry. You must keep your eyes wide open and choose wisely. With our father's recent elevation in status, the daughters of the Xie family will attract an increasing number of opportunists eager to align themselves with us. These individuals are not interested in you, Xie Mingzhu. So you must be even more discerning. Xie Mingzhu fell silent. In this era, an unmarried woman often faced scorn, and though her father was not particularly conservative, gaining his approval would not be an easy feat. Do not overthink it. In a few years, when you look back on these matters, they will seem trivial. Xie Xiaoqian advised. Xie Mingzhu pressed her lips together, gently nodding in acknowledgement. The ever-silent Huo Xuan paused only when she declared her intent not to marry, then resumed eating without uttering a word. After breakfast, the trio prepared to head to the commune. Xie Mingzhu donned her coat and locked the dormitory door before stepping out with Huo Xuan, who awaited her outside. Huo Xuan, ride your bicycle. You can return on it later, Xie Xiaoqian instructed. The three walked toward the village entrance. Upon arriving, they were met with a cacophony of noise ahead. Following the sound, they discovered Qin Haoyu and Qin Qing being escorted forward by members of the militia, while Zhang Zhenglin lay on the ground in a state of distress, wailing and clinging desperately to Qin Haoyu to prevent his capture. A crowd of villagers had gathered, drawn by the spectacle. Xie Xiaoqian glanced at Xie Mingzhu, noting the ironic smile on her lips, before boldly remarking, These two wretches deserve to rot in prison. If it were not for the rule of law, I would gladly rid the world of that scoundrel's existence. Let's depart. Xie Mingzhu responded, and Xie Xiaoqian nodded in agreement as they moved forward. As they navigated through the throng, Xie Mingzhu felt a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing Zhang Zhenglin, who appeared to have aged 10 years overnight, alongside the disheveled Qin Haoyu and Qin Qing. Pushed by the crowd, Qin Qing's gaze fell upon Xie Mingzhu as she called out, Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Xie Mingzhu scoffed softly, pretending not to hear as she continued onward. Both Qin Haoyu and Zhang Zhenglin heard her voice and turned to look, prompting the assembled villagers to follow suit. Zhang Zhenglin released her grip on Qin Haoyu and forced her way through the crowd, kneeling before Xie Mingzhu with hands clasped, her face a mask of humility. Mingzhu, we acknowledge our mistakes. We will serve you like beasts of burden. I beg you, do not let Haoyu go to prison. Xie Mingzhu's eyes hardened, and she remained silent. He is my only son. If he goes to prison, what am I to do? Zhang Zhenglin lamented. Just help Haoyu, and you can still consider me your good daughter-in-law. I promise to send Xiaoqing far away, never to trouble you again. We will treat you well. Xie Mingzhu smirked. What do you think you are? With that, she turned to leave. Zhang Zhenglin attempted to lunge forward, but was blocked by Huo Xuan. Enraged, she yelled, Get out of my way. If you obstruct me again, I won't hold back. As she spoke, she flailed her arms, attempting to scratch him. Huo Xuan, with his sturdy build, easily shoved her aside. Zhang Zenglin fell to the ground, wailing and beating her thighs in despair. In that moment, she appeared as a pitiful old mother, her face smeared with tears and mucus, her clothes covered in dust, evoking sympathy from the onlookers. The villagers began to murmur among themselves, some even feeling a pang of compassion. Xie Mingzhu, perhaps we should let this matter rest? One suggested. Xie Mingzhu turned to the speaker, her gaze unwavering. As one person spoke, another joined in. Yes, every man makes mistakes. As long as they recognize their wrongs and amend their ways, they can continue their lives together. Soon, more voices chimed in. These were all individuals who had never faced such a predicament themselves. Xie Mingzhu surveyed the crowd with disdain, scoffing, "You are truly pitiable. Child, how can you speak like that?" An elder scolded. "We are only looking out for your best interests. You and Haoyu are a legitimate couple. What couple harbors grudges overnight? Surely you do not intend to send him to prison, abandoning your future together? For my own good?" Xie Mingzhu laughed. "When your man climbs into another woman's bed, will you pretend nothing has happened and joyfully serve as their maid?" After a pause, she added, "Then you must truly have low self-worth. How can you speak like this?" They retorted, aghast. Such words are unbecoming for a young lady. They deemed her shameless for voicing her thoughts while they excused the vile actions of the men. Xie Mingzhu, now thoroughly disgusted with the crowd, turned to leave. After a few steps, she looked back to address them. "By the way, their immoral relationship is against the law. And that is not my decree. It is the law of the land. If you find this unacceptable, take it up with the government. I possess no such power." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zenglin's wails only intensified. With the mention of law and government, the villagers fell silent, deterred from further comment. Xie Xiaoqian and Huo Xuan exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with coldness, before hastily catching up to Xie Mingzhu. "How can these villagers remain so ignorant?" Xie Xiaoqian remarked. "One provocation, and they lose all sense of right and wrong." Yet, Xie Mingzhu understood the truth. On one hand, they are indeed ignorant, but the primary reason is their close kinship with Zhang Zenglin. They hail from the same village, and Zhang Zenglin has always been adept at navigating social relations, earning a reputation as a congenial figure among the villagers. In this regard, Zhang Zenglin is truly remarkable. She possesses an extraordinary talent for pretense and is exceptionally considerate of others, which endears her to many. This is also why, in her previous life, Xie Mingzhu never engaged in conflicts with her, not even the slightest disagreement. Neighbors often remarked that she had found a good family, expressing envy over the harmonious relationship between her and her mother-in-law, claiming they had never encountered such a wonderful mother-in-law before. Xie Mingzhu had never imagined that someone could maintain such a facade for over a decade or two. When Huo Xuan saw Xie Xiaoqian about to speak again, he interjected, "There is nothing more to say about that family. Today should be a joyous occasion. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters." Xie Xiaoqian nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. "You're right. I want to bring it up again. It only brings bad luck." The three of them ceased discussing Qin Haoyu and continued their journey toward the commune. The commune was not far away, approximately 7 to 8 miles. If they walked briskly, they would arrive in 30 to 40 minutes. Xie Xiaoqian was stationed hundreds of kilometers away in Yicheng and had taken a leave for a family visit. He had already purchased his train ticket for the afternoon to return. For now, he needed to catch a bus to the county, and then take a vehicle from the train station to leave. The buses from the commune to the county operated only twice daily, one in the morning and another at 1 in the afternoon. They were on their way to catch the afternoon bus. Upon arriving at the commune, they first went to the Post and Telecommunications Bureau. There weren't many people making calls, and, after registering, they were attended to without having to wait. Unlike later telephones, calls did not connect directly. One had to first call the central switchboard, and an operator would then connect the call to the desired party. The operator at the counter dialed the number, and once connected, inquired which unit they wished to reach. Xie Xiaoqian handed her the prepared note. After exchanging a few words with the other end, the operator handed the receiver to Xie Xiaoqian. Xie Mingzhu stood by, eagerly anticipating the conversation. Observing her expression, Xie Xiaoqian passed the receiver to her. Smiling, "You haven't spoken to your father in a long time. You go ahead and chat with him." As Xie Mingzhu took the receiver, the familiar voice on the other end overwhelmed her, and she could not hold back her tears. The moment she spoke, tears streamed down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string. That single address left her at a loss for further words. Upon hearing his daughter's choked voice, Xie Shitong grew anxious. Mingzhu? What's wrong? Why are you crying? What happened? Did Qin Hao you bully you? ISN to your second brother there? Xie Mingzhu could not articulate her feelings, merely shaking her head repeatedly. Hearing his father's worried voice on the line, Xie Shaoqian took the receiver back. Let me speak to father. He then explained the situation to his father and urged him to expedite Xie Mingzhu's return procedures. Xie Shitong listened in silence, but suddenly a loud crash echoed from the other end, indicating something had been broken. His father was evidently furious. Xie Shaoqian covered the receiver and whispered to Xie Mingzhu. After composing herself, Xie Mingzhu took the receiver again. I want to say a few words too. Dad, I'm fine. Please don't be angry. Take care of your health. Xie Shitong took a deep breath before calming slightly. Did you give him a slap? Xie Mingzhu hesitated before shaking her head. I forgot. All right, I'll remember that. Next time I see him, I'll give him a couple of slaps for you. Hearing this, Xie Mingzhu chuckled through her tears. The feeling of being cared for by family was truly heartwarming. Though she intended to cry, she could no longer contain herself. Stay there a few more days. I'm currently tied up with matters here. Once everything is settled, I'll come and pick you up. Xie Shitong continued. Xie Mingzhu nodded in response. Just as she was about to say more, she heard someone calling for her father. She quickly interjected, Dad, if you have something to attend to, please go ahead. I'll be fine here, don't worry. After giving her a few more reminders, Xie Shitong finally hung up. Xie Mingzhu stared blankly at the receiver until Xie Shaoqian gently nudged her. She then returned the receiver to the operator and wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Now, don't be too sad. Let bygones be bygones. We must always look forward, Xie Shaoqian said, ruffling her hair. Xie Mingzhu nodded, still choked with emotion. Emerging from the post office, they realized it was nearly noon. Since Xie Shaoqian was taking the 1 o'clock bus, they still had time for a meal together. The three of them chatted as they walked toward a restaurant. After walking a few dozen meters, Xie Shaoqian noticed something was amiss. He turned to Huo Xuan and asked, Xian, why do you seem like a different person? Have you spoken more than 10 words since yesterday? Though Huo Xuan had always been taciturn, he had never been this silent. Xie Mingzhu also glanced back at him. Huo Xuan quickly caught her gaze and, with a smile, shook his head. I just enjoy listening to you two talk. You carry on and I'll listen. Xie Shaoqian scrutinized him suspiciously. Is something troubling you? If you're facing difficulties, just talk to my father. He will certainly help if he can. Huo Xuan chuckled. What problems could I possibly have? Seeing his demeanor, Xie Shaoqian decided not to press further. If you ever find yourself in need, don't hesitate to tell us. Mingzhu and I were raised by Huma, and I've always considered you a brother. You should never feel like an outsider. Huo Xuan nodded with a smile. If I need help, I certainly won't hold back. Xie Mingzhu regarded him, her gaze sweeping over him thoughtfully. Huo Xuan noticed her scrutiny and met her gaze unabashedly. They locked eyes until Xie Shaoqian interrupted them. What are you two doing? It's like you can't see me standing right here. Xie Mingzhu quickly averted her gaze and continued walking nonchalantly. Huo Xuan watched her retreating figure, a slight smile gracing his lips. Xie Shaoqian shifted his gaze between them, frowning. Why do I feel like something's off between you two? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Mingzhu's behavior is understandable given her recent troubles, but what about you? Huo Xuan playfully pushed his face away. Instead of pondering over us, how about you think about what we'll eat later? With that, he disregarded Xie Shaoqian and caught up to Xie Mingzhu. Xie Shaoqian observed their backs, muttering to himself. Something's definitely off with those two. When Xie Mingzhu noticed he hadn't caught up yet, she called out to him, prompting him to hurry after them. The trio arrived at the restaurant, placed their orders, and settled into a booth. The lunch hour brought a fair number of patrons, but fortunately, there were plenty of seats available. During the meal, Xie Shaoqian inquired about Huo Xuan. Didn't I hear you went back home? Why are you back again? Huo Xuan, the only child in his family, initially had no obligation to go to the countryside. However, upon learning that Xie Mingzhu had registered to go, he decided to follow suit. His mother's health had been deteriorating, and given that Xie Mingzhu was engaged to Qin Haoyu, he felt no reason to remain. Seizing the opportunity presented by the wave of job openings in the city, he returned. He had previously worked at the Dongfeng Lighting Equipment Factory, a reputable establishment known for manufacturing aviation lighting equipment designated by the state for airport navigation. Yet, Huo Xuan shook his head and smiled, saying, I resigned. This declaration left Xie Shaoqian momentarily stunned. Resigned? Why would you leave such a good job? He exclaimed. Many educated youth returning to the city struggled to secure stable employment. And here was Huo Xuan voluntarily relinquishing his position at such a commendable company. Huo Xuan nodded. I have other plans for the future. What plans? Xie Xiaoqian asked, perplexed. Apart from government positions, what could be better than this? With a large influx of educated youth returning to the city, job opportunities were scarce, and many would even compete for menial tasks at the sanitation department. To Xie Xiaoqian, Huo Xuan seemed oblivious to the value of a secure job. I must call my father and have him help you retrieve your job, he insisted, seeing his brother genuinely preparing to leave. Huo Xuan quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother, please rest assured. I have my own plans, and didn't he resign impulsively? Noticing Xie Xiaoqian's lingering skepticism, he reassured him once more, trust me. Understanding his brother's grounded nature, Xie Xiaoqian chose to remain silent, albeit with a warning, just don't act recklessly. Huo Xuan nodded. I understand. Xie Mingzhu's gaze lingered on Huo Xuan, her eyes deep and contemplative. When the server called their number, Huo Xuan and Xie Xiaoqian went to collect their meals. While Xie Mingzhu continued to observe Huo Xuan, when he turned back to her, he flashed a smile, causing her to feel a bit awkward. She cleared her throat and averted her gaze. During their meal, Xie Xiaoqian resumed questioning Huo Xuan about his future plans. Huo Xuan remained vague, not divulging much. Though Xie Xiaoqian felt anxious, he could do little but accept Huo Xuan's reticence. The situation outside has changed. If you seize the opportunity, you might find a good chance, he finally remarked. Huo Xuan merely nodded, saying nothing further. After the meal, Xie Mingzhu accompanied Huo Xuan to see Xie Xiaoqian off at the bus station. The so-called station was little more than a waiting room of less than 20 square meters, accompanied by a small parking area that could accommodate just 2 minibuses. The bus was scheduled to depart at 1:05 p.m. As the time approached, the vehicle prepared to set off. Just before boarding, Xie Xiaoqian offered numerous reminders, urging Huo Xuan to take good care of Xie Mingzhu. With a look of reluctance, Xie Mingzhu ran alongside the bus for a short distance until it drove away, at which point she halted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Huo Xuan stepped closer, glancing at her, and reached out to her shoulder, but halfway through, he simply patted her gently instead. Don't be sad. We will meet again soon, he said softly. Xie Mingzhu quickly wiped her eyes and nodded, smiling at him. All right. Let's head back and buy some grains. Initially, Xie Xiaoqian intended to accompany them, but realizing time was short, he had to forego that plan. The two then walked toward the grain station. Xie Mingzhu still possessed a considerable number of grain coupons, and with Huo Xuan's help, they could purchase enough food to last them a month. Having an abundance of grain was not a concern, as they would inevitably consume it, saving them from frequent purchases. After procuring the grains, they bought some vegetables as well. Behind the educated youth dormitory, there was a patch of land suitable for planting, so they decided to buy seeds. They were uncertain when the notice for returning to the city would arrive, so they planned to stay for the time being. Growing their own vegetables would suffice, saving them from further purchases. Once they finished buying vegetables, they prepared to return. Huo Xuan secured the grains to the back of his bicycle and hung the vegetables and seeds on the handlebars. To ensure Xie Mingzhu had a comfortable seat, he removed his jacket and placed it on the back of the bike. Noticing the white short-sleeved shirt beneath, Xie Mingzhu inquired, "Aren't you cold?" Huo Xuan shook his head with a smile. "Riding a bike, how could I be cold?" He then mounted the bicycle, and once steady, Xie Mingzhu jogged to hop on, gripping tightly around his waist. Huo Xuan glanced down at her hands holding his shirt and chuckled. "My shirt is thin. Be gentle, or you might tear it. If that happens, you'll have to compensate me." Before he could finish, she released his shirt and wrapped her arm around his waist instead. He nearly lost control of the handlebars from the sudden movement. "Hey, be careful," Xie Mingzhu called out. Initially, she had only held on with one hand, but now she clutched him tightly with both. "Just don't let me fall." Seeing her embrace him so securely, Huo Xuan felt a wave of clarity wash over him. "Then hold on tight," he replied with a grin. Hearing his laughter, Xie Mingzhu thought he was teasing her and playfully pinched him at the waist. "Don't joke with me, or you'll regret it." However, his firm waist proved resistant to her pinch, and she had to relent. His laughter only grew, having not felt such joy in a long time. Noticing his amusement, Xie Mingzhu looked on in confusion. "Have you become foolish after such a short time apart?" she teased. Huo Xuan, with a reflective gaze, murmured to himself, 10 years, 6 months, and 8 days. This was the duration of their separation in a previous life. He had returned upon hearing of the events surrounding the Xie family, only to witness her fall from the hospital. Huo Xuan pedaled swiftly, the wind rushing past, preventing Xie Mingzhu from hearing his mutterings. "What did you say?" she called out. He shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, but instead smiled. "Xie Mingzhu, having you by my side brings me immense happiness." Xie Mingzhu paused, her gaze on the back of his head, where his hair danced in the wind, each strand seemingly exuding joy. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over her, an indescribable discomfort. Noticing her silence, Huo Xuan turned to look at her, sensing her inexplicable sadness. "What's wrong?" he asked. Xie Mingzhu forced a smile, shaking her head, unwilling to say more. Huo Xuan, respecting her silence, refrained from pressing further. On their way back, they encountered a bullock cart transporting Qin Haoyu and others to the commune police station. The driver and the party secretary led the way, while the back of the cart bore the mournful expressions of Qin Haoyu and Qin Qing, accompanied by several militia members. As their carts passed each other, Xie Mingzhu smiled at Qin Haoyu and the others. In response, Qin Haoyu glowered, pointing at her. "Xie Mingzhu, you wicked woman, I will not let you off easily. Just wait." Qin Qing chimed in with her shrill voice. Observing their frantic demeanor, Xie Mingzhu calmly averted her gaze. "If you feel tired, you can lean on my back." Huo Xuan's voice floated back to her. Xie Mingzhu leaned her head against his back, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. As she felt the gradual dampness spreading across her back, a sense of unease settled within him. After all, he was merely a scoundrel. Why shed tears over him? It was evident that he believed Xie Mingzhu wept for Qin Haoyu. Shaking her head, she asserted, "I am not crying for him." Her tears were for her former self, foolish and naive as a pig. Huo Xuan, feeling a tinge of agitation, fell silent, and together they returned to the village. The villagers had all gone to work, leaving the village entrance devoid of onlookers. Upon reaching the youth dormitory, Xie Mingzhu had already regained her usual composure, her face betraying no signs of tears. If it weren't for Huo Xuan's icy back, one would assume she had never cried at all. "You should rest for a while. I'll tidy up the neighboring dormitory," Huo Xuan offered. The adjacent room had been unoccupied for quite some time, and though they had done a cursory cleanup the night before, it needed a thorough sweeping, so he intended to attend to it first. Xie Mingzhu hesitated, biting her lip, before finally asking, "Are you truly going to stay here?" Huo Xuan nodded. "When you return to the city, we will leave together." He urged her to go back and rest. Thinking of the issue buried deep within her heart, she inquired, "Huo Xuan, you are the same as me, aren't you? You are still you." Huo Xuan turned to face Xie Mingzhu, his expression unchanged, yet his eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. "What do you mean? You know what I am referring to." Xie Mingzhu's dark, penetrating gaze remained fixed on him, unwavering. From a moment he reappeared and assaulted Qin Haoyu, she had come to understand that Huo Xuan, like her, had been reborn, retaining memories of a past life. Yet, she stubbornly sought confirmation from him. Seeing her earnestness, Huo Xuan couldn't help but smile softly. "Don't cling too tightly to the truth, whether it is or isn't. What difference does it make? I remain unchanged, the same as ever. My intentions have never wavered." Xie Mingzhu lowered her gaze and murmured, "Yes, you are still you, but I'm no longer who I was." Huo Xuan looked at the girl before him, feeling an inexplicable ache in his heart. The former Xie Mingzhu had been vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to her current despondent demeanor, although her appearance still mirrored that of her 20s. The spark in her eyes had long since faded. Huo Xuan stepped closer, his passionate gaze fixed on her. "You are still you, no matter how you change. You remain Xie Mingzhu." Xie Mingzhu lifted her head, momentarily taken aback by his words. "One must look forward. Whatever transpired in the past is behind us." Xie Mingzhu remained silent. Huo Xuan, with his hands slightly curled, contemplated for a moment before gently patting her head twice, urging her to cast aside the unpleasantness of today and embrace a fresh start in life. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xie Mingzhu nodded. Huo Xuan, seeing her agreement, cheerfully asked, "What would you like to eat tonight? I will prepare it for you." Xie Mingzhu sniffled. "I want to eat the scallion pancakes you make." She had long yearned for them. Huo Xuan's mother was an excellent cook, and he inherited her culinary skills. His scallion pancakes were a taste she could never forget. Nothing sold outside could compare. "All right, shall we make some millet porridge for dinner?" Huo Xuan suggested with a smile. Xie Mingzhu nodded. "Then you should rest for a bit. I will begin preparing dinner now." Once it's ready, I will call you, he continued. Cooking was not Xie Mingzhu's forte, so she offered, I'll tidy up the neighboring dormitory. As Huo Xuan walked toward the kitchen, he called back, save that for me, to clean later. Ignoring his words, Xie Mingzhu fetched a basin of water, a cloth, and a broom, heading to the adjacent dormitory. With no more young people in the brigade, Huo Xuan's temporary stay here posed no issues. The room was merely covered with a thin layer of dust, easily wiped away with a damp cloth. After an hour of tidying, the room was spotless. As her gaze swept around, she noticed the emptiness. Apart from the bed, the table and cupboard were bare. Suddenly, it struck her that she hadn't seen Huo Xuan's belongings. Just as she was about to step outside to ask, Huo Xuan entered. Having taken off his outer coat to cook, he wore a white short-sleeve shirt. The loose fabric did little to conceal his well-defined muscles. Xie Mingzhu quickly diverted her gaze and turned to him, asking, where is your luggage? Huo Xuan shrugged, I forgot. In truth, he hadn't forgotten to bring his belongings. He had packed them, but was so preoccupied with arriving here quickly to prevent Xie Mingzhu from marrying Qin Haoyu that he had entirely overlooked the luggage. However, he felt too embarrassed to admit this to Xie Mingzhu. Frowning, she scrutinized him and gently remarked, though the weather isn't too hot yet. You can't wear that shirt every day. It was already May, and while rural temperatures hadn't reached their peak, they were still in the 20s, making it unsuitable to wear the same clothes for 2 consecutive days. Upon hearing her, he instinctively stepped back, lowering his head slightly to sniff himself. Realizing he was indeed a bit sweaty after running here from the bus station yesterday, and hadn't had a chance to wash. Thinking of this, he quickly headed outside. While it's still light, I'll go buy some clothes. Without waiting for Xie Mingzhu to respond, he disappeared. With a resigned sigh, Xie Mingzhu dashed out, calling, come back. Huo Xuan, who had already grabbed his bicycle, paused at her voice. Do you want me to bring anything back? Just come back. I have clothes here. Xie Mingzhu insisted. Upon hearing this, Huo Xuan assumed she meant her own clothes and shook his head. I can't wear your clothes. Xie Mingzhu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Who said I was giving you my clothes? Just come inside. Seeing no other option, Huo Xuan secured his bicycle and followed her into the house. Inside, Xie Mingzhu's dowry was already stacked neatly. Amongst it was a large wooden trunk, a traditional item for brides in their hometown. Xie Mingzhu opened it to reveal neatly folded garments, half for women and half for men. Huo Xuan gazed at the organized clothes, a poignant reminder that their owners once belonged together, and felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. As Xie Mingzhu rummaged through the garments, oblivious to his mood, she said, these were prepared by my adoptive mother for Qin Haoyu, but now they are of no use. If you don't mind, you can wear them for the time being. Her adoptive mother had taken her in 10 years ago after her father was arrested for reasons that could not be disclosed, ensuring she would not be implicated. At just 10 years old, she was sent to live with her father's comrade, who became her adoptive parents. Her father had instructed her to tell anyone who asked that her adoptive parents were her true parents. The adoptive parents are kind-hearted and take great care of her. Although their living conditions are not affluent, they strive to provide her with a good life, for which she is immensely grateful. Despite the high school tuition being quite substantial, her adoptive parents supported her through to graduation. After finishing high school, she joined a group heading to the countryside, and she has now been there for 3 years. The clothes are new and have never been worn by Qin Haoyu. Xie Mingzhu noticed Huo Xuan lost in thought and gently nudged him, asking what was wrong. Huo Xuan snapped back to reality and inquired what she had said. Xie Mingzhu softly explained that these clothes were prepared by Aunt Xin for them. And since she hasn't married Qin Haoyu yet, they cannot be considered gifts for him. She suggested he wear them for now and buy new ones when they have a chance to visit the supply and marketing cooperative. Huo Xuan nodded in agreement without further comment as she handed him all the men's clothing. Huo Xuan returned to his room, feeling somewhat uneasy as he looked at the clothes on his bed. If not for the concern that Xie Mingzhu might think poorly of him, he would have never worn those clothes. Yet, the thought that those clothes now belonged to him and that the other man could no longer claim them brought him a modicum of comfort. Are you not coming out? Dinner is ready, and I'm starving. Xie Mingzhu called from outside. Huo Xuan responded and opened the door. In the kitchen, dinner was already laid out on the table. 2 bowls of millet porridge were cooling, and a stir-fry dish they had brought back from the market was in the middle. I'll get the scallion pancakes from the pan, Huo Xuan said as he quickly moved to retrieve the pancakes. Xie Mingzhu immediately approached. Inhaling deeply, it smells so good, just like I remember. She grabbed half a pancake and took a bite, giving Huo Xuan a thumbs up exclaiming it was delicious. Seeing her smile brought back memories of happier times, instantly lifting Huo Xuan's previously gloomy mood. After they washed their hands, Xie Mingzhu remarked, "Huo Xuan, I could never tire of your cooking." Huo Xuan paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers, and softly replied, "If you enjoy it, I will cook for you for a lifetime." Xie Mingzhu, engrossed in her meal, remained oblivious to the deeper meaning of his words. After dinner, Huo Xuan washed the dishes and prepared hot water for washing up later. Xie Mingzhu sat on a nearby stool, chatting with him until she suddenly fell silent. Huo Xuan turned to find she had fallen asleep. The water in the pot was hot, so he gently woke her. "Mingzhu, wake up, don't sleep yet. We need to wash up first." Startled from her dream, Xie Mingzhu jolted awake, her eyes widening at the sight of his handsome face looming before her. In her shock, she leaned back, losing her balance. Huo Xuan, quick on his feet, reached out to support her back. As she fell backward, her instinct was to grasp his collar tightly to steady herself. However, Huo Xuan was not standing firm. Her pull caused him to stumble as well. He managed to shield her head with his hand, but his back hit the stone stool, causing her to wince in pain. Huo Xuan steadied himself and quickly lifted her up, asking with concern, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" After a moment, Xie Mingzhu shook her head. "I'm fine." Although the impact had been severe, she felt better now. Huo Xuan didn't release her, but carried her toward the room, his height making him appear like a giant compared to her petite frame. Feeling his heart racing beneath her, Xie Mingzhu suddenly felt uneasy and gently pushed him, saying, "I can walk on my own." Huo Xuan looked down at her, noticing her discomfort. "You're injured. It's only natural for me to carry you." "Don't misinterpret this," he insisted. Xie Mingzhu frowned, slightly offended. "What do you mean by that? I'm not thinking anything inappropriate." She rolled her eyes at him, while Huo Xuan feigned indifference. You're not thinking anything." "I truly am not. Put me down, I can walk," she protested, lightly punching his solid chest. Huo Xuan remained silent, simply taking her back to her room and gently placing her on the bed. "You should fill a basin with water for yourself. You can wash up in here," he instructed before leaving. Once he was gone, Xie Mingzhu struggled to sit up and approach the mirror, lifting her shirt to inspect her back. A visible bruise marred her fair skin where she had hit the stone, and she winced in pain upon touching it. That fall could have been disastrous if Huo Xuan hadn't caught himself. Hearing Huo Xuan's footsteps approaching, she quickly adjusted her clothing and steadied herself against a chair. "Are you all right?" he asked upon entering. Xie Mingzhu downplayed her injury, nodding, "I'm okay, just a bit sore. I'll be fine soon." Huo Xuan scrutinized her closely, noticing her grip on the chair, which confirmed she was hurt more than she let on. He placed the basin of water down and, without waiting for her response, swept her up again, saying, "I'm taking you to see Dr. Wang in the medical room." Before she could protest, he carried her out the door. "Are you crazy? If you take me out like this, I'll be the target of gossip tomorrow," she exclaimed. Huo Xuan looked into her eyes, noting the hint of panic, and smiled softly. "Is it possible for you to be afraid?" "I have many fears," she retorted, urging him to let her down. Huo Xuan remained silent, placing her on the back seat of his bicycle and pedaling toward the community clinic, which was a few miles away. As they rode, he glanced back at her, asking, "Can you sit comfortably?" She nodded in response, and they set off from the dormitory just as many were enjoying their meals outside. Upon seeing them ride by, conversations halted, and curious gazes filled with intrigue followed them. As they drew nearer, one kind-hearted individual raised their voice and inquired, "Little Xie, what brings you out here so late at night?" At that moment, Xie Mingzhu was in such pain that she felt reluctant to speak. Yet she managed a faint smile and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "I'm going to see Dr. Wang." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately scrutinized her, noticing her bent posture and the evident pain etched across her face, clearly indicating an injury. "We won't keep you any longer. We'll take our leave," they said, urging Huo Xuan to hasten his ride. The onlookers were far more interested in the gossip than in her well-being. Huo Xuan quickened his pace, swiftly departing the scene. As they watched their retreating figures, the crowd resumed their chatter. Huo Xuan rode quickly until he arrived at the clinic, the only one in the village where the doctor resided. At that hour, Dr. Wang had just finished his dinner. Seeing Huo Xuan carry Xie Mingzhu inside, he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Huo Xuan briefly explained the situation, saying, "Her back was bumped. I'm not sure if there is any bone injury." Dr. Wang set down his bowl, instructing Huo Xuan to place her on the bed inside. "Let me take a look," he said. Xie Mingzhu lay on the bed, as Dr. Wang approached her, inquiring about the exact location of her pain before lifting her clothing. Huo Xuan had not anticipated Dr. Wang would do this so casually. He instinctively turned away, yet his gaze was uncontrollably drawn to her injury. Xie Mingzhu's skin was exceptionally fair, making the bruised area starkly apparent. In mere moments, her back had already begun to show a deep purple hue, contrasting sharply with her pale complexion, rendering it a rather alarming sight. Huo Xuan's throat tightened as he voiced his concern. Why is it so severe? Dr. Wang gently palpated her spine, then covered her with her clothing once more, reassuringly stating, "It's nothing serious, just a bruise. No bones are injured, and there's no broken skin. I'll prescribe some medication for you. Apply it at home, and you'll be fine in a few days." Huo Xuan nodded gently and followed Dr. Wang outside. Xie Mingzhu remained on the bed, unable to rise. Noticing her prolonged absence, Huo Xuan entered the room again. Seeing her still lying down, he understood the situation and placed the medication Dr. Wang had prescribed into his pocket before bending down to lift her once more. "Rest well in the dormitory. You must avoid heavy work," Dr. Wang advised. Xie Mingzhu nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Huo Xuan carefully settled her on the back seat of his bicycle and began to ride her home. "If you're injured, you should let me know. Were you planning to keep this for me if I hadn't brought you here?" Huo Xuan questioned. Xie Mingzhu did not respond. Not hearing her reply, he continued, "After all these years of friendship, there's nothing we can't discuss." Xie Mingzhu offered a soft in response. Once they returned to the dormitory, she retreated to her room. Before she could close the door, Huo Xuan followed her inside. "What are you doing here?" Xie Mingzhu asked. Huo Xuan cleared his throat and replied nonchalantly, "I'm here to apply the medication for you." As he spoke, a hint of awkwardness crossed his face, and his ears flushed slightly. "It's on your back. It's difficult for you to apply it yourself. Let me help you." Xie Mingzhu lowered her gaze and gently shook her head. "It's unnecessary. I can manage myself." However, before she could say more, Huo Xuan had already lifted her and placed her on the bed. He lifted her shirt, retrieved the ointment, and began to apply it. The cool salve spread across her skin, causing Xie Mingzhu to swallow her words. Huo Xuan, focused and unperturbed, swiftly finished applying the medication and covered her up again. "Call for me when you need to apply it tomorrow," he said softly. Xie Mingzhu remained silent. Huo Xuan picked up the basin of water that had turned cool and announced he would fetch some hot water. He soon returned with a basin of warm water. "Once you finish washing up, call for me," he said, preparing to leave. Xie Mingzhu pursed her lips and called out, "Huo Xuan." He paused and turned back. "Yes?" "Thank you," she said. Huo Xuan smiled and shook his head. "No need for thanks." His spirits lifted at her words. Before he could exit, Xie Mingzhu added, "Huo Xuan, don't be too kind to me. I don't deserve it." Huo Xuan paused, turning to look at her. "Whether you deserve it or not is not for me to decide. If I feel it's worthwhile, then it is." He said this with a light laugh. Xie Mingzhu opened her mouth, finally uttering, "Huo Xuan, don't come too close. It frightens me." She herself was unsure of what exactly she feared. Perhaps it was the dread of past events repeating, or perhaps it was something else entirely. It was not that she was being overly sensitive. Such traumatic experiences are ones no one wishes to relive. Having known Huo Xuan for so many years, she understood he was a genuinely good person. Yet, she truly felt unworthy. Huo Xuan clenched his palm, his heart racing as he spoke. "Xie Mingzhu, do you wish to continue living in this state of despair? Look at yourself." His tone carried a hint of untraceable frustration. Seeing his anger, Xie Mingzhu looked up at him. "Huo Xuan, don't entice her." The former Xie Mingzhu had been vibrant and spirited, not the wilted version she had become. Huo Xuan's dark eyes fixed intently upon her, a flicker of anger evident within. Xie Mingzhu self-deprecatingly smirked. In her past life, her excessive pride and confidence had led to her downfall, leaving her with nothing. Now, what right did she have to be audacious? Xie Mingzhu, Huo Xuan called her name, prompting her to meet his gaze once more. "You have a chance to start anew. Don't remain ensnared in the past. You have the opportunity to change your destiny." Upon hearing his words, a wave of agitation washed over her, and she retorted, "What do you know? Do you know they died because of me?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, lamenting her foolishness and blindness. Huo Xuan no longer hesitated. He stepped forward and enveloped her in his arms. "Mingzhu, those who love you are still by your side. Do not dwell on the past. Cherish the days ahead." Gently stroking her hair, he continued, "This opportunity is hard won. If he remained lost in what was, it would be a waste. If she could thrive, then his efforts to secure this second chance would not be in vain. Xie Mingzhu understood the essence of his words. Although her past life had been filled with misery, the ones she loved were still present in her life now. Thus, she choked out a response. Huo Xuan, you're right. Huo Xuan, hearing her acknowledgement, rubbed his chin against her head and said, Mingzhu, your well-being is what we all wish to see. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. Once her emotions settled, Huo Xuan finally released her. They exchanged glances, and Huo Xuan couldn't help but smile at her tear-streaked face. Xie Mingzhu noticed a playful glint in his eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed. No laughing. Forget today's events. She warned him with a mock sternness. Huo Xuan grinned. Understood. I promise I won't forget. Xie Mingzhu shot him a mock glare. Huo Xuan, watch out. I might hit you. Seeing her spirits lift, he felt relieved. Quickly wash up and get some rest, he urged as he turned to leave. Once he had exited, Xie Mingzhu proceeded to freshen up. Just as she was about to step out with the basin, Huo Xuan's voice called from outside. Are you ready? Xie Mingzhu responded softly, and just then, Huo Xuan pushed the door open, reaching out to take the basin from her hands. Let me handle this. You should rest, he said. Xie Mingzhu watched his retreating figure, her gaze flickering. Lying on the bed, she was unable to sleep due to the pain. Just as she was about to rise and head to the toilet, the sound of Huo Xuan showering drifted in from outside. It was still May, with the countryside enjoying a pleasant temperature. While the days could be quite warm in the sun, the nights remained somewhat cool. Huo Xuan showering outside without a care for the chill surprised her. When the sounds outside ceased, she struggled to get out of bed and slowly made her way to the door. As soon as she opened it, she was greeted by the sight of Huo Xuan standing in the courtyard, his upper body bare. Fresh from a shower, droplets cascaded down from his hair, glistening as they fell onto his muscular chest and trickled down his defined abdomen. Xie Mingzhu had never realized how well-built Huo Xuan was. Though she had no intention of staring, her gaze seemed to betray her, following the droplets until they vanished. Huo Xuan, equally surprised by her sudden appearance, paused for a moment. Noticing her wide-eyed stare, he remained calm, casually picking up a towel to dry himself off before donning a shirt from a nearby chair. Why aren't you asleep yet? He inquired, his voice a low murmur as he wiped the water from his still-dripping hair. Xie Mingzhu snapped back to reality, clearing her throat and quickly averting her gaze. I was going to the bathroom, she replied, glancing back at the muscles beneath his white shirt. She swore her eyes had a mind of their own. Huo Xuan stepped aside, his tone gentle. Go ahead, be careful. Feeling her cheeks burn, Xie Mingzhu hurried toward the toilet, her swift movements making her momentarily forget the pain in her back. As she passed Huo Xuan, he unexpectedly pulled her into his embrace. She was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock as she looked up at him. Her arms instinctively pushed against him, pressing against his damp skin. Her heart raced, her mind a blank slate, overwhelmed by the sensation of his wet body against hers. Huo Xuan, don't be too much, she exclaimed breathlessly. Huo Xuan leaned down closer, and only then did she hear his hurried breathing, enough to make her heart tremble. Huo Xuan, stop it, she insisted. She truly wanted to say, Huo Xuan, don't tempt me. Observing her flustered demeanor, Huo Xuan suddenly chuckled, releasing her. Weren't you going to the bathroom? Hurry along, he teased. Xie Mingzhu blinked twice, finally processing his words. Annoyed by his smile, she retorted, Huo Xuan, stop being a scoundrel. Who is being a scoundrel? You came out while I was showering, and you were staring at me. You've compromised my modesty. Huo Xuan shot back, grinning. You owe me for this. Rolling her eyes, Xie Mingzhu dismissed his antics. You're being ridiculous. With that, she turned to retreat into her room. Just as she took a couple of steps, Huo Xuan called out again. Weren't you going to the bathroom? Realizing her oversight, she shot him a glare before continuing toward the toilet, her posture betraying her embarrassment. Huo Xuan chuckled, his laughter bright and carefree. Upon exiting the toilet, Xie Mingzhu found the courtyard empty. Huo Xuan was nowhere to be seen. She sighed in relief, intending to return to her room when suddenly Huo Xuan emerged from inside, wearing clothes that his adoptive mother had bought for Qin Haoyu. The outfit, fit for the slender Qin, looked somewhat comical on Huo Xuan's robust frame. Do I suit this? Huo Xuan inquired, glancing at her with curiosity. Xie Mingzhu chuckled at the sight, the earlier awkwardness dissipating. It seems a bit tight, he remarked, looking down at himself. After a moment of thought, she suggested, those two were tailored, but I remember there are two ready-made ones. You should try those. They should fit you better. Nodding, Huo Xuan turned to rummage through the clothes. When he returned, the new outfit was indeed more fitting, albeit still slightly snug. How does this look? He asked. Xie Mingzhu gave him a once-over before nodding approvingly. Not bad. Huo Xuan smiled. It's getting late. You should rest. She acknowledged him and headed back to her room. The moment her eyes closed, images of Huo Xuan showering invaded her thoughts. Despite her best efforts to push them away, they lingered in her mind, causing her frustration. Burying her face into the pillow, she rolled about, trying to clear her head, while muttering to herself, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." Time slipped by, and eventually she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Xie Mingzhu awoke naturally, only to feel a sharp pang from her back injury, causing her to wince. Slowly, she sat up and dressed, noting the quiet of the house. Huo Xuan was absent. Glancing at the clock, it was nearing 10. Her stomach growled, urging her to find something to eat. Had she not been so hungry, she might have lingered in bed longer. Arriving at Huo Xuan's door, she found it shut. Peering through the window, she saw no one inside. Curious about his whereabouts, she made her way to the kitchen, where a pot of sweet potato porridge simmered, still warm and inviting. She poured herself a bowl, savoring it with some pickled vegetables, finishing it in a few quick bites. After finishing her meal, Huo Xuan had yet to return, and she wondered where he could be. Outside, she noticed his bicycle was missing. He must have gone out for some errand. Not overly concerned, she returned to her room. Although she had applied ointment the day before, her back still throbbed painfully. Standing before the mirror, she lifted her shirt to inspect her injury. The bruising had spread, leaving a significant portion of her back a dreadful shade of purple. She retrieved the ointment and applied it carefully while gazing into the mirror. Once done, she lay back down, picking up a book to read. By 11, Huo Xuan still hadn't returned, which piqued her curiosity. Rising to check outside, she prepared to lock the door when she noticed a note affixed to it. She had missed it earlier because she hadn't looked up while opening the door. The note indicated that he had gone to the county and instructed her to eat the sweet potato porridge when she woke up, promising to cook for her upon his return. There was no mention of when he would be back, leaving her wondering about his errands. Dismissing the thought, Xie Mingzhu returned to her book, her eyelids growing heavy, and soon she drifted back into a light sleep. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air, jolting her awake. "You shameless woman, get out here." The sudden outburst startled Xie Mingzhu, and she instinctively rubbed her temples, frowning at the intrusion. The piercing voice outside persisted. "Xie Mingzhu, come out quickly. You have harmed my son terribly." As she spoke, the owner of the voice began to wail. Xie Mingzhu immediately recognized the voice's owner. Rising from her seat, she approached the table, opened the drawer, retrieved a fruit knife, and concealed it in her pocket. Upon opening the door, she found Zhang Zhenglin standing in the courtyard, flanked by a multitude of her family members, all exuding a fierce demeanor. Their stance suggested they would force the door open if she did not comply. "What is the meaning of this?" Xie Mingzhu inquired coldly. "Are you all gathered at my dormitory to seek revenge? Are your superiors aware of your actions?" As soon as Zhang Zhenglin spotted her, she lunged forward like a ferocious wolf. "You wretched girl, it's all your fault. You have brought ruin upon us. I will fight you." Xie Mingzhu, suppressing the pain in her back, swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Zhenglin's back. "What nonsense is this? Was it not your son who caused his own misfortune? What reason do you have to blame me?" Xie Mingzhu scoffed. "You raised 2 shameless children. The blame lies with you. Why don't you take responsibility for your own failures?" Her voice grew increasingly frosty. "You and your family are utterly shameless, and yet you have the audacity to confront me?" Zhang Zhenglin fell to the ground, choking on dust, as Xie Mingzhu's kick had left her in agony, crying out for her parents. "You uncouth little vixen. If it weren't for you, our Haoyu would not have ended up like this." Zhang Zhenglin spat towards Xie Mingzhu. "We were living well until you came along. It's all your fault." Xie Mingzhu found their accusations utterly absurd. "Your family seeks to use me as a stepping stone to rise to power, yet you feel wronged and expect to smear your filth upon me? Your calculations are indeed audacious." Behind Zhang Zhenglin, her brothers glared at Xie Mingzhu, reprimanding her for her disrespectful tone. "How dare you speak to our elder like that?" Xie Mingzhu laughed derisively. "Elder? She wishes. Does she deserve that title? Does your family deserve it? Is it any wonder Haoyu prefers to be with Shao Qing rather than you? Just look at how you compare." A burly man beside her jeered. "In terms of looks, figure, and temperament, you cannot compare to Shao Qing. If it weren't for your utilitarian value, who would even consider marrying you? Another man chimed in. If you now approach the authorities and clarify that Hao Yu is no delinquent, we might persuade them to let you stay with him and continue as his wife. Xie Mingzhu rolled her eyes and was about to retort when Zhang Zenglin's shrill voice interrupted once more. How dare she think she can stay in our family after all she has done? Are you all incapable of understanding simple words? Xie Mingzhu was at a loss for how to respond. In her entire life, she had never encountered such unabashed individuals. Get out of my way. If you do not leave, do not blame me for being rude. The burly man clenched his fist and addressed Zhang Zenglin. Sister, do not waste your breath on such a wretch. Sometimes you must beat them into submission to make them listen. Back when my wife first entered our home, she was just as unruly, even daring to challenge my mother. I had to discipline her until she learned to obey. The man continued, recounting how he had to instill obedience through force. Xie Mingzhu realized the depth of their ignorance, astonished at their sheer foolishness. They had lost their capacity for independent thought, becoming mere extensions of their men. Frustration surged within her, and she addressed the crowd impatiently. Are you going to leave or not? If you do not vacate, I will not hold back. In truth, she was at a significant disadvantage, physically weakened and injured. With only a small fruit knife in hand, she knew any of these men could easily overpower her. Yet, she maintained her composure, her eyes scanning her surroundings. Enough of this. Find her and teach her a lesson. I refused to believe her defiance. Another burly man urged, advancing towards her with a menacing presence. Xie Mingzhu, realizing the imminent threat, swiftly dodged, positioning herself in front of the still sobbing Zhang Zenglin. She yanked her up and pressed a fruit knife against her neck. Do not move. With pressure, the knife pierced Zhang Zenglin's flesh, drawing blood. The wailing ceased, fear overtaking the woman. What do you think you're doing? Stop this madness. The burly man barked, stepping forward to retrieve Zhang Zenglin. Xie Mingzhu stepped back, pressing the knife deeper into Zhang Zenglin's neck. Do not move. If you do, I will end her life. The man hesitated, genuinely alarmed. What do you want? Release my sister. He bellowed, threatening her. Xie Mingzhu chuckled coldly. Am I afraid of you? We can perish together. In her previous life, she had slain 3 of them. Now, she was fully capable of doing the same. The knife tip remained poised at Zhang Zenglin's throat, and she could feel the warm blood trickling down. Panic began to surge within her as she urged the others, step back. I can hardly breathe. Xiaoming, let's talk calmly. Please do not resort to violence. Xie Mingzhu sneered. Now you know fear? I am alone here, and if you provoke me, I can do anything. Test me if you dare. As she spoke, she pressed the knife harder against Zhang Zenglin, who once again cried out, no, let's discuss this. We are not truly here to cause trouble. Xie Mingzhu scoffed. You gather this many people, and you claim you're not here to trouble me? Do you even believe your own words? I'm not lying. I will send them away. Zhang Zenglin insisted, attempting to dismiss the crowd. The others exchanged glances but began to comply, preparing to leave. Xie Mingzhu smirked. Do not rush off. Watch as I plunge this knife into her. As she spoke, she withdrew the half-embedded fruit knife, raising it high above her head, and in a swift motion, plunged it toward Zhang Zenglin's neck. Should that blade strike, it would be enough to send Zhang Zenglin into a world of pain. No one anticipated her sudden aggression. It hardly seemed like a jest, and screams erupted from the crowd, their hearts racing. Zhang Zenglin herself was paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to react. As the knife neared her throat, she instinctively recoiled. Although she evaded the thrust, the knife grazed her face. Fortunately, its edge was not particularly sharp, resulting in only a shallow cut. Before she could even feel relieved at narrowly escaping death, she saw Xie Mingzhu prepare for a second strike. Zhang Zenglin screamed for mercy. I won't dare again. I promise I won't come back. Despite her pleas, Xie Mingzhu did not retract the knife, forcefully plunging it down once more. The crowd's anxiety intensified. The knife once again skimmed Zhang Zenglin's face, leaving another shallow wound. I fear not for my life. The question is, do you? Xie Mingzhu murmured, gently caressing the bloodied blade, her expression eerily fixed on the onlookers. Zhang Zenglin, having narrowly escaped, trembled uncontrollably. How had this woman become so menacing? Previously, she had always addressed her as aunt, but it appeared that her meek demeanor had been a facade. Thankfully, she and Hao Yu had not truly become involved. Had they, life would have been akin to walking tightrope. This thought unexpectedly filled Zhang Zenglin with a sense of relief. She leaned against the wall, casting a glance at the burly man beside her, silently urging him to restrain Xie Mingzhu. However, upon witnessing the knife in Xie Mingzhu's hand and recalling her earlier ferocity, he instinctively hesitated. Humans are often cowed by those who are more formidable. Xie Mingzhu had clearly demonstrated her fearlessness, and the life-preserving instincts of the others kept them at bay. Was she truly aimed to harm? A woman beside the burly man quickly spoke up, "Sister, I think we should leave." Even if Zhang Zenglin was reckless, they still valued their lives. Zhang Zenglin recalled the knife's close pass, pursed her lips, and after a moment's contemplation, softly suggested, "Let us go." She cast one last glance at Xie Mingzhu before turning to lead her relatives away. Once they had departed, Xie Mingzhu hurried to close the gate. Fortunately, her intimidation had worked. Otherwise, she could only imagine what might have happened had they rushed at her. Back in her dormitory, she closed the door and exhaled deeply. This unruly mob truly disregarded the law. After some reflection, she realized that such a situation could not persist. If they returned in force, she might not be able to fend them off. Rising, she opened the door, intending to seek out the village secretary. Just as she did, she collided with Huo Xuan, who was about to enter. With swift reflexes, he caught her and asked, "Where are you going?" Steadying herself, Xie Mingzhu replied, "I'm looking for the village secretary." Huo Xuan released her and inquired, "What do you need him for?" She recounted the earlier events to him. Upon hearing her account, Huo Xuan's expression darkened, becoming exceedingly grim. "Return to your room. I will handle this." Without waiting for her response, he grabbed his bicycle and pedaled toward the village office. Watching his retreating figure, Xie Mingzhu pondered briefly before following. Upon her arrival at the village office, she found Zhang Zenglin sitting on the ground, wailing and pounding her thighs. Besides the fresh wound from Xie Mingzhu's knife, her face was marked by two prominent black eyes. "Secretary Chun, you must judge this situation. Is there no law left? I was peacefully at home when they came and assaulted me. Am I not wronged?" She cried even louder. "What have I done to deserve this? Because of them, both my Haoyu and Shaoqing are now in trouble. Do you intend to have me killed too?" Secretary Chun appeared weary as he listened to Zhang Zenglin's lamentations before turning to Huo Xuan. "Huo, explain the situation." Huo Xuan, icy and terse, cast a cold glance at Zhang Zenglin, prompting her to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. "I could have struck her, but I refrained," Huo Xuan asserted coolly. Secretary Chun frowned, preparing to speak, when Xie Mingzhu's voice rang out from outside. "Zhang Zenglin, do you not understand why you were attacked?" Upon hearing her voice, Huo Xuan turned, instantly furrowing his brow. "Why are you here? Wasn't this supposed to be my responsibility?" Xie Mingzhu shot him a glance, realizing that given his temperament, it was futile to explain to Secretary Chun. Ultimately, they would bear the blame. Secretary Chun, puzzled, directed his gaze to Xie Mingzhu. "Xiao Xie. They seem to be in a tumult. Can you clarify what transpired?" Xie Mingzhu articulated the events clearly and precisely. "If I hadn't intimidated them, I might not have seen the light of day tomorrow," she stated solemnly. "Secretary Chun, I am not an orphan. I have family. This village is not a lawless place. And as its leader, you have a duty to ensure my safety. To put it plainly, my father is a man of some standing in the city, and my brothers are each on their own paths to success." By mentioning her father, she aimed to make Secretary Chun consider whom to support. This was fundamentally Zhang Zenglin's issue, and she worried that Secretary Chun might side with his own people. Upon hearing her words, Secretary Chun regarded her intently. "Even so, you cannot resort to violence. That is fundamentally wrong," he declared after a moment of contemplation. Xie Mingzhu let out a derisive snort, a smirk gracing her lips. "What? They can assault me, but I cannot retaliate? Secretary Chun, is this how you show favoritism?" As she spoke, she lifted her shirt slightly. "You only see her injuries, but do you not notice my wounds?" Zhang Zenglin, having unwittingly walked into this predicament, grew anxious. She stood, pointing accusatorily at Xie Mingzhu, her voice sharp. "Do not attempt to cast blame on me. You can't just shift everything onto me." Her finger was almost poking Xie Mingzhu's face. Xie Mingzhu swatted her hand away. "You came at me with a knife first, and now you play the victim. We never laid a finger on you, yet you want to pin this on me." Xie Mingzhu cast a fleeting glance at her, utterly disregarding her presence. After all, who invited such a multitude to cause trouble? With so many of them confronting her, if she didn't hold them accountable, who would? Today, they all went to the youth station, and with so many witnesses in the village, it was inevitable that someone would have seen them. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as she claimed that the injury was inflicted by Zhang Zhenglin and her companions, then that would be the accepted truth. The onlookers were not interested in uncovering the truth. They merely wished to witness the spectacle. Undoubtedly, the blame would fall squarely on them. Chun, the village secretary, turned to Zhang Zhenglin, his expression one of exasperation as he glared at her. You wretched creature. You used to have a clear sense of right and wrong. How have you become so muddled now? Zhang Zhenglin's face was flushed with anger. My children have been tormented because of her. Is it wrong for me to seek justice? If I truly lacked discernment, I would have dealt with her harshly. Such nonsense. Chen rose and approached Zhang, rebuking her. What you both did is utterly intolerable. Even if you're not blood relatives, you have acted as siblings for years. How could you engage in such morally reprehensible behavior? This is a failure in your upbringing. How can you shift the blame on others? Do you intend to ensnare Xie, the youth? If she sets foot in your home, who knows what you would subject her to? Chen's cold gaze bore into Zhang Zhenglin. In previous times, such actions would have led to dire consequences. Fortunately, the present era is more forgiving. Otherwise, could you imagine their survival? Zhang Zhenglin attempted to retort, but Chun waved his hand dismissively. Do not utter another word. Otherwise, I shall send you to the police station. Then, your entire family may find themselves united in prison. With this ultimatum, Zhang Zhenglin fell silent, casting a venomous glare at Xie Mingzhu. Observing her expression, Xie Mingzhu smiled and addressed Chun. Given my severe injury, I'm unable to work and I must eat. You must ensure she compensates me for my grain. Her grain allocation remains here. It cannot be transferred to Zhang Zhenglin without consequence. Despite her reluctance, Zhang Zhenglin, under Chen's threat, begrudgingly provided Xie Mingzhu with 10 pounds of rice, which will be charged to her account. Zhang Zhenglin's resentment towards Xie Mingzhu grew even stronger. Noticing the disdainful look on Zhang's face, Xie Mingzhu taunted. I welcome your continued visits to trouble me. If you come daily, I shan't have to worry about meals anymore, as there will always be someone bringing me grain. Zhang Zhenglin's fury reached a boiling point, yet she was powerless to retaliate, especially with Huo Xuan standing beside her. Let us return, Xie Mingzhu suggested to Huo Xuan, casting another sideways glance at Zhang Zhenglin. Tonight's meal will surely be particularly delightful. Once they departed, Zhang Zhenglin could no longer contain her anger and broke into tears. Chun, observing her distress, sighed and remarked, Why do you persist in opposing her? Her family holds power. Can you truly contend with them? Furthermore, you initiated the deceit. This error lies with you, and you have no right to blame her. Zhang Zhenglin covered her face with her hands, sobbing, I know we were in the wrong, but since the marriage has not materialized, my son Haoyu is unrelated to her. She should not allow him to languish in prison. Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, unwilling to engage further. You should return home and cease this disturbance. His irritation was palpable. Yet, Zhang Zhenglin raised her wails even louder. Chun, growing weary, turned to leave. After Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan exited, they mounted their bicycles to head home. Onlookers whispered and pointed, but Xie Mingzhu paid them no mind. Huo Xuan glanced at the crowd, causing them to fall silent, too intimidated to speak further. Xie Mingzhu observed Huo Xuan's silhouette and quietly remarked, Huo Xuan, you are quite impressive. Huo Xuan remained silent. Why are you not speaking? She inquired again. Still, he said nothing. Xie Mingzhu blinked twice and craned her neck to peer ahead, noticing a dismal expression on his face. Huo Xuan, what troubles you? Despite her repeated inquiries, Huo Xuan remained silent, leaving her puzzled about his sudden anger. Upon arriving at the youth station, she leapt from the bicycle and pressed him once more. Huo Xuan, why are you silent? Are you upset? He halted, his dark eyes fixed on her. Why would I be upset? After a moment, he sighed, continuing, I promised to protect you, yet I have failed. This sentiment echoed in his mind countless times, yet it seemed he invariably broke that promise. Taken aback by his cause for frustration, Xie Mingzhu chuckled softly. Huo Xuan, you are quite endearing when you express yourself like this. Caught off guard by her unexpected compliment, Huo Xuan stared at her in confusion. Xie Mingzhu, pursing her lips, gazed earnestly at him. Huo Xuan, I am genuinely grateful to you for always being by my side. Huo Xuan remained silent, awaiting her next words. I can take care of myself. You need not worry about me, she continued. You have your own life to lead, and you cannot always orbit around me. Huo Xuan frowned. I understand the sacrifices you've made for me, coming to the countryside, leaving Huma to come this far, resigning from the lighting factory. You've done too much for me. I truly do not deserve it. Before she could finish, Huo Xuan interrupted. You overthink it. My actions are not solely for you. Xie Mingzhu blinked in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Huo Xuan's agitation grew, and he pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, softly saying, Yes, I admit, I have long been plotting for this moment. After a pause, he continued, Xie Mingzhu, would you consider trying to like me? His voice, emanating from above, trembled with vulnerability, stirring something deep within Xie Mingzhu's heart as an unfamiliar emotion washed over her. Huo Xuan, she was the cherished young lady of the household, while he was merely the son of their maid. Even his mother had once cautioned him that, despite their family's decline, they could never compare to her, urging him to abandon any foolish fantasies. In his past life, he had kept his distance from her, yet the tragic conclusion was her untimely demise. With this thought, Huo Xuan's gaze suddenly grew resolute as he turned and strode outside once more. Upon reaching the courtyard, he discovered that Xie Mingzhu was no longer there. A glance inside the room confirmed her absence. Frowning deeply, Huo Xuan scanned the courtyard before finally directing his gaze towards the toilet. With a soft sigh, he returned to the kitchen. In truth, Xie Mingzhu had not gone to the toilet. She merely felt a bit breathless and had stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. The sky outside was dark and oppressive, the air heavy with humidity, indicating that rain would soon fall. She wandered aimlessly for a while, and as the light began to fade, she decided to head back. Pausing at the entrance to the courtyard, she hesitated, uncertain whether to enter. To be honest, she was unsure how to face Huo Xuan at that moment. Huo Xuan, on the verge of searching for her, noticed her idly kicking stones at the entrance, and his eyes flickered with interest. He then smiled and called out, What are you doing standing there? Dinner is ready. Come wash your hands and eat. He made no mention of the earlier incident. Xie Mingzhu's anxious heart began to ease upon hearing his words. In truth, she herself was unclear about her feelings for Huo Xuan. He was undoubtedly kind, a sentiment she had always held. However, she was not prepared to embrace a new romantic relationship just yet. She let out a barely perceptible sigh, and Huo Xuan, having been watching her closely, recognized the turmoil in her eyes. With a gentle sigh, he adopted a casual demeanor and urged, Why are you still standing there? Come wash your hands and eat. Xie Mingzhu managed a faint smile and nodded slightly. Dinner consisted of rice, a plate of braised pork, a dish of stir-fried greens, and a bowl of tofu and cabbage soup. It was simple fare, perfectly portioned for the two of them, ensuring no waste. Huo Xuan's culinary skills remained as exceptional as ever, and the meal was delightful. Throughout dinner, they exchanged little conversation, with only Huo Xuan inquiring if the food was good, to which she replied affirmatively. An awkward atmosphere lingered between them. After dinner, Xie Mingzhu intended to clear the dishes, but Huo Xuan stopped her, insisting, I'll take care of it. He swiftly gathered the bowls and chopsticks, then proceeded to wash them. Xie Mingzhu nodded, refraining from further comment, and exited the kitchen. Huo Xuan glanced back at her, a flicker of regret crossing his face. Their earlier camaraderie had soured due to his impatience, disrupting the pleasant mood. He sighed, contemplating how to alleviate the tension between them. Not long after dinner, thunder rumbled outside. Huo Xuan was boiling water in preparation for a bath, and upon noticing his clothes still hanging on the line, Xie Mingzhu rose to help him bring them in. Just as she was about to exit his room, Huo Xuan appeared at the door. Her expression turned awkward as she hurriedly explained, I saw the rain starting, and your clothes are still out there, so I brought them in. Huo Xuan nodded and simply said, Thank you. Xie Mingzhu waved her hand dismissively and fled outside, leaving Huo Xuan shaking his head in exasperation at her hasty retreat, feeling as though he were a fearsome predator. Back in her room, Xie Mingzhu took a moment to steady her breathing. She pressed down on her racing heart, inhaling deeply until her breath steadied. Perhaps it was the oppressive humidity from the impending rain, but she felt a heaviness in her chest, as if she were struggling to breathe. Outside, Huo Xuan's voice called out, Mingzhu, the hot water is ready. Do you want to wash now? Shall I bring the bathing tub inside? She responded affirmatively, initially intending to say she would carry it herself, but upon opening the door, she found Huo Xuan already standing there with the wooden tub. Thank you, she said, somewhat stammering. A surprising formality had crept into their interaction. Huo Xuan merely acknowledged her with a soft not saying anything further as he turned to fetch water for her bath. After filling the tub, he exited without uttering a word. Watching him leave, Xie Mingzhu felt a lump in her throat and instinctively called out, Huo Xuan. He turned back, raising an eyebrow and asking him. She opened her mouth to speak, but then shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. Please close the door behind you." Huo Xuan smiled, nodding lightly. As he left, he closed the door for her. Xie Mingzhu tapped her head lightly and shook it vigorously, as though trying to dislodge the chaotic thoughts swirling within. She retrieved a change of clothes and settled into the steaming water, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. The mental fog that had clouded her mind seemed to lift. After her bath, as she opened her door, Huo Xuan, seated in the courtyard, noticed her and rose to assist her with the bathing water. She quickly interjected, "You don't need to. I can handle it myself." In the past, she had welcomed his assistance without hesitation, but the current circumstances felt different. Huo Xuan regarded her calmly, stating, "Don't take my earlier words to heart. I was merely speaking offhand." The moment those words left his mouth, he nearly bit his tongue. They were genuine sentiments, yet they now felt like an unintentional provocation. Xie Mingzhu's expression grew even more tense. They exchanged glances, and the awkwardness in the air became palpable. Huo Xuan was the first to break, taking the bathing tub outside. He poured the water onto the vegetable patch at the back and did not return. As the weather grew increasingly oppressive, the thunder intensified. Before long, a torrential downpour began, the rain pelting the ground with fervor, creating splashes that even reached her room. Xie Mingzhu closed the door and windows to keep the rain at bay. Sitting by the window, she watched the raindrops cascade against the glass, memories flooding her mind. The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, prompting her to abandon such reflections and lie down, preparing for sleep. In a hazy state, she drifted in and out of slumber until sudden, thunderous crash jolted her awake, causing her to sit upright in bed. The rain continued to pour heavily outside, accompanied by sporadic thunder. Other sounds faded away, as if she had merely dreamt. Donning a light outer garment, she approached the window to peer outside. The rain obscured her view, rendering the outside world a blur. Just as she contemplated whether to venture out, a loud knock suddenly echoed at her door, startling her and prompting a reflexive step backward. Along with the knocking, she heard Huo Xuan's voice call Mingzhu. Relieved, she hurried to open the door. Outside stood Huo Xuan, drenched from the rain, his thin white shirt clinging to his form, outlining his well-defined muscles. For a fleeting moment, Xie Mingzhu wondered if he had intentionally dressed this way, knowing it would catch her eye. However, Huo Xuan seemed oblivious to her gaze, scanning the room before finally exhaling in relief. "The adjacent room has collapsed due to the rain," Huo Xuan quietly remarked. Hearing his words, Xie Mingzhu came back to her senses and looked at him in surprise. "What?" Huo Xuan continued. "The rain is falling too heavily. This house likely could not withstand it, and the roof has caved in." Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu recalled a similar incident from her past life. Shortly after her marriage, she had heard that the dormitory at the youth station had collapsed, and people remarked on her good fortune for having moved out just before the disaster. Otherwise, she could only imagine what might have transpired. However, at that time, she had not lived at the youth station, so she had not given it much thought or inquired further. In the current house, most roofs were thatched, and, periodically, they would reinforce the roofs and apply a layer of mud to prevent leaks or collapse. Yet, as the young people gradually departed, only Xie Mingzhu remained, causing her to disregard such concerns. "You weren't hurt, were you?" she asked. Huo Xuan shook his head. "No, fortunately, it fell from a corner. If it had come down right above me, I certainly would have been injured." "It's good that you're unscathed," Xie Mingzhu replied, glancing outside at the downpour. Realizing the adjacent room was no longer habitable, she hesitated, contemplating whether to invite him to stay here. Huo Xuan, oblivious to her hesitation, said, "As long as you're fine, I'm relieved. I'll repair the roof tomorrow once the rain stops." Just as he was about to step outside again, Xie Mingzhu called out to him, "You can't stay in your room. Where will you sleep tonight?" Huo Xuan smiled. "Isn't there the kitchen? I'll manage there for the night." Xie Mingzhu lowered her gaze, wanting to speak but finding herself unable to. As Huo Xuan ventured into the rain toward the kitchen, she retracted the words that had almost escaped her lips. She closed the door and lay on her bed, feeling quite fatigued, yet sleep eluded her. Despite forcing herself to rest, she remained wide awake. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to sit up. Glancing outside, she noticed the night was dark, and the rain showed no signs of letting up. After a mental struggle, she finally rose, took an umbrella, and stepped outside. Upon reaching the kitchen, she noticed the door was ajar, with a faint light emanating from within. Huo Xuan also heard her approach and opened the kitchen door. Seeing her, he frowned and asked, "It's pouring outside. Why did you come out? Be careful not to catch a cold." Xie Mingzhu noticed he had just changed out of his wet clothes and was preparing to wash them. "You can't sleep in the kitchen," she murmured softly. "Come sleep in my room." The kitchen had only small stools, and given Huo Xuan's tall stature, sitting comfortably for an entire night would be impossible. Upon hearing her suggestion, Huo Xuan froze for a moment, astonished. Xie Mingzhu, already feeling somewhat awkward, became irritated at his surprised gaze and snapped, "Hurry up, don't make me wait." A gust of wind blew, extinguishing the candlelight and plunging the kitchen into darkness. Apart from the sound of rain, silence enveloped them. Had they not just spoken, they might have forgotten that the other was still present. Huo Xuan fumbled for a match and lit the candle. In the dim light, the flush on his cheeks was evident. "You should go back to sleep." "I'm fine here," he said. Although he appeared calm, his heart raced with anxiety, and he dared not look her way. Xie Mingzhu observed him and retorted, "If I'm not afraid, why should you be?" Without waiting for his reply, she urged, "Hurry, I'm cold." Huo Xuan remained silent, but nodded in agreement. Back in a room, they faced each other in silence, unsure of what to say. The atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Huo Xuan felt anxious, unsure of how to stand, his eyes avoiding Xie Mingzhu's gaze. Initially feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Xie Mingzhu couldn't help but laugh at his demeanor. Huo Xuan turned to her and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xie Mingzhu pursed her lips, shook her head, and pointed to her side of the bed. "I'll sleep here, and you can take that side." Previously, the room had housed several people with multiple beds. But after they left, she had asked the team leader to remove the others to create more space. Now, only one bed remained, but fortunately, it was large enough otherwise. A single bed would be inadequate for two. Huo Xuan shook his head at her suggestion. "You sleep, I'll manage on a chair." There were several chairs in the room, and he could make do by combining them. He proceeded to pile the chairs together. Seeing this, Xie Mingzhu offered him her pillow and blanket before returning to her spot on the bed. "You sleep first. I'll extinguish the light," Huo Xuan said. Xie Mingzhu agreed and initially planned to lie on her stomach, but finding it unseemly, she opted to lie down instead. Huo Xuan averted his gaze, and upon hearing her say she was ready to extinguish the light, he blew out the candle. Instantly, the room was enveloped in darkness. Outside, the night was pitch black, and there was no light within the room. Xie Mingzhu felt as if she could hear Huo Xuan's breathing. She had assumed that having another person in the room would keep her awake, yet surprisingly, she fell asleep shortly after closing her eyes. Huo Xuan's heart raced, pounding as if it might leap from his chest. He pressed his hand over his heart, trying to soothe its frantic rhythm. With his eyes closed, he could only hear his own breaths and heartbeat. Resting on the narrow chair was uncomfortable, and with sleep eluding him, he tossed and turned, careful not to move too much. That night felt unbearably torturous for him. Glancing back, he saw that Xie Mingzhu was already still, likely fast asleep. This girl, quite carefree, was able to sleep soundly with a man in her room. Huo Xuan shook his head slightly, unsure whether to feel gratified by her trust or to mock himself for being seemingly unappealing to her. Sighing, he turned again, unsure how many times he rolled over before finally drifting into a restless sleep. In the middle of the night, Huo Xuan awoke from the cold. When he first fell asleep, he had felt the chill, but now the temperature had dropped significantly, making the room feel frigid. He was covered only by a thin blanket, lying on a chair without a mattress near the window, naturally feeling the cold. He turned over, intending to stretch his limbs, but heard Xie Mingzhu's voice. "Huo Xuan, are you awake?" His movement halted, and he turned to her direction, softly asking, "Did I wake you?" Xie Mingzhu didn't answer immediately. After a moment of silence, she said, "I'm feeling a bit cold." Xie Mingzhu had always feared the cold rather than heat. If Huo Xuan weren't there, the thin blanket would suffice. But the sudden drop in temperature left her feeling chilly. The other bedding had been moved to the adjacent room, likely soaked and unusable now. Upon hearing her words, Huo Xuan immediately responded, "I happen to feel warm. You can take this blanket." He stood up, feeling his way in the darkness, and approached her bed to cover her with the blanket. Since he was already restless, he decided against trying to sleep again. Having just settled under the blanket, he heard Xie Mingzhu's voice once more. You should come up too. Her voice was so soft, akin to a mosquito's buzz, that had it not been for Huo Xuan's keen hearing, he might have missed it entirely. The very utterance nearly shattered his composure. Tightening his fists, he took a couple of deep breaths before replying with a smile. I'm not too sleepy. You go ahead and rest. I'll take a quick stroll and be back. Huo Xuan, if your mind were clear of distractions, what is there to fear? Xie Mingzhu's tone lifted slightly. Huo Xuan's expression faltered momentarily in the darkness. His eyes seemed to glimmer with an inner light. It was precisely because his mind was troubled that he hesitated. Had he truly been free of distractions, he would have unhesitatingly drifted off to sleep at her first invitation. Stop hesitating and come up quickly. Xie Mingzhu feigned a gruff tone. It's merely to warm the bed. It's as if I'm asking for your life. Though she intended it as a jest, Huo Xuan felt his ears flush with warmth. After a brief moment of indecision, he decided to throw caution to the wind, swiftly burrowing into the other end of the blanket before she could say another word. Just as Xie Mingzhu had indicated, her side of the bed was hardly warmer than the outside, and her body felt cold to the touch. Huo Xuan turned away, presenting his back to her. Xie Mingzhu, too, felt a flutter of anxiety. Despite her rebirth, she still harbored a certain traditionalism, far from the liberality of modern times. Place your feet on my back, and I shall warm them for you. Huo Xuan's voice, low and slightly hoarse, carried a hint of seduction in the ambiguous atmosphere of the night. At that moment, he could only suppress the fervent stirrings within him with his husky tone. The sound floated to Xie Mingzhu's ears like feathers brushing against her skin, sending shivers of tingling warmth through her. It felt as though gravel were grinding against her heart, a sensation both painful and alluring. Obediently, she extended her foot, slipping it beneath his shirt, pressing it against his warm skin. The icy touch made Huo Xuan tense up immediately. Noticing his reaction, Xie Mingzhu instinctively withdrew her foot, but before she could pull away, his warm, strong hands had firmly grasped her cold foot. Without waiting for her to retract it, he turned, placing her chilled foot against his abdomen. The warmth rapidly traveled upward, enveloping her entire being in a comforting embrace. Xie Mingzhu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as memories of her childhood flooded her mind. She recalled the winters spent nestled between her parents, where her mother would grasp her small feet, tickling her playfully. At bedtime, her mother would warm her feet against her own belly. Later, when she married Qin Haoyu, she would often ask him to warm her feet, only to be met with laughter and teasing remarks about her icy extremities. Back then, she thought him considerate, but in retrospect, she realized he had never truly cared for her. Huo Xuan, gently massaging her foot, broke her reverie with a soft inquiry. What's wrong? Are you crying for nostalgia? Startled, Xie Mingzhu nudged him lightly and retorted, Who's crying? Huo Xuan smiled faintly, his hands continuing their soothing motions. My mother used to warm my feet this way. She murmured softly. Huo Xuan paused, then spoke gently. Do you miss her? Xie Mingzhu nodded quietly, her words lost in the silence. Once we return, let us pay her a visit. Huo Xuan continued thoughtfully, reflecting on how long it had been since they last saw her. Indeed, it had been quite some time. As they discussed returning to the city, Xie Mingzhu felt a sense of urgency. She longed to leave this place behind. However, the return required approval, and they needed to ensure their household registration and food rations were in order, lest they return as undocumented residents. Don't rush. The quickest we can expect is a week, Huo Xuan reassured her. It's only been a few days. It won't be expedited. Xie Mingzhu nodded, their conversation easing the tension in the air. Huo Xuan, what are your plans for the future? She asked, recalling that in his past life, he had first worked at an illumination factory before venturing into business, though she had lost contact with him and was unaware of his circumstances. Huo Xuan didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he posed one of his own. What about you? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I wish to pursue my studies. At just 21, she was at the perfect age for university. Following her marriage to Qin Haoyu, she had not continued her education. Eventually, her father transitioned from politics to business, amassing considerable wealth, which led her and Qin Haoyu to assist in the family company. Though she yearned to further her education and better herself, Qin Haoyu had always found excuses to deter her. Reflecting on it now, she realized his motivations stemmed from insecurity, fearing her success would overshadow him. Curious about Huo Xuan's reaction to her academic aspirations, she anticipated his response. After hearing her intentions, Huo Xuan simply nodded, affirming, Whatever your ambitions, I wholeheartedly support them. Taken aback by his immediate endorsement, Xie Mingzhu was momentarily speechless. Her feet had grown warm, and she shifted, withdrawing them from his embrace. I'm feeling sleepy. Let us rest, she announced. Huo Xuan turned again, presenting his back to her as she closed her eyes, quickly falling asleep, forgetting to inquire about his future plans. Huo Xuan, however, lay awake, unable to find rest. The blanket was imbued with a sweet scent unique to young women, reminiscent of Xie Mingzhu's own fragrance, intoxicating him to the point of breathlessness. The girl he cherished lay beside him, and he was paralyzed with uncertainty. For a fleeting moment, he yearned to pull her into his arms, but he possessed only the yearning heart, lacking the courage to act. His thoughts swirled chaotically until he finally succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, dawn was breaking, the rain having lessened from its previous downpour. His body, having remained in a single position, felt stiff. As he stirred, he noticed a gentle breath behind him. Stilling his movements, he cautiously turned to find Xie Mingzhu curled up beside him, evidently cold. He shifted closer, tentatively placing his hand above her body, holding her in a loose embrace. Observing her furrowed brow even in slumber, he reached out to smooth it, but as he withdrew his hand, she swatted it away, murmuring, "Qin Haoyu, stop it." His hand froze mid-motion, his expression frozen in shock. She had once lain in such intimacy with that man, who could hold her freely, kiss her, and engage in acts of affection without restraint. The thought ignited a fierce jealousy within him. Yet, as he considered the reality of her sleeping peacefully before him, he recognized that this moment was infinitely more precious. He had no desire to endure the heart-wrenching pain of losing her again. With a heavy sigh, he brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead and gently pressed a kiss to her brow. As his gaze descended, it lingered upon her crimson lips. He licked the corner of his mouth, yet refrained from taking advantage of the moment. Huo Xuan, no more mischief or murmured words unexpectedly pierced his heart. Lowering his eyes to her, he observed her continue to mutter, "I'm cold." Huo Xuan reclined, drawing her into his embrace. In his arms, Xie Mingzhu seemed to sense the warmth, pressing closer to him. The remnants of his earlier discontent evaporated instantaneously, healed by this simple gesture. A smile graced his lips as he rested his chin atop her head, planting a gentle kiss there. Inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from her hair, his spirits soared. Initially intent on rising, he found himself lulled back into sleep by her affectionate movement. Xie Mingzhu awoke, stifled by the lack of air, compelling her to open her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was a row of white buttons and a pristine shirt. The scent of soap wafted to her nose as she blinked twice and looked up, only to realize she was nestled in Huo Xuan's embrace. Nestled? Oh no! I've succumbed. She curled into a ball, afraid to move lest she awaken him, which would lead to an awkward situation. A slight tilt of her head revealed his smooth jawline and perfect chin. Huo Xuan, only 22, had spent years in the countryside, the sun and wind having transformed him from a delicate youth into a man of robust build. His skin now bore a healthy tan, and years of labor had rendered him solidly muscular. Xie Mingzhu could faintly recall his arrival years ago, a fair-skinned and slender boy. In just a few years, he had matured into a man, with her face pressed against his chest. She could feel his firm pectorals through the thin fabric and hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. For reasons unknown, she suddenly found her breathing becoming labored, and the warmth in her cheeks began to rise. As she touched her face, she realized her heart raced. The scent of Huo Xuan enveloped her, sending tingles throughout her body. Her breaths grew increasingly hurried as she closed her eyes, forcing herself to dismiss the tumult of thoughts. Yet, as soon as she shut her eyes, the image of Huo Xuan bathing in the courtyard invaded her mind. She squeezed her eyes shut, striving to clear her thoughts. But the alluring scent intensified, and his visage lingered stubbornly. On other mornings, the air outside was filled with the cacophony of voices, the captain's whistle, and the sounds of barking dogs and braying donkeys, creating a lively atmosphere. However, today, the rain muted all but the soft patter of raindrops against the roof and ground. Xie Mingzhu felt her senses sharpen, every sound heightened. Beside her, Huo Xuan's heartbeat grew increasingly rapid, contrasting with the earlier steadiness, echoing in her ears like a drumbeat. His breaths quickened as well, and she realized he was awake. Feeling him shift his arm beneath her head, she tightly shut her eyes, paralyzed with fear. Both were awake, yet remained in their original positions. Outside, the rain drizzled softly, while inside, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. Huo Xuan had actually awakened the moment Xie Mingzhu opened her eyes. A sense of regret washed over him. He had intended to rise once he warmed her, but fatigue had claimed him. Now, in this delicate predicament, he wondered what Xie Mingzhu thought of him, fearing she might perceive him as taking advantage of her vulnerability. He had intended to wait for her to stir first, but she remained still. The warmth of her breath against his chest sent shivers down his spine, rendering him powerless. The situation had grown undeniably awkward, leaving even Huo Xuan uncertain of how to proceed. Xie Mingzhu, on the other hand, decided to endure the tension, waiting to see who would succumb first. Just as she contemplated this, a loud gurgle emanated from her stomach. The sound was unmistakable, echoing between them, and Huo Xuan chuckled softly. Hungry? His voice, deep and sultry, resonated with the remnants of sleep, sending a shiver through her as it brushed against her ears. She felt weak, as if afflicted by an illness. Huo Xuan, the softness of her voice was a far cry from her usual tone, prompting her to quickly close her mouth. Huo Xuan, however, responded with a gentle, his tone rising slightly, imbued with a hint of allure. Xie Mingzhu felt as though she were ensnared, her heart racing. She cleared her throat, refraining from further words. I'll go make breakfast. Huo Xuan propped himself up, glancing at his watch before adding, it's still early. You didn't sleep well last night. Rest a bit longer, and I'll call you for breakfast. Xie Mingzhu turned away, burying her head under the covers, mumbling a quick, Observing her flustered demeanor, Huo Xuan's lips curled into a smile. Initially uncomfortable, he felt a wave of relief upon seeing her more flustered than himself, indicating she cared about his presence. This thought lightened his heart. After dressing, he quietly exited the room. Once silence enveloped the space, Xie Mingzhu peeked out from the covers, inhaling deeply. The room was filled with the invigorating scent of Huo Xuan's soap, quickening her pulse. Sleep eluded her now, compelling her to rise. Frustrated, she tousled her hair before donning her outer garments and getting out of bed. Opening the door, she found the rain still pouring outside. With an umbrella in hand, she made her way to the neighboring dormitory, only to discover that half the roof had collapsed. A wave of dread washed over her. Huo Xuan had truly been fortunate. Despite the thatched roof, the beams were solid wood, and a hefty beam falling from above could have caused severe injury. With a sigh of relief, she turned and headed to the kitchen. Huo Xuan was rolling out dumpling wrappers when he noticed her presence and asked, Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? A flutter of discomfort coursed through Xie Mingzhu, but seeing his calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired the previous night, she steadied herself and nodded gently. I slept quite well last night. The moment the words left her lips, she almost bit her tongue. They sounded rather ambiguous, as if implying Huo Xuan's presence was the reason for her restful sleep. Just as she was about to clarify, Huo Xuan spoke again. I'll make you dumplings with cabbage and egg filling. Relieved noticed her earlier comment. She exhaled softly. You remember I like dumplings filled with cabbage and egg? She asked quietly. Huo Xuan looked up, his gaze steady. Your preferences have always been etched in my memory. His smile left Xie Mingzhu momentarily dazed. She had always disliked ginger, preferring cabbage and egg dumplings. Whenever her mother prepared pork and cabbage dumplings for the family, she would receive a special batch just for her. After marrying Qin Haoyu, however, their tastes diverged dramatically. Qin Haoyu, however, paid her no heed, merely smiling as he said, This is how we do things here. If you marry into our family, you must accustom yourself to our tastes. Later, even when Qin Haoyu accompanied her back to Shenzhen, their culinary preferences remained firmly rooted in his family's traditions. Zhang Zhenglin would sometimes jovially invite her to the dinner table, saying, Mingzhu, do try this dish. It was specially prepared for you. Yet, the dish prepared for her would invariably be laden with an abundance of ginger. For those who detest ginger, even a mere scent can be nauseating, and Xie Mingzhu belonged to that category. The mere whiff of ginger would make her feel queasy. She could endure spicy food alongside the Qin family, but ginger was utterly intolerable. She had expressed her aversion to ginger to Zhang Zhenglin countless times, but each time, Zhang Zhenglin would present a ginger-laden dish and, with a contrite expression, claim she had simply forgotten. Now, looking at Huo Xuan before her, she finally comprehended that it was not forgetfulness, but rather a lack of concern. If one truly wished to remember, forgetting was simply not an option. Xie Mingzhu felt a pang of anguish in her heart. She lifted her gaze to Huo Xuan, her eyes slightly misty, and asked, Huo Xuan, have you ever regretted anything? Huo Xuan looked up at her, smiling as he inquired, regretted what? She intended to ask if he regretted knowing her, but upon seeing his smiling face, the words caught in her throat. At that moment, even from a distance, she could see the light in his eyes, as if they were entirely filled with her presence. Huo Xuan, have you ever been married? Huo Xuan's movements halted, and he looked at her, then resolutely shook his head. The bitter taste in Xie Mingzhu's heart intensified. Then how did you die? She pressed. In her view, her chance to live again stemmed from immense injustice. What about Huo Xuan? Huo Xuan's expression faltered momentarily, his gaze dropping, and he fell silent, lost in thought. Though your ancestors may have been virtuous, you know that to gain a chance at rebirth is to defy the heavens, which inherently demands a steep price, requiring a life as a sacrifice. Are you prepared for this? Regaining his composure, Huo Xuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. I died of old age. Xie Mingzhu frowned, skeptical. Really? Huo Xuan nodded, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. Instead, he cheerfully urged, if you want to eat dumplings soon, come help me out. Xie Mingzhu focused on him for a moment before stepping forward to assist. The dumpling filling was already prepared, and Huo Xuan had rolled out a considerable number of wrappers. So Xie Mingzhu washed her hands and began to fold the dumplings. The filling was plentiful, and she was generous, ensuring each dumpling was stuffed to the brim, plump and robust like beautiful shells. Huo Xuan glanced up and chuckled. You greedy creature, put less filling, otherwise they'll burst in the pot. Xie Mingzhu scoffed in response. With my perfect folding skills, how could they possibly leak? Huo Xuan chose not to argue, simply smiling. Once the water in the pot boiled, Xie Mingzhu dropped in the dumplings. After a while, one by one, they began to rise to the surface. With a triumphant expression, Xie Mingzhu turned to Huo Xuan and declared, See, none of the dumplings leaked. Huo Xuan continued wrapping dumplings, softly suggesting, You should fish them out and see for yourself. Xie Mingzhu took a spoon and, upon lifting 2 dumplings, noticed the skins had torn, revealing the filling. Did they leak? Huo Xuan's voice held a hint of amusement. Xie Mingzhu huffed, Absolutely not. She continued to scoop a few more out, and fortunately, the subsequent dumplings held together. Only the first 2 had burst. Blowing on them to cool, she offered the 2 that had leaked to Huo Xuan, saying, These are the ones you jinxed. You eat them. Huo Xuan looked at the dumplings now hovering at his lips, then stole a glance at Xie Mingzhu's rare, childlike gesture before opening his mouth to consume both. Seeing him eat the dumplings brought satisfaction to Xie Mingzhu. I fished them all out. We can continue. Xie Mingzhu announced. Huo Xuan acknowledged her, but when he turned, he found her eating the dumplings with the very chopsticks she had just fed him. His breath caught, and his ears flushed crimson. Xie Mingzhu, noticing his dazed gaze fixed on the dumpling in her hand, assumed he wanted some. Would you like to eat? She asked, offering her chopsticks to him, wanting him to go first. Huo Xuan quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, then gently shook his head. You go ahead. Xie Mingzhu, sensing something amiss, cast a quizzical glance at him, but refrained from pressing further. When a second batch of dumplings was ready, Huo Xuan served her several before filling his own bowl and sitting beside her. Are they delicious? Huo Xuan inquired. Xie Mingzhu nodded. Of course, they are delightful. To be honest, it had been ages since she had tasted dumplings so exquisite, filled with heartfelt intent. Eat more, Huo Xuan chuckled. Xie Mingzhu couldn't help but laugh. I have a limited capacity. Where else can I put more? Huo Xuan joined in her laughter. After their meal, Huo Xuan washed the dishes while Xie Mingzhu wrapped the remaining dumpling skins and filling, intending to save them for dinner. Once finished, she stood up to stretch. The wound on her back had ceased to throb, and she could bend without discomfort. Does it still hurt? Huo Xuan glanced back at her, asking. Xie Mingzhu shook her head. Not as much anymore. Huo Xuan nodded gently. Once I tidy this up, I'll help you apply the medicine. Xie Mingzhu felt a hint of warmth in her cheeks, but merely responded softly. Standing at the kitchen door, she gazed outside, murmuring, I wonder how long this rain will last. She couldn't quite recall the memory of this rain, but knew that the wheat harvest was imminent. If the heavy downpour persisted, the yield would surely diminish. Huo Xuan also looked outside, shaking his head. This rain won't last much longer. It will stop soon. He had some recollection of the rain. Once the room was tidied up, he returned to the bedroom with her. Xie Mingzhu fetched the ointment. lying on the bed and lifting her shirt for him to apply it. Huo Xuan's gaze darkened as he observed her back, his breath becoming uneven, rubbing his hands together to warm them. He finally took the ointment and squeezed some onto his fingers, preparing to apply it to Xie Mingzhu. Before he could touch her skin, she abruptly straightened her back. Huo Xuan paused, turning to her and softly inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xie Mingzhu shook her head. "Not at all." Huo Xuan resumed applying the ointment. "I see the rain has lessened. I'll first gather the things from next door and then check with the team leader in the village to see if we can arrange for someone to fix the roof." Huo Xuan continued. Xie Mingzhu responded softly. Huo Xuan worked quickly yet gently, evenly spreading the ointment, before turning away and releasing a deep sigh. He dare not look at Xie Mingzhu again, gathering the ointment and stating, "I'll go tidy up the things next door." Xie Mingzhu silently adjusted her clothes and nodded. Soon, Huo Xuan went to the adjacent room. After a while, she rose and followed him into the next room. A significant portion of the ceiling had collapsed, and rain continued to pour in, soaking the bedding. Huo Xuan was busy collecting the drenched bedding, planning to air it out once the rain ceased. The other half of the room remained dry, so Huo Xuan moved the table over there and placed the bedding on top. As Xie Mingzhu was about to step forward to assist, she was halted by him. "Please stand aside. Be careful not to get wet." Upon hearing his words, Xie Mingzhu refrained from approaching. Aside from the bedding, all that remained were the change of clothes she had brought for him, which were now also soaked. "Once the rain stops, we can go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a couple of items," Xie Mingzhu suggested softly. Huo Xuan nodded in agreement. As the room was being tidied up, the rain finally ceased. Huo Xuan glanced outside before stating, "I will go find the team leader." After saying this, he stepped out. Before long, he returned, and the expression on his face indicated he had encountered some resistance. "What happened? Did the brigade say they wouldn't repair it?" Xie Mingzhu inquired. Huo Xuan nodded, "Essentially, yes. The team leader mentioned that with the summer harvest approaching, everyone is busy collecting wheat, and there are no extra hands to fix the house. To put it bluntly, they simply did not wish to undertake the repairs." Huo Xuan was no longer considered a youth sent to the countryside. His household registration had long been moved back to the city, and he was no longer part of the brigade's collective household. Once Xie Mingzhu departed, the youth dormitory would be left unused, so why would the brigade spend money and effort to repair the house? Xie Mingzhu pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment before softly saying, "In any case, we won't be here for long. You can sleep in my room for the next couple of days." The latter part of her statement was whispered. Huo Xuan cleared his throat twice before shaking his head. "Last night was unavoidable. If someone saw, it would not reflect well on your reputation." He glanced at the dilapidated room and continued, "I will drag the bed outside to air it out, and we can sleep on it tonight." Xie Mingzhu remained silent, merely nodding gently. Huo Xuan cast a sidelong glance at her and asked, "Did you change your clothes yesterday? Bring them over, and I will wash them for you." "Huh?" Xie Mingzhu was taken aback, quickly shaking her head and waving her hands. "No, it's fine. I can wash them myself." She felt uncomfortable letting Huo Xuan wash her intimate garments, and before he could say anything further, she hurriedly retreated to her room, fearful that he might truly come to take her clothes for washing. Watching her retreating figure, Huo Xuan chose not to pursue her. After lunch, the sun emerged outside. Observing the pleasant weather, Huo Xuan decided to visit the commune to procure a couple of suitable change of clothes and some groceries. Xie Mingzhu intended to accompany him. However, noting the muddy conditions outside, Huo Xuan cautioned her, given the heavy rain last night, the roads will undoubtedly be quite muddy. Xie Mingzhu acknowledged this. In the countryside, there were no asphalt roads, only dirt paths, and after a night of rain, the ground would be nothing but mud and water. Best to avoid going out. Just as she prepared to decline, Huo Xuan changed his mind. "It's fine. Let's go for a walk together. We'll take the stone road by Chenjia village. It should be less muddy." Xie Mingzhu glanced at him and agreed. Grabbing her small cloth bag and locking the door, she set out with Huo Xuan. The village roads were also dirt paths, and as soon as they stepped outside, Huo Xuan had her sit on the back of his bicycle. Before leaving, Xie Mingzhu had specifically put on a pair of rain boots, making for easier cleaning upon their return. Having just experienced heavy rainfall, the villagers were not working in the fields and had gathered at the village entrance to chat. Upon seeing the two, they greeted them with smiles, Xie Jiqing. "It just rained heavily. The roads must be difficult to traverse. Are you heading out with your brother?" The villagers had always assumed Huo Xuan was Xie Mingzhu's brother, which was why there was no gossip regarding the two young adults living together in the youth dormitory. Xie Mingzhu responded with a smile. Once they exited the village, Huo Xuan took a detour behind Qingjia village. Although it was a longer route, the path was easier to navigate. Half an hour later, they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative sold ready-made clothing, and Huo Xuan directly selected 2 sets of white shirts and black pants. Turning to Xie Mingzhu, he asked, "Would you like to buy a couple of outfits as well?" Xie Mingzhu shook her head. "I have plenty of clothes." Huo Xuan paid her words little heed, his gaze sweeping across the assortment of garments before settling on a striking orange floral dress. Times had changed, and even just a couple of years ago, such vibrant colors would not have been found in the rural supply and marketing cooperative. "Is that dress beautiful?" Huo Xuan asked, glancing back at Xie Mingzhu. Following his gaze, Xie Mingzhu nodded. "It's pretty. Would you like to try it on?" Huo Xuan inquired further. Xie Mingzhu shook her head again. "I really have many clothes. Please don't waste your money." However, Huo Xuan insisted, "The ones you have aren't for me. I want to buy this for you." Seeing his determination, Xie Mingzhu finally acquiesced. Huo Xuan's face broke into a smile as he addressed the shop assistant. "Could you please take that dress down for her to try on?" The assistant, a woman in her 30s, first glanced at him, then at Xie Mingzhu, and remarked, "That dress isn't cheap. I'll only take it down if you're serious about buying it." Money earned is meant to be spent, Huo Xuan thought cheerfully, not minding her attitude as he nodded. "If it fits well, I will definitely buy it." Upon hearing this, the assistant retrieved the dress. There was a curtain-separated fitting room inside, and she gestured for Xie Mingzhu to go try it on. Under Huo Xuan's eager gaze, Xie Mingzhu took the dress inside and emerged shortly. Working in the countryside, she rarely wore dresses. Typically, she donned shirts and coarse black pants. So wearing a dress felt somewhat unfamiliar. "Does it look good?" she shyly asked Huo Xuan. Huo Xuan was captivated, his gaze fixed on her. It was the shop assistant who broke the silence, exclaiming, "It looks lovely. You wouldn't believe it. This dress truly complements your complexion. Just a moment ago, you seemed tanned, but now you look radiant." Xie Mingzhu's skin was naturally fair, but the sun had tanned her during her time in the countryside. Now, the orange dress highlighted her luminous skin even more. A shiny braid cascaded in front of her, contrasting sharply with her fair complexion. The assistant continued, pulling Xie Mingzhu around for a twirl. "You have a slender figure. Look at that waist. It is perfectly accentuated." Xie Mingzhu glanced in the mirror and indeed found it appealing. With delicate eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a refined nose, and rosy lips. Aside from her slightly tanned skin and rubber shoes, she looked quite lovely. Hearing the assistant's enthusiastic comments, Huo Xuan snapped back to reality. "This dress seems tailor-made for you. Let's buy it," he exclaimed eagerly. Huo Xuan nodded emphatically. "Buy it. Do you have any more dresses like this?" "Here are a few more." The assistant chuckled at his enthusiasm. Before she could respond, Xie Mingzhu playfully slapped his arm. "Are you out of your mind? Why buy so many? You'll have to carry them back." Huo Xuan chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." He then turned to the assistant, continuing, "Please bring over a couple more attractive dresses for her to choose from." The assistant nodded. "You young man are quite sincere." With a wink at Xie Mingzhu, she added, "Don't let a man willing to spend money on you slip away. He surely has feelings for you. Trust me, you can't go wrong listening to me." Xie Mingzhu glanced at Huo Xuan. Seeing him stifling a smile at the assistant's words, her heart softened. While she could not be certain of the assistant's claim, she was certain of one thing. A man who is unwilling to spend money on you surely does not love you. If he truly loves you, he would wish to pluck the stars from the sky for you. Whether he can achieve, that is one matter. His willingness to do so reflects his genuine intentions. Xie Mingzhu lowered her gaze and smiled softly. Upon seeing her smile, Huo Xuan joined in her laughter. The saleswoman brought out 2 dresses, one in a refreshing green and the other in a vibrant red. To be frank, these dresses are not easy to sell around here. Although they are attractive, they are expensive and impractical. If you both decide to take them, I can offer you a discount," the saleswoman remarked. Huo Xuan waved his hand decisively and said, "All right, please pack them up for me." Xie Mingzhu shot him a reproachful glance. Huo Xuan's monthly salary was only around 40 to 50 yuan, and these dresses might consume a significant portion of it. "Don't fret about the money. It is meant to be spent," Huo Xuan murmured. He would gladly spend any amount on Xie Mingzhu. The saleswoman chimed in, "That's right. If he wants to spend it on you, why save it?" Xie Mingzhu could only sigh in resignation. After paying, Huo Xuan moved on to the shoe counter. He intended to buy Xie Mingzhu a few pairs of nice leather shoes, but there was nothing appealing, only cloth shoes and rubber ones. There are no decent shoes here. Once we return to Shunsheng, I will buy you some beautiful ones. Huo Xuan said excitedly. Seeing his enthusiasm, Xie Mingzhu refrained from dousing his spirits and simply nodded with a smile. All right. With their bags in hand, they prepared to head back, stopping by a farmer's market to purchase some vegetables. As they exited the market and turned a corner, they nearly collided with a brisk passerby. Fortunately, Huo Xuan's quick reflexes pulled her aside just in time. Watch where you're going, Huo Xuan admonished. The hasty man repeatedly apologized. When Xie Mingzhu looked up, she realized it was an acquaintance. They had previously lived together at the same youth commune. His name was Zhu Jinghao. He had since been assigned to work as a clerk at the commune and had not returned to the city. Xie Mingzhu? Zhu Jinghao exclaimed in surprise. Glancing at Huo Xuan, what are you doing back? I thought you had already returned to the city. After a moment, he seemed to understand. Oh, you must be here for Xie Mingzhu's wedding. My apologies for not being able to attend when you invited me. Congratulations. By the way, where is Qin Haoyu? Zhu Jinghao continued without giving Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan a chance to respond. Their expressions soured. Once he paused, Xie Mingzhu replied coolly, Qin Haoyu is in prison. Zhu Jinghao's expression froze, evidently shocked. What? I said, Qin Haoyu is in prison, Xie Mingzhu reiterated. Zhu Jinghao's face showed disbelief. How did that happen? Xie Mingzhu replied nonchalantly. He had an inappropriate relationship with Qin Qing, and I caught them in the act. I sent them both in. Her casual tone left Zhu Jinghao speechless. What a bizarre tale. Wasn't Qin Qing his sister? How could things be so tangled? He looked at Xie Mingzhu with pity. What will you do? You two aren't team married yet, right? Before Xie Mingzhu could respond, a sharp voice cut in from behind her. What does it matter to you what she does? Why are you meddling? Without needing to turn around, Xie Mingzhu recognized the cutting tone. I told you to buy a box of matches. Why did you take so long? Were you here having a secret rendezvous? The voice belonged to Yang Panlan, who approached with a basket of vegetables, her face twisted in anger. Huo Xuan pulled Xie Mingzhu behind him, his expression cold as he addressed Yang Panlan. Please speak with more respect. You can scold your own husband, but don't involve others. Yang Panlan had been furious, seeing Zhu Jinghao speaking with Xie Mingzhu. Her anger intensified until she realized Zhu Jinghao was not alone with Xie Mingzhu, which eased her expression slightly. Once she reached Xie Mingzhu, she couldn't help but shoot her a glance before turning to Zhu Jinghao. Why are you just standing there? Don't you need to go home and cook? Zhu Jinghao and Yang Panlan were both local youth workers who had settled down here after marrying. Zhu Jinghao had once pursued Xie Mingzhu, but she had rejected him, leading him to eventually date Yang Panlan. Hence, Yang Panlan's irritation upon seeing Xie Mingzhu was understandable. Knowing her husband's lingering feelings for Xie Mingzhu, she became even more concerned. Not wanting to confront Xie Mingzhu directly, she chastised Zhu Jinghao. Your eyes are practically glued to her. Hurry up and leave. Zhu Jinghao's face flashed annoyance as he retorted. I'm just having a brief conversation with Huo Xuan. You should wait for me up ahead. Yang Panlan was about to retaliate, but seemed to think better of it, closing her mouth with a huff and walking ahead. Once she was gone, Zhu Jinghao offered a sheepish smile to Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan. I am sorry. You know how she is. She speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Noticing Yang Panlan looking back, he quickly turned to Huo Xuan. Huo Xuan, let's grab a drink sometime. We should invite a few others too. Huo Xuan replied flatly, I don't have time. Zhu Jinghao paused, chuckling slightly. It's been half a year since we last met, and you're still as humorous as ever. Huo Xuan shot him an incredulous glance, as if regarding a fool. Zhu Jinghao dared not press further and asked, Are you still living in the youth dormitory at Tuanzhi Brigade? I'll come visit when I have time. Before Huo Xuan could refuse, Zhu Jinghao hurriedly bid farewell and caught up with Yang Panlan. Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan exchanged glances, blinking in surprise. Zhu Jinghao has become even less presentable since getting married, Xie Mingzhu remarked quietly. Huo Xuan nodded in agreement. They dismissed the brief encounter and returned home with their vegetables. By the time they arrived, night had fallen. With leftover dumplings for breakfast, they opted not to cook again and simply boiled the leftovers. While eating in the courtyard, they heard the village loudspeaker announce that a film would be shown at the neighboring Chunji village that evening, encouraging those interested to arrive early. Upon hearing this, Huo Xuan turned to Xie Mingzhu, clearly inquiring if she wished to go. Traditionally, during the summer harvest and autumn harvest, various brigades would invite projectionists to show films to entertain the villagers, boosting their morale for work. Xie Mingzhu had previously heard about the film showing at Qinji village, but assumed it was cancelled due to anticipated rain. She was pleasantly surprised it would proceed as planned. Shall we go? Huo Xuan asked again. Xie Mingzhu considered that they had no other plans and nodded. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Huo Xuan hastily tidied up the dishes and made his way to the kitchen, saying, I'll finish quickly and head out early. If we go too late, we won't just miss the front row. There may not even be space to stand. Seeing this, Xie Mingzhu followed him into the kitchen to lend a hand. Their combined efforts allowed them to finish the task swiftly. As Huo Xuan turned around, he noticed Xie Mingzhu wearing a thin shirt and remarked, it might get chilly tonight, so make sure to wear something warmer. She nodded in acknowledgement and returned to her room to retrieve a thicker jacket. Let us go. Since Chenjikin was nearby, they decided against riding their bicycles. Huo Xuan carried a long bench as they walked together toward Chenjikin. Along the way, they encountered many members of the united team, each bringing their own benches in the same direction. Observing the increasing crowd, Xie Mingzhu turned to Huo Xuan and said, more and more people are arriving. If we wait any longer, we won't get good spots. Let's hurry. With that, she tugged at Huo Xuan, urging him to run ahead. Huo Xuan glanced down at her hand, holding his, a smile playing on his lips as he said, I can run faster, if you want. I could carry you on my back. Xie Mingzhu looked back at him and laughed. No need for that. Seeing them run, others nearby began to follow suit, creating a scene reminiscent of a marathon. By the time they reached the grain-drying area in Chenjikin, Xie Mingzhu was out of breath, struggling to speak. Meanwhile, Huo Xuan was only slightly winded, appearing as if he hadn't run at all. Bending over with her hands on her thighs, Xie Mingzhu gasped, I can't anymore. Let me catch my breath. You go. Save our seats. It felt like her few words took several minutes to convey. Huo Xuan agreed and carried the long bench toward the front. At that moment, the grain-drying area was already bustling with people and benches, all claimed for seating. Several oil lamps from the united team illuminated the area brilliantly. Being tall, Huo Xuan was easily spotted by Xie Mingzhu. He approached the front, spoke briefly to someone there, and was granted their spot. Once he sat down the bench, he returned to Xie Mingzhu. I found a place. Let's sit down, he said softly. Xie Mingzhu, having regained her breath, followed him to their seats. What did you say to that person? How did he let you have the spot? She inquired. Huo Xuan chuckled lightly. I didn't say much. He is a good person, and he just offered the spot to me. Xie Mingzhu raised an eyebrow. Do you think I'll believe that? Huo Xuan pretended to scrutinize her for a while before nodding. I believe you should. She was nearly exasperated with laughter. Before she could ask anything further, Huo Xuan glanced behind him and said, wait a moment. He quickly walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Xie Mingzhu stood up, her gaze following the distinctive silhouette. Before long, Huo Xuan returned, holding a bag of sunflower seeds. It turned out he had gone to buy some. With the winds easing, private trade had begun to flourish, with many bringing their homegrown products to market. Generally, the market management would turn a blind eye, especially in rural areas where oversight was minimal. Those with quick wits devised various ways to earn money. Although a bag of sunflower seeds was inexpensive, merely a few cents, one could earn a decent sum throughout the evening. Xie Mingzhu took a seed, tasted it, and found it pleasantly roasted just right. Noticing Huo Xuan hadn't eaten any, she shelled one and offered it to him, saying, let us share. Huo Xuan smiled and accepted, but he only shelled them for her. Frowning, Xie Mingzhu insisted, you should eat too. Seeing she wouldn't eat the ones he shelled, Huo Xuan resignedly began to eat some himself. After about half an hour, the grain-drying area had become a sea of people, teeming with excitement and chatter about the film to be shown. As the movie commenced, it was a war drama filled with tension and intrigue, captivating the audience. Xie Mingzhu, having seen it before, still watched intently. Noticing her sunflower seeds were gone, Huo Xuan went to buy another bag. Halfway through the lengthy film, Xie Mingzhu felt the urgency of nature calling. Huo Xuan, sensing her discomfort, asked quietly, what is wrong? Xie Mingzhu hesitated, then softly replied, I need to use the restroom. Huo Xuan cleared his throat, quickly glanced at her, and said, I'll accompany you. She nodded lightly, placing her seeds on the bench, and together they walked to the back of the drying area. In the countryside, public restrooms were non-existent, but every household had their own outhouse. Xie Mingzhu found one and told Huo Xuan, you should stand a bit farther away. His face flushed as he moved a little further off. When Xie Mingzhu emerged, Huo Xuan still looked somewhat awkward. I'll wash my hands by the river, she said, pointing to a nearby stream. Huo Xuan agreed and waited on the bank. Once Xie Mingzhu finished washing her hands, They returned to the grain-drying area, only to discover their seats had been taken. Huo Xuan stepped forward and firmly addressed the man occupying their spot. "You seem to be in the wrong place." The man turned, and Xie Mingzhu recognized him. It was a notorious scoundrel from the United Team, known for petty thefts and a blatant disregard for consequences. "What I said to you? Is this your spot?" He sneered, holding Xie Mingzhu's sunflower seeds. "Is your name written on it?" Xie Mingzhu retorted coldly. "Flip the bench over and see if it's engraved with the name of our United Team's youth point." All their belongings were marked to prevent loss. The scoundrel paused, then brazenly replied, "So what if it is? I can sit here if I want." He tossed a handful of seeds into his mouth, adding, "I'll sit where I please. You can't stop me. If you want to sit, come sit beside me and watch." Their commotion drew the attention of others, who were clearly annoyed by the disruption. "What is happening? Are you going to watch the movie or not? If you have issues, take them to the back and don't ruin it for us." Huo Xuan glanced at the speaker before coldly addressing the scoundrel. "Before I lose my patience, it would be wise for you to leave." The scoundrel scoffed and sized up Huo Xuan, derisively saying, "I know you. You're one of those youth from the point, right? Don't think I'm intimidated because you're tall. If you dare lay a finger on me, I'll make you regret it." But before he could finish, an impatient Xie Mingzhu picked up a nearby brick and stuffed it into his mouth. Seizing the moment, Huo Xuan grabbed the scoundrel's hand, yanked the seeds from his grasp, and with a swift move, flipped him onto the ground. The scoundrel barely had time to scream. After a brief moment of silence, applause erupted from the crowd as one person led the way, and soon everyone joined in. The scoundrel, having never faced such humiliation, stood up while spitting out the brick, clearly flustered. Originally, the intention was to hurl the brick in hand towards Huo Xuan. However, upon reconsideration, the courage faltered, and instead, the brick was forcefully thrown at Xie Mingzhu. Just as she attempted to evade, Huo Xuan swiftly pulled her to his side. A glance upwards revealed his face, darkened with an ominous shadow. He released Xie Mingzhu, instructed her to sit, and then advanced with purpose, gripping the collar of the ruffian and dragging him away as one would a hapless chick. The ruffian, gripped by terror, let out a heart-wrenching wail. "What are you doing? Do you have no respect for the law? I must remind you, murder is a crime. Let me go at once." Soon enough, the two vanished into the darkness, leaving only the echoes of the ruffian's pleas for mercy. Curiosity piqued among the onlookers, who had initially been engrossed in the film. They abandoned their seats to witness the unfolding drama. Xie Mingzhu, indifferent to the gazes of others, repeatedly turned her head in the direction where Huo Xuan had disappeared. After a few minutes, he returned. His handsome visage, initially fraught with fury, transformed into a gentle demeanor upon meeting her gaze. Such a change made it difficult to reconcile him with the man who had just dealt a beating to the ruffian. Huo Xuan resumed his seat, while those beside him instinctively shifted away. Spotting the sunflower seeds on the bench, he felt a wave of displeasure and handed them to the person next to him, saying, "Here, take these." The recipient, fearful of incurring Huo Xuan's wrath, eagerly accepted and began to crack open the seeds, all the while sporting a wide smile. "They taste delightful." Xie Mingzhu couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his expression. The interruption caused by the ruffian had made them miss a good portion of the film, but fortunately, no further incidents occurred, allowing them to enjoy the remainder of the movie in peace. Once it concluded, Huo Xuan hoisted the bench and, alongside Xie Mingzhu, prepared to head back. The evening air was brisk, but Xie Mingzhu had donned a thick coat, sparing her from the chill. She tightened her jacket as Huo Xuan glanced at her and softly inquired, "Are you cold?" Shaking her head, she replied, "Not at all." The return journey was bustling with people animatedly discussing the film they had just watched. Upon seeing Huo Xuan, they greeted him with cheerful smiles. The ruffian was a notorious figure in the village, known for his misdeeds, so it was no surprise that people were pleased to see him reprimanded. Huo Xuan, not accustomed to such attention, felt somewhat uneasy, prompting Xie Mingzhu to stifle another smile. As they walked back, they chatted amiably. By the time they reached the youth station, it was nearly 10 o'clock. "I'll boil some hot water. You should wash up and get to bed early," Huo Xuan suggested. He had boiled water earlier while preparing dinner, but their excursion to the movie had interrupted the process. Xie Mingzhu nodded, retrieving her keys to open the door. However, upon seeing it ajar, her movement paused. Huo Xuan turned to her, asking, "What is wrong? Did I not close the door when I left?" She wondered aloud, certain she had secured it before departing. Huo Xuan furrowed his brows, placing the bench down and stepping inside. The beam of his flashlight illuminated a scene of utter chaos. The room was in disarray. How could this happen? Xie Mingzhu gasped, remembering her loose change. She hurriedly lifted her pillow, hoping to find her money intact. Upon inspecting, she immediately sensed that it was likely gone. The pillow had been torn apart. Fortunately, she had deposited the 500 yuan she had saved from her trip to the commune earlier, or else she might have lost that as well. Turning to Huo Xuan, her face fell. The money is gone. While it wasn't a large sum, it amounted to 20 or 30 yuan, and the thought of it being stolen was disheartening. Huo Xuan lit an oil lamp to survey the room and advised, check to see if anything else is missing. The room's disorder made it difficult for her to ascertain what else might have been taken. I'm going to find the team leader and the secretary, Xie Mingzhu declared angrily, tossing the pillow aside and rushing towards the door. Huo Xuan called out to her, don't rush. She glanced back, exasperated. Why shouldn't I be anxious? Someone has stolen from us. How can I not be? Stay calm. I have a good idea of who might be the thief, Huo Xuan said quietly. Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu quickly composed herself. She reflected on the peaceful days they had enjoyed recently. Why had they been targeted tonight? Remembering the ruffian who had just been chastised by Huo Xuan, her eyes brightened. Was it him? It seemed likely that, having been humiliated, he took advantage of the absence of others to steal. Huo Xuan nodded, scanning the room before instructing, I will confront him. You stay here and remember to lock the door. In her vexation, Xie Mingzhu huffed, I'm coming with you. He stole from me. He deserves a proper lesson. Huo Xuan regarded her for a moment before saying nothing more. He grabbed the flashlight and proceeded outside, both moving swiftly towards the ruffian's home. His dwelling was at the southernmost edge of the village, within the poorest structure. Upon arriving, just as Xie Mingzhu raised her hand to knock, Huo Xuan stopped her. What is the matter? She asked, turning to him. Huo Xuan gestured behind him, whispering, let us sneak in from the back. Xie Mingzhu nodded in agreement. They quietly maneuvered around to the backyard, where Huo Xuan extinguished the flashlight and gently pushed the door. It was locked from the inside. However, such a flimsy wooden door posed no obstacle for Huo Xuan. He retrieved a fruit knife from his pocket and deftly pried open the wooden latch. With careful movements, they slipped inside the yard. The main room was illuminated, and shadows danced within. Xie Mingzhu exchanged a glance with Huo Xuan. They crouched low as they approached the window, where Xie Mingzhu craned her neck to peer inside. The flickering candlelight revealed the ruffian, battered and bruised, sitting at the square table, one foot propped up on a bench, counting his ill-gotten coins. The items strewn across the table were unmistakably Xie Mingzhu's. With the evidence laid bare, she could no longer contain herself. She stood and flung open the door to the main room. Huo Xuan quickly followed. You thief! You dare to steal from me? Xie Mingzhu shouted in fury. The ruffian, caught off guard while counting his money, panicked at their sudden appearance, causing him to drop all the coins on the floor. Who? The ruffian turned to see Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan standing at the door. Why you? How did you get in here? Terrified, he instinctively recoiled, attempting to retreat into the depths of the house. Huo Xuan, keenly aware of his intentions, swiftly kicked a long bench in his path. The ruffian, unprepared for the obstruction, stumbled and fell, his head colliding with the bench. His cries of despair echoed through the air. Do you have no respect for the law? I didn't even report you for assaulting me before, and now you dare to come here. The scoundrel wailed, I will not let you off the hook. I shall ensure that the village secretary teaches you a proper lesson. Xie Mingzhu swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his head, retorting, You should first concern yourself with your own predicament. You're caught red-handed. Do you still wish to argue? The scoundrel's eyes darted nervously as he feigned ignorance. I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean caught red-handed? Don't slander me. The two, unwilling to engage further in his futile defenses, were resolute. Huo Xuan seized the collar of his shirt and dragged him outside. We are taking you to see the village secretary. The scoundrel immediately begged for mercy. Xie Mingzhu began to gather her belongings from the table, while Huo Xuan led the scoundrel ahead, with her following closely behind. Soon, they arrived at Secretary Chun's residence. Having been on the verge of sleep, Secretary Chun was roused by the sound of knocking. He called out, Who is it? Xie Mingzhu replied, It is I. Xie Mingzhu from the educated youth point. Secretary Chun promptly opened the door, first glancing at Xie Mingzhu, then shifting his gaze to Huo Xuan and the scoundrel he was dragging along. A frown creased Secretary Chun's brow. Without needing to hear any explanation, he understood the situation. However, He still inquired, "What is going on?" Xie Mingzhu promptly recounted the events surrounding the film and the theft. Huo Xuan addressed Secretary Chun. "This man is a repeat offender. He is engaged in such behavior time and again. Sooner or later, he will meet his comeuppance." Xie Mingzhu nodded in agreement. "The scoundrel!" Sobbing uncontrollably, exclaimed Secretary Chun, "They are framing me. I truly do not understand what is happening. Yes, we had a minor disagreement while watching the film, but this rascal assaulted me without provocation, and now he accuses me of theft." He paused, continuing to weep. "I am innocent. I was merely preparing for bed at home when they stealthily invaded, accusing me of stealing their belongings." Secretary Chun's patience waned as the scoundrel continued his lamentations. He bellowed, "Silence. Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? How many times must I instruct you to amend your ways? Look at the state you are in now. When you die, no one will even claim your body. Your parents were heroes. If they knew you had fallen to such depths, they would die in despair. Just imagine facing them in the afterlife." Secretary Chun's expression was one of regret. The scoundrel's parents had indeed been heroes, which was why the villagers had been lenient with him. The fall of a hero's offspring sparked pity in anyone's heart. Huo Xuan, however, was not in the mood to hear Secretary Chun's reprimands and firmly stated, "As the village secretary for so many years, you should know what to do." Secretary Chun paused, displaying a hint of helplessness. He shot a disapproving glare at the scoundrel, admonishing, "This time, there is no defending yourself. I cannot assist you." He then turned to Huo Xuan, nodding, "I will summon the militia captain shortly. For tonight, we shall detain him and deliver him to the commune police station tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Huo Xuan nodded slightly. He glanced at Xie Mingzhu and softly suggested, "Let us return now." She agreed, and they turned to leave. Secretary Chun watched them depart before casting a disdainful glance at the scoundrel still seated on the ground. He kicked him, exclaiming, "You refuse to heed my advice, insisting on engaging in petty theft, and now you provoke them. Do you think they can't retaliate? Did you not notice how long Qin Haoyu and his companions have been inside?" With tears streaming down his face, the scoundrel cried out, "Secretary, save me. I do not wish to go to jail." Previously, he had been merely confined, but if he were taken to the police station, would he ever return alive? The thought sent him into further fits of sobbing. Secretary Qin kicked him once more, grumbling, "What else can be done? Once inside, you must reflect on your misdeeds and hope for leniency." Initially, he had considered giving Qin Haoyu and the others a break, as they were from the same brigade and had grown up together. However, he was compelled by pressure from Shunsheng to enforce strict measures. With authorities involved, a mere village secretary had no power to intervene. Little did he expect the scoundrel would once again cross paths with such trouble. The scoundrel, realizing his fate, could only wail, "Stop your howling. If you continue, I may be tempted to beat you myself." Meanwhile, Huo Xuan and Xie Mingzhu returned to their dormitory, surveying the disarray of their room. They exchanged glances, and Xie Mingzhu sighed, "Let us clean up slowly." "I will do it," Huo Xuan replied softly. Xie Mingzhu turned to him, saying, "I can manage. Aren't you the one boiling water? Can you handle it alone?" Huo Xuan inquired. "It's just tidying up. It's not difficult." Xie Mingzhu chuckled. "Huo Xuan, do you think so little of my capabilities? Remember, I have spent over 3 years in the countryside. I can manage any task." Huo Xuan chose not to argue further, stating, "In the future, you need not lift a finger while I am around." His voice was soft, and Xie Mingzhu did not catch his words. She asked, "What did you say?" Seeing her confusion, Huo Xuan simply smiled, "Nothing. I'll go boil the water now." Xie Mingzhu paid it no mind and responded affirmatively. Once Huo Xuan left the room, she began to tidy up. The bedding and clothes in the wardrobe were in disarray. She meticulously folded each item. After arranging all the clothes, she realized Huo Xuan's green dress was missing. Searching the room, she discovered it lodged beneath the bed. Without a second thought, she crawled under the bed, disregarding the dust and her appearance. Huo Xuan placed the firewood in the stove, allowing it to burn slowly. He had intended to return to assist with the tidying, but upon entering the room, he found her sitting on the floor, carefully dusting off the green dress. Noticing her serious demeanor, Huo Xuan couldn't help but smile. Clearing his throat, he stepped into the room. Xie Mingzhu stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and explained the dress fell under the bed. Huo Xuan said nothing further, and together they tidied the chaotic room. Once organized, they created ample space. Xie Mingzhu looked at the newly cleared area and suggested, "Shall we move the bed inside? It would spare you from sleeping in a drafty room." The adjacent room was in disrepair, with more than half of it damaged, making it akin to sleeping outdoors. The bedding there was also damp. Otherwise, it might have sufficed for a night. Huo Xuan shook his head to refuse, but upon seeing Xie Mingzhu's expression, he swallowed his words and nodded with a smile. Together, they moved the bed that was still outside into their room. Initially, Xie Mingzhu planned to offer him one of her blankets, but upon hearing him say, "You are so afraid of the cold. If you give me a blanket, you will surely freeze tonight," she relented and only provided him with one blanket. "Go ahead and laugh. If it weren't for the milder temperature tonight compared to yesterday, you wouldn't even get this blanket," Xie Mingzhu teased. His words made her smile, and after washing up, they both lay down on their respective beds. "I anticipate that within the next couple of days, I shall receive a letter from your father. Tomorrow, I will rise early to procure the train tickets. The distance to the city is considerable, necessitating an overnight journey by train, and he intends to purchase 2 soft sleeper tickets. Naturally, these tickets must be acquired in advance, otherwise they will be unattainable. Moreover, not everyone is eligible to purchase soft sleeper tickets. Huo Xuan has an old classmate who now works at the railway department and is a minor official. He wishes to see if he can procure family tickets." Xie Mingzhu turned to his direction and inquired, "We still do not know when we can return. If you buy the tickets too early, won't they go to waste?" Huo Xuan replied softly, "I estimate it will be within these 2 days, and it should not extend beyond next week. I will secure tickets for next week. If it does not work out, I can always return them." Xie Mingzhu nodded, refraining from further comment. The two fell silent and soon drifted into slumber. Huo Xuan glanced over, catching only a glimpse of Xie Mingzhu's silhouette. The sense of fulfillment swelling within him was truly delightful. He too closed his eyes. The following morning, when Xie Mingzhu arose, Huo Xuan had already awakened and was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Having learned from previous experiences, he dared not leave her alone while she slept, choosing instead to wait until she was awake before departing. After breakfast, he mounted his bicycle and set off to the county train station to purchase tickets. Once he had left, Xie Mingzhu began to pack her belongings. Having resided here for several years, she had accumulated a fair amount of items. Some unwanted items she intended to give away, while those she could not take would be sent to the cargo station for shipping. After organizing her things, she realized it was already afternoon. Noticing her stomach grumbling, she ventured into the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles for a quick meal. During her meal, the team leader sent someone to summon her, inquiring why she had not been to work for several days. Xie Mingzhu was still considered a local, her household registration and food ration connections remaining intact. Thus, even if she did not work, she was still entitled to rations, which meant she was expected to contribute. Xie Mingzhu directly declined the request to work, citing that she had been unwell and did not wish to go at this time. The messenger scrutinized her, noting her rosy complexion and vibrant spirit, and could not help but mutter a few words. "Look at you, so young. How can you harbor such a lazy mindset? If you do not work when you are young, when will you?" Xie Mingzhu, impatient, merely stated that she had matters to attend to and asked him to leave. Seeing her obstinate demeanor, the messenger remarked, "I will report this to the team leader." Xie Mingzhu paid him no mind. After he departed, she headed to the brigade office to inquire if there had been any mail carriers in the past few days. Typically, mail carriers only came when there were letters to deliver, and correspondence for the educated youth was generally sent to the brigade office. After a thorough inquiry at the office, she discovered that the mail carrier had not visited in the last few days. With a sigh of relief, she turned back. While tidying her room, she heard someone calling from outside. "Huo Xuan? Xie Mingzhu? Are you there?" Frowning, she peeked through the curtain and saw Zhu Jinghao standing at the gate, one hand clutching a basket of vegetables and the other a bottle of wine, peering in their direction. Xie Mingzhu lowered the curtain, choosing not to acknowledge him. Zhu Jinghao muttered to himself, "Are they not home?" After a moment, he turned to leave. However, Xie Mingzhu, peering through the curtain, noticed he merely sat down on the steps, evidently waiting for their return. She could not help but exhale in exasperation. After considering her options, she finally opened the door and stepped outside. Upon hearing her approach, Zhu Jinghao turned and, upon seeing Xie Mingzhu at the door, his face broke into a broad smile. "Xie Mingzhu, you are here. Why didn't you respond when I called? I thought you were not home." He then glanced around and inquired, "Where's Huo Xuan?" Xie Mingzhu did not answer his question, instead asking coolly, "What do you want?" "Zhu Jinghao, seemingly oblivious to her aloofness, held up the basket and wine bottle, grinning. I brought this fine bottle of wine, thinking it has been a while since we gathered. I thought I would come by with some refreshments. Pausing, he observed Xie Mingzhu's less than pleasant demeanor and feigned innocence, asking, after all these years as comrades, "You wouldn't turn me away, would you?" Such a question would typically make anyone feel compelled to welcome him in. Yet Xie Mingzhu had no intention of engaging in pleasantries. She simply replied, "I'm sorry, but Huo Xuan is not here right now, and, as a woman alone, I cannot accommodate you." The unmistakable message of unwelcomeness was practically written on Xie Mingzhu's face. Most would grasp the hint and leave. But Zhu Jinghao was not one to be easily deterred. He paused momentarily, then smiled and said, "Xie Mingzhu, you are still as humorous as ever, always joking around." Xie Mingzhu could not resist rolling her eyes. "Who is joking with you?" She scoffed, setting aside the fact that Zhu Jinghao was a married man. Their relationship was not one that permitted excessive familiarity. Zhu Jinghao waved his hand and strolled toward the kitchen, saying, "If Huo Xuan is not here, I'll just wait for him. Surely he will return this evening. You need not mind me. I will entertain myself." He added with a chuckle, "After all, I am not here specifically for you." Laughing heartily, he posed a question, "Am I not quite humorous myself?" Observing Zhu Jinghao's antics, Xie Mingzhu rolled her eyes once more and turned back to her room. "These belongings are now my private property. You had best not touch anything," she warned as she closed the door. Zhu Jinghao, undeterred, followed her to the door and remarked, "Xie Mingzhu, why are you speaking so harshly? Have you been affected by Qin Haoyu's situation? You were not always this way." He strained his neck, attempting to peer inside. "Do you not remember? I helped you and Huo Xuan pick out these tables and chairs." Xie Mingzhu ignored him and firmly shut the door. This man must truly be lacking in common sense. Zhu Jinghao, receiving no response, could only stand at the window, peering in. Xie Mingzhu, feeling exasperated, drew the curtains tightly. Just as she settled down with a book, she heard Huo Xuan's voice from the courtyard. "Zhu Jinghao, what are you doing here? What are you looking at by the door?" Following the sound of his bicycle stand springing up, Huo Xuan approached, knocking on the door and calling out, "Mingzhu, are you in there? Is everything all right?" Xie Mingzhu opened the door, informing him, "This person is quite bothersome. He has been loitering here for quite a while, claiming he wants to drink with you when you return. Please ask him to leave." Huo Xuan nodded gently in understanding. As he turned, he noticed Zhu Jinghao had also arrived at the door, peering inside. After surveying the room, Xie Mingzhu swiftly closed the door again. Huo Xuan frowned and asked, "Did you come here for something?" Zhu Jinghao, his eyes darting around, waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing in particular. I just thought it had been a while since we gathered together. I had some free time after work, so I came to find you." As he spoke, he gestured towards the kitchen, saying, "I also brought a fine bottle of wine. Let us savor it together. Tonight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated." However, Huo Xuan shrugged off the hand that had rested on his shoulder and replied, "I do not believe we share such a bond of inebriation." The sky outside was darkening. He advised, "You should hasten home. I would not want you to stumble into a ditch while inebriated." His tone was devoid of inflection. Despite the gravity of Huo Xuan's words, Zhu Jinghao appeared bewildered. "What is going on with you two? You were not like this before." Before Huo Xuan could respond, Zhu's gaze shifted towards Xie Mingzhu's room. "I do not know your circumstances, but Xie Mingzhu has not returned to the city, has she? If she wishes to return, I could arrange a way for you." His expression bore a hint of pride. He anticipated Xie Mingzhu would emerge to inquire about his offer, yet her room remained silent. He raised his voice, "I can assist you in returning to the city." Still, there was no response from Xie Mingzhu's room. Huo Xuan, uninterested in Zhu's schemes, urged him, "You should return quickly. Yang Panlong is unaware of your presence here, correct? If she finds out, will you be able to return home safely today?" At this, Zhu Jinghao's expression faltered. "Ah, let us not mention that woman. She is a veritable tigress." He turned and strode into the kitchen, declaring, "This evening, I shall cook for you all. Let us indulge in a proper celebration." Huo Xuan frowned, perplexed as to whether Zhu was genuinely simple-minded or merely feigning ignorance. He seized Zhu's collar and pulled him toward the exit, insisting, "That will not be necessary. We shall not be drinking tonight. You should take your leave." Zhu stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, but managing to grasp the doorframe for support. Dropping the pretense, he sneered, "Huo Xuan, do not play coy. You have already shared a bed with Xie Mingzhu, haven't you? Before Huo Xuan's arrival, Zhu had surveyed the surroundings. The neighboring room had half its roof collapsed, and there was no bed within. It was evident Huo Xuan could not have stayed there. Earlier, he had glanced into Xie Mingzhu's room, noting 2 beds. Yet only one was made up. This was irrefutable evidence that the two had shared a night together. He could not fathom that a man and woman could lie in bed together without engaging in some form of intimacy. Zhu was taken aback by Xie Mingzhu's seemingly delicate demeanor, realizing she had been quite reckless. Having just called off her engagement with Qin Haoyu, she had already become entangled with Huo Xuan. He wondered if she had previously had any inappropriate relations with other young men. This thought filled him with anger, as he recalled how his pursuit of Xie Mingzhu had been widely known, only for her to reject him outright. Had he known of her indiscretions, he might have employed a more forceful approach. Perhaps she would have responded favorably to such advances. With this anger festering, Zhu's words grew increasingly unrestrained. Huo Xuan's face darkened, and upon hearing Zhu's remarks, he struck him squarely in the face. Zhu fell to the ground, visibly swollen from the blow. Huo Xuan, how dare you lay a hand on me? Huo Xuan glowered at him. Your punishment is lenient. As Zhu regained his footing, Huo Xuan struck him once more, sending him crashing to the ground again. You pursue women and then slander their character. Individuals like you should count themselves fortunate if they escape unscathed upon leaving. Huo Xuan spat in disdain, furious with men like Qin Haoyu and Zhu Zhenghao. He understood Zhu's motives for visiting today without needing to be told. Enraged, Zhu lunged forward, intent on grappling with Huo Xuan. Huo Xuan merely chuckled coldly, delivering a kick to Zhu's abdomen that sent him sprawling a meter away. Realizing he could not overpower Huo Xuan, Zhu resorted to tears and pleas for mercy. I swear, I came only to share a drink. My earlier words were mere nonsense. Dismiss them as you will. In his desperation, he slapped his own face twice and sank to the ground, weeping loudly. Huo Xuan cast a glance towards Xie Mingzhu, his expression one of exasperation. You cannot fathom the life I lead. Yang Panlan's tyrannical presence looms over me daily, leaving me gasping for breath. Zhu continued to lament. I am truly suffering. I lack anyone with whom to converse. Upon seeing you both, I thought I might share my woes after all these years. Huo Xuan retorted coldly, and what of it? Your personal failures are your own. Why should your grievances be directed at us? Zhu, cowed, fell silent, ultimately deciding to depart. Huo Xuan halted him, demanding apologize. Zhu hesitated, weighing his options, then lowered his head to murmur an apology to Xie Mingzhu, terrified that Huo Xuan would again unleash his wrath. He fled, his feet barely touching the ground as he hurried away. Watching him disappear, Huo Xuan's stern demeanor finally softened. Before he could speak to Xie Mingzhu, Zhu reappeared. Is there something else? Huo Xuan asked icily. Zhu pointed toward the kitchen, forcing a smile. I brought some wine and dishes earlier. I presumed you might not want them, so I shall take them back. Seeing Huo Xuan remain silent, he quickly made his way back to the kitchen, soon returning with a basket of food and wine. As he passed Huo Xuan, his steps quickened, fearful of being seized again. I advise you to control your tongue. Do not speak carelessly outside, Huo Xuan warned. Zhu halted, managing a forced smile. Of course not. I would never. Once Zhu had left, Huo Xuan closed the courtyard gate. Sighing in relief, Xie Mingzhu murmured, truly, one encounters all sorts. In the past, when they all resided together, Zhu Zhenghao had not been as he was now. He merely sought attention back then, not displaying such shamelessness. It seemed that since assuming a minor leadership role, he had become rather arrogant. Merely a clerk, he believed he could deceive Xie Mingzhu, perhaps thinking she had no means to return to the city, prompting his underhanded intentions. Huo Xuan turned to her, noting her composed demeanor, and softly advised. Such individuals with ulterior motives should be avoided in the future. Xie Mingzhu was already aware of this, having no intention of engaging with Zhu. His audacity had simply reached new heights. Enough about him. It is ill-fated, she said, redirecting her attention to Huo Xuan. By the way, did you manage to secure the tickets? Huo Xuan nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I have. He produced 2 train tickets from his pocket, continuing, I purchased tickets for next Tuesday. I expect to receive a letter from your father within the next couple of days. The train on Tuesday should be just in time. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently, her heart fluttering with excitement. Huo Xuan tucked the tickets away. I shall prepare dinner now. What would you like to eat this evening? Having settled for a meager meal at noon, Xie Mingzhu now felt genuine hunger. I will assist you, she replied softly. Huo Xuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Returning to the kitchen, he gathered the basket of vegetables and headed to the backyard, where they had planted some crops previously. After harvesting a selection of greens and a handful of chives, they returned to the kitchen. The remnants of a recent downpour left the vegetables speckled with mud. Huo Xuan was preparing to wash vegetables when he noticed that the water tank was nearly empty. The united team had yet to receive electricity or running water, and the villagers had to fetch water from a nearby lake. I will go fetch some water, Huo Xuan said. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. Then I will prepare the vegetables first. With a water bucket and yoke in hand, Huo Xuan stepped outside while Xie Mingzhu began to clean the vegetables at the kitchen door. The lake behind the team was not far, and within 20 minutes, Huo Xuan returned with 2 full buckets of water. Xie Mingzhu had already put rice on to cook, ready to wash the vegetables and prepare the meal once he returned. Huo Xuan was a far better cook than Xie Mingzhu, so she instinctively tended to the fire, allowing him to handle the cooking. He prepared a simple meal of scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried eggplant, and a bowl of clear vegetable soup, all finished within 10 minutes. Huo Xuan served the rice and called Xie Mingzhu to eat. After washing her hands, she approached the table. For some reason, the simple dishes seemed exquisite once Huo Xuan had cooked them. After finishing a bowl of rice, Xie Mingzhu ladled herself another half bowl. Huo Xuan looked at her in surprise. Did you not eat lunch? Normally, Xie Mingzhu would only manage a bowl of rice, never having consumed 2 bowls like today. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xie Mingzhu replied gruffly, What? Can't I have 2 bowls? Seeing her expression, Huo Xuan chuckled, Of course you can, but you are quite thin. It will be good for you to eat more. With that, Xie Mingzhu fell silent, quietly finishing her rice. After the meal, she took the initiative to clear the dishes. Huo Xuan, noticing this, offered, Let me do it. Xie Mingzhu glanced at him and said, You've worked all day. Take a break. I can handle the dishes. She then turned to begin washing them. Huo Xuan felt a smile creeping to his lips at her caring gesture, but despite her insistence, he took the bowl from her hands. I'll wash. You can rinse them again, he said, quickening his pace. Xie Mingzhu accepted the washed bowls and placed them in clean water for a final rinse, followed by a scald with boiling water. Once the kitchen was tidied, they decided to take a stroll. Xie Mingzhu had indeed eaten a bit too much and wanted to walk off the meal. Outside, the sky had darkened, signaling dinner time, and the villagers were likely at home, leaving the streets quiet. The absence of people made Xie Mingzhu feel quite at ease. She preferred to avoid prying into others' gossip and did not wish to become the subject of it herself. As they walked along the path, they chatted casually. The moon rose higher, casting a cool halo around them. Xie Mingzhu tilted her head slightly and gazed at the myriad stars above, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face. It had been so long since she had witnessed such a starry sky. In the city, towering buildings obscured such sights. Spotting a stone stool nearby, she sat down and patted the space beside her, softly urging Huo Xuan, Come sit. He did not refuse and settled beside her. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight, he remarked softly. Xie Mingzhu nodded in agreement. Faintly, a few shooting stars streaked across the sky. She smiled gently. Once we return to the city, such scenery will be rare, if not entirely absent. Huo Xuan turned to look at her, saying, If you wish to see it, you can always come back. Xie Mingzhu shook her head, believing she would not desire to return here again, as it marked the beginning of her most challenging times. Changing the subject, she turned her gaze to Huo Xuan. Last time I asked about your future plans, you still haven't answered. This time, Huo Xuan stated directly, The current situation outside is quite promising. Continuing at the lighting factory 1T lead to much. The real estate project holds the greatest potential for the future. He felt compelled to work diligently to ensure Xie Mingzhu could live a life of comfort and security. Unbeknownst to her, everything he did was for her sake. She chuckled, recalling, I remember you said you wanted to be a general when you were a child. Have you abandoned that dream? Huo Xuan laughed, You remember? As a child, he admired Xie Mingzhu's father in his crisp military uniform, dreaming of wearing such attire himself one day. However, as he grew older, that aspiration faded. I can't believe you still recall that. How could I forget? You vowed to protect me once you became a general, Xie Mingzhu teased. Huo Xuan's smile faded slightly as he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Unfortunately, I have not been able to protect you, he murmured. Huo Xuan, don't say that, Xie Mingzhu insisted earnestly. You've never owed me anything. Yet Huo Xuan shook his head. Do you remember the time you rescued me from the sewer? He turned to face her, his gaze unwavering. You were only 8, yet you descended like an angel, pulling me from the filth. Recalling that incident made Huo Xuan's lips curve into a smile. In that moment, I thought my life is yours. Even now, he wondered how a sheltered girl could be so brave, daring to save him at such a young age. It was a sobering thought. Had things gone awry, they both could have drowned in that sewer. Listening to him, Xie Mingzhu reminisced about their childhood. They had grown up in the same courtyard, surrounded by children of similar backgrounds. Though Huo Xuan was different, his mother was their family's maid. Young and naive, the children could be remarkably cruel, isolating Huo Xuan from their play. Only Xie Mingzhu chose to spend time with him, and had it not been for her father's status, she too might have faced ostracism. The incident in the sewer had been a cruel prank by the older children, who had pushed him in knowing he couldn't swim. Xie Mingzhu, realizing what happened, quickly grabbed a rope and jumped in, not having the time to call for adults. Fortunately, the other children hadn't intended to harm him. Once they saw her jump in, they hurried to fetch help. You have no idea how horrible it smelled. I went home and scrubbed with soap dozens of times, but the stench lingered. I couldn't eat for 3 days. Xie Mingzhu laughed, the memory now fading into a distant sensation. Seeing her radiant smile, Huo Xuan felt a lump in his throat, his eyes moistening. When I got home, my father and brother took turns scolding me. She continued, but later, they rewarded me with 2 coins for my bravery, telling me to buy candy. Before she could finish, Huo Xuan enveloped her in a tight embrace, as if holding a rare treasure. Those 2 coins, he said, his voice thick with emotion. You bought me a shirt. He slightly raised his head, attempting to halt the tears that threatened to fall. In that moment, he pondered why there existed such lovely girls in this world. He resolved to protect her with all his might. To this day, he still carefully preserves that piece of clothing. Xie Mingzhu found herself in his embrace, a look of bewilderment on her face. Did you buy me clothes? She tilted her head, furrowing her brow as she recalled. But I remember buying a pound of white rabbit candy. Huo Xuan, initially trembling, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing her words. Did he misremember? Xie Mingzhu's brows knitted tightly, indicating her confusion. Huo Xuan remained silent, holding her closely, resting his chin gently atop her head, murmuring softly, in my heart, you're the best girl in the world. Therefore, when he learned she was to go to the countryside, he, as an only child, could have remained behind, but chose to accompany her without hesitation. This decision received his mother's unwavering support, as she had always cherished the girl she had raised since childhood, regarding her as her own daughter. Upon realizing his feelings, she was astonished. She is your sister. In his mother's eyes, Huo Xuan's affection for Xie Mingzhu seemed almost taboo. Yet to Huo Xuan, it was entirely natural. If he did not cherish such a girl, he believed he would be the one at fault. He had long concealed his feelings, intending to express them when she matured. However, he never anticipated that before he could confess, others would lead her astray. He had to admit that the Qin family was remarkably patient. Not only him, but even Xie Shitong had initially failed to perceive any issues within their family. Although he thought them impoverished, in that era, wasn't it considered honorable to be poor? As long as Qin Haoyu showed ambition, they were willing to extend a helping hand. Yet in the end, it was akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Listening to his words, Xie Mingzhu felt a rare sense of embarrassment. I'm not that remarkable. If I were truly exceptional, I wouldn't have been deceived to such an extent in my past life. With this thought, her expression dimmed, and she collected herself, stepping out of Huo Xuan's embrace, feeling a chill. Let us head back, she said, rising to her feet and walking ahead. Huo Xuan immediately stood, taking her hand in his, exerting a gentle pull that drew her back into his embrace. The firmness of his chest caused her to wince slightly. She looked up at him, confusion etched on her face. Under the moonlight, she appeared particularly enchanting, the cool glow casting a soft halo around her. Her beautiful almond eyes widened, fixated on him as if he were her sole focus. Observing her slightly parted lips, Huo Xuan felt his throat tighten and leaned in closer. Xie Mingzhu's breath caught, quickening unexpectedly. No longer a naive girl, she understood the implications of his actions. Reason urged her to retreat, yet her body remained unyielding. Rooted in place as she watched his lips drawn nearer, her heart racing. She realized that, unbeknownst to her, a corner of her heart had already been claimed by Huo Xuan. The warmth of his breath brushed against her face, his breathing as rapid as hers, even quicker. Instinctively, she closed her eyes. Their lips barely met, and a tingle coursed through their bodies as if electricity had surged between them. Before Huo Xuan could proceed, they heard footsteps approaching from a distance, growing closer. He tightened his grip on her arm, steadying her, and swiftly stepped back. Xie Mingzhu, losing her support, swayed slightly, but was saved by Huo Xuan's hold, preventing her from falling. They exchanged glances, then, in perfect unison, averted their eyes, feigning nonchalance. The footsteps drew nearer, soon revealing a few villagers who, upon spotting them, turned to greet them with smiles. Xie Mingzhu felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, awkwardly smiling in response. Huo Xuan maintained his composure, greeting everyone, though his ears were tinged with a faint blush. Once the group departed, Xie Mingzhu could no longer bear to look at Huo Xuan and quicken her pace. "I'm tired. Let us hurry back to sleep." Huo Xuan watched her petite figure, instinctively brushing his fingers against his lips, unable to suppress the smile that lingered there. As she distanced herself, he gathered his thoughts and hurried to catch up, walking alongside her. Xie Mingzhu kept her gaze straight ahead, yet the warmth on her cheeks continued to rise. Upon returning to the dormitory, her cheeks were still flushed. Huo Xuan gazed at her rosy complexion, captivated. Xie Mingzhu, feeling his gaze, became slightly annoyed and scolded. "Why do you keep staring at me? You are beautiful." Huo Xuan unabashedly complimented. Xie Mingzhu shot him a mock glare before retreating to her room, relieved that he did not follow. Taking a deep breath, her racing heart gradually calmed. She had never realized how charming Huo Xuan could be. Soon after she composed herself, a knock echoed from outside. "The water is still warm. Shall I bring you bath water?" Huo Xuan called from the doorway. Xie Mingzhu replied affirmatively. Just as her voice faded, Huo Xuan entered, stating, "I think it's not too cold tonight, so I'll move the bed back to the adjacent room." After the commotion caused by Zhu Zhenghao, he felt it wiser not to sleep together. If someone were to come by again, even if nothing happened, it could lead to complications. Xie Mingzhu frowned slightly, but hadn't he spoken before Huo Xuan continued, "Don't worry, I am in good health." Seeing his determination, she refrained from arguing further, nodding gently as they moved the empty bed to the neighboring room. Beneath her mattress lay clean, dry straw, which she offered to Huo Xuan. Although the bed was hard, without the straw, it wouldn't be too uncomfortable with her mattress. Huo Xuan accepted it without objection. With the straw and a blanket, although in a semi-open environment, it wouldn't be too cold at night. Once the bed was prepared, Huo Xuan fetched hot water for Xie Mingzhu's bath. Having not worked these past few days, she simply rinsed off and quickly finished. Hearing the door open, Huo Xuan stepped in to take the bathing tub outside. Watching his retreating figure, Xie Mingzhu cautioned, "It's still a bit chilly at night. Avoid using cold water for your bath to prevent catching a cold." Huo Xuan nodded lightly. "I know my own body. You need to worry about me." Xie Mingzhu felt her cheeks warm, glaring at him playfully as she replied, "I am not worried about you." With that, she closed the door, her voice muffled from behind it. "I'm going to sleep now. You should rest early too." Huo Xuan acknowledged her, pouring out the water, then turned to glance back at her room. He stared at the door for a while, a dreamy smile gracing his lips. Anyone unaware might think he had lost his mind. After placing the bathing tub down, he prepared his own bathwater and took a shower. Once finished, he called out to Xie Mingzhu's room, "I'm going to sleep. Call me if you need anything." Xie Mingzhu replied in agreement. Each lost in their thoughts, they lay in bed for a while before drifting into a hazy slumber. After an unknown duration, they were abruptly awakened by urgent knocking at the door. Looking up at the sky, the moon still hung overhead, casting a silvery glow upon the darkened landscape. With the moonlight as my guide, I raised my hand to check the time. It was barely past midnight. Turning my gaze towards the door, the persistent knocking grew increasingly urgent, as if something of great importance awaited outside. Yet the identity of the visitor remained a mystery. Rising from beneath the blanket, I opened the door. Just as I did, I heard the sound of the neighboring door creaking open. Xie Mingzhu stepped out, and we exchanged a glance, each reflecting our mutual bewilderment. "At this late hour, I wonder who is out there," she murmured. Huo Xuan gestured for her to remain at the doorway while he approached the entrance. She nodded gently in agreement. As he reached the door, the knocking intensified. "Who is it?" he called out. Silence lingered for a moment before a voice responded from beyond the door. "A thief is on the loose in the village. We heard commotion and think he may have headed this way. Open the door so we can take a look. We wouldn't want him to steal your belongings." The voice was unfamiliar, clearly from someone not known to us. Huo Xuan cast a glance back at Xie Mingzhu, who instinctively shook her head, sensing the unease of the situation. Huo Xuan shared her apprehension. It was ill-advised to open the door at such an hour. We haven't seen any thief enter, he replied firmly. You should search elsewhere. No sooner had he spoken than the knocking grew louder, accompanied by the sound of more voices. Open the door. We are cadres from the commune. We have received reports of illicit activities here and are here to investigate. If you do not comply, we will force our way in. A chill flickered in Huo Xuan's eyes. At this point, he understood the gravity of the situation. It was evident that Zhu Jinghao had reported them to the commune after returning home. Why wait until the dead of night to catch them red-handed? Fortunately, he had sensed something amiss earlier and had moved the bed back. Otherwise, they would be trapped in a compromising situation now. Don't think about escaping. You won't get away. We have all the details. The voice continued. Before the speaker could finish, Huo Xuan swung the door open. The individuals outside fell silent, pushing their way inside. The one who had been knocking shone a flashlight on Huo Xuan's face before directing it toward the interior, finally landing on Xie Mingzhu. Huo Xuan subtly shifted, blocking the light from illuminating her. The intruder then focused on him once more. You are Huo Xuan? Huo Xuan did not reply, instead furrowing his brow and demanding. If you claim to be from the commune, show us your credentials. Otherwise, with so many of you coming here at such a late hour, I might just assume you are intruders, and I will not be responsible for any repercussions that follow. The lead man retrieved his work identification from his pocket and waved it in front of Huo Xuan. Before Huo Xuan could scrutinize it, it was snatched back. Huo Xuan scoffed, not even allowing me a proper look. How can I trust it isn't a forgery? The man frowned and produced the identification once more. Although Huo Xuan suspected they were indeed officials, he meticulously examined the document before returning it. Have you seen enough? Is everything in order now? Can we proceed with our inspection? The man sneered, a hint of disdain crossing his features. Huo Xuan stepped aside, allowing them entry. This place contains private property, not communal assets. I advise you to refrain from touching anything. Should any damage occur, I will seek compensation from the commune. He spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, wary of the possibility of theft. The man glanced at Huo Xuan once more, shining the flashlight up and down his figure, and smirked. Noticing Xie Mingzhu still at the entrance, he waved her aside. Huo Xuan gently nodded at her, and she stepped aside. The room contained only her belongings, none belonging to Huo Xuan. The intruders swept their flashlight around the room, but found no trace of the two beds mentioned by Zhu Jinghao. Frowning instinctively, they proceeded to Huo Xuan's room. Upon seeing the half-collapsed ceiling, the man inquired, "What happened to the roof?" Huo Xuan replied, his tone measured. "It collapsed due to the heavy rain a few days ago." The man nodded slightly, directing his flashlight towards the bed. A straw mattress was laid atop a hardboard, covered with a sheet and a blanket. The creases suggested that someone had recently occupied it. The man frowned, stepping closer to investigate. The blanket felt warm to the touch, indicating recent use. Huo Xuan leaned casually against the doorframe, a mocking smile on his lips. "So, have you uncovered anything?" The man turned back to his companions, shaking his head. "Your information is flawed," Huo Xuan taunted. "Zhu Jinghao must have told you something misleading. He didn't mention he was here for unsavory purposes, did he?" The group exchanged glances, confusion evident on their faces. "Zhu Jinghao came here to speak with our female colleague, claiming he had connections to help her return to the city, but only if she provided some benefit," Huo Xuan continued. Since Zhu Jinghao had burned his bridges, Huo Xuan saw no reason to extend any lifelines. All present were astute individuals. They quickly grasped the implication that they had been used as pawns by Zhu Jinghao. Initially expecting to gain something from this night, they now realized it was a farce. The atmosphere grew tense as their expression soured. That little Zhu, he often seeks the limelight. It turns out to be so unreliable. One person exclaimed, "I heard they were considering promoting him this year. With behavior like this, that is out of the question." Huo Xuan and Xie Mingzhu exchanged knowing glances. "We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused tonight," the man said, his tone now more conciliatory. "We genuinely regret this situation. Please forgive us." Huo Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's not your fault. You too were misled." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group darkened further. After offering a few more apologies, they turned to leave. Once they departed, Huo Xuan hastily shut the door, exhaling deeply. He turned to Xie Mingzhu, and both wore expressions tinged with relief. Fortunately, Huo Xuan had foreseen the potential trouble and had moved the bed. Otherwise, they might have been cornered and wrongfully accused of impropriety. Zhu Jinghao was too lenient. Had I known he would report us, I would have dealt with him more harshly, Huo Xuan remarked. Xie Mingzhu sighed with relief, adding, yet he won tea escape unscathed. Deceiving so many people at this late hour, if it were true, they would not have made a fuss. However, the crucial point is that they found nothing here. Upon returning, he will surely face their wrath. His future work will undoubtedly be challenging. Thank goodness it was merely a false alarm, Huo Xuan reflected, urging Xie Mingzhu to rest. She nodded lightly, and they both retreated to their rooms, the night passing in silence. When they awoke the next morning, the sun had risen, and the village buzzed with activity as the villagers set out to work. Yawning, Huo Xuan rose, as if he had only just awakened. Xie Mingzhu found it somewhat peculiar, for it was unlike her to rise so late. Huo Xuan chuckled lightly, replying, I am a normal person too. It's quite natural to feel fatigued. I senti it? Xie Mingzhu's expression momentarily faltered, her eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Huo Xuan, oblivious to her demeanor, lowered his gaze to tidy his attire, and continued, after breakfast, I shall visit the brigade office to see if there are any letters for us today. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently in response. Once breakfast was concluded, Huo Xuan made his way to the brigade office. Upon his return, he held a substantial letter in his hands. Xie Mingzhu's face lit up with joy, and she hurried towards him, exclaiming, Did my father send this? Huo Xuan nodded slightly, handing her the letter. As she took it, the envelope bore bold, graceful characters, an unmistakable script belonging to Xie Shitong. Eagerly, she tore it open to find a family letter nestled within, accompanied by a transfer order, a numbered communication from the youth office, a handwritten certificate, and a migration permit. The communication stated that Xie Mingzhu was a young intellectual sent to the countryside from Shunsheng and had been approved for urban return due to health issues, urging the processing of her return procedures. While the mention of a return due to illness did not particularly concern her, after all, in those times, one could either return due to illness or family hardships. What mattered most was the prospect of returning to the city. The letter from her father was straightforward, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. It simply confirmed that the transfer order for her return to Shunsheng had been finalized. If she encountered any difficulty, he would come personally to assist her. Xie Mingzhu's eyes welled with tears. In this day and age, how could it be difficult? She murmured with a smile. The early years had been fraught with challenges, where countless individuals had strained themselves, desperate to return due to health issues. Yet, the reality had shifted. As long as the paperwork was in order, return procedures were typically straightforward. With the thought of returning soon, tears brimmed in her eyes as she turned to Huo Xuan, exclaiming, Huo Xuan, I can go home. Observing her excitement, Huo Xuan couldn't help but ruffle her hair gently, reassuring her, after our lunch, we will head to the commune's youth office. Xie Mingzhu's heart raced with anticipation. She longed to finalize her paperwork immediately. Huo Xuan chuckled, shaking his head. Even if you skip lunch, the commune leaders still need to eat. Xie Mingzhu nodded, realizing that the leaders would indeed take a break at noon. Despite her anxiety, she understood the necessity of patience. Noticing her distress, Huo Xuan added with a smile, no need to rush. Our tickets are for next Tuesday. Even if the paperwork is completed, we still have to wait until then. It was only Friday, meaning they had to wait another 4 or 5 days. This realization only heightened Xie Mingzhu's impatience. If the paperwork wasn't completed within the next couple of days, they would have to wait until Monday. Thankfully, with only Sundays off, if they didn't finish today, they would not have to endure an additional 2-day wait. Huo Xuan, seeing her growing agitation, offered words of comfort. And under his soothing presence, her anxiety gradually subsided. Together, they prepared lunch, though Xie Mingzhu scarcely savored the meal. After hastily finishing, she hurried to wash the dishes. Huo Xuan observed her flustered state and stepped in to halt her, saying, no need to panic. Do you think the commune leaders will run away? Xie Mingzhu wished she could contain her excitement, yet the yearning to return home was overwhelming. After quickly washing the dishes, she dashed to her room, retrieving her cloth bag and waiting at the door for Huo Xuan. He regarded her with a bemused smile as they mounted their bicycles, first heading to the brigade to seek out the secretary. Secretary Chen, without hesitation, promptly issued them a certificate, eager to send them on their way. Relieved to alleviate the burden of responsibility that came with having such a precious individual in his vicinity. Upon leaving the brigade, they made their way to the commune. As they approached the entrance, Huo Xuan pedaled ahead, while Xie Mingzhu, in a state of confusion, called out, Huo Xuan, we passed it. Assuming he had forgotten the location of the commune office, she was soon corrected when Huo Xuan turned back, saying, we need to buy some cigarettes. Realizing the importance of having cigarettes as a gesture for their request, she followed him. Arriving at the youth office, Huo Xuan knocked on the door, and a voice from within beckoned, come in. Upon entering, they found a man in his 40s, clad in a blue work uniform and green military cap. He scrutinized them and inquired, are you the young intellectuals returning to the city? Before they could respond, he seemed to already grasp their purpose. Huo Xuan stepped forward, smiling. Hello, Director. We are here to process our return procedures. While speaking, he extracted a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the Director, who, upon receiving it, visibly softened his previously stern demeanor. Do you have all the necessary documents? The Director asked. Xie Mingzhu promptly nodded, presenting all the required paperwork. Huo Xuan then lit a cigarette for the Director, who took a puff before extracting the communication to prepare the certificate for her. What brigade are you from? And what is your name? The smoke momentarily obscured his view as he waved it away, casually inquiring. Xie Mingzhu softly replied, the 3rd production team of the Tuanjie Brigade. Xie Mingzhu. As soon as her words left her lips, the Director paused, lifting his gaze to scrutinize her anew. Xie Mingzhu? From Shuncheng? He asked, taking a moment to appraise her. So it is you. Xie Mingzhu's expression faltered, and she glanced at Huo Xuan before nodding gently. Do you know me? The Director remained silent, giving her a dismissive glance that bore a hint of disdain. Confused, Xie Mingzhu furrowed her brow. Before she could voice her concerns, the Director turned his attention to Huo Xuan, saying, aren't you returning to the city? Hand over your documents, and I will write you a certificate. His demeanor clearly indicated a disregard for Xie Mingzhu. She scrutinized him closely, unfamiliar with the man before her. Huo Xuan, too, frowned slightly, his earlier mirth fading, and he replied, I came with her. The Director regarded him with a frown, assessing him anew. What is your relationship with her? Huo Xuan hesitated, then stated, I am her brother. Upon hearing this, the Director's attitude shifted, his face hardening once more. At such an age, it would be wise to guide her properly at home, ensuring she does not engage in scandalous behavior that brings shame upon your family. Xie Mingzhu felt utterly bewildered, her expression darkening. What scandalous behavior have I engaged in? Have you seen me act in such a manner? As a leader, how can you make such irresponsible statements? She retorted, firm in her conviction that the Director could not have mistaken her identity, as he had explicitly asked whether she was from Shuncheng. While many shared her name, the likelihood of 2 individuals with the same name being assigned to the same commune was exceedingly rare. Xie Mingzhu was certain he was referring to her, but the reason for his disdain remained a mystery. Seeing her anger, the Director slammed the table and barked, do you think you have a right to argue? I cannot sign this paperwork. You should leave at once. Why won't you sign? My documentation is complete, all in accordance with proper channels. You must sign it. Xie Mingzhu was becoming increasingly irate. The Director leaned back in his chair, a cold smirk on his face. What you have here states a medical retirement. But where is your medical opinion letter? Your diagnosis? You wish to leave without any mention of your ailment? How naive. Xie Mingzhu recognized that he was deliberately making things difficult. Normally, such matters would be overlooked, and with the acceptance notice from Shuncheng, there would be no need for a diagnosis at all. She opened her mouth to respond, but before she could say anything further, Huo Xuan, who had been silent until now, gestured for her to remain calm. Though anxious, Xie Mingzhu refrained from further comments. Huo Xuan, now aware of the misunderstandings at play, knew that Xie Mingzhu, being from the brigade, rarely visited the commune, and if she did, she had no direct dealings with its leadership. Her sole connection to the commune was Zhu Zhenghao. Upon this realization, Huo Xuan chuckled softly and offered the Director a cigarette. Lighting it for him, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. If we clarify it, there will be no issue. The Director accepted the cigarette, but said nothing further. Huo Xuan asked, who is Zhu Zhenghao to you? Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu immediately understood. So is this scoundrel again? The Director, upon hearing Zhu Zhenghao's name, scoffed. You claim to be innocent, yet you immediately think of him? Xie Mingzhu was about to speak when Huo Xuan calmly interjected. Are you aware that someone reported improper relations to the commune last night, and a group went to investigate but found no evidence? The Director paused, puzzled by the sudden shift in conversation and unaware of the incident. What does your story have to do with this? He asked, frowning. Huo Xuan smirked slightly before replying. Because the informant is Zhu Zhenghao, and the accused is her. The director's frown deepened. Then she must have done something scandalous. But if she truly did, why did the commune's leaders find no evidence when they went at midnight? The director fell silent. We do not know what Zhu Zhenghao told you, but I can assure you he did not mention that he once pursued my sister, did he? Before the director could respond, Huo Xuan continued. He was aware that my sister was likely to process her return home paperwork soon and previously used this to his advantage, attempting to extract benefits from her in exchange for assistance in her return. You are an adult. I need not spell out what kind of benefits those might be, right? With that, Huo Xuan ceased further elaboration, leaving the director to ponder. The director's expression darkened. He realized he had been manipulated by his own godson. Initially, he thought him clever and charming, but now he understood the truth of the matter. During this silence, Xie Mingzhu scoffed, deliberately addressing Huo Xuan. Don't make things difficult for him. We're going to the county youth office. The commune has its support here to impede me, but I refuse to believe they have reach into the county. After a brief pause, she added, when we arrive at the county, if they ask what happened, I shall speak the truth. We shall see who finds themselves in a difficult position then. The director, realizing his error in judgment, remained silent for a moment before lowering his head to write a statement for Xie Mingzhu. Seeing him begin to write, Xie Mingzhu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was willing to write, that was sufficient. One must always repay what they owe. It would be better than having to go to the county, which would only lead to more trouble. After receiving the director's statement, Xie Mingzhu still felt a simmering frustration, longing to confront Zhu Zhenghao with a few well-placed punches for relief. Huo Xuan glanced at her, inquiring, would you like to seek revenge? Xie Mingzhu's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. Let us go to his house. Zhu Zhenghao lived just behind in a courtyard not far away, a mere few minutes' walk. The neighbors were all colleagues and their families, most of whom she recognized. It was work hours, so Zhu Zhenghao was certainly not home, and Yang Panlong worked at the Industry and Commerce Bureau and wouldn't be off yet. This timing was chosen precisely to avoid encountering them. Upon reaching the courtyard, Huo Xuan entered alone, leaving Xie Mingzhu to wait at the alley's entrance. He strode into the yard and bellowed, Zhu Zhenghao, you scoundrel, get out here. Xie Mingzhu furrowed her brow, confused by Huo Xuan's intentions. As she pondered this, several neighbors emerged, startled by the commotion. Who are you looking for? A neighbor asked. Huo Xuan feigned rage, loudly asking, Ma'am, do you know which household Zhu Zhenghao lives in? With many families in the courtyard, he truly did not know the specifics of Zhu Zhenghao's residence. However, he was not there to ascertain that. He merely needed an audience who recognized whom he sought. Since the young people were all at work, only the elderly and children remained. Sensing his aggressive demeanor, the onlookers hesitated to approach, merely watching from a distance. The neighbor did not reveal Zhu Zhenghao's address, but furrowed her brow and asked, what do you want with him? Huo Xuan clenched his fists, his eyes reddening, and replied, that scoundrel Zhu Zhenghao has got my sister pregnant, and now he simply walks away, refusing to take responsibility. At this revelation, everyone gasped. The neighbor's eyes widened, exclaiming, young man, you can't say such things without proof. Is it true? Would I risk my sister's reputation and honor with falsehoods? With that statement, the crowd began to believe him. Even Xie Mingzhu, observing his outraged demeanor, was nearly convinced. Discussions erupted among the onlookers. Zhu Zhenghao truly is a rogue. When he sees a pretty girl, he cannot resist. You must guard your daughters closely, lest he take an interest. Huo Xuan continued, feeling no qualms about his actions. Wasn't Zhu Zhenghao treating Xie Mingzhu similarly? He was merely returning the favor. One must always repay what they owe. Speaking of which, I recall last time he was leering at Xiao Hui. Indeed, I told you all about this before, and you didn't believe me, did you? The crowd buzzed with excitement, completely unaware of when Huo Xuan had departed. The two had already left the courtyard. Huo Xuan turned to Xie Mingzhu and asked, have you vented your frustrations? Although the matter was fabricated, such things cannot be easily clarified. Even if the commune eventually investigated and found the truth, his reputation would already be tarnished. Xie Mingzhu scoffed. If it were me, I'd have just given him a good thrashing. That would be too lenient. In these times, a man's reputation holds less weight than a woman's. In a while, it would merely be a tale of amusement. Eventually, people would shrug it off with a comment about how no man is without his faults. Huo Xuan recognized that she had yet to find closure and, with a sly glint in his eye, suggested, How about we pay him a visit tonight? Xie Mingzhu, sensing the mischief in his smile, asked in confusion, "What do you have in mind?" Huo Xuan remained silent. They did not return home, but instead each purchased a flatbread and awaited Zhu Zhenghao's return. Once he appeared, they swiftly ensnared him in a burlap sack, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Zhu Zhenghao initially cursed and raged, but soon resorted to wailing for his mother. His cries echoed loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by nearby. Xie Mingzhu cast a glance at Huo Xuan, who responded with a gesture and mouthed the word, "Leave." The two departed silently, leaving behind Zhu Zhenghao, who was still cursing inside the sack. When others finally rescued him, he had been beaten into a pulp. "What did I do to deserve this? Why is everyone targeting me?" Zhu Zhenghao lamented. Those nearby, already privy to his misdeeds, could not resist mocking him. "You got that girl pregnant, and her family didn't kill you? Consider yourself lucky." This revelation shocked Zhu Zhenghao. He had always been more talk than action, merely boasting in the office and perhaps holding a girl's hand. But he would never dare to commit such a bold act. "Where did this rumor come from? You're all talking nonsense. I am a person of integrity. Even without a wife, I would never do something like that." Zhu Zhenghao protested. The onlookers, unimpressed, retorted, "Get a rest. We know exactly what kind of person you are." Without waiting for him to argue further, they turned away, uninterested in his defense. Zhu Zhenghao was left bewildered. Upon returning home, he was met with a furious beating from Yang Panlan. He wished to explain, but Yang Panlan offered him no chance. The truth was, he could not clarify anything. He didn't even know whose child he supposedly fathered. He felt utterly wronged and contemplated ending it all in despair. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzhu was on her way back to the village, leaning against Huo Xuan's back as she softly remarked, "It's truly terrifying how easily a person's reputation can be tarnished. Without any evidence or witnesses, just a few words from you, and everyone believes it. Even his sister didn't need to appear. Everyone accepted it as truth. Rumors are indeed fearsome." Huo Xuan glanced back at her and gently inquired, "Do you regret it?" "Of course not. He deserved it." Xie Mingzhu shook her head. Huo Xuan smiled and nodded. "Do you think everyone is foolish?" Their swift belief stems from Zhu Zhenghao's true nature. "We all live in the same compound, seeing each other daily. It's not surprising that they understand his character. Don't feel pity for him. Had it not been for his luck, we would have been caught last night." Xie Mingzhu felt no sympathy for Zhu Zhenghao. Had he not provoked them, they would not have retaliated. For the past few nights, thoughts of returning home had deprived her of sleep. The following morning, she rose early, having completed the paperwork for her return to the city. The next steps involved sorting out her household registration and food allocation, which she promptly sent back to her father. The paperwork was thorough, allowing for a swift process without encountering any deliberate obstacles. She hurried to the post office, sent the registered letter, and felt a sigh of relief as it disappeared into the mailbox. Just as they reached the village entrance, they encountered Chun, the village leader. "Have you completed the procedures?" he asked with a warm smile, genuinely concerned. Xie Mingzhu replied amiably, "Everything is in order." After a pause, she continued, "I am grateful for your care over the years. If you ever visit Shunsheng, please come my home." It was said that Chun would write a commendation to send back to Shunsheng, which would be kept on file. A poor review could linger in one's records for a lifetime. Thus, Xie Mingzhu was keen to show her courtesy. Huo Xuan offered a cigarette, which Chun accepted with a grin, saying, "You are a good comrade. You've endured quite a bit in the past. When you return, make sure to work diligently." Xie Mingzhu nodded gently, indicating her understanding. "Before you leave, come find me. I'll provide you with a letter of introduction. It will save you from any potential hassles during your transit back to the city." Once back in her dormitory, Xie Mingzhu reflected on the place she had called home for the past 3 years. However, the prospect of leaving brought her a sense of relief. Glancing at the large wardrobe, sewing machine, and other furniture, she began to worry. They could not take these items with them, while the train station offered shipping services. The logistics of transporting them there were daunting, as the county train station was several dozen miles away. Huo Xuan noticed her fixation on the room's contents and asked, "What are you thinking? These items are too large. We cannot possibly move them," she replied. "They are not old. They were newly purchased for my wedding. I cannot bear to leave them behind or give them away." Huo Xuan surveyed the room and softly suggested, "Start packing these things and see what you wish to take, but cannot. I will see if I can arrange for a larger vehicle." Xie Mingzhu nodded thoughtfully. After tidying the room, she realized she wanted to take most of her belongings with her. Huo Xuan, having observed her efforts, acknowledged her intentions with a slight nod before heading out on his bicycle. Upon his return, he informed her that a large vehicle would arrive the next day to transport her belongings directly to Shenzhen. Xie Mingzhu regarded him curiously and asked, "Where did you find this large vehicle?" Huo Xuan met her gaze and replied with a smile, "As long as there is a vehicle, why worry about the details?" Without waiting for further questions, he inquired, "Are you discarding these mattresses?" Xie Mingzhu lightly nodded. Some of the mattresses had been used for a long time, their cotton filling no longer fluffy. She decided against taking them back, planning to give them to the villagers, who could refurbish them into new quilts. She also intended to donate some decent clothing while discarding the worn-out work attire. Once everything was sorted, she gathered her things to head to the village. Huo Xuan noticed her carrying a considerable load and suggested she place it on the back of his bicycle as he pushed it toward the village. Upon arriving at a household, she knocked on the door while Huo Xuan waited outside. The cries of a child echoed from within, followed by a woman's voice, "Coming." Soon, a disheveled young woman opened the door, cradling a crying baby. Upon seeing Xie Mingzhu, she smiled sheepishly. "Mingzhu, you're here?" As she spoke, she smoothed her clothes and adjusted her hair. "I heard about your situation and hadn't had the chance to visit until now. How'd you been?" In the yard stood a dirty little girl, around 2 years old, gazing at Xie Mingzhu with wide, curious eyes. Xie Mingzhu smiled gently and replied, "Baozhen, I'm returning to the city soon." Wu Baozhen's smile faltered at this news. "You're leaving?" "Well, that's good. It's better than staying here." Initially intending to place her items on the table, Xie Mingzhu noticed the surface was greasy and instead set them on a nearby bench. "You can keep these. I no longer need them. They're all quite good. If you have a use for them, take them. If not, feel free to discard them." Wu Baozhen scanned the items and nodded with a smile. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you." As she spoke, she picked up a small floral shirt from the top of the pile. "This shirt is still in good condition. You don't want it?" she inquired with a hint of surprise. Xie Mingzhu nodded. "I noticed that your figure is quite similar to mine, so I'm gifting this to you." Wu Baozhen beamed with joy, exclaiming, "I have never worn such a beautiful garment." As she held the dress in front of her, she began to measure it against herself. Xie Mingzhu lightly tugged at the corner of her lips and glanced at the young girl beside her, a flicker of pity crossing her eyes. "Aren't you going to seek him out?" The smile on Wu Baozhen's face vanished instantly, and she fell silent for a moment. Just as Xie Mingzhu thought she would not speak again, Wu Baozhen sighed. "What is the point of searching? He's been gone for over a year. Not even a letter to his name. Even if I were foolish, I would know better." Pausing, she chuckled again. "I come to terms with it. I shall consider him as dead, and I shall live as a widow." Though she wore a smile, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xie Mingzhu observed her with a bittersweet expression. Wu Baozhen was 2 years her senior. When she first arrived over 3 years ago, Wu Baozhen was a vibrant girl. Unlike the local girls who appeared shy and timid in their presence, Wu Baozhen was assigned by the commune to cook for the educated youth, and due to her frequent visits, she became well acquainted with them. In time, she formed a relationship with Zhang Feiong, which was only natural given their youth and mutual attraction. When their affection deepened, they held a modest wedding ceremony in the presence of the villagers. However, Zhang Feiong had received orders from his family to refrain from dating local girls, let alone marry one. To avoid complications should he ever return home, he deliberately chose not to obtain a marriage certificate with Wu Baozhen. When the opportunity arose for educated youth to return to the city, he left without a backward glance. At that time, Wu Baozhen was pregnant with their child and had an older child still in need of care. Although regulations forbade educated youth from bringing family members back to the city, it was unfathomable that he would not send even a letter. If he truly desired to reunite, countless avenues existed for them to do so. Clearly, he never intended to return. Xie Mingzhu refrained from further comments and simply said to her, "If you ever find yourself in Shanghai, do seek me out." She then glanced at Wu Baozhen's eldest daughter and handed her 10 yuan, adding, "You have helped me immensely over the past few years, and I am profoundly grateful." Wu Baozhen looked at the money, shaking her head vigorously. No. You have already taken such good care of me. I cannot accept this." Xie Mingzhu placed the money in her hands, gently insisting, "Take it. Your parents cannot support you forever. In a couple of years, they will surely arrange for your marriage. By then, who knows if you can keep your children by your side. You must think of your future." The girl needed to pursue her studies to escape this place. Xie Mingzhu softly remarked. Otherwise, you will be trapped here for life. Like all the women here, toiling endlessly, finishing farm work only to return home for domestic chores, serving husbands and in-laws, and caring for an entire household, with scarcely a moment to herself. Rising at dawn and retiring at dusk. Wu Baozhen, who had been holding back tears, could no longer contain herself and began to weep, nodding, rest assured, no matter what, I will ensure she receives an education. Education is their only path to a better life. Xie Mingzhu sighed and gazed at the child in Wu Baozhen's arms. If I get the chance, I will inquire about his whereabouts now. He cannot be allowed to escape responsibility. After all, those two children are his, and he must contribute to their upbringing. Wu Baozhen forced a smile. If he truly wishes to evade his obligations, can I compel him otherwise? Does he not have a job? If necessary, we could take the children to his workplace and see if he can face us. Wu Baozhen fell silent. Xie Mingzhu sighed again. Remembering that Huo Xuan was still waiting outside, she decided not to linger, rising to leave. Before departing, she reminded Wu Baozhen to keep the money safe, advising her not to foolishly hand it over to her parents. It is always wise to have some funds at your disposal. Wu Baozhen escorted her to the door, cradling the child in one arm, leaning against the doorframe with a look of sorrow etched on her face. Xie Mingzhu glanced back at her, waving goodbye. Until she returned home, she remained silent, her thoughts lingering on Wu Baozhen. Are you still thinking about her? Huo Xuan inquired. Xie Mingzhu sighed yes. Turning to Huo Xuan, she asked, why do you think most men are so emotionally detached and ungrateful? Huo Xuan paused in his actions, shaking his head. I do not know. He is not a heartless man, so he cannot comprehend such behavior. Once he commits to someone, he does so wholeheartedly. Yet, there are indeed good men in this world. Hearing his words, Xie Mingzhu smiled. Indeed, there are good men. When her mother passed away, her father was still in his 40s, the prime of a man's life. Yet, he never sought another partner, even rejecting the kind intentions of his superiors to introduce him to suitable matches. This caused rifts with his leadership. Her elder brother and sister-in-law, though separated by distance, remained steadfast in their love. Once reunited, he treated her like a cherished child. Her second brother, though still single, was undoubtedly a man of deep loyalty and affection. As she pondered this, Xie Mingzhu instinctively cast a quick glance at Huo Xuan. Noticing her gaze, he smiled and asked, what are you looking at me for? Feeling as if her thoughts were laid bare before him, she quickly composed her expression, cleared her throat, and shook her head. It's nothing. The following day, the large vehicle Huo Xuan had arranged arrived. However, due to the narrow roads, they had to transport the items to the corner. Huo Xuan was impressively strong, easily carrying heavy items like the sewing machine. Xie Mingzhu intended to assist him, but he declined. Are you looking down on me? Watching him effortlessly hoist the heavy items, she chuckled. Clearly, the meals were well worth it. Huo Xuan had previously dined with the Xie family, and back then, his appetite was quite normal. However, since arriving here, he had been working tirelessly. During the first year, he survived on government rations of 30 kilograms per month, barely enough. By the second year, they received distributed grain, which was even less. Had it not been for Xie Mingzhu sharing her rations with him, he would not have grown so robust. Huo Xuan glanced at her, smiling, indeed. As Huo Xuan carried the heavier items, Xie Mingzhu took on what she could manage. The last large wardrobe was lifted by the truck driver and Huo Xuan together. Once all the items were loaded onto the vehicle, Huo Xuan exchanged a few words with the driver. After the vehicle departed, Xie Mingzhu asked, when it arrives, will he know who to give it to? Huo Xuan nodded. I have already informed Uncle. Arrangements will be made for someone to collect it. Did you call him yesterday? Huo Xuan softly affirmed. I told him about our train tickets for tomorrow. We will be at the station to pick you up. Xie Mingzhu had intended to call before boarding the train, surprised that Huo Xuan had thought of it first. Thank you, Huo Xuan, she said softly. Huo Xuan smiled, but remained silent. Their train tickets were for the afternoon, so they took their time packing in the morning. They had little luggage, just a travel bag with a few changes of clothes, towels, and toiletries. As they left the courtyard, Xie Mingzhu turned back for one last glance. Then she softly said, goodbye, and perhaps never to meet again. Chun Jiban was aware of their impending departure and had specially provided an introductory letter. Xie Mingzhu opened the letter and saw the words. This is to certify that our unit's rural youth, Comrade Xie Mingzhu, female, age 21, a member of the Youth League, is returning to Shunsheng due to illness and requires assistance for transit. Below were the signatures and official seal of the brigade, with both name and gender clearly stated, and lacking an identification card. This letter served as the best proof of identity. Xie Mingzhu expressed her gratitude repeatedly and handed over the key to the youth dormitory. She mentioned that there were still many vegetables in the garden, including those just planted, which would soon be ready for harvest. As she spoke, she carefully tucked the letter away, nodding in appreciation and exchanging polite remarks. Secretary Chun waved his hand, said nothing further, and turned to leave. Xie Mingzhu glanced at Huo Xuan and softly said, "Let us go." Just outside the courtyard, they spotted Wu Baozhen running toward them, cradling a child in her arms and clutching a cloth bag whose contents were unknown. Seeing that Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan had not yet departed, she quickened her pace. Upon reaching them, she sighed with relief and smiled. "I'm glad I made it in time. I was worried you'd leave." While speaking, she handed the cloth bag to Xie Mingzhu, smiling bashfully. "There's not much at home, just these eggs. I boiled them for you to eat on the way." The eggs were still warm, indicating they had just been cooked. Xie Mingzhu instinctively tried to refuse, but Wu Baozhen, fearing rejection, quickly insisted. "I have nothing else to give you, so please accept these. If you don't, it would be as if you looked down on me." Seeing her earnestness, Xie Mingzhu accepted the eggs, saying, "Then I want to be polite." Wu Baozhen fell silent for a moment before softly wishing her safe travels. Xie Mingzhu nodded, replying, "You take care too." After walking quite a distance, she turned back to see Wu Baozhen still standing there with the child, silently watching them. Wu Baozhen waved her hand as Xie Mingzhu withdrew her gaze. It is often said that marriage is a woman's second birth. If the choice is poor, it may lead to irreparable consequences. Noticing her melancholic mood, Huo Xuan reached for her hand. His hand was large and warm, enveloping hers tightly. Xie Mingzhu looked up at him, surprised, but he simply smiled and urged, "Let us hurry. If we linger, we'll miss the train." Xie Mingzhu glanced once more at their interlocked hands, then at his smiling face, and smiled back without further comment. They continued their journey to the commune. The time nearing noon, after dining at a restaurant, they caught the bus to the county town. Their train ticket was for just after 4 o'clock, and their arrival at the county was perfectly timed. The bus was not crowded, allowing them to find 2 adjacent seats. The county was about 40 to 50 li from the commune. Although not an excessive distance, the unpaved roads made the journey arduous. Moreover, since the bus stopped frequently, it took them over 2 hours to reach the county. Fortunately, the bus terminated at the train station, sparing them the need for an additional transfer. With some time before the train's departure, they felt no need to rush. The station was bustling, a clear indication of the changing times over the past 2 years. The crowd was larger than she remembered, with numerous people and luggage pressing forward, anxious not to miss their train. Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan remained calm, waiting until the throng boarded before they followed suit. The soft sleeper compartment was not crowded, as such tickets were typically scarce for the average traveler. Generally, one had to possess a certain status to acquire them. Had it not been for Huo Xuan's connections within the railway department, they would have had to endure the journey sitting upright. Once inside their cabin, which had 4 berths, only the 2 of them occupied it. Huo Xuan. After stowing their luggage, they heard someone calling. Xie Mingzhu was preparing to spread a blanket when she turned to see a young man, probably around 20, with thick brows and bright eyes, standing at the door, smiling at them. Recognizing his blue railway uniform, she knew he was a friend of Huo Xuan. Huo Xuan turned to him, smiling. "Are you working today?" The young man nodded, continuing, "I'm on duty today and arranged your tickets for you, so I could look out for you." He then glanced at Xie Mingzhu and asked with a grin, "Care to introduce us?" Before Huo Xuan could respond, Xie Mingzhu stepped forward, extending her hand with a smile. "Hello, I'm Xie Mingzhu." After a brief pause, she looked back at Huo Xuan and added, "I grew up in the same courtyard as Huo Xuan." The young man's face lit up with a knowing smile. "Ah, I see. What a pleasure to finally meet you." He removed his white gloves and reached out, shaking her hand briefly before letting go. Zone Shengli. Delighted to make your acquaintance." Xie Mingzhu smiled. "I must thank you for your assistance. Without you, we wouldn't have such a comfortable train ride." They were traveling as family members of employees, enjoying the benefits of sleeper accommodations. "When we arrive in Shuncheng, I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude." Zhong Shengli waved his hand dismissively, laughing, "Oh, no need for that. I've known Huo Xuan for years. He has helped me many times, so it's only natural to return the favor. Why bother with pleasantries?" He then added, We're about the same age, so drop the formalities. Just call me Shengli, or even Xiao Zong if you prefer. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Zong. Huo Xuan cast a subtle glance at him upon hearing that. Zong Shengli, noticing, quickly chuckled, I'm just joking. He glanced at his watch, then said earnestly, I need to get to work soon. I won't keep you any longer. I'll come find you both during dinner. With that, he waved farewell and left. Seeing him off, Xie Mingzhu turned to Huo Xuan. When did you meet him? I don't recall knowing him. Despite having lived in her adoptive parents' home for nearly a decade, she still maintained connections within the city. Huo Xuan, lowering his gaze, murmured, That's because you haven't paid attention to my life. His voice was barely audible, and Xie Mingzhu asked, What did you say? Shaking his head, he replied softly, I've told you before, I was the one often bullied as a child. Upon hearing that, Xie Mingzhu remembered, the one who got soup poured on him in the cafeteria. Huo Xuan had shared that story with her before. He had been bullied in his youth, leading to his strong aversion to such behavior as he grew older. You seem quite optimistic now, unlike the quiet boy you used to be, she remarked gently. Huo Xuan, slightly surprised that she remembered, smiled faintly and coughed lightly before saying, I was indeed shy back then. I've changed quite a bit since then. Xie Mingzhu nodded in agreement, turning back to arrange the bedding. Although Zong Shengli assured that the bed linens were replaced with fresh ones at each stop and that few had occupied them, Xie Mingzhu nonetheless opted to switch them for her own, believing her own would provide a more comfortable sleep. Huo Xuan, on the other hand, was less particular. He would not mind standing for the entire journey back. After tidying up their sleeping area, the two made their way to the dining car, where Zong Shengli awaited their arrival. Upon seeing them, he waved enthusiastically, exclaiming, I've been waiting for you. Come and eat. Xie Mingzhu glanced at Huo Xuan, initially intending to treat Zong Shengli to a meal, but now felt she would be benefiting from his generosity. Huo Xuan chuckled softly, shaking his head to dismiss any discomfort. No need to feel burdened. We can return the favor after we eat. With his reassurance, Xie Mingzhu felt at ease and refrained from further politeness. Zong Shengli had contemplated offering Huo Xuan a drink, but since he was on duty and lacked company, he decided against it. Their meal was brief, and soon they returned to their responsibilities. Xie Mingzhu turned to Huo Xuan and inquired, Is he still running this route? Is he still in Shunsheng? Once we return, I would like to invite him to dinner if he has time. Huo Xuan met her gaze and softly replied, You needn't worry about that. Leave it to me. Xie Mingzhu pursed her lips, ultimately nodding in agreement, choosing not to voice any further concerns. Upon returning to their compartment after dinner, they found two individuals already present. The older gentleman appeared to be in his 50s, clad in a slightly faded blue uniform, while the other, seemingly a secretary in his 30s, greeted Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan with a polite nod. Recognizing their demeanor, Xie Mingzhu understood they were likely in leadership positions and returned their smiles without approaching them directly. Noticing the two were still organizing their belongings, she exchanged glances with Huo Xuan, and they stepped outside to sit on the chairs outside. After a brief period of rest, Huo Xuan remarked, It's getting late. We should wash up. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently and returned to the compartment, retrieving her toiletries and a small basin before heading to the restroom. Upon her return, she found Huo Xuan engaged in conversation with the secretary, who was offering him a pack of Panda cigarettes. Thank you. Our chief initially advised against me mentioning it, but you brought it up yourself, the secretary said. Huo Xuan, averse to smoking, politely declined the offer. After exchanging pleasantries, the secretary retreated back into the compartment. Xie Mingzhu approached Huo Xuan, peering inside before quietly asking, What did he say to you? Huo Xuan shook his head with a smile, explaining, We have the lower berths while they occupy the upper ones. Xie Mingzhu quickly grasped the implication. It seemed Huo Xuan had exchanged his berth with the older gentleman, considering the latter's age made climbing up and down less feasible. She did not dwell on it, urging Huo Xuan to wash up and return to rest soon. Huo Xuan nodded, taking his towel and toiletries to the restroom. When he returned, the two men were already asleep in the lower berths, while Xie Mingzhu was in the upper bunk, readjusting her blanket. The close proximity between the lower berths, separated by merely half a meter, made it feel as though she was sharing a space with strangers, prompting her to switch berths with the secretary, who was more than willing. Having made her bed, she glanced at Huo Xuan and whispered, Get some rest early. He nodded softly in response. After securing the door and checking if the others needed the lights on, he turned them off, leaving only the individual reading lights. Soon, Silence enveloped the compartment as both parties settled into their respective spaces. Having had a restless night previously, Xie Mingzhu found herself swiftly drifting off again. When she next awoke, it was already the following day, though the dawn was still dim. A quick glance at the time revealed it to be 7 o'clock, and the overcast sky suggested impending rain. Contrary to her expectations of a sleepless night on the train, she had rested remarkably well, even managing to avoid waking for a bathroom visit. Stretching her limbs, she sat up and surveyed the compartment, surprised to find she was alone. Clearly, she had slept soundly, oblivious to the movements of the other three. Climbing down, she began to tidy her bedding, realizing she wouldn't need it for the rest of the journey, as they were due to arrive after lunch. Just as she finished, the secretary entered with a lunchbox, offering it to her with a smile. "Little comrade, thank you for your kindness last night. Please accept this breakfast." Xie Mingzhu quickly waved her hands in refusal. "You're too kind. No need for that. My friend has already gone to buy breakfast." Huo Xuan reappeared with a lunchbox in hand just then. The secretary, seeing him, ceased his insistence and collected his own lunchbox. "You'll love the soup dumplings," Huo Xuan said, surveying the secretary before turning to Xie Mingzhu with a smile. She accepted the lunchbox and asked, "Have you eaten?" Huo Xuan nodded. "I had breakfast with Zhongshengli. You should eat." He then grabbed a cup and headed outside, declaring he would fetch her some hot water. Xie Mingzhu acknowledged him. Just then, the older gentleman entered, cheerfully greeting, "Good morning, little comrade." She hurriedly swallowed her food and replied, "Good morning." The leader settled beside his lower berth, continuing, "Thanks to you two for yielding your beds. I slept quite comfortably last night. Otherwise, my old bones would have struggled with the climb." Xie Mingzhu waved her hands, insisting it was no trouble at all. "Are you also headed to Shenzhen?" she asked. Nodding, she replied, "Yes, heading home." No further dialogue ensued, as caution warranted keeping personal details to a minimum with strangers. The leader, sensing this, waved her off with a smile, saying, "Don't be shy. Enjoy your meal." With the conversation stalling, Xie Mingzhu began to eat her dumplings. Huo Xuan returned with hot water and nodded at the two men as a greeting. Sitting outside with her lunchbox, she contemplated whether to eat on the train or wait until they disembarked. Huo Xuan sought her opinion. After a moment's thought, she decided, "Let's eat after we get off. Train food is expensive and unappetizing. Perhaps our families are waiting for us." Huo Xuan agreed, asking, "Have you checked with Zhongshengli? Does he have time tonight? If so, I'd like to invite him to dinner." Xie Mingzhu inquired further. Huo Xuan replied, "I've already asked. He is unavailable for now. We can extend the invitation next time." She chose not to press any further. The morning dragged on painfully, with Xie Mingzhu frequently glancing at her watch and asking about their progress. Huo Xuan, aware of her eagerness to return, patiently answered her inquiries. As they approached Shenzhen, she had gathered all her belongings, ready to disembark. Huo Xuan gently grasped her arm, saying, "We still have 20 minutes. Instead of standing at the door, it will be better to sit here." However, Xie Mingzhu was far too restless to sit still. Pacing back and forth, as the voice of the announcer echoed through the station, she promptly made her way to the train doors. Huo Xuan watched her with a helpless shake of his head, grabbing his luggage and following closely behind. Xie Mingzhu was the first to reach the door. As soon as the train doors opened, she hurried outside. Huo Xuan observed her flitting about like a headless fly, letting out a soft sigh of resignation as he reached out to grasp her hand, gently saying, "This way." With that, he led her towards the exit. At the exit, ticket inspectors were present, and a long queue stretched ahead. To Xie Mingzhu, the few meters felt like an eternity. As the crowd surged out of the station, her eyes scanned the throng eagerly. "Mingzhu, Xie Mingzhu," a voice called out, and she turned to see a tall figure approaching, waving at her. Despite the years apart, she recognized him instantly. It was her elder brother, Xie Shaoli. "Elder brother," Xie Mingzhu exclaimed, rushing into his embrace, clinging tightly. The force of her affection caused Xie Shaoli to stagger back a couple of steps. "My, you've grown strong in just a few years," he teased, ruffling her hair and noting how she seemed taller. "Lift your head so I can see you properly." Xie Shaoli's voice carried a hint of excitement. Yet, Xie Mingzhu merely tightened her grip around his waist, feeling a dampness at her heart. Unable to resist, Xie Shaoli chuckled. "What a big girl you are now. You're not still crying, are you?" He gently wiped her tears with his hand, revealing the evidence of her emotions. Producing a handkerchief from his pocket, he dabbed at her face and encouraged, "All right now. No more tears. The car is waiting for us, and your sister-in-law is still on board. In the present day, taxis were available in the city, though they were not as plentiful as they would become. The workplace provided a ride certificate, detailing the unit name, personal name, and number. One would simply call to request a vehicle, stating the number and the time needed. Hearing this, Xie Mingzhu quickly wiped her face with a handkerchief and looked up at her elder brother, noting the subtle weariness etched on his features. The decade had transformed him. His youthful exuberance was replaced with a refined elegance. "Elder brother, you've worked hard," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Xie shook his head dismissively. "What hardship? It's no trouble at all." He then turned to Huo Xuan with a smile, saying, "Huo Xuan, I appreciate you looking after Mingzhu." Huo Xuan greeted them before responding with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. All right, let us head back. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Dinner is prepared at home, waiting for your return," Xie added, reaching to take the luggage from Huo Xuan. Huo Xuan sidestepped, insisting, "No, it's fine. It's not heavy. I can manage." Seeing his resolve, Xie relented, taking Xie Mingzhu's hand as they exited the train station. At the curb, a taxi awaited them, and Xie Mingzhu spotted Gao Xiu seated in the back. She appeared much as she had before, though her long, dark hair was now cut to shoulder length, exuding a playful charm alongside her gentle demeanor. "Xiu Jia," Xie Mingzhu called out, waving. Gao Xiu, noticing her, smiled and exited the vehicle, returning the wave. Xie Mingzhu dashed toward her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "I miss you so much." Gao Xiu seemed taken aback by her enthusiasm, glancing at Xie, who jested, "She was just crying on my shoulder. Look at my shirt." He displayed the dampness of his attire for his wife to see. The taxi driver urged them to hurry and get in. Huo Xuan, ever considerate, took the front passenger seat, leaving the back for the family. Gao Xiu appraised Xie Mingzhu with a smile, noticing how her skin had tanned. "But truly, you've grown into quite the young lady," she remarked. Xie Mingzhu simply smiled shyly. Xie, observing her expression, teased. "Not long apart, and you've turned into a bit of simpleton?" Unbothered by his comments, she inquired, "When did you return?" For the past decade, the family had been scattered, each missing the other dearly. Xie exchanged a glance with Gao Xiu before replying, "We just arrived a couple of days ago. Let us not dwell on the past. The future will be brighter," he continued, reaching for Gao Xiu's hand, which she squeezed in return. Seeing their affection, Xie Mingzhu couldn't help but smile. Yes, the days were indeed looking up. It was best to leave the unpleasant memories behind. Her gaze drifted to the window, where the familiar yet foreign landscape stirred a feeling of nostalgia within her. 20 minutes later, the taxi delivered them close to home, where the familiar buildings stood as they had in her memories. As they disembarked, Xie Mingzhu hurried towards the two-story house that lingered in her heart. Yet, as she approached, uncertainty gripped her, causing her to pause. It was only when Gao Xiu's teasing voice broke through her hesitation that she bolted inside. In the kitchen, Xie heard the commotion and called out, "Is that Mingzhu?" Soon after, he emerged, spatula in hand, wiping his palms on his apron. Seeing her standing in the yard, he trembled with emotion. "My daughter, you're back?" In that moment, Xie Mingzhu was overwhelmed with a tumult of feelings, joy, excitement, and the bittersweet pangs of memory surged within her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She rushed to her father, embracing him tightly. "Dad, it's me, I'm back." Words failed her at that moment. Xie, older now, felt his eyes welling with tears, unsure where to place his hands, ultimately settling for a gentle pat on her back. "Good child, it's good that you're back." Xie stood beside them, gently interjecting, "Dad, save the reminiscing for later. It's getting late. Let us eat first." Wiping his eyes, Xie straightened Xie Mingzhu and asked, "Have you eaten enough on the way back?" Xie Mingzhu, her face still streaked with tears, nodded, "Yes, Huo Xuan's friend arranged for us to have a sleeper." Upon hearing this, Xie turned to Huo Xuan, who had remained silent. "Xuan, thank you for bringing Mingzhu back safely." Huo Xuan promptly bowed in acknowledgement, smiling as he shook his head. "All right, enough talk. You two go rest for a bit. I'll prepare a soup." Xie softly stated. Gao Xiu chimed in, "Dad, you go rest. I'll handle it." Xie waved his hand dismissively. "You all sit. I'll be done shortly." Xie smiled at her. "I'll help, Dad. You take Mingzhu upstairs." Gao Xiu nodded. Huo Xuan then handed Xie Mingzhu her luggage before adding, "I'll go inside and see if I can lend a hand." Xie Mingzhu accepted the luggage and ascended the stairs alongside Gao Xiu, who led the way to the kitchen above. The upper floor consists of 3 rooms, each designated according to their occupancies. The outermost room belongs to the eldest brother, the middle room is for the second brother, and the innermost one is occupied by Xie Mingzhu. The door is currently ajar, revealing the furnishings within, which still resemble her childhood memories. Even the posters on the walls are those she had affixed in her youth. The room is impeccably tidy, with freshly changed curtains and bedding. Pausing to gaze at her mother's photograph on the cabinet, she stops in her tracks. Gao Xiyu also halts. Once we finish our meal, let us go visit Mom. Xie Mingzhu nods in agreement. See you, it's time for dinner. Come down. From below, Xie Shaoli calls out to them. Gao Xiyu responds affirmatively. Let us go, Mingzhu. Xie Mingzhu sets down her bag and exits the room. Upon stepping out, she spots Huo Xuan waiting for her below. Xie Mingzhu smiles at him, and he returns the gesture. Descending the stairs, they arrive at the dining room, where a table is lavishly set with all her favorite dishes. Gazing at the spread, a wave of emotion washes over Xie Mingzhu. What are you still standing there for? Come and eat. Despite the abundance of food, Xie Mingzhu is oblivious to its taste, tears streaming down her cheeks as she eats. Gao Xiyu teasingly remarks, just as your elder brother said, you're all grown up yet still prone to tears. You weren't like this when you were younger. Laughing through her tears, she muses, I wonder why I feel so emotional today. Xie Mingzhu smiles. The thought of tasting her father's cooking again feels surreal. All right, no more tears. Today is a day for joy. Let us all be happy, Xie Shaoli says, wrapping his arm around Gao Xiyu and gently wiping her tears away. Xie Shitong expresses his excitement. Indeed, from now on, our family must always be joyful. Xie Mingzhu wipes her tears and nods. The meal is filled with laughter and happiness. Huo Xuan remains silent, sitting to the side. Once she regains her composure, Xie Mingzhu recounts amusing tales from the countryside, sharing stories of mishaps during rice planting and water fetching, prompting hearty laughter from everyone. They all tacitly avoid discussing Qin Haoyu. Eventually, Xie Mingzhu cannot contain herself and asks, why don't you inquire about Qin Haoyu? Xie Shaoli's expression turns neutral. He is merely a scoundrel. Best left unmentioned to avoid dampening our spirits. Let us consider him a stranger from now on. Before Xie Mingzhu can respond, Xie Shitong slaps the table. That one do. That brat still owes me 2 slaps. Laughter erupts among them. After the meal, they proceed to the Dongjiao cemetery, where Xie Mingzhu's mother is interred. Xie Mingzhu takes a damp cloth and gently wipes the dust from the gravestone. Xie Shaoli brings a fire basin, and Xie Shitong lights paper offerings before the grave. Sirong, we come to see you, Xie Shitong whispers. The eldest and Mingzhu have returned, and the second is doing well in the army. The children are all fine. If you can hear us, you can rest easy. Xie Mingzhu lights a stick of incense. Her voice choked with emotion. Mom, I promise to be more considerate from now on, so Dad and my brothers won't have to worry. They linger at the cemetery for a while before descending the hill. Since Xie Shitong has to return to work in the afternoon, he leaves directly from there with Xie Shaoli. Before departing, he asks Gao Xiyu to take them into the city later to buy Xie Mingzhu some new clothes. Gao Xiyu inquires about Xie Mingzhu's preferences. Xie Mingzhu simply expresses her desire to rest. Gao Xiyu respects her wish and takes her home. Upon returning, Huo Xuan stands to leave, preparing to head back. Noticing this, Xie Mingzhu quickly rises and says, I'll go back with you. I'd like to see Huma as well. Huo Xuan glances at her, then smiles softly. After a long journey, you should rest well first. You can visit later when you're refreshed. Xie Mingzhu nods gently. It's customary to bring something when visiting. She can't go empty-handed, so she decides to prepare before departing. She sees Huo Xuan to the door. He glances back into the house, then gently ruffles her hair and smiles. Rest well. I'll come to see you when I have time. Xie Mingzhu pauses, then nods in reply. In the kitchen, Gao Xiyu emerges with a thermos and notices their interaction, pausing momentarily with a knowing smile. Huo Xuan, facing the kitchen, immediately retracts his hand sheepishly upon noticing her. Gao Xiyu turns and walks into the living room. Pretending not to see, Huo Xuan says softly, I'm leaving now. You should head back. With that, he waves goodbye to Xie Mingzhu. She watches his figure disappear around the corner before returning inside. In the living room, Gao Xiyu regards her with a teasing expression. He has gone? Xie Mingzhu blinks a couple of times, frowning. What with that look? Gao Xiyu pours her a glass of water and sets it before her, clearing her throat before asking, what is going on between you and Huo Xuan? Xie Mingzhu purses her lips slightly and sits beside her, playfully retorting, "What do you mean? There's nothing going on." Gao Xiu studies her expression more closely, a knowing look in her eyes. "I was worried you might be feeling down, but now I feel relieved. However, are you serious about this? Huo Xuan is a good guy. Don't mistake him for mere emotional support after a breakup." Xie Mingzhu's expression falters, leaving her speechless. Seeing her silence, Gao Xiu continues, "I once attended a psychology course and learned about something called transference. In simple terms, during emotional turmoil, one might redirect their feelings onto another person or object to avoid pain. This often involves a nearby companion. I've seen cases where someone who was just crying their heart out suddenly shifts their focus to a new partner amidst the crowd. It's all just an illusion, a self-deceptive facade. Are your feelings for Huo Xuan genuine? Do you truly not see him as a substitute? A substitute is the easiest way to convince oneself to let go. It involves forcibly projecting past feelings onto another person. When someone comforts you in your time of hurt, you feel valued and develop a sense of belonging, which can lead to unexpected affection. Gao Xiu observes her calmly, dissecting the situation step by step. The companion who becomes a substitute treats you exceptionally well, pouring their heart into you. You, recognizing their kindness, keep them close, and eventually, you might deceive yourself into believing that you're not a failure, that the previous man was blind, and you found true love again. Xie Mingzhu remains silent. She is certain that she does not view Huo Xuan as any kind of substitute. Huo Xuan is simply Huo Xuan. He is not anyone else. However, as Gao Xiu pointed out, her feelings for Huo Xuan have developed too swiftly and unexpectedly. During their time together, it was just the two of them. The intimacy shared between single men and women, compounded by unforeseen circumstances and physical contact, has created a heady atmosphere. She does not dislike Huo Xuan, and it seems plausible that she could develop feelings for him. Now, reflecting on it, she is uncertain whether her feelings for Huo Xuan are genuine or simply a normal physiological response. It is evident that he holds affection for you. As Gao Xiu observed her deep in contemplation, she continued, "Since you have feelings for him as well, why not take a moment to calm down and reflect on your relationship with him?" The love in Huo Xuan's eyes was unmistakable, earnest, and profound. It was said that he had a dream where Mingzhu was in danger, and he immediately abandoned everything to search for her. Such feelings could not possibly be feigned. Yet, it is precisely such intense emotions that can lead one to lose themselves. Xie Mingzhu slightly smiled and nodded gently, "I will think it over." Seeing her earnest expression, Gao Xiu recognized that her words had resonated, so she refrained from saying more and instead reached out to help her up. "Aren't we visiting Aunt Hu tomorrow? Let me take you to buy some gifts, so we won't arrive empty-handed." At her suggestion, Xie Mingzhu stood up. The two of them dressed appropriately and took the bus to the department store in the city center. The department store remained as it was, bustling with people, vibrant and lively. Compared to when she had left, there were now many more buildings, with towering skyscrapers dominating the skyline, a testament to its flourishing state. Xie Mingzhu gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, her thoughts swirling with nostalgia. In a decade or two, this place would be even more prosperous, with numerous high-rises dotting the landscape. The two women entered the store and purchased a considerable amount of items. It was not until they could barely carry everything that they decided to stop. With their arms laden with bags, they made their way to the bus stop. However, it was rush hour and the bus was crowded. Had they been empty-handed, they might have been able to squeeze on, but now with their burdens, it seemed nearly impossible to board the vehicle. Upon seeing the packed bus, the two exchanged glances, both sighing in resignation. Gao Xiu inquired, "Shall we walk back?" Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. That seemed to be the only option. With buses and bicycles as the primary modes of transport, alongside a few motorcycles and taxis, walking became the most common alternative. Since they could not board the bus, they would have to return on foot. If only she had ridden her bicycle out. Fortunately, the city center was not too far from home, about 5 or 6 kilometers, taking just over an hour on foot. As they walked towards home, they reached an intersection and noticed a Liberation sedan pulling up beside them, honking. Turning their heads, they saw a man rolling down the window, cheerfully greeting them. "Sister-in-law, where are you headed?" The man appeared to be in his mid-20s, with neatly cropped hair and dressed in a crisp white shirt, exuding a refined demeanor. Xie Mingzhu looked at Gao Xiu, recognizing the man. Gao Xiu smiled and responded, "Director Zhao." She then introduced to Xie Mingzhu, "This is Director Zhao Qi from your elder brother's workplace." Zhao Qi, following her gaze, looked at Xie Mingzhu with bright eyes, immediately stepping out of the car and asking with a smile, "You must be Xieke's sister, right?" Xie Mingzhu smiled slightly, nodding in acknowledgement, neither overly enthusiastic nor distant. "What brings you two with all these bags?" "I happen to have a car. Would you like a lift?" Zhao Qi inquired earnestly, casting a glance at Xie Mingzhu. Gao Xiu quickly looked at the car, noticing a driver inside. In this day and age, private cars were rare. Such vehicles were usually for official use, indicating he had work to attend to. Thus, she shook her head, saying, "Please attend to your matters. We wouldn't want to impose. A walk would do us good." Zhao Qi waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. You're heading home, right? I just finished some business and am heading back myself. It will be no trouble at all to give you a ride." Gao Xiu looked at Xie Mingzhu, seeking her approval. Xie Mingzhu gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Gao Xiu then turned to Zhao Qi. "Then we would appreciate it, Director Zhao." "Not at all. It's my pleasure." Zhao Qi smiled, opening the back door for them. Once inside, he instructed the driver quietly to the family compound. The driver nodded in acknowledgement. Gao Xiu smiled at Zhao Qi. "We're fortunate to have run into you. Otherwise, we might have been waiting for quite some time." Zhao Qi glanced back at them, chuckling. "Isn't it a stroke of luck?" He then turned his attention to Xie Mingzhu, asking, "CF family's sister, have you just returned to the city?" Xie Mingzhu nodded gently, smiling politely, "Yes. I just arrived today." Zhao Qi noted her reticence and withdrew his gaze, laughing heartily. "It's great that you're back. Make sure to work hard. I'll have your father arrange a good job for you." Following this, Xie Mingzhu fell silent while Gao Xiu continued to converse with him. After about 10 minutes, they arrived near their home. "We can't go any further. Let us get off here," Gao Xiu suggested softly. As they came to a stop, she added, "Thank you so much for today. When you have time, I'll have Xie Shaoli treat you to a meal." Zhao Qi waved his hand. It was nothing truly. He then glanced at Xie Mingzhu, smiling. "Xieko has been quite a help to me as well. I'll treat your family to dinner when the opportunity arises." Once Zhao Qi's car drove away, the two women returned home. Upon their arrival, they began preparing dinner. After the meal, Xie Mingzhu felt exhausted and went upstairs to rest. Though her body was weary, sleep eluded her as her mind replayed Gao Xiu's words. It was not until the dead of night that she finally drifted into slumber. In the morning, she awoke to Xie Shaoli calling her name. After staring blankly at the ceiling for a while, she realized she was finally home. The knocking at the door continued, and she responded before getting out of bed. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, with dark circles under her eyes, she sighed softly. After breakfast, they were ready to leave for work. Just before departing, Xie Shaoli asked, "Are you sure you don't need me to accompany you? Do you still remember the way?" Xie Mingzhu shot him a look. "I've lived here for almost 10 years. How could I forget?" Xie Shaoli merely smiled, saying no more, "Just be careful." Xie Mingzhu gathered her belongings and went upstairs to change. Opening her wardrobe, she paused for a moment at the 3 outfits Huo Xuan had bought her before selecting a white blouse and a high-waisted skirt. After slipping on a pair of black shoes, she grabbed the gifts and rode her bicycle to her foster parents' home. "Oh, isn't that Mingzhu? When did you come back?" Downstairs, Grandma Wu stood up excitedly, taking Xie Mingzhu's hand and noting how much she had grown and tanned. Xie Mingzhu greeted her fondly. "Grandma Wu, how have you been?" "Thanks to you, I'm doing well." Grandma Wu replied cheerfully. "Are you back to see your parents? I heard you got married. Where's your husband? Didn't he come back with you?" Xie Mingzhu shook her head, not hiding the truth. It didn't work out. He got involved with someone else. Grandma Wu was taken aback. "What? I'm too old for jokes." Xie Mingzhu looked at her, finding her reaction somewhat endearing. "I'm serious. I'm not joking. On the day of our wedding, he was with another woman, so we never actually got married." Seeing her calm demeanor, Grandma Wu opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Finally, she murmured, "Well, it's better to see his true colors now than to discover them after getting married." As she spoke, she broke into laughter, considering herself fortunate not to have been deceived by them. Xie Mingzhu also nodded with a smile, replying, "Who could argue with that? Are you here to see Mom and Dad?" "They're at work. Only Wei Wei is at home," Grandma Wu chimed in. After bidding farewell to Grandma Wu, Xie Mingzhu ascended the stairs, carrying her belongings. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she navigated through the cluttered corridor, arriving at the 4th door, which belonged to her adoptive parents. It looked just as she remembered, with the same assortment of items at the entrance as when she had left. Standing at the door, she exhaled softly before gently knocking. A lazy voice soon floated from inside. "Who is it?" Accompanied by the sound of slippers scuffing against the floor, a girl approached the door. She didn't open it immediately, but remained alert, awaiting Xie Mingzhu's response. Wei Wei, it's me, Xie Mingzhu replied softly. Mingzhu, came a quick response, and the door swung open to reveal a small, round face. It was Yuan Wei Wei, the youngest daughter of her adoptive parents, who was now 18 years old. Dressed in an oversized nightgown with unkempt hair, her pale, round face bore the remnants of sleep. She stood at the threshold, one hand on the door and the other against the frame, sizing up Xie Mingzhu before casually asking, "When did you come back?" Xie Mingzhu paused briefly before smiling softly. "Yesterday." She glanced inside and continued, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Wei Wei rolled her eyes as she stepped aside. "This is your home. You are the little princess here. You can come and go as you please without needing an invitation." Her tone was tinged with sarcasm. Xie Mingzhu entered and closed the door behind her, surveying the familiar yet cramped space. The layout hadn't changed much, and she reminisced about the nearly 10 years spent in this 50-square-meter home. "So what do you think? Not much different from before, right?" Wei Wei, now seated at the dining table, poured herself a glass of water. "But after you left, I've been quite comfortable. No one to crowd me in my room." Xie Mingzhu couldn't help but smile. "You've grown into quite the young lady, yet you still act so childishly." Wei Wei paused, turning to her with a look of disbelief, as if she were a stranger. Clearly, she hadn't expected Xie Mingzhu to speak to her like that. In the past, such remarks would have prompted a sharp retort, perhaps even a quarrel. "Seems like you've mellowed a bit after a few years," Wei Wei scoffed. Xie Mingzhu, unfazed, waved her hand. "Come here and see the clothes I bought for you. Let's see if they fit." Wei Wei didn't even glance at them, dismissing with a scoff. "Who cares?" Xie Mingzhu brushed aside her attitude and gently inquired, "How are Mom and Dad doing?" "Who knows? They're better off without you around," Wei Wei replied curtly. Xie Mingzhu bit her lip, lowering her gaze. When she first arrived, Wei Wei had been merely 6 or 7 years old. Suddenly acquiring an elder sister who shared no blood ties and yet captured half of their parents' attention had understandably caused resentment. The more affection their parents showed Xie Mingzhu, the more it fueled Wei Wei's anger and opposition. After a moment, Xie Mingzhu softly asked, "Are you still upset with me?" Wei Wei remained silent. Not want to dwell on that topic, Xie Mingzhu glanced at her watch and asked, "Didn't Mom and Dad used to work in the afternoon? Have their hours changed? Will they be back for lunch?" "No, they return only in the evening," Wei Wei replied. Xie Mingzhu nodded and then inquired, "What have you been up to lately?" Now 18, Wei Wei should be in school preparing for the upcoming college entrance exams. "Why do you care? Do you really think of yourself as my sister?" Wei Wei retorted defiantly. As Xie Mingzhu stepped closer, reaching to ruffle Wei Wei's hair, she instinctively recoiled. "What else with the fear? Do you think I'll hit you?" Xie Mingzhu chuckled. "Please, you've hit me plenty before," Wei Wei shot back, a hint of bitterness in her voice. Xie Mingzhu suppressed her amusement. "Can we not be unreasonable? I've only hit you once, and you still hold a grudge. Besides, think about why I did it." Wei Wei pouted, refusing to respond. The only time Xie Mingzhu had ever struck Wei Wei was when she had carelessly torn up a letter from their father. Though Xie Mingzhu usually tolerated her antics, that particular incident had crossed the line, as their father only wrote once every 6 months. "You eat our food, use our things, and yet you take away half of my parents' attention. I just can't stand you." Wei Wei raised her voice. Xie Mingzhu let out a sigh, turning away and softly saying, "Since Mom and Dad aren't home, I'll head back now. I'll come by again this weekend when they're off work." As she turned to leave, Wei Wei watched her retreating figure, a flicker of regret crossing her face. She opened her mouth to call out, but the words got stuck in her throat. After Xie Mingzhu exited, Wei Wei sulked back to her seat, slapping her own cheek in frustration. Glancing at the clothes Xie Mingzhu had bought her, she stood up and took them to the mirror, measuring them against herself. A faint smile crept onto her previously expressionless face. Not bad. She does have some taste. After descending the stairs, Xie Mingzhu found Grandma Wu preparing to leave. Seeing her, Grandma Wu couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you stay a bit longer?" Xie Mingzhu smiled. "I have some things to attend to, and since they're not home, I thought it best to leave. I'll come back this weekend when they're free." Grandma Wu nodded in agreement. "You should visit more often. Your parents are quite busy, and that girl Wei Wei hasn't been studying well. She has been associating with some unsavory characters and often brings them home when your parents are away. Having you around to keep an eye on her would be beneficial." Xie Mingzhu's expression shifted. "When did this happen? Did you tell my parents?" "I mentioned it to them, but they didn't listen." scolded her, and punished her. But she still wouldn't heed their words. Grandma Wu waved her hand. You can't be too harsh with her. If she runs off, where would you go to complain? She sighed. She's a good girl, but we must guide her before she strays too far. She's still young and doesn't understand. In the end, she'll be the one regretting it. Xie Mingzhu glanced up the stairs, her expression darkening. Quickly, she composed herself and smiled at Grandma Wu. Thank you for sharing this with me. I know what I need to do. Grandma Wu gently patted her hand. As long as you understand. After returning from her adoptive parents' home, Xie Mingzhu rode her bike back home, preparing to visit Huo Xuan's family later. Upon arriving home, she gathered the items she had prepared for Huo Xuan's mother before heading out again. It was a bit far, so she decided to take the bus. The bus stop was roughly a mile from her home, which would take about 10 minutes on foot. Just as she stepped out of the alley with her belongings, a bright voice called out from behind, "Xie family girl." Xie Mingzhu turned around to see Zhao Qi, whom she had encountered the day before, not far behind. What a coincidence. I just visited the street office to handle some matters and spotted you from afar. I didn't expect it to truly be you. Zhao Qi exclaimed with a laugh. Where are you headed? Xie Mingzhu smiled faintly, her tone somewhat distant. I have some errands to run. Zhao Qi immediately responded. Where are you going? Let me check if it's on my way. If it is, I can give you a ride. He gestured toward the car, parked not far behind. Following his gaze, Xie Mingzhu shook her head slightly. No need. You go ahead with your business. I'll take the bus later. However, Zhao Qi was insistent, taking the items from her hands without giving her a chance to object, and headed toward the car. Xie Mingzhu frowned slightly and sighed deeply. Not wanting to cause a scene in public, she followed him toward the vehicle. Zhao Qi, ever the gentleman, opened the car door for her. Xie Mingzhu managed a small smile and nodded. I see you're carrying nutritional supplements. Are you visiting an elder? Zhao Qi inquired with a smile. Xie Mingzhu lowered her gaze for a moment before lifting it to meet his, replying with a smile, I'm visiting my boyfriend's mother. Zhao Qi's expression froze momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, awkwardly saying, You have a boyfriend? Xie Mingzhu nodded gently, continuing, Yes. We've only been together for a short while. Even Zhao Qi, who was usually articulate, found himself at a loss for words. Turning to the driver, Xie Mingzhu said, Please take me to Jiefeng Road. Thank you. After a brief silence, Zhao Qi asked, Is this your first time visiting your boyfriend's family? Why didn't he can pick you up? Xie Mingzhu paused for a moment before responding with a smile. No need for that. We're quite familiar with each other. Zhao Qi fell silent again for several seconds before awkwardly commenting. Still, it seems he isn't very attentive. He should be there to greet you when you visit his parents. I think it's quite fine as it is, she replied, and thereafter, she fell silent. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Qi wisely refrained from further conversation. Half an hour later, the car brought her near Huo Xuan's residence. This time, Zhao Qi did not exit to open the door for her. Xie Mingzhu paid it no mind, opening the door herself and taking her belongings. Smiling at him as she said, Thank you, Director Zhao. Zhao Qi forced a smile and waved his hand. No need for thanks, it was just a small favor. With that, he instructed the driver to depart. Watching his car leave, she turned to head toward Huo Xuan's home. As she turned, she noticed Huo Xuan standing at the entrance of the alley, seemingly about to go out. His gaze was fixed on the departing vehicle. Approaching him, she waved her hand in front of his face, calling out, Huo Xuan? Huo Xuan snapped back to reality at the sound of her voice. Why are you here so soon? Didn't I say you should rest for a couple of days? Although his tone carried a hint of reproach for her not taking a proper break, his eyes sparkled with delight. I had nothing to do at home, so I came to see Aunt Hu, Xie Mingzhu replied with a smile. Are you going out? Huo Xuan nodded. If you're here, I want to go out. My mother is home, and she'll be so happy to see you. As he spoke, he reached for her hand. However, before he could touch it, she deftly withdrew. Don't be silly. There are plenty of people around. Xie Mingzhu laughed. Huo Xuan, perceptive as he was, immediately sensed something amiss. He glanced at her, noticing her calm demeanor, and chose not to press the matter, leading her deeper into the alley. After walking a few dozen meters, they stopped in front of a house with a yard. Several women were seated inside, holding paper cards. Aunt Hu, nearing 50, possessed the appearance of a loving elder. Dressed in a blue jacket and black pants with her hair neatly tied up, her beauty from her youth was evident. Upon seeing Xie Mingzhu enter, she immediately dropped the cards, shrieking with joy as she rushed toward her. Mingzhu, my Mingzhu, you come to see me? Xie Mingzhu smiled gently and greeted her. Aunt Hu. Tears welled in Aunt Hu's eyes as she nodded vigorously. Wiping her tears, she turned to her friends and announced, "We're not playing today. I have a guest. We'll continue tomorrow." The others, aware of Xie Mingzhu's identity, dispersed without further inquiry. "It's been so long since I've had Aunt Hu's cooking. She'll make you something delicious," Aunt Hu exclaimed, taking Xie Mingzhu's hand and inspecting her from head to toe. As she looked, tears began to flow again. "You seem to be in much better spirits and are growing more handsome." Xie Mingzhu pressed her lips together and glanced at Huo Xuan. His expression was contemplative, lost in thought, but upon meeting her gaze, he returned her smile. Aunt Hu's excitement was palpable. "Mingzhu, you sit here while I go buy groceries. I'll prepare all your favorite dishes," she declared happily, then turned to Huo Xuan, instructing, "You stay with Mingzhu for a bit. I'll be right back." Without waiting for Huo Xuan's response, Xie Mingzhu turned to Aunt Hu, chuckling, "I'll go with you." Aunt Hu eagerly agreed, of course. She went to the kitchen to grab a shopping basket, and Xie Mingzhu naturally linked her arm with hers, resembling a mother and daughter. A neighbor, oblivious to the situation, cheerfully asked, "Sister Hu, is this your future daughter-in-law?" "Don't say that." Aunt Hu waved her hand. "She is the daughter of my former employer. I took care of her when she was young. She just returned to the countryside and came to visit me." The neighbor quickly understood. "Then this girl has a kind heart. After all these years, she still remembers to come see you. Indeed, she is truly a good child." Aunt Hu beamed with pride, as though the compliments were directed at her. Xie Mingzhu smiled quietly beside her. It was Aunt Hu's kindness and the way she treated her like family that made her cherish these moments. Another woman scrutinized Xie Mingzhu and asked loudly, "Girl, how old are you? Are you seeing someone?" She had several eligible young men in mind, all quite excellent. "Would you like to pick one?" Xie Mingzhu was puzzled as to why older individuals often played matchmaker. Just as she was about to politely decline, Aunt Hu interjected, "What are you saying? She is still young. No need to rush." Without waiting for further discussion, she tugged Xie Mingzhu away. Seeing this, Xie Mingzhu kept quiet and followed her out. These people have too much time on their hands, neglecting their own affairs while meddling in others. Aunt Hu murmured softly, "Whether one gets married or not isn't a big deal. There is no rule that says one must marry." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Xie Mingzhu, gently patting her hand and softly reassuring her, "Do not take it to heart. You are still quite young, and there is no rush regarding marriage. Perhaps it can be discussed later." Xie Mingzhu's expression momentarily faltered as she grasped the underlying concern that the mention of marriage might upset her. Realizing this, she quickly smiled at Aunt Hu and replied, "All right." Seeing her smile, Aunt Hu beamed back, and together they made their way to the farmer's market. Huo Xuan followed closely behind, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips, feeling his previously despondent mood lift slightly. Upon arriving at the market, Aunt Hu meticulously selected ingredients that Xie Mingzhu had favored in her childhood. Though her taste had evolved over the years, she was deeply touched by Aunt Hu's thoughtful gestures. Huo Xuan trailed behind, merely taking care of the payments and carrying the bags. After their shopping was complete, the trio returned home. Aunt Hu headed straight to the kitchen with the basket of groceries, while reminding Huo Xuan to take good care of Xie Mingzhu. Observing this, Huo Xuan offered, "I can handle it." Aunt Hu waved her hand dismissively. "Mingzhu hasn't tasted my cooking in ages. You should keep out of the way." Xie Mingzhu smiled at the two, reminiscent of her childhood days when Aunt Hu would always tease Huo Xuan regardless of what he did. Huo Xuan glanced back at Xie Mingzhu. She suggested, "Let us help together," but Aunt Hu firmly declined. However, the kitchen was small, and soon enough, Aunt Hu shooed them both out. Huo Xuan led Xie Mingzhu into the living room and poured her a cup of tea. "Are you settling back in all right?" he inquired softly. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. "This is my home. How could I not feel comfortable?" Huo Xuan agreed, and they exchanged a glance, falling into a contemplative silence. Huo Xuan keenly sensed a shift in their atmosphere. What had once been harmonious now felt distant, as if they were separated by vast mountains and rivers. Holding his cup, he observed the swirling tea leaves, then broke the silence. "Who brought you here just now?" "I haven't seen them before." Xie Mingzhu returned to the present moment, meeting his gaze as she replied, "A colleague of my brother from work. We just happened to cross paths, and he offered me a ride." After a pause, she added, "He seemed quite young, probably around 25 or 26. Huo Xuan's eyes briefly flickered with surprise, yet he suppressed any further inquiry, shifting the topic. "Have you arranged everything for your exam? Have you registered?" At the mention of this, Xie Mingzhu's expression grew wistful. I spoke to my father about it yesterday, and he mentioned that it might be too late to register this year. She explained the circumstances surrounding the exam registration deadlines and her current issues with her household registration. If it doesn't work out, I'll just take the exam next year, she sighed. Huo Xuan nodded. That is also a viable option. Since it has been a while since you engaged with your studies, you can use this time to prepare and aim for better results next year. His reasoning made sense. Although she had performed well academically in the past, the long absence from her textbooks would make immediate examination challenging. They continued to converse casually until Aunt Hu called Huo Xuan to assist her in the kitchen. He rose to help, and Xie Mingzhu followed suit. Dinner was prepared, and as they were set to wash up, Aunt Hu insisted, "Let us see if my cooking has declined." She began serving Xie Mingzhu generously, commenting on her slim figure. "You've lost weight, my dear. You should eat more." Xie Mingzhu felt her physique was just fine, but Aunt Hu, shaped by her experiences through hardship, equated fullness with prosperity. Huo Xuan interjected gently. "Let her serve herself, Aunt. You enjoy your meal." Aunt Hu then moderated her enthusiasm, apologizing to Xie Mingzhu. "I get carried away when I'm happy." Xie Mingzhu brushed it off with a light-hearted smile, and soon the three of them were happily sharing the meal. After dining, Xie Mingzhu prepared to leave, even though Aunt Hu wished for her to stay for dinner. She explained she had other matters to attend to, but promised to visit again. Aunt Hu could only relent. "Huo Xuan, please see Mingzhu home," she instructed. Xie Mingzhu immediately looked at Huo Xuan and shook her head. "No need. I can go back by myself." She remembered he seemed preoccupied with something earlier and didn't want to impose on him. Yet, Huo Xuan took her bag and headed outside, asserting, "If others can see you home, why can't I?" The remark came off with a hint of jealousy, causing Xie Mingzhu to pause, realizing he was bothered by Zhao Qi. A slight smile played on her lips as she quickened her pace to catch up to him, finding him waiting at the entrance. Together, they walked to the bus stop. After a while, the bus finally arrived. They settled into the back seats, and the gentle swaying of the vehicle soon lulled Xie Mingzhu into a drowsy state. Noticing her head leaning against the window, Huo Xuan kindly rested her head on his shoulder. With the newfound support, she quickly fell asleep. Huo Xuan turned to observe her, his gaze reflecting a mix of emotions. An hour later, they reached the bus stop near her residence. Huo Xuan softly awakened her. "We arrived." Xie Mingzhu blinked her eyes open, momentarily confused. "Did I fall asleep? Have we reached?" Seeing her disoriented state, Huo Xuan's earlier melancholy lifted slightly. "Yes, we're here. Let us get off." As they exited, they ran into Gao Xiu, who cheerfully inquired, "Where have you been coming from?" Xie Mingzhu glanced at Huo Xuan before responding, "I just came from Huo Xuan's home." Gao Xiu smiled at Huo Xuan, thanking him for accompanying Xie Mingzhu home. "I bought some fish today. We're having dinner here tonight," she added, inviting them to join. Without hesitation, Huo Xuan nodded. "Sounds good." Upon returning home, Huo Xuan proactively took the fish from Gao Xiu's hands and began to prepare it. Gao Xiu stood beside Xie Mingzhu, observing Huo Xuan, and softly remarked, "It's no surprise that he grew up here, being surrounded by it all. He never assumes that household chores are solely a woman's responsibility." After the incident with the Xie family, her parents had advised her to choose another partner, given that they were not yet married at the time. Yet, she remained resolute. Only she understood that no other man would pamper her as he did. Not even her father could match that. With a smile, she turned to Xie Mingzhu. Noticing her ambiguous expression, shot her a disapproving glance, and said, "Teacher Gao, you should hurry and grade your assignments." Gao Xiu, a primary school teacher, merely pursed her lips and turned back to her work. When Xie Shaoli returned, he joined Huo Xuan in the kitchen, both engrossed in their tasks. During dinner, everyone indulged in some wine. Even Gao Xiu, who typically abstained, took a sip. The spiciness made her seek out water, prompting laughter from the others. The meal was joyous, and by the time they finished, night had fallen. After a brief pause, Huo Xuan stood to leave. Xie Shitong glanced outside and said, "It's getting late, and you've had quite a bit to drink. You should stay the night. Your second brother's room upstairs is still available." Huo Xuan waved his hand, indicating he had matters to attend to the next day. Not wanting to press further, Xie Shitong turned to Xie Shaoli and said, "Shaoli, see Huo Xuan off." Just as Xie Shaoli was about to rise, Gao Xiu grabbed his hand, signaling him, then turned to Xie Mingzhu and said, "Mingzhu, your brother has had too much to drink. You should accompany Huo Xuan." Huo Xuan was about to object, but the words caught in his throat. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently, and together they stepped outside. The recent warm weather had brought many people to the streets, engaging in leisurely conversations, creating a lively atmosphere. Walking side by side, Huo Xuan, feeling slightly unsteady from the alcohol, was met with Xie Mingzhu's curious glance. She began to speak, but was abruptly silenced as he quickly grasped her hand, pulling her into a narrow alley between two houses. The close quarters pressed their bodies together, and Huo Xuan pinned her against the wall, his warm breath washing over her face, momentarily stealing her breath away. Just meters away, many people were seated, oblivious to the intimate scene unfolding. With Huo Xuan's firm chest pressed against her, she felt breathless, her cheeks flushed and heart racing as she gently pushed against him, whispering, "There are so many people outside. What if they see me?" Yet Huo Xuan remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on her. In such a cramped and dim space, the tension was palpable, and Huo Xuan's imposing presence only intensified the sensation of pressure on Xie Mingzhu. She instinctively tried to create some distance, but the limited space kept them tightly pressed together. She could even hear the rapid thumping of his heart, and the solid feel of his body made her palms grow warm. "Huo Xuan, please don't," she breathed softly. "Why are you being so indifferent towards me?" Huo Xuan's response was a wounded accusation. Unable to meet his fervent gaze, she lowered her eyes to his neck, where the sight of his gently moving Adam's apple sent a shiver through her. "When have I ever been indifferent? Weren't we like this before?" Huo Xuan let out a soft huff, leaning in closer, his voice tinged with jealousy. "Have you found someone else?" Xie Mingzhu almost laughed in exasperation, pushing him away. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She felt as though he was painting her as a heartless woman. "It's just the person I dropped you off with this morning." Huo Xuan's tone was markedly sour, as if he had consumed a dozen lemons. With a resigned sigh, Xie Mingzhu replied, "Haven't I told you? It was merely a coincidence." Huo Xuan leaned in closer, his lips near her ear as he whispered, "Xie Mingzhu, we've shared kisses and more. Now you act as if you don't acknowledge it?" The warmth of his breath sent goosebumps across her skin, making her feel weak. She leaned against him for support, her voice turning soft and feeble. "Let's speak calmly." She covered her ears, attempting to shield herself from the overwhelming sensations. But Huo Xuan pressed on, brushing his lips against her hand with a gentle caress. The warmth of his touch and the urgency of his breath left her mind blank, momentarily stripping her of coherent thought. "Huo Xuan," she murmured, her voice soft and inviting, encouraging him. He lifted her chin, capturing her lips in a tender kiss. The intoxicating scent of alcohol enveloped her senses, and she found herself silenced. Though inexperienced, he explored her lips delicately until she timidly licked his, prompting him to deepen the kiss, igniting a fervent passion between them. Time lost all meaning as they surrendered to the moment, only parting when breathlessness forced them apart. "Xie Mingzhu, feel your heart. You don't reject me. I reside within you." Huo Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely shedding the guise of drunkenness. Xie Mingzhu, panting, remained silent. Huo Xuan leaned in again, softly asking, "Why are you silent?" His voice was low and husky, laced with allure. The heat of the moment was palpable. Xie Mingzhu dared to meet his gaze, her eyes swirling with unspoken emotions. They held each other's stare until she finally whispered, "What makes you think you'd be standing here so calmly?" Had she not allowed it, she would have kicked him away the moment he pulled her in. Huo Xuan's eyes lit up as he pressed on. "If that's the case, why were you so cold toward me today? Where's the coldness?" He leaned in even closer, making her instinctively turn her head away. "Xie Mingzhu, don't leave me." She could never bear the sound of her full name on his lips. It made her feel utterly vulnerable. Huo Xuan tightened his embrace around her, his hands firmly cradling her head. Listening to the wild thrum of his heartbeat, she finally asked, "Huo Xuan, do you think I see you as a substitute?" Huo Xuan hesitated before replying, "No, I don't." "Huo Xuan, I need time to think clearly about our relationship," Xie Mingzhu said softly. Huo Xuan pulled her away slightly, scoffing. "Xie Mingzhu, since when did you start speaking such lofty words?" Without responding, she pressed on, "Don't you think this is unfair to you?" He drew her back into his embrace, resting his chin on her head, sighing contentedly, "Xie Mingzhu, this is all I need. Even if I were merely a substitute. So what?" Upon hearing his words, Xie Mingzhu chose to remain silent, gently biting her lip as she reached out to embrace him. Huo Xuan sensed her gesture and smiled, pulling her away from his embrace. Lowering his gaze, his eyes sparkled as he said, "Xie Mingzhu, you must not hide from me any longer." Xie Mingzhu softly responded with a hum. The two lingered in the narrow alley for a considerable time before finally emerging. By now, Xie Mingzhu's breath had returned to normal, though her face remained flushed. Stealing a glance at Huo Xuan, she noted that he no longer bore the disheveled appearance from earlier. Instead, he wore a bright smile, his chin slightly raised, exuding a sense of clarity and vigor. Suddenly, Xie Mingzhu burst into laughter. Huo Xuan turned to her, inquiring, "What are you laughing about?" She took the initiative to grasp his hand, her gaze directed ahead, choosing not to respond. Before them stood a group of neighbors, some seated, others standing, engaged in idle chatter. Xie Mingzhu's intention was unmistakable. Huo Xuan looked down at their tightly clasped hands, his expression igniting with excitement. However, as they approached the crowd, he released her hand. Xie Mingzhu frowned at him, a look of confusion crossing her features. Just moments ago, he had pressed her for clarity, yet now, as she actively sought to declare their relationship before others, he seemed to withdraw. Before she could voice her inquiry, someone nearby cheerfully greeted, "Mingzhu, when did you return?" Xie Mingzhu shifted her gaze from Huo Xuan to the speaker, smiling as she replied, "I just got back." All eyes turned toward them, and someone curiously asked, "Didn't your father mention you got married? Where's your husband?" Xie Mingzhu's expression faltered, instinctively glancing back at Huo Xuan. It dawned on her then. He was concerned about her being the subject of gossip. The townsfolk were still unaware that she was not married, and if they were to appear hand in hand, it would surely alter the narrative, potentially giving rise to unflattering rumors. The importance of her happiness weighed heavily on her mind. In this era, many young people returning to the city had abandoned their families, and the reverse was equally true. Now that Xie Mingzhu had returned, without sight of her so-called newlywed husband, and immediately rekindled her connection with Huo Xuan, speculation would surely ensue. She opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Huo Xuan, who quietly stated, "He got into trouble and was arrested before the wedding." With that brief explanation, he offered nothing more. The crowd exchanged glances, curiosity piqued as they pressed for more details. "What happened? What did he do?" Xie Mingzhu surveyed their faces, realizing that few genuinely cared for her well-being. They were merely feeding their own curiosity. Huo Xuan cleared his throat and quietly warned, "It's not something to discuss openly. It's best you refrain from prying. If any rumors were spread, it might bring trouble to you as well." The crowd immediately sensed the gravity of his words. What kind of trouble could not be openly discussed? Surely, it must be something significant. This realization silenced their inquiries. Without allowing anyone to speak further, Huo Xuan glanced at Xie Mingzhu, urging her to leave quickly. Xie Mingzhu addressed the crowd, saying, "We'll be on our way." With that, she and Huo Xuan hastily moved forward, leaving the onlookers in silence, unsure of how to respond. As they reached the roadside, they slowed their pace, exchanging knowing smiles. Huo Xuan softly remarked, "If anyone asks you again, just say that. They won't actually go to the United Team to investigate." Such a response would be the most convenient. In these times, everyone feared attracting trouble, perhaps even distancing themselves from Xie Mingzhu to avoid unwanted inquiries. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently in agreement. With few pedestrians on the street, they walked along the path, their shadows stretching longer beneath the dim streetlights. Xie Mingzhu extended her hand, gently grasping his. Huo Xuan did not turn around, but looked at their intertwined shadows, firmly holding her hand in return. When they arrived at the bus stop, where several people had gathered, Huo Xuan finally released her hand. Xie Mingzhu bit her lip and brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, softly asking, "Are there still buses running back?" Huo Xuan glanced at the bus schedule and then turned back to her, responding, "Yes, the last bus should arrive around 8. Just as they spoke, a bus approached, swaying gently. "The bus is here. You should get on," Xie Mingzhu urged. Huo Xuan nodded, giving her one last look before boarding the bus. She waved goodbye as the bus departed, then turned to head back. Upon seeing the gathering crowd, she preemptively smiled and said, "My dad is waiting for me at home, so I won't chat with you all." With that, she hurried away, leaving no room for conversation. As she passed the alley they had just exited, she paused, glancing back. Suddenly, her face felt as though it was on fire. She quickly patted her cheeks to dispel her wandering thoughts and continued homeward. Upon closing the door behind her, she found only Gao Siyu at home. Her father and elder brother had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and were already resting. Gao Siyu was seated at the table, grading student assignments. Upon noticing Xie Mingzhu's return, she remarked, "Why were you gone for so long?" While speaking, She scrutinized Xie Mingzhu closely. Seeing her flushed complexion, a knowing smile appeared on her face as she teased. I suppose it won't be long before we hear good news about you too? Xie Mingzhu shot her a sidelong glance, but did not deny it, instead playfully chiding. Why are you so nosy? What would your students think if they knew how inquisitive you are? Gao Xiu laughed heartily. My curiosity doesn't matter. What's important is. She paused before continuing. What's important is that you are happy. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. I am very happy. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiu nodded in affirmation. Those 2 thermoses are filled with water for you. Make sure to wash up and rest early. Xie Mingzhu replied, you should rest early as well. The next morning, with everyone gone to work, Xie Mingzhu slept until she naturally woke. After breakfast, she tidied herself up and rode her bicycle to her adoptive parents' home. Upon arriving and securing her bicycle, she spotted Grandma Wu emerging from the building. Seeing her, Grandma Wu hurried over, waving her hand excitedly. It's wonderful to see you. That young man you mentioned last time has come again. He has been here for quite a while. Xie Mingzhu narrowed her eyes slightly, nodded, and quickly ascended the stairs. Using the key her adoptive parents had given her, she opened the front door without knocking. Laughter could be heard from Yuan Weiwei's room. Without hesitation, she made her way to her room. Initially intending to push the door open directly, she reconsidered and knocked instead. The noise inside ceased, followed by some shuffling sounds. After a moment, Yuan Weiwei's voice called out, Who is it? Xie Mingzhu replied firmly, It's me. Upon recognizing her voice, Yuan Weiwei clearly sighed in relief. And soon the sound of slippers dragging on the floor could be heard. The door swung open to reveal Yuan Weiwei, her face flushed. Xie Mingzhu appraised her appearance. Her clothes were disheveled, with visible marks on her neck, leaving little doubt as to what she had been up to. Your boyfriend? Why not let me meet him? Xie Mingzhu's expression remained neutral. Yuan Weiwei had braced herself for a barrage of insults, yet upon seeing the calm expression on her face, as if she were unfazed, she was momentarily taken aback. She opened the door and called out softly, Come out. The wardrobe door creaked open, revealing the face of a young man. Bare-chested and holding his shirt, he offered a sheepish grin, silently inquiring with his eyes about the identity of the woman present. Yuan Weiwei refrained from introducing him, merely stating nonchalantly, It's nothing, you can leave now. I'll come find you when I have time. Xie Mingzhu's gaze swept across Yuan Weiwei's face, and it was evident that her attitude towards the man was merely dismissive. If there were any feelings involved, they were hardly visible. Are you truly unafraid? The young man donned his shirt, his earlier nervousness dissipating as he adopted a playful demeanor. I'll wait for your news, he said, casting a furtive glance at Xie Mingzhu, his lips curling into a lewd smirk before he turned to exit. Xie Mingzhu, seated at a nearby table, called out, Hold on. The man turned back, smirking and questioningly asking, Did you call for me? You are quite audacious, truly unafraid of the consequences? Xie Mingzhu's voice was steady. He laughed derisively, his expression indifferent. A single man and an unmarried woman. Our relationship is entirely normal. We're not doing anything wrong, so why fear repercussions? As long as no one is idle enough to report us, everything will be fine. Outsiders are unaware of what transpires inside, and even if our families found out, would they report us? What would become of their daughters then? Xie Mingzhu regarded him with a heavy heart. Are you aware that Yuan Weiwei only turned 18 in October? Her fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. The man paused, perplexed by her statement. Xie Mingzhu lifted her gaze to meet his, coldly stating, If we were to report this, it wouldn't matter if she consented. It would be treated as coercion. Only those under 16 face such issues. She's merely trying to frighten you. Yet, the man evidently dismissed her words. In this day and age, many marry at 17 or 18. If such were the case, wouldn't everyone be guilty? He tilted his lips, swaggering towards Xie Mingzhu, unabashedly appraising her. You must be of age, right? Want to join your older brother? Surely you've never tasted the thrill of soaring. Come, let me take you there. Before Xie Mingzhu could respond, Yuan Weiwei, incensed, delivered a swift kick to his calf. Get lost. The man's expression darkened, and he seized her hair. You little harlot, do you think you're something special? He raised his hand, aiming for her face. Without hesitation, Xie Mingzhu grabbed a nearby chair and struck him forcefully on the back. The man winced in pain, releasing Yuan Weiwei's grip and turning to face Xie Mingzhu. As he lunged towards her, Yuan Weiwei leapt onto his back, wrapping her arm tightly around his neck, rendering him immobile. In response, The man grasped her arms and easily tossed her aside. She fell heavily to the ground, letting out a pained cry. Xie Mingzhu dashed into the kitchen, retrieving a chef's knife. Seeing the man poised to stomp on Yuan Weiwei's abdomen, she rushed forward, brandishing the knife and slashing at his leg. Reacting swiftly, he retracted his foot, retreating 2 steps, though he still caught a glancing blow. Xie Mingzhu was resolute in her intent, sparing no mercy. Alarmed, the man turned to flee. "Damn it," he muttered, bolting for the door. As he exited, Xie Mingzhu approached the window, observing him reach the ground floor before hurling the knife toward him without hesitation. The blade barely missed his head, causing him to freeze momentarily. He glanced upwards to find Xie Mingzhu gazing coldly down at him, her expression akin to that of a corpse. A shiver ran down his spine, fully aware that the next throw could indeed find its mark. He hastily retreated, fearing that one more moment of hesitation would result in his demise. Once he was gone, Xie Mingzhu descended the stairs to retrieve the knife. Grandma Wu, trembling with fear, inquired, "Mingzhu, did you throw that knife?" Xie Mingzhu nodded lightly. "Just to scare them. We mustn't cause a death." Grandma Wu cautioned softly. Xie Mingzhu replied with a gentle smile, "Do not worry. I know what I'm doing." Upon returning home, Yuan Weiwei had already shut herself in her room. After tidying up, Xie Mingzhu knocked on the door, and Yuan Weiwei's voice soon called out, "The door's not locked." Xie Mingzhu entered to find Yuan Weiwei lying on the bed, her face buried in the covers, obscuring her expression. Leaning against the table with arms crossed, Xie Mingzhu observed her. Yuan Weiwei had anticipated a lecture, but was surprised by Xie Mingzhu's silence. Upon meeting her gaze, she scoffed. "Don't put on that look, or think you can teach me a lesson. I want to listen to you." Xie Mingzhu glanced at her dismissively, murmuring, "When did your standards drop so low? This man is beneath you. I recall you once said you would only marry someone like Mr. Qian." In truth, she had no right to criticize Yuan Weiwei. They both had similar tastes in men. However, while Qin Haoyu was a skilled pretender, this young ruffian displayed no such finesse. Despite his flaws, Qin Haoyu's appearance was unmatched, while the man before them exuded a distinctly unsavory aura. Yuan Weiwei had anticipated reprimand, but received unexpected words instead. "I am simply being foolish, willingly degrading myself. What business is it of yours? And you're not truly my sister, so don't lecture me," Yuan Weiwei retorted, her defiance palpable. Xie Mingzhu stepped closer, gripping her clothing and pulling her up. "Yuan Weiwei, look at yourself." Yuan Weiwei winced in pain, then forcefully swatted away Xie Mingzhu's hand. "What I become is none of your concern. No one else cares, so why should I?" Xie Mingzhu frowned. "Leave now. I'm tired of this." Ignoring her, Xie Mingzhu lifted Yuan Weiwei's skirt. Startled, Yuan Weiwei quickly turned, lowering her skirt defensively, eyeing her warily. "What are you doing?" Xie Mingzhu shot her a look and gently replied, "Let me see how bad your injuries are." Once a proud rooster, Yuan Weiwei felt her resolve waver at this inquiry. Her eyes brimming with tears, in a moment of vulnerability, she quickly turned away, not wanting Xie Mingzhu to witness her tears, hastily wiping her face before snapping, "Mind your own business. Who knows what your intentions are?" Xie Mingzhu lifted her skirt, observing the new forensic investigator who was pulling a box and entering through the door. He bowed to Jin Ming and began to inspect with his tools. It seemed he was as oblivious to the events that transpired while he slept as Wang Lingyun, who murmured to herself. Since becoming the rain god, Wang Lingyun had never ventured to the celestial realm, leaving her ignorant of its nature or the deities residing there. However, she had encountered numerous demons, many of whom harbored various grievances against the gods. Duma insisted on keeping Xie Lei at home for the night, but Xie Lei felt embarrassed. It was his first visit, and to impose would be too forward. Thus, after hastily dropping off his belongings, he fled, while Duma called after him to visit often, urging Yin Yin to accompany him, whether it was one or both. Chelsea had to persevere regardless of the adversaries they faced. "What kind of person do you think I am?" Kong Shen inched closer to Han Lui, his words laced with palpable menace. "Lang Jishi, halt!" Claudia, regaining her composure, shouted. The slaves, who had been hiding around the corner, suddenly rushed out, overpowering Lang Jisher and hurling insults at him. Reflecting on a letter from Yin Yoxin mentioning Zhuang Xi, and the fact that the Zhuang family had yet to locate Zhuang Xi, Wang Lingyun's gaze fell upon the large wooden box before her. Looking further afield, she noticed thick, dark smoke swirling in the sky, so dense it appeared as if it could drip ink. With a mighty effort, Huo Yu bit on a Qing Yu's collar, finally managing to drag Qing Yu onto the stone platform. Suddenly recalling her dealings with a lie and Beizhan Kuei's third wife, Xiao Jinxian, she felt a flicker of hope. Previously at the Sutong auction house, Luo Yuan had privately inquired about the sale of spirit bags, but had received no news. Within the grand hall of the mysterious Heaven Demon Palace, Commander Xiong was intently observing a batch of soul plates radiating a soft white light, recently delivered. In the former director's office, Zheng Dajuan, Wang Yazhou, Zheng Miao, and several pillars of the orthopedic hospital were present, scrutinizing the photographs and recordings provided by Wang Xiying. A plan formed in his mind, aiming for a dual purpose. His scarred face contorted into a sinister grin. Shall we now seek out the place to break through? I, with eternal resolve, am relatively well informed. Yet, more than that, she yearned for a free excursion. The wounds hidden deep within her were gradually laid bare. Akin to an innocent prisoner shackled by relentless chains, faced with accusations she longed to refute, only to realize she could not utter a single word in her defense. Quietly opening the door, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Dozens of flashlights pointed directly at her, the dark barrels of guns glimmering ominously. Is it true? Upon hearing that the Chun family would finally be vindicated, though there was still a 2-year wait, Chun Yang felt an exhilarating surge of anticipation. Among the Chun siblings, he considered himself the least capable. While even Qin Xing had already attained scholarly success and embarked on an official career, making their family's exoneration imminent. This is the semblance you should possess. After bidding farewell to Grandma Wu, Xie Mingzhu mounted her bicycle, ferrying Yuan Weiwei away. Uncertain of their destination, Yuan Weiwei impatiently inquired, "Where exactly are we going?" "You will know upon arrival," Xie Mingzhu replied, her tone somewhat subdued. Not wanting to press further, Yuan Weiwei fell silent. After nearly 40 minutes of cycling, they finally reached their destination. "We have arrived. Dismount," Xie Mingzhu said, using her foot to brake the bicycle. As Yuan Weiwei turned to look, her eyes fell upon a grand entrance constructed of red bricks, crowned with a square roof supported by 8 square columns. The iron gate in the center stood open, revealing a towering statue of a great leader. Looking up, she saw the words Shuncheng University emblazoned in the center. This was the finest university in Shuncheng, ranked 3rd nationally. Yuan Weiwei stared at the 4 characters, her gaze unwavering. The longer she looked, the more her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Noticing her hands clenched tightly, Xie Mingzhu stepped forward, gently grasping her hand and softly encouraging, "Let us go inside." However, Yuan Weiwei stood her ground, pulling her hand away. "I can walk on my own," she said softly. Xie Mingzhu did not press the matter. The entrance bustled with students, and neither of them was hindered by their appearance as students. Once inside the campus, Xie Mingzhu parked the bicycle in a nearby rack. Familiar with the surroundings from previous visits, she led the way. To the left of the main entrance stood the library, characterized by its red walls and tiles, sprawling over 3 stories. Watching the students engrossed in their books from outside, Yuan Weiwei felt a flicker of envy. Continuing along the path, they reached the campus lake, where a group of men and women played various musical instruments, the melodious sounds captivating Yuan Weiwei, who couldn't help but hum along. In a nearby clearing, students danced joyfully, embodying the exuberance of youth. "This is how young girls ought to be," Xie Mingzhu remarked. Yuan Weiwei remained silent. Further along, they arrived at the basketball court, where many were playing, vitality coursing through them as they sweated away their youthful energy. Soon, they reached the news gallery, where Yuan Weiwei paused to observe the reports displayed within, running her fingers gently across the glass. Continuing onward, they came upon rows of dormitory buildings, the living quarters bustling with students. The lively atmosphere was infectious, and not far from the dormitory swimming pool, numerous individuals were swimming. Gazing up at the towering snow pine in front of the dormitory, Yuan Weiwei appeared momentarily lost in thought. "Let's keep moving." Xie Mingzhu glanced at her before proceeding. Yuan Weiwei followed closely behind, their pace leisurely. Shuncheng University was vast. One could scarcely traverse it in a day. Checking the time, Xie Mingzhu guided her to the first teaching building. The exterior was white and 3 stories tall, the walls gleaming with purity under the sun. Students bustled about at the entrance, some chatting, others reading, their faces radiant with joy and their eyes sparkling with confidence and hope for the future. Yuan Weiwei's gaze lingered on them, momentarily entranced. Xie Mingzhu led her inside to the back of a lecture hall accommodating 200 people. An elderly professor was passionately lecturing, filling the room to capacity. His animated delivery elicited bursts of laughter from the students. Yuan Weiwei stood at the door, listening intently throughout the class. Even after the lecture concluded, she remained rooted in place. The professor rolled up his notes as he passed by them, pausing to inquire, "Which department are you from? Did you miss out on the class?" The use of the word miss hinted at the professor's popularity. Xie Mingzhu shook her head slightly. "We are not students here." The professor appraised them with a smile. "Are you prospective candidates for this year? We welcome your application to our university. There will always be a seat for you in my class." Xie Mingzhu bowed, slightly in gratitude. "Once I am accepted, I will certainly attend your lectures." The elderly professor waved his hand and departed with a smile. Once he was gone, Xie Mingzhu turned her gaze to Yuan Weiwei. Noticing that Weiwei's eyes were fixed inside, she softly remarked, "Did you see that? There is light in their eyes, pure, clear, filled with wisdom and hope. They are vibrant and full of life. Unlike those young people lost in society, each of them surpasses those neighborhood rascals." She continued, "Weiwei, this is the life you should aspire to." Weiwei remained silent. Xie Mingzhu chose not to press further, knowing that excessive words might provoke an adverse reaction. "Let us go back." The two once again reached the school gate. As they retrieved their bicycles, Weiwei silently took her place on the rear seat. Instead of heading home, Xie Mingzhu led her to a nearby vegetable market. "What do you wish to eat tonight?" she inquired. Having skipped lunch, they decided to forego dinner preparation and simply return home to cook. Weiwei did not respond. Xie Mingzhu glanced back at her and noticed her dazed expression, clearly still recovering from earlier events. Choosing not to ask further, she purchased a few vegetables. Upon returning to the building, they spotted Chen Wanxin chatting with Grandma Wu. Upon seeing the two return, Grandma Wu remarked to Chen Wanxin, "They're back." Chen Wanxin turned to greet them, her face lighting up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Mingzhu." She rushed over, grasping Xie Mingzhu's hand. "When did you come back?" "Heart aunt," Xie Mingzhu replied with a smile. "I just returned a couple of days ago." As she spoke, she took a moment to glance Chen Wanxin up and down. Today, she wore a gray and white striped shirt, black cotton pants, and black buckle shoes. Her hair was styled in a bun, and her face appeared just as Xie Mingzhu remembered. "Come upstairs quickly. You're staying here for dinner tonight. I'll go buy groceries and make your favorite dishes." Chen Wanxin urged excitedly. "Weiwei mentioned you visited us yesterday. We were planning to come see you this weekend, but you beat us to it." Watching the affectionate interaction between mother and daughter, Weiwei's expression turned cold. She scoffed, rolled her eyes, and turned to head upstairs. "This child," Chen Wanxin sighed, glancing at Weiwei's retreating figure. "For the past few years, I don't know what's gotten into her. Whatever we say, she opposes us. We've tried scolding and punishing her, but she still won't listen. Isn't it infuriating?" Just as she spoke, Weiwei's head popped out from the second floor. Her voice sharp as she retorted, "Go ahead and say it. Once the whole neighborhood knows, you'll be happy." Without waiting for Chen Wanxin to respond, she marched upstairs again. "Look at this. We can't have a decent conversation anymore. I don't know when she changed like this." Chen Wanxin lamented. "I heard from Grandma Wu." She paused, her eyes welling with tears. "For a while now, she has been mingling with unsavory characters. And I truly don't know what to do." Xie Mingzhu exchanged a glance with her, recognizing the genuine sorrow etched on her face, indicating she was at a loss. "Let us go upstairs first," she suggested, noticing that more people were arriving home and many were casting glances in their direction. She took Chen Wanxin's hand and led her upstairs. Weiwei's transformation was not a recent development. From her resentful remarks, it was evident that she had been neglected at home for quite some time. She was merely attempting to gain her parents' attention through misguided actions, yet instead of concern, she received misunderstanding and reprimands. Upon reaching their door, Chen Wanxin reached for her keys, but Xie Mingzhu stopped her. She knocked gently on the door, but there was no response. "Are you expecting her to open the door for you?" Chen Wanxin offered a wry smile, shaking her head slightly as she prepared to unlock the door. Xie Mingzhu knocked again, calling out, "Weiwei, open the door." Chen Wanxin opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. After a brief pause of about half a minute, they finally heard the sound of the door unlocking. The door swung open, and Chen Wanxin glanced at Xie Mingzhu, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion, clearly puzzled by Weiwei's unexpected compliance. Xie Mingzhu simply continued, "If you want to eat, come help us." Chen Wanxin instinctively looked at Wei Wei, expecting her to react with anger, but to her surprise, Wei Wei stood still for a moment before stepping forward to begin preparing the vegetables. Chen Wanxin covered her mouth in disbelief, clearly astonished that her rebellious daughter was behaving so obediently. While cooking, Chen Wanxin conversed animatedly with Xie Mingzhu, not uttering a single word to Wei Wei. As they sat down to eat, they heard the sound of keys turning in the lock. That must be Guo Huo returning, Chen Wanxin said. The Yuan family had 4 children. Xie Mingzhu had never met the eldest brother, who had passed away at a young age. The second sister had married before Xie Mingzhu went to the countryside. Yuan Guohua was the 3rd child, 2 years older than Xie Mingzhu, now 23, working in machine tool factory. It was said that he'd been dating someone for the past 2 years and was preparing for marriage. When Yuan Guohua entered, he spotted Wei Wei standing at the door and scolded, "You're just standing there? You hear the door opening and don't bother to let me in?" After setting down his keys and changing into slippers, he continued berating her. "What do you even do at home all day? You don't go to school. You don't attend classes, just lazing around. With all this time, can't you tidy up the house? Keeping a good-for-nothing like you at home is pointless. Eating and sleeping all day. Sooner or later, you'll end up like a pig." In the kitchen, Xie Mingzhu had intended to step out and greet him, but upon hearing his complaints, she paused and glanced at Chen Wanxin. Chen Wanxin's expression turned awkward as she called out, "Guohua, Mingzhu is here." Xie Mingzhu stepped out and greeted 3rd brother. Upon seeing her, Yuan Guohua was momentarily taken aback, but soon composed himself and greeted her calmly. "Mingzhu, you're back?" He shot a glare at Wei Wei, adding, "We'll talk later. Don't take out your frustrations on me, just because you're upset outside." Wei Wei retorted, rolling her eyes, "If you have the guts, argue with whoever scolds you. You treat me like a punching bag." With that, she turned and stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her. Yuan Guohua had intended to continue scolding, but upon glancing at Xie Mingzhu, he suppressed his anger. Chen Wanxin filled a basin with water and set it on the sink, reproaching him lightly, "Stop criticizing her. She is already rebellious enough. The more you scold her, the more she'll resist." Washing his hands in the basin, Yuan Guohua retorted, "Mom, I think you've spoiled her too much. Look at what she has become. I say she needs a good beating, just like you all did to me when I was young." Chen Wanxin merely shot him a glance, choosing not to respond further as she took the basin to discard the water. Xie Mingzhu observed silently, not interjecting, noticing her silence. Yuan Guohua turned to her and asked with a smile, "You're not leaving this time, right?" Xie Mingzhu nodded affirmatively. Stay in. If you don't return, what will happen to your newlywed partner?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wanxin hurried over, saying, "Yesterday, I overheard your grandmother will mention that you didn't get married. What's going on?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Guohua narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Xie Mingzhu before responding, "I heard that in the countryside, only those who have divorced can return after getting married. You wouldn't have divorced just 2 days after your wedding to come back to the city, would you?" Xie Mingzhu shot him a glance, disregarding his words, and simply recounted the events to Chen Wanxin. Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Chen Wanxin exclaimed in frustration, "Last time you brought him here, I thought he looked quite good, cultured and refined, and I believed you had good taste. I never expected him to turn out to be such a person." Chen Wanxin looked at Xie Mingzhu with sympathy, truly feeling for her. Xie Mingzhu appeared unfazed, stating, "It's better to see clearly now than to realize after marriage." Hearing this, Chen Wanxin nodded lightly. "Xingshi, don't blame me for not being sentimental. I will tear you apart with these hands capable of tearing bears." The tall and strong figure, especially his robust arms, was impressive. In the afternoon, as the end of the workday approached, Yundu proposed going out for a meal to welcome Cheng Hain. Despite Mu Yuan's sharp tongue and arrogant tone, he had at least shown some skill earlier. Chen Yi ultimately said little, merely pulling me toward the nearest men's clothing store. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Shenzhan wore an extremely grim expression as the computer screen before him displayed Lin Xinxin carrying a mop and bucket towards the restroom. Of course, the Chinese people are intelligent, diligent, and capable of enduring hardships. Such achievements are nothing. There is nothing in this world that the Chinese cannot accomplish if they set their minds to it. This lantern is lovely, and the comb is beautiful. Keep them, Pei Qin said, lightly touching the tassels of the lantern. It is unwise to hastily proceed with an engagement without truly understanding one another. One might end up in a blind marriage. Although Lin Xinxin didn't clarify earlier, he had already heard a man's voice on the other end of the call. Could it be that another rival emerged unbeknownst to him? Pei Qian waited all day the next day, but did not see Shen Songming, which filled her with anger. That Shen Songming, does he really look down on our family? Just because we were rewarded for growing sweet potatoes, does he think we're inferior? However, during the day, there were onlookers, and if someone stole a sweet potato at night, it would be impossible to trace. Buying a farm would be much cheaper, but they currently lacked sufficient funds. They could only ask the Sun family to keep a close watch. At this moment, Han Feng gazed at the youths before him, slowly recalling some memories. Indeed, calamities can be mitigated through certain means, yet it is feared that in the future, they may accumulate and become increasingly severe, ultimately resulting in a terrible disaster. But that is a matter for a distant future. For now, there is only the immediate urgency to address. On both sides, the Tao ancestors serve as commanders, with numerous celestial beings and deities present, and the numbers of heavenly immortals and scattered immortals are in the millions. Moreover, the resentful spirits of the Emperor of Extermination must also be obtained to suppress the heavenly court, and this must be done before the grand sacrifice of the Dream Prince. Seated at the main position, Xian Jizi was momentarily taken aback when Peng Yudi suddenly took the stage. Initially intending to reprimand, he hesitated upon seeing the old man so enamored with the weapon that Imo Qianjin had just wielded. The sky outside had darkened, and Han Feng's face was flushed, sweat beading on his forehead, soaking his clothing. I have already reported this matter to the court, he stated. Yet, this is indeed a time of turmoil. The court is beset by both internal and external strife. In the past, he would not have feared him, but now it is unwise to provoke multiple fronts. If there are no obvious intrusions from the barbaric lands into the divine continent, he would instruct his brothers to remain vigilant and ready. Han Feng merely smiled faintly in response and said nothing further. Just the day before, his fighting spirit had once again broken through from the 8th to the 9th level of the Earth tier. They did not expect that in the final moments, Zhao Feng would suddenly reveal an unseen trump card, driving them back and even reversing the situation, sealing their resentment beneath the divine stone. The high-crowned man concluded his sentence with a calm smile, his expression devoid of arrogance, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Even if this year does not work out, there's always next year. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Zhengfa and Chen Wanxin nodded in agreement. After dinner, Xie Mingzhu invited Chen Wanxin to accompany her outside. The two visited the factory hospital together. Chen Wanxin, looking anxious, asked, "What are we doing at the hospital? Are you feeling unwell?" Xie Mingzhu shook her head, explaining, "During the day, Wei Wei injured her back, and I'm buying her some supplies. The people in the inner circle must be ill. Just a few questions, and they were displeased." Fortunately, under his unrelenting efforts, Saijia's advance had noticeably slowed. If the holy beast intended to attack him, it could have easily targeted him instead of the light pillar of the sign contract. While speaking with the head of Jiyuan's sect and the leader of Wusong, she intentionally shielded others from hearing. She had no idea of the real situation of Qin Yanjinren, but it was easy to guess it must be dire. Meng Xiaoli and Long Yi turned to look back as a troop of cavalry thundered towards them, kicking up clouds of dust. As for Mai Fei, she was uncertain of her current level, but one thing was certain: she had struck gold. However, at this moment, war broke out in Jizhou, with the troops of Chang'e pressing down. To protect Su Daji, the Duke of Jizhou, Su Hu hid her away and affixed a demon-suppressing order. Enough! Ning Shuyuan suddenly raised his head, glaring at Yuan Shui with bloodshot eyes, filled with murderous intent. At that moment, the Taoist Bao Hua, who was examining Qin Yanjinren, halted his actions and reached a conclusion. The reputation of Mai among the populace would plummet, and a decline in reputation would mean a reduction in tasks, which would subsequently impact the village's finances. Tang Bao set up 2 stools for them to sit side by side, clearly explaining the foundational knowledge they needed to grasp. He then pretended to have matters to attend to, retreating to a corner of the courtyard, silently observing as the two transformed from strangers to friends, sharing laughter. Before long, Luing arrived at an office, knocked on the door, and called out, "Report." Li Chao waved his hand, indicating that he understood he was receiving a monthly salary and that there was no need to consider it. He just needed to convert the Social Security funds into cash for himself. Previously, although everyone had made a preliminary decision, upon reviewing various circumstances, some realized that the more outstanding Chen Xian was, the greater the potential risk. Old Lady Zhao felt pained about the money, but her grandson had just experienced a scare and was still upset. Unsatisfied, he would undoubtedly continue to demand more, leaving her with no choice but to painfully dig out 5 greasy copper coins for him, cursing Tang Bao in her heart. Taking a breath, I stood quietly for a moment, but nothing happened. Barrett looked at the trembling crowd, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The first step of intimidation was complete, and the next would be his masterful maneuver to make everyone believe in the most exalted ideals. Tang Zhong took a hearty bite of cornbread and washed it down with a sip of vegetable soup, contentedly burping. Pure, he was so formidable. One thought alone could be immensely powerful, and no one could truly comprehend its depth. One thought can know the world. My goodness, how powerful must that awareness be? The emperors speculated in their hearts, recognizing that eliminating some talents or core forces would be exceedingly easy for such a person. Bagged out, he pointed the Hunyuan demon sword at the Song army formation, and immediately dark clouds gathered above Lin Chong and his companions. The group fell silent, puzzled by the situation. If the light outside could not penetrate, one could explain it as the presence of a formation within. But the light inside failing to spread out raised further questions. In the depths of Zhou Feiyu's dark eyes, a glimmer of golden light suddenly flickered, and an overwhelming mental force emanated from his being, forcefully sending the assailant, Gondong, flying, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Just as the man had been preparing to rise, he was kicked back down to the ground. "Dad, one has escaped. I'll go after him," Yuan Guohua exclaimed, dashing outside without giving anyone a moment to react. Seeing this, Xie Mingzhu hurriedly called after him, "Third brother, don't chase after him. We don't know if there are others outside. It could be dangerous." However, Yuan Guohua had already sprinted down barefoot, disappearing from sight. The neighbors, alerted by the commotion, turned on their lights and stepped outside to investigate. Upon hearing that there was a thief, several men quickly armed themselves and pursued Yuan Guohua. Yuan Zhengfa instructed Chen Wanxin to fetch some rope and bind the 2 men still lying on the ground. Yet, Chen Wanxin seemed to disregard his instructions as she rushed into Yuan Weiwei's room, finding her curled up in the corner of the bed. She hurried over to check on her, then embraced her in a panic, trembling as she asked, "Are you all right?" In her mother-s arms, Yuan Weiwei, seeing the worry etched on her mother-s face, felt her heart soften, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she shook her head gently, indicating she was fine. Relieved, Chen Wanxin then approached Xie Mingzhu, scrutinizing her with concern. "Mingzhu, are you okay?" Xie Mingzhu shook her head. At that moment, the man on the ground, who had been rolling about, seized the opportunity when their attention wavered, quickly scrambling to his feet and sprinting towards the exit. Xie Mingzhu grabbed a nearby stool and swung it at his legs. The man was struck, stumbling and crashing to the ground. Yuan Zhengfa, who had gone to fetch rope, rushed out and kicked him hard on the shoulder. Still trying to run? The man let out a cry of agony. Neighbors entered, each grabbing an arm to help him up, with one delivering an extra kick, saying, "With all your limbs intact, why resort to such petty theft?" Yuan Zhengfa tore the black cloth from the man's face, and Xie Mingzhu immediately recognized him as the young man she had seen that morning. She turned to Yuan Weiwei, who stood by the door, clearly startled by his presence. "Weiwei, save me. Tell your parents we are not thieves," the young man pleaded, turning towards her. "You invited us over. We came here by agreement, not to steal." The neighbors, having overheard this, turned their gazes towards Yuan Weiwei. They had heard whispers about her association with dubious characters, but without witnessing it firsthand, they dismissed it as mere gossip. However, hearing the young man's words, they began to believe a significant portion of it. Yuan Weiwei, taken aback by his claim, panicked. "Don't say such things. What did I invite you?" She looked at Chen Wanxin, shaking her head, insisting I didn't ask him to come. In the past, she might not have cared, but her mindset had shifted, and she felt a desperate urge to defend herself. "Look, I still have your house key. If you hadn't given it to me, how could I have it?" The young man produced the key from his pocket. Yuan Weiwei's face turned pale as she recognized it as her own, though she was unaware of when he had taken it. "You stole this." The young man turned to Yuan Zhengfa, shouting, "Dad, Dad, but before he could finish, Yuan Zhengfa's fist met his face, silencing him. "No wonder my daughter said the key was missing. It was you who stole it." Yuan Zhengfa bellowed. "You steal, and yet you dare to tarnish my daughter's reputation? Just wait until I deal with you." With that, he struck him again and again. The young man's face quickly began to swell. The other neighbors exchanged worried glances, fearing for the young man's life, and hurriedly intervened. Old Yuan, just a few blows. Don't let it become a matter of life and death. Yet Yuan Zhengfa, still unsatisfied, delivered another kick to the young man's leg. Dare to speak again? The young man quickly shook his head, mumbling incoherently, I was just joking. Yes, I stole the key. We just wanted to take some money and maybe a few nice things to sell. He dared not say more. Any further words could lead to severe consequences. Yuan Zhengfa kicked him again. Chen Wanxin returned with the rope, and Yuan Zhengfa bound the two men tightly. Several men then escorted them out, preparing to take them to the neighborhood watch. You stay at home. I'll be back soon, Yuan Zhengfa said in a low voice, his mood evidently foul. Soon, the group departed, leaving only a few familiar aunties outside. They entered to offer words of comfort, yet their gazes towards Yuan Weiwei had shifted. Yuan Weiwei lowered her eyes in silence, feeling a tumult of regret within. Xie Mingzhu grasped her hand, and upon seeing it, Yuan Weiwei burst into tears. Chen Wanxin escorted the neighbors out, shielding them from further scrutiny. After closing the door, she sighed softly, not chastising Yuan Weiwei, but gently stating, Now you understand fear, don't you? This is what it means to invite a wolf into your home. Yuan Weiwei cried out, Mom, I'm sorry. Chen Wanxin embraced her tenderly. Don't be afraid. Yet her words only intensified Yuan Weiwei's tears, as she repeatedly apologized. You have not wronged us. The only one you have wronged is yourself. Chen Wanxin replied softly. Once Yuan Weiwei finally calmed her tears, Chen Wanxin asked, Did Grandma Wu mention that it was him who came to the house? Yuan Weiwei quietly defended herself. He didn't come often, only twice. After a pause, she added, Nothing happened between us. He stole the key. She cast a quick glance at Xie Mingzhu. Seeing her unwavering gaze, Xie Mingzhu sensed her honesty. However, recalling the earlier events, it was clear that something was about to unfold between them. Reflecting on this, she felt grateful for her timely arrival that interrupted their intentions. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired. End of chapter. Yuan Weiwei nodded earnestly. I will never do it again. As they conversed, Yuan Zhengfa entered with a grim expression. Clearly, Huo Xuan was unfazed, cheerfully referring to Huo Xuan as a sister. Huo Xuan had heard many poems written by Zhang San for Huo Xuan, treating her like a star. This blood sorcerer was conjured from the essence of a living being. They had not perished but existed in this form. Just now, your shot shattered his last remnant of soul. Delivering the final blow, Ming Yuan laughed heartily, acknowledging the psychological resilience of Zhejiang, the most composed of all the seventh Sin warriors. If one possesses exceptional talent, even at an advanced age, there remains an opportunity to gain admission to prestigious institutions. This can indeed be regarded as a chance for everyone to ascend rapidly. In the first 4 years, Tianqi often accompanied Saiho alone. However, during the subsequent 4 years, each visit was invariably accompanied by at least one of the 3 princes, if not 2 or even all 3. As for Saija, his presence is assured whenever Tianqi arrives. It is worth noting that amidst the over 1,000 episodes of Conan, no one can recall every detail. Perhaps it is only in the moment of encounter that fragments of memory resurface. Observing the trio, 2 individuals and a canine, drawing further away, Detective Maury felt a pang of dismay. After all, he had finally stumbled upon a business opportunity after 6 months, only to have the initial credit snatched away by others. In truth, Song Gaian was compelled to act thus. As the moment Donai powder slipped from his sight, it began to misbehave. The last time it had sneaked out, it fell prey to a dog thief, leaving lingering apprehension. From Zhao Hao's resolute gaze, Chun Yi perceived that he was not indulging in bravado. The confidence exuding from him was both audacious and commanding. Initially, a formidable dark force seemed poised to conquer all, but in the blink of an eye, it dissipated into silence. Shueshi San spoke softly, yet his gentle words, when uttered, resonated in the ears of listeners like delicate blades of wind. This encompassed a profoundly intricate emotion, necessitating interpretation from multiple layers and perspectives. It needed to convey both sorrow and excitement without veering into excess, maintaining the perfect balance of restraint without losing composure. What? Hua Tian was once again taken aback by Sidhu Linxiao's words. The talent of Shui Mohan was nothing short of astonishing. Hua Tian had witnessed it firsthand. If such a once-in-a-millennium genius could bow in submission, it underscored Li Yifan's extraordinary nature. Suddenly, Lu Hong twisted her hands, skillfully restraining Wu Renda's wrists, effectively sealing his acupoints. In an instant, a peculiar wave surged throughout the wildlands, a unique disturbance that resonated with all cultivators, regardless of distance. Witnessing this, Yuan Feng bellowed, revealing his true form as a massive red-haired ape. Ye Zhaoxing, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you believe that with the president's protection, you can disregard us elders? I can hardly fathom what martial arts socializing would become under your influence. Su Rue squinted at Yi Zhusheng, his words laced with provocation. Finding a tranquil mountain gorge, Hua Tian entered a stone cave and laid down a simple formation at the entrance before finally retrieving the wicked cultivator's Chenkuan bag. One may evade for a moment, but not for an eternity. Yuan Guohua opened his mouth, intending to assert that household chores were the province of women, but upon glancing at his mother, he refrained from voicing it. Despite his silence, his eyes betrayed his discontent. Xie Mingzhu discerned his dissatisfaction and continued. You cannot even manage to prepare your own foot bath without your mother's assistance. How can you dare criticize others? Chun Wanxin, noticing the tension, hurried to mediate. Tong was momentarily taken aback. Though Luo Bei's voice was soft, his heart quivered with trepidation as he realized that Luo Bei had seen through their intentions regarding the Zhan state's marshlands. Chao Mengda surveyed the gathering and waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quietly withdraw. Kolb, do you know how to play dice? Inquired Huang Ying gently, her concern evident. Wei Zhonghua and Han Yiheng gazed intently at Lung Binghan, their expressions rife with anxiety and worry. Originally, Luo Bei had resolved that once he broke through to the 9th layer of the delusionary heaven longevity scripture, he would refine Yunhazi's nascent soul into his second. The restaurant was adorned in vibrant shades of plum and various hues of blue, imbuing the otherwise austere glass building with a playful warmth. The wooden flooring and red flower beds extended from the elevator entrance into the interior, resembling a continuous ribbon of brown and red. Sun Boyong, having spent considerable time in the palace, was well acquainted with the intrigues of the harem, yet he spoke fairly of Kuan Ning Palace. An astute observer could easily discern that Kuan Ning Palace harbored ulterior motives. The traces of scheming were evident. How could the empress possibly gift the emperor with such a short-lived reprieve? That notion was utterly absurd. A procession approached, led by the crown prince and his consort, followed by several unbetrothed princes, the 5th, 10th, 12th, and a few princesses, all royal progeny, seemingly come to visit the second prince's consort. Master Chang Zhen had a guest, a young man appearing slightly older than Shun Yuhong, with deep-set features, attentively listening to the Buddhist teachings. Shun, whose family repeatedly apologized for the interruption, explaining they had urgent matters to discuss with the master, not realizing they had inadvertently disturbed him. However, Old Boss scrutinized the situation, and a profound emotion flickered in his eyes, causing his hand gripping the skin pouch to tremble slightly. As they advanced towards the palace gates, arrows flew, and outside Weiyang Palace, corpses piled high impeded the entrance, rendering it impossible to close. Yet Dong Ji turned his horse towards the oncoming Zhao Yun, displaying no signs of panic, instead nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Had Loki truly prevented him from joining the collapse, he might have regretted it for a lifetime. Listening to Murong Kai's explanation, a man felt considerably better, even fostering a playful inclination towards him. On this day, the Haotian Legion's military mage, the late-stage cultivator Zhang Wan, received an edict to journey to the divine capital and enter the Zikan Hall, where he was granted an audience with Qian Yuan. Having witnessed Wen Xianyun's fate, Shen Xilan could not believe that Qi Fuwei would obediently comply. Before she could finish her sentence, a sword was thrust towards her forehead, forcing her to retreat. She raised her hands, observing the 12 generals of the Chun family entering through the door, accompanied by the matriarch of the Chun family. There existed another method, such as the unicorn. This spiritual being's sustenance relied on herbaceous materials imbued with spiritual energy, which is why the unicorn is considered a treasure, particularly its horn. The watchful gaze of Prince Xiaoyao flitted between Fan Qingyi, attempting to discern his thoughts clearly. It was evident that if this plan were to be executed, the other Blue Star inhabitants, stripped of the protection of SSS-level beings, would be left with no recourse but to await their demise. Zhang Ai's daughter-in-law, upon entering, had been intent on asserting her dominance over her mother-in-law, hoping to mold her into submission. However, her daughter-in-law was no pushover. After inciting her anger, They ended up clashing outside. Zhang Ai's son, lacking in fortitude, merely observed the conflict between his mother and wife without intervening, allowing them to fight unabated. This was Zhang Ai's sore point. Consequently, Xie Mingzhu's words struck a nerve, prompting her to shriek, "You girl, how dare you speak like that?" Unfazed, Xie Mingzhu replied with a wry smile, "Am I not praising you? Why are you so flustered?" Zhang Ai, caught off guard by rage, resorted to personal attacks. "You've been away for 3 years, yet your tongue has become so sharp, hasn't it? If you're so capable, perhaps you should manage your sister, so she doesn't lose her dignity at such a young age, chasing after men." This remark transformed the expressions of those around, prompting them to glance at Yuan Weiwei before attempting to pull Zhang Ai back. "That was a bit excessive," they murmured. "Don't speak carelessly. Weiwei is still a young girl, and such words are unbecoming." Aunt Zhang, noticing someone tugging at her, became even more agitated. "Did I say something wrong? She is allowed to act, but I'm not permitted to speak? I have never encountered such." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Xie Mingzhu throw down the bicycle she was holding, take the cloth used to wipe dust from the back seat, and stride towards Aunt Zhang, stuffing the rag directly into her mouth. "Just because I call you Aunt, don't take it as a license to act superior," Xie Mingzhu threatened in a low voice. "Try uttering another word." Aunt Zhang, screaming, pulled the filthy cloth from her mouth, her stomach churning at the sight of it. "You uncultured wretch! Just wait until I teach you a lesson." As she spoke, she lunged to grab Xie Mingzhu's hair, swinging her hand towards her face. Xie Mingzhu blocked the blow and then turned to the onlookers, declaring, "You all saw, she struck first." Pausing for a moment, she turned back to Aunt Zhang and coldly stated, "Well then, I shall not hold back." She first yanked her hair free from Aunt Zhang's grasp, and then, seizing the moment when Aunt Zhang was distracted, delivered 2 swift slaps to her face. Xie Mingzhu had always been this way. She never let grievances linger overnight. The anger bottled up inside her would prevent her from sleeping. Aunt Zhang, caught off guard, was furious and attempted to retaliate, but several watching aunties quickly intervened to break up the fight. Having been slapped twice by Xie Mingzhu, Aunt Zhang was seething with rage and did not care that the others were trying to mediate. She hurled insults at them. The women who were trying to restrain her exchanged glances, a hint of disbelief flashing across their faces. "Let go of me. I swear I'll make this little wretch pay." Aunt Zhang roared. Being of her age, to be humiliated by a mere child. How could she ever hold her head high again? The onlookers, realizing the potential consequences of Aunt Zhang's actions, were hesitant to let her go. Yet, she was undeterred and bit the arm of one of the women restraining her. The woman, startled by the bite, immediately released her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Aunt Zhang lunged at Xie Mingzhu again, yelling, "You little wretch, just wait until I skin you alive." Xie Mingzhu looked at her coldly, and as Aunt Zhang approached, kicked her sharply in the knee. Taken completely off guard, Aunt Zhang fell to the ground. Without allowing Xie Mingzhu to leave, the stubborn Aunt Zhang charged again. This time, Xie Mingzhu did not hold back, and Yuan Weiwei, who had been watching, joined in as well. Initially, it was a brawl, but it quickly devolved into Aunt Zhang being on the receiving end of the beating. As the blows rained down, Aunt Zhang's bravado waned, her defiance dissipated, and she began to plead for mercy. "Good girl, and know she was wrong. Please stop hitting me. I admit my tongue was sharp. Just don't hit me anymore." Witnessing her capitulation, the crowd stepped in to separate them. Xie Mingzhu relented, smoothing her hair back before stating, "I didn't strike first. You hit me, and I merely retaliated." Aunt Zhang sat on the steps, groaning in pain, her expression one of silent suffering. Once Xie Mingzhu rode off on her bicycle, Aunt Zhang spat at the retreating figures. What a shameless little harlot. She does something disgraceful and expects not to be criticized? The onlookers, seeing her beaten face resembling that of a pig, could not help but remark, "You really ought to keep quiet. Is it not enough that you've been beaten to a pulp?" A few who had been bitten by her earlier were now completely unwilling to engage with her. Aunt Zhang ignored their comments, gritting her teeth. This matter will not simply be brushed aside. The crowd shook their heads in resignation. You were in the wrong. Why stoop to a child's level? However, Aunt Zhang was deaf to their words. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzhu rode back with Yuan Weiwei. Yuan Weiwei wrapped her arms around Xie Mingzhu's waist, her brow furrowed with concern. "Do you think we'll get into trouble for what we did?" Xie Mingzhu shook her head. "It's fine, don't worry." Yuan Weiwei bit her lip, finally whispering, "Thank you." After a brief pause, she added, "Sister." Though her voice was soft, Xie Mingzhu heard her. She smiled broadly, raising her voice playfully. If you want to call me that, do so louder. I can't hear you when you whisper. Yuan Weiwei chuckled at her words. Despite having just been in a fight, their spirits remained high, and they felt even more jubilant. Soon they arrived at the bustling city center, teeming with shoppers. Xie Mingzhu glanced at Yuan Weiwei and said softly, "Let me buy you a couple of outfits." Yuan Weiwei shook her head. "How about we check out the library instead?" Xie Mingzhu was taken aback by this suggestion, but said nothing further. She turned the bike around, leading them to the library. It was not far from the city center, and they arrived in just over 10 minutes. Upon reaching the entrance, they obtained their library cards and entered. Inside the library, they remained engrossed in their readings until hunger finally compelled them to leave. Noticing the time, Xie Mingzhu turned to Yuan Weiwei and teased. "So engrossed in your reading that you forgot to eat, huh?" Having had a late breakfast, they had not felt hungry until now. "Should we eat here or wait until we get home?" Xie Mingzhu asked gently. After a moment of thought, Yuan Weiwei replied, "Let us eat at home. We can cook with the ingredients we bought." Xie Mingzhu nodded in agreement. They rode back, stopping by the market to purchase the day as groceries. As they approached the entrance of their community, they spotted Huo Xuan walking towards them with bags in hand. Xie Mingzhu's face lit up with joy as she halted the bicycle and turned to him. "How did you find your way here?" Huo Xuan quickened his pace to reach them, smiling as he explained, "I went to your home to look for you, and your sister-in-law mentioned you were here. It's been a while since I visited Aunt Xie and the others, so I thought I'd come by." He then nodded at Yuan Weiwei, who recognized him from his previous visits and greeted him softly, "Brother Huo." Huo Xuan noticed the groceries in Yuan Weiwei's hands and asked with a smile, "Out shopping for groceries?" "We just returned from a day out," Xie Mingzhu replied. Without waiting for Huo Xuan to say more, she urged, "Let us head back." Huo Xuan nodded lightly. Yuan Weiwei hopped off the bike, glancing between them with a knowing smile. Hearing her laughter, Xie Mingzhu turned to her, asking, "What is so funny?" Yuan Weiwei shook her head, remaining silent. Before they reached the bottom of their building, they heard raised voices ahead. Among them was the unmistakable voice of Chen Wanxin. Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss, and quickened their pace. Turning the corner, they found Chen Wanxin arguing with Aunt Zhang at the foot of the building, surrounded by neighbors who had gathered after work. Chen Wanxin, usually good-natured yet articulate, had Aunt Zhang hopping mad, one foot stamping while her finger jabbed angrily at Chen Wanxin's face. "You're nothing but a shameless old harlot. Raising a shameless little harlot of your own. It's truly a reflection of your lineage." Aunt Zhang unleashed a torrent of invective, exclaiming that a girl in her teenage years dared to bring men home, and who knows what shameless action she might commit in the future. Chen Wanxin trembled with indignation. "Are you foolish? Do you believe everything you hear? Just because someone speaks with conviction, does that mean you have witnessed it yourself? Can't you see the rumors you are spreading?" Naturally, Chen Wanxin could not concede, warning, "If you continue your nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart." Aunt Zhang felt a momentary sense of triumph and scoffed. "Must I really see it with my own eyes? Last night's incident is already common knowledge in this courtyard. When one is in high spirits, even physical pain seems to diminish." Xie Mingzhu's gaze sharpened, and she approached Aunt Zhang, pushing her bicycle aside, and greeted her with a soft smile. "Hello, Aunt Zhang." Aunt Zhang turned to her, her expression stiffening. Though Xie Mingzhu's tone was gentle and merely a greeting, to Aunt Zhang's ears, it bore an undertone of threat. The pain from her injuries seemed to resurge. Instinctively, she stepped back, warily eyeing Xie Mingzhu. "I warn you. This morning I was merely being lenient, not wanting to argue with a child. Your mother is here. If you dare to act out again, I shall make a scene at the factory, and then your mother will lose her job." Ignoring Aunt Zhang's threats, Xie Mingzhu turned to the onlookers, "Speaking of which, our family has indeed been rather unfortunate lately. It seems that rumors and thieves are particularly drawn to us. I wonder if someone is doing this on purpose." Pausing, she let her gaze sweep over Aunt Zhang before continuing. "My parents are kind-hearted and have never sought conflict with anyone. The only ones with whom they have a poor relationship are just those two." Her words, though seemingly innocuous, carried a weight that provoked contemplation. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang's expression faltered, and she quickly retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you implying that I spread rumors?" Xie Mingzhu smiled slightly, feigning confusion. "I never said that. Why do you think so? Is there truly a connection to you?" Seeing the skepticism on the faces around her, Aunt Zhang hastily shook her head. "I did not. Do not speak recklessly." Xie Mingzhu, adept at turning the tables, knew that once someone began to defend themselves, they were already at a disadvantage. Indeed, Aunt Zhang grew anxious. You little brat, stop babbling nonsense. Being in the company of such a person necessitated vigilance. For one could easily misspeak and find their words twisted into rumors that spread throughout the factory, a truly terrifying prospect. As she spoke, she feigned fear, inching behind Chun Wanxin. I did not. If you keep talking nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart, Aunt Zhang declared, lunging forward. Huo Xuan, who had been standing nearby, saw that Xie Mingzhu had the upper hand and refrained from intervening. But as Aunt Zhang prepared to strike, he rushed to stop her. However, Chun Wanxin was quicker. She pulled Xie Mingzhu behind her and reprimanded Aunt Zhang. Zhang Ruiying, are you now resorting to hitting children? Aunt Zhang, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, you two women are truly no good. With that, she plopped down on the ground, wailing, is there no law left? Is there no justice? I cannot bear this any longer. You all conspire to bully me. Aunt Zhang's husband returned from work, spotting the crowd gathered around, and upon recognizing his wife, his expression soured as he shouted, what are you doing? Before she could respond, Yuan Weiwei interjected, Uncle Sun, please take Aunt Zhang home. I don't know what has gotten into her. Not only is she arguing with my mother, but she even wants to hit my sister. Uncle Sun, feeling the weight of the spectators' gazes, was embarrassed and scolded Aunt Zhang, who was still on the ground wailing. Do you wish to humiliate me further? Get up at once. You don't feel ashamed, but I do. You've been married to me for so many years, even if there's no merit. There has been toil. You see others bullying me, and you can't even utter a word of defense, yet you complain about my shame? Aunt Zhang, usually intimidated by her husband, felt wrong today and poured out her grievances. The old and the young are both like this. I rise early and toil late, serving the elderly and then the young, spinning like a top. Yet no one acknowledges my efforts at the moment when I am wronged. Not a single person stand by me. As she spoke, she broke down in tears again. Uncle Sun, hearing her words, began to scold her again. You're of an age. You're arguing like a child and spreading slander. Do you think you have any justification? We're all neighbors. This child has grown up under your watch. Do you not know her character? Uncle Sun shot a glance at Yuan Weiwei before continuing. Given what has transpired, this child is already suffering enough. Do you wish to rub salt in her wounds? Aunt Zhang wiped her face, who told her to behave so recklessly, giving others ammunition. Before she could finish, Uncle Sun interrupted with a sharp reprimand. Are you still going to speak? Turning to face him, she saw his already large eyes bulging with fury, as if he might strangle her. Having lived together for so long, Aunt Zhang recognized his genuine anger. Chastened, she dared not utter another word, hastily rising to follow him home. The farce came to an end with the exit of its main character. Glimpsing the onlookers still engrossed in the spectacle, Chun Wanxin chose silence, merely sighing softly before addressing Xie Mingzhu. Let us go home. Yuan Weiwei hung her head, her expression filled with remorse. Yet, it was too late to lament. The events had already transpired. Xie Mingzhu glanced at her. Do not dwell on it. In time, they will forget. Yuan Weiwei nodded faintly. Deep down, she understood that such scandalous news was what people relished. It would not be forgotten, perhaps even resurfacing decades later at the hands of those with ill intent. This was her own mistake, and she must bear the consequences. Yet, it pained her to drag her family into this embarrassment. Mother, I am sorry. It is all my fault. Yuan Weiwei lowered her head, her expression obscured. Chun Wanxin gently patted her hand and smiled. Everyone makes mistakes. As long as you recognize them and change, do not repeat the folly. Yuan Weiwei nodded in agreement. After speaking, Chun Wanxin noticed Huo Xuan standing nearby. Xiaohua, what brings you here today? Chun Wanxin asked with a smile. Huo Xuan replied with a light chuckle. I happen to have some free time today, and thought I would come to see you. Noticing the items he carried, Chun Wanxin playfully scolded. Why did you bring things? Just come without any burden. Then, smiling, she added, come on, let us go upstairs. I'll fetch some drinks, and we can have dinner together tonight. Once upstairs, Yuan Weiwei took the initiative to help with the chores. Chun Wanxin glanced at her with a hint of approval. At this moment, she truly believed Xie Mingzhu's words. Her daughter had genuinely come to understand. After dinner, Xie Mingzhu decided not to stay any longer. Chun Wanxin did not press her to remain, merely suggesting that she should return for dinner whenever she had the time. Xie Mingzhu nodded lightly. Initially, Chun Wanxin intended to have Huo Xuan take back the items he had brought, but Huo Xuan declined. He mounted his bicycle, with Xie Mingzhu seated behind him, her arm securely wrapped around his waist. Huo Xuan glanced down at her arm resting on him and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hearing his laughter, Xie Mingzhu frowned and inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Huo Xuan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, and instead asked about the argument that had just occurred downstairs. Xie Mingzhu recounted the events of the past 2 days. Huo Xuan was surprised to learn that so much had transpired in her brief absence. Fortunately, she now possessed a clearer understanding and was no longer as aimless as before, she softly remarked. Huo Xuan nodded in agreement. Within an hour of cycling, they arrived home, the sky having darkened outside. "Shall we sit for a while?" Xie Mingzhu softly asked. Huo Xuan naturally did not refuse and wheeled the bicycle into the yard. Inside the kitchen, Gao Xiyu was washing dishes and, upon hearing them, poked her head out to check. Seeing that they had returned, she quickly asked, "Have you eaten?" "Yes," came a reply. As they spoke, voices drifted from the dining area. In addition to her father and elder brother, there was an unfamiliar voice. Xie Mingzhu turned to Gao Xiyu, her face displaying a hint of surprise. "Are there guests at home?" Gao Xiyu nodded gently. "It's Director Zhao, the one who drove us back last time." Xie Mingzhu's brow furrowed. "Why is he here?" Gao Xiyu wiped her hands and stepped out. "Your brother said he helped with something, so they invited him over for dinner." She then glanced at Huo Xuan, whispering, "Since we have guests, let's take a stroll outside." Upon seeing her expression, Huo Xuan understood it was the same person who had driven her home. Just as he glanced inside, he heard Xie Shitong's voice calling out, "Is Mingzhu back?" Deciding not to hide any longer, Xie Mingzhu took Huo Xuan's hand and confidently walked in. Gao Xiyu stood aside, observing their tightly clasped hands with a smile. Upon entering the living room, they found Zhao Qi seated on the sofa, facing the door, with Xie Shitong and Xie Shaoli on the adjacent couch. Both men looked at Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan, their faces reflecting surprise. However, having grown up together and shared a close bond, they quickly recovered from their astonishment and did not linger on it. "Come here, Mingzhu. You met Director Zhao, right? So you mentioned he was the one who drove you back last time," said Xie Shaoli with a smile. Xie Mingzhu nodded lightly, her expression neutral. "Yes, I met him. He also took me to Huo Xuan's house last time. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly, Director Zhao." Zhao Qi rose and waved his hand, smiling. "It's no trouble at all. I was simply passing by, nothing worth mentioning." While speaking, his gaze shifted to Huo Xuan standing beside her. Xie Shaoli immediately sought to introduce them. "As I mentioned before, this is my boyfriend, Huo Xuan." Xie Mingzhu preempted Xie Shaoli, introducing Huo Xuan to Zhao Qi. Xie Shaoli paused, looking back at her. His gaze swept over the three of them, ultimately resting on Xie Mingzhu. He quickly grasped the situation and said nothing further. Zhao Qi maintained his expression, stepping forward to extend his hand to Huo Xuan, smiling as he said, "Hello, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." Huo Xuan shook his hand. Zhao Qi was indeed handsome, but at just over 1.7 meters, he appeared shorter beside the taller Xie Shaoli, and even more so next to Huo Xuan. The visual disparity made him slightly uneasy, prompting a soft cough as he withdrew his hand. Once seated back on the sofa, his discomfort began to dissipate, and he turned to Huo Xuan, softly inquiring, "Where are you currently employed?" "I'm not working at the moment," Huo Xuan replied candidly, displaying no signs of embarrassment. However, Zhao Qi's expression immediately shifted to one of intrigue. He scrutinized Huo Xuan, smiling as he remarked, "I didn't expect someone of your stature might have a delicate stomach." The others in the room quickly grasped the underlying insult, understanding that Zhao Qi was insinuating Huo Xuan was living off Xie Mingzhu. Xie Shitong's expression changed instantly. Although he had only just met Zhao Qi, he had watched Huo Xuan grow up and considered him like a son. Hearing such a jibe directed at him was naturally displeasing, especially since he knew Huo Xuan had been offered a job by Xie Shaoqian, but had turned it down. If he truly intended to rely on connections, would he have waited until now? Before he could voice his thoughts, Huo Xuan's voice resonated calmly. "My stomach is fine. Thank you for your concern." Zhao Qi was momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself, "Is this kid foolish? Am I complimenting you? And you're thanking me?" For a fleeting moment, he felt that Huo Xuan had misunderstood his words. However, upon meeting Huo Xuan's expression, he realized he had understood perfectly. The fact that he was unbothered by Zhao Qi's mockery only added to Zhao Qi's frustration, leaving him feeling as if he had swallowed a bitter pill. After a brief pause, he resumed his smile, saying, "Huo you truly have remarkable composure." The implication was that Huo Xuan had thick skin. Huo Xuan merely raised his lips slightly in response. Zhao Qi felt as though he was striking a soft marshmallow, unable to exert any force. Ultimately, he managed to smile, shifting his attention back to Xie Mingzhu, asking, "Mingzhu, you've been back for several days now. What are your plans for the future?" Having met only 3 times, he had already begun to address her as Sister Mingzhu. Xie Mingzhu felt a twinge of impatience at this point and did not wish to engage further, simply responding, "I don't have any plans at the moment." Zhao Qi perked up at her words, shaking his head slightly. "How can you have no plans? You're still young. Despite being a girl, you can't just sit at home forever. Young people should have some direction." As he spoke, he cast a subtle glance at Huo Xuan. Xie Mingzhu furrowed her brow, finding his lack of boundaries infuriating. Whether or not she worked or had plans for the future was none of his concern. He was truly overstepping. She chose not to answer his question. Gao Xiu, however, chuckled lightly. "There's no rush. She just returned, and after facing hardships in the countryside, it's perfectly fine to take some time to rest. Even if she doesn't work, with so many people at home, we can certainly support a young lady." Zhao Qi shook his head disapprovingly. "By 24, I was already a deputy-level cadre. If I work hard this year, I could be promoted by year's end, reaching the same level as section chief Xie. Mingzhu, don't let outdated thinking hold you back just because you're a girl. Women can also hold up half the sky." Zhao Qi concluded proudly. After all, who does not admire young individuals with a spirit of perseverance and ambition in these times? Would anyone be inclined to entrust their daughter to someone as unmotivated as Huo Xuan? As Zhao Qi finished his remark, a profound silence enveloped the living room, with no one daring to utter a word. His gaze swept across the faces present, and noticing their taciturnity, he queried, "Did I say something amiss?" Xie Shaoli shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You are quite right. The country indeed needs proactive young people like you. Work diligently and strive for a promotion by the end of the year." This was merely a polite gesture. However, Zhao Qi took it to heart, perceiving it as a compliment from Xie Shaoli, which made him feel somewhat bashful. He knew that securing a promotion would require CSC's assistance and favorable words when the time came. At this juncture, Zhao Qi turned his gaze towards Xie Shitong. Naturally, Xie Shitong could not acquiesce to such a request and merely chuckled. "What is meant for you will come to you. There's no escaping it." No further comments were exchanged. Zhao Qi detected the insincerity in the words, and his eyes flickered slightly before he joined in the laughter. Xie Mingzhu, disinterested in their charade, glanced at Gao Xiu with a pleading look. Understanding her silent plea, Gao Xiu promptly smiled and said, "Mingzhu, there are still some dishes left in the kitchen. If you haven't eaten, you should go and help yourself." Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu eagerly took Huo Xuan by the hand and rose to leave. Xie Shitong chuckled. "This child, don't take her too seriously." Zhao Qi diverted his gaze, shaking his head, seemingly unfazed. What Zhao Qi truly thought remained a mystery, perhaps known only to him. Xie Mingzhu led Huo Xuan into her room. Huo Xuan surveyed the room's arrangement and softly remarked, "It's still the same as before." Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. As soon as Huo Xuan sat down, Xie Mingzhu inquired, "Dinner was a bit salty tonight. Would you like something to drink?" This evening, Chen Wanqin had prepared some cured meat that turned out slightly overseasoned. "I believe there's soda in the kitchen. Shall I fetch a bottle for you?" she asked, seeking his preference. Huo Xuan stood up, saying, "I'll get it. It should be beneath the cupboard. You'll find it easily." Xie Mingzhu followed him to the corridor. Peering downstairs, Zhao Qi was preparing to leave, with Xie Shaoli seeing him out. Spotting Xie Mingzhu on the upper level, he waved, "Mingzhu, do come out and join us sometime." Out of courtesy, Xie Mingzhu merely smiled faintly without responding. Zhao Qi, undeterred, exchanged a few more words with Xie Shaoli before turning to depart, casting another glance at Xie Mingzhu, who had already retreated from the corridor. Zhao Qi hesitated momentarily before riding off on his bicycle. Once he had left, Xie Mingzhu emerged from her room, calling down towards the kitchen. "Did you not find it?" Huo Xuan appeared, holding 2 bottles of soda. He waved up to her, but before he could speak, Xie Shitong's voice rang out. "Xian, come in for a moment. I have something to discuss." Huo Xuan paused briefly, glancing towards the living room, then replied, "All right." He turned back upstairs, handing the sodas to Xie Mingzhu before heading downstairs again. Xie Mingzhu leaned against the cement railing, asking, "What did you call him for?" Xie Shitong's voice quickly followed. "What? Are you afraid I might devour him?" Just as Xie Mingzhu was about to ask more, Huo Xuan chuckled, "Don't worry, I'll be right back." He set the sodas down and descended again. Initially, Xie Mingzhu waited in her room, but after a considerable time with no sign of Huo Xuan's return, she decided to venture downstairs. The two were not in the living room. It seemed they had retreated to a room. Xie Mingzhu pursed her lips. Uncertain of what to think, it was taking too long. Gao Siyu, noticing her restless pacing at the door, couldn't help but chuckle. "Could you sit still for a moment? Watching you wander around is making my head spin." Xie Mingzhu glanced back at her, exhaling softly. "I wonder what they are discussing." It's been ages since they went in. Xie Shaoli entered just then, overhearing her words. He laughed. "What? Are you worried that father might consume your bow?" Xie Mingzhu shot him an annoyed look, retorting, "Elder brother, must you always speak so thoughtlessly? If you have nothing meaningful to say, it would be better to remain silent." Xie Shaoli shook his head with a grin. "What have I said wrong?" Ignoring him, Xie Mingzhu gazed toward Xie Shitong's room, contemplating whether to eavesdrop on their conversation. As she pressed her ear against the door, it suddenly swung open, causing her to stumble forward. Fortunately, Huo Xuan was quick to catch her by the collar, narrowly preventing her from choking. He steadied her and softly asked, "Are you all right?" Xie Mingzhu coughed a couple of times before shaking her head. Observing the expressions on both their faces, she sensed nothing untoward had transpired. "What were you doing standing at the door?" Xie Shitong shot her a glance before turning back to Huo Xuan. "What is this? Afraid I might devour him?" Xie Mingzhu immediately plastered on a conciliatory smile. "Of course not. I was just a bit curious." She glanced at Huo Xuan again, asking, "What were you discussing?" Xie Shitong remained silent, merely directing his attention to Huo Xuan. "It's getting late. You should head home. If it gets any later, there will be no buses available." Huo Xuan nodded slightly, then turned to Xie Mingzhu. "I'll take my leave now." Xie Mingzhu frowned, but did not protest. "I'll walk you out." They proceeded to the door, and remembering the soda she and tea yet consumed, she turned back to the kitchen, retrieving a bottle. "Take this with you for the journey." "Thank you." After escorting Huo Xuan outside, she finally asked, "What did you talk about?" Huo Xuan smiled and shook his head. "Really nothing much. Just a father wanting to ensure that his daughter's suitor is worthy. It's getting late. You should rest as well." He gently ruffled her hair. Xie Mingzhu shook her head. "I'll see you to the station." With the streets now deserted and the alley cloaked in darkness, Huo Xuan insisted she needn't accompany him. Seeing his resolve, Xie Mingzhu relented. "Then I'll just watch you go." Huo Xuan nodded gently, taking a few steps before turning back, silhouetted against the light. His expression obscured. His voice reached her. "Xie Mingzhu, I shall not allow you to regret your choice." Xie Mingzhu paused, a smile breaking across her face. "I know." Once Huo Xuan's figure vanished at the alley's end, she withdrew her gaze and closed the door. In the living room, the others had yet to retire. As they noticed her return, all eyes turned toward her. "What are you all staring at?" Xie Mingzhu smiled. Xie Shaoli rose and approached her, speaking softly. "Just now, I discussed with my father that Xian has grown up by our side since childhood. We know him well, and we are agreeable to your relationship with him. However," he paused momentarily before continuing, "you have just returned and are without a job, which is understandable. But Xian is different. He previously had a stable job, yet he has resigned and currently lacks proper employment. If you wish to lead a good life, being jobless is not an option." He emphasized, "My father just spoke to him about this matter." Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu realized what they had been discussing. She believed in Huo Xuan's foresight regarding his future, so she did not press him further. Thus, upon hearing their conversation, she chuckled lightly. "He is quite aware of his situation. You need not worry for him." Xie Shaoli glanced back at Xie Shitong, asking, "You actually trust him? Are you not concerned about him becoming another Qin Haoyu?" Xie Shitong replied with a hint of annoyance. Although he believed in Huo Xuan, he felt a twinge of jealousy hearing Xie Mingzhu's unwavering faith in him. Xie Mingzhu smiled slightly, asserting, "I can place my trust in Huo Xuan. He would go to great lengths for me. Who else could do so apart from family?" She added, "They say women are outgoing. I find that quite accurate." Xie Shitong maintained a stern expression, appearing as if he desired Xie Mingzhu's consolation. She obliged, moving closer to him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, and playfully said, "In my heart, my favorite will always be my dear Xie." At her words, Xie Shitong's expression softened a touch. However, he expressed his doubts about Huo Xuan's assertion that the future world will be dominated by real estate, feeling it somewhat implausible. Surely, he won't fall prey to deceit. Will he? In this day and age, with housing allocations by companies, would anyone truly invest in those so-called properties? He found it difficult to comprehend and concluded, I still think it prudent to secure him a job in a public institution. That is a serious matter. Xie Mingzhu quickly interjected, Oh, please don't. Let him be. After all, he is still quite young. Even if he fails, he has the chance to start anew. Hearing her words, Xie Shitong refrained from further discussion. What you say does hold merit. Youth is indeed an asset. Perhaps by next year, the world will be vastly different, and opportunities will abound. Xie Shitong smiled. Though he sighed, as long as you both are aware, that is what matters. I fear you may drift aimlessly through each day. Xie Mingzhu laughed. That will not happen. After discussing Huo Xuan, Xie Shitong inquired about her own plans, asking, And what of you? What are your future intentions? Previously, she had mentioned her desire to take the college entrance examination, but this year she would miss it. You will certainly miss this year's exam. You must consider next year's. You have a year to prepare. What are your plans? At this moment, Gao Siyu, who had been silent, spoke up, Dad. I have a few friends who teach in high school. If Mingzhu is willing, I can ask them if she can borrow a year. Xie Shitong contemplated for a moment before responding, We can discuss this again in the second half of the year. Gao Siyu nodded gently. Xie Mingzhu listened to their conversation without objection. After a few more exchanges, they retreated to their respective rooms to rest. After bathing, Xie Mingzhu ascended the stairs. The following morning, while Xie Mingzhu was still asleep, she heard someone calling her from downstairs. Groggily opening her eyes, she initially thought it was Gao Siyu, but soon realized the voice belonged to someone else. Fully awake, she discerned the identity of the caller. Slipping on her slippers, she hurried to the door, flinging it open to find Lin Chong standing outside, waving at her. A smile spread across her face as she rushed downstairs. Upon opening the door, Lin Chong immediately leaped into her arms, exclaiming, When did you return? Xie Mingzhu chuckled. Just a couple of days ago. You returned, and didn't think to visit me. I've been thinking about you all along. Lin Chong feigned reproach. Her words laced with a sense of grievance regarding Xie Mingzhu's neglect. At that moment, the two held each other's hands, scrutinizing one another. You have become even more beautiful in these 2 years, Xie Mingzhu remarked. Lin Chong's voice quivered slightly. You have gotten darker and thinner. Working under the sun every day in the countryside, it's no wonder I'm tanned. I'll regain my complexion after a little rest. Lin Chong quickly reassured her. As events unfolded, the scene shifted to a gathering of forces, with various characters and their motivations intermingling in a narrative filled with tension and intrigue. The individuals from the sacred tiger blood leopard domain are our esteemed guests of the Dragon Clan. However, it appears we did not extend an invitation to your nether clan. Did we? Those who arrive uninvited cannot be regarded as guests, and thus, we need not be overly courteous towards you, declared the esteemed Long Zun Mingqiyuan. This jade trading market does not merely encompass gambling stones. It also features semi-finished products and some lower-grade finished goods. As for the top-tier jade that has already been developed, it has long been meticulously collected and will never surface in such public settings. Why should it be so? We all emerged from the same womb. Why should they sit back in comfort while we are compelled to make sacrifices for them? This sentiment has led to a certain distance in her relationship with her 2 elder brothers. Even though her elder sister has been married for many years, she feels closer to her sister. However, when this topic arises, Lin Chong feels a lump in her throat. Never mind, today is about visiting you. Let's not dwell on them, as it only frustrates me. Xie Mingzhu listened attentively until she finally spoke. Didn't I hear you mention that your workplace is distributing housing? Lin Chong waved her hand dismissively. Housing distribution has nothing to do with us. We are still considered apprentices. Dreaming of a home is quite fanciful. With your parents unreliable, you must consider your future, Xie Mingzhu gently suggested. She had heard Lin Chong speak of her family background, but having not been born into such a family, she could not empathize fully. Yet, having experienced life and death herself, she began to comprehend Lin Chong's struggles. In the presence of her close friend, Lin Chong could not maintain her facade of strength. Pouting and shedding tears, what can I do? They're my parents. If I were to neglect them, the surrounding people's scorn would drown me. If they were to cause a scene at my workplace, I might even lose my job. This was the stark reality. It was normal for parents to exploit their daughters. Yet daughters were not permitted to resist. Otherwise, it would be deemed a grave disloyalty. However, it was not the scarcity of resources that troubled her, but the inequity of it all. As Lin Chong articulated, if her parents treated her equally, Even if they allocated her a mere 5 yuan as pocket money each month, she would not complain. Filial piety was a natural duty. But why should daughters be obliged to contribute towards their brothers? Did the brothers give life to them? They had not done anything for her. Why should she save money for them to wed? After a moment of contemplation, Xie Mingzhu finally spoke. Given your parents' demeanor, it seems unlikely they will leave you anything in the future. You truly need to start planning for yourself. Lin Chong's eyes glistened with tears as she shook her head slightly, uncertain of how to proceed. You currently receive 25 yuan a month and give them 15, correct? Xie Mingzhu inquired. Lin Chong nodded softly. Then from this month onward, give them only 10 yuan. This is the support you ought to provide. Anything beyond that is not your responsibility. What they choose to do with that money is their affair. If they express dissatisfaction and create a fuss, ignore them. When a neighborhood committee arrives, explain the situation clearly. Previously, when Lin Chong cried out, others had intervened on her parents' behalf, believing Lin Chong was unwilling to support her family. People often enjoy standing on a moral high ground to criticize others. How could one consume from the household and contribute nothing? Yet, now Lin Chong was not resistant to supporting her family. She had even given half of her salary. If her parents continued to protest, it would be their unreasonable behavior. Those around would once again assume the moral high ground and condemn her parents. If they pressure you for more money, just tell them that if they continue, you will jump off a building. Xie Mingzhu continued, just put on an act. After all, there will be people to hold you back. Lin Chong remained skeptical. Will that work? Whether it works or not, you must try it when you return, Xie Mingzhu advised softly. However, regardless of the outcome, do not give them an extra cent. It would be best to save your salary as soon as you receive it. Also, do not mention your salary increase to them. Lin Chong nodded faintly. After a pause, she added, however, after this commotion, they will surely not treat you kindly anymore. You may not feel comfortable at home, so it would be wise to move out as soon as possible. Without waiting for Lin Chong to respond, she suggested softly, why not stay here? Xie Mingzhu continued. After all, your publishing house is near my home, making commuting convenient. Moreover, my second brother is not at home, so you could occupy his room without paying rent. Lin Chong felt her cheeks flush slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she shook her head repeatedly. No, I could not possibly stay at your house. We are not related, and it would not be proper if word got out. What does it matter? Xie Mingzhu chuckled. You have coveted my second brother for so long. Wouldn't you be thrilled to sleep in his room? Lin Chong playfully tapped her. Stop talking nonsense. Don't say such things. As she spoke, her expression turned melancholic. I think I should visit the housing authority to see if there are any available rentals. All housing is state-owned, and each workplace distributes housing. Some are directly habitable without cost, while others require a lump sum payment, and some are subject to monthly collection by the housing authority. Generally, one only has the right to reside, not to buy or sell. Hence, seeking to rent a house necessitates registration with the housing authority, and even then, securing a rental is not guaranteed. After hearing Lin Chong's words, Xie Mingzhu shook her head slightly. Renting is not that simple. If you lived here, you could move in any time. Lin Chong still felt it was somewhat inappropriate. In her youth, she had acted shamelessly to pursue Xie's urge, doing many embarrassing things that now made her blush in retrospect. Thanks to her own lack of shame, the Xie family knew of her affection for Xie Xiaoqian. If she were to live here now, she could only imagine their thoughts. Regardless, I do not intend to move out right now, Lin Chong asserted. Moreover, I pay them so much each month. Shouldn't I take a little back for myself? Seeing her resolve, Xie Mingzhu chose not to press further. You know your own mind. I shall not persuade you further. However, do not disclose your plans to move out to them, and once you find a rental, do not mention where you are living. Lin Chong nodded gently, I understand. Xie Mingzhu glanced at the time and stood up. It's getting late. Let us go for a meal. Wait for me while I freshen up and change. With that, she ascended the stairs while Lin Chong waited downstairs. After a few minutes, Xie Mingzhu descended with her bag in hand. Seeing her in a bright orange floral dress, Lin Chong smiled teasingly. I've never seen you wear such a vibrant color. As she circled around her friend, nodding in approval, she remarked how lovely it looked. However, Xie Mingzhu's complexion still bore some darkness. Once it lightened, she would be even more beautiful. A hint of envy glimmered in Lin Chong's eyes as she noticed Xie Mingzhu's white floral short-sleeved shirt paired with black trousers. And she sighed softly. You still do not dare to wear skirts? In her childhood, Lin Chong had been a tomboy. Sporting short hair akin to the boys and donning gender-neutral clothing, as she leaped and bounded. Her amiable nature allowed her to get along well with both male and female classmates. Eventually, in the throes of first love, she developed feelings for Xie Mingzhu. To impress the one she admired, she began to pay more attention to her appearance. She grew her hair long and donned feminine shirts and skirts. Though she found skirts rather inconvenient, the transformation brought her joy as she felt beautiful. Xie Mingzhu has always believed that there is nothing wrong with a girl enjoying the art of adornment. To appear beautiful is not merely for the gaze of others, but rather for the delight it brings to oneself. Naturally, it is an added bonus if the one she cherishes takes notice. In this era, the realm of cosmetics is quite limited. At most, one might wear a touch of lipstick applied delicately rather than heavily. However, Lin Chang's parents are exceedingly disapproving. They perceive their daughter's fondness for beautification as a sign of promiscuity, an attempt to attract the attention of men, and a display of shamelessness. To them, their daughter, at such a tender age, ought to focus on her studies rather than indulge in frivolous thoughts. On one occasion, Lin Chang returned home, forgetting to remove her lipstick, and was met with her father's fury upon his return from work. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck her twice, disregarding the presence of neighbors, and dragged her inside, demanding she remove her skirt and set it ablaze outside. This incident left an indelible mark on her psyche, instilling a fear of cosmetics and skirts that lingers to this day. Lin Chang shook her head with a bittersweet smile, remaining silent. Observing this, Xie Mingzhu took her hand and ascended the stairs, exclaiming, "What era are we in? You are 21 now. Is it so wrong to wear clothing you like? You must learn to resist. It is your repeated acquiescence that has led to this relentless oppression." Leading her upstairs, Xie Mingzhu rummaged through her wardrobe and unearthed several unworn dresses that Gao Xiu had prepared for her return. "From today on, let us embrace your true self, shall we?" Holding up 2 dresses, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Chang's gaze shifted from the dresses to Xie Mingzhu's face, and in response to her hopeful expression, she gently nodded. "Which one do you prefer?" The dresses Gao Xiu selected were all in soft, pastel hues, perfect for a young lady. Despite her past experiences, Lin Chang possessed a heart eternally youthful, and thus she found herself enamored with the dresses. Ultimately, Lin Chang chose a knee-length, pink and white checker dress. Xie Mingzhu turned to leave, instructing try it on. After closing the door, she waited a moment before inquiring, "Are you ready?" Just as she spoke, the door swung open, revealing Lin Chang. "How do I look? Is it acceptable?" Xie Mingzhu felt her heart brighten, nodding eagerly. "You look stunning." Lin Chang's fair complexion was accentuated by the dress. "Let me tidy your hair," she said, guiding Lin Chang back into the room. She untied Lin Chang's single braid, restyling it into 2 loose, fashionable fishtail braids. Instantly, Lin Chang appeared chic and sophisticated, a far cry from the earlier, more rustic girl. Applying a light layer of lipstick, Xie Mingzhu asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" As Lin Chang gazed at her reflection in the mirror, she was taken aback by her own beauty, unable to tear her eyes away. Turning to Xie Mingzhu, her face lit up with surprise. She exclaimed, "Let us go out for a meal." After tidying up the room, Xie Mingzhu and Lin Chang descended the stairs. Having not worn a skirt in a long time, Lin Chang felt somewhat awkward, frequently adjusting the back of her dress. Noticing this, Xie Mingzhu gently pulled her hand, whispering, "You look wonderful. Just walk with confidence." Reassured by her words, Lin Chang steadied her gait. Both donned in dresses, they opted against cycling. Instead, they walked to a nearby state-run restaurant, which was a mere 15-minute stroll away. Upon emerging from the alley, they found themselves on a bustling street. The passers-by couldn't help but glance at them, making Lin Chang even more self-conscious, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. "Relax," Xie Mingzhu urged, grasping her hand tightly. "You are perfectly radiant today." Taking a deep breath, Lin Chang nodded gently. As they strolled hand in hand, they were suddenly called by someone from behind. They turned to find a woman in her 40s approaching them briskly. Xie Mingzhu recognized her as Aunt Liang, a friend of her late mother, who currently worked at the youth office. In fact, it was Aunt Liang who had facilitated Xie Mingzhu's countryside placement. "Aunt Liang, it's been so long." Aunt Liang beamed. "I recognize you from behind. You look just like your mother did in her youth." After a brief pause, she quickly changed the subject. "When did you return?" Xie Mingzhu adjusted her loose strands of hair just in the past couple of days. "Why haven't you reported to the youth office yet? Has your household registration been transferred back?" Aunt Liang inquired. Xie Mingzhu shook her head. I estimate it will arrive in a couple of days. I was concerned about the important documents being misplaced in transit, so I opted to send them back via registered mail. I should have just brought them with me. Once your registration arrives, you can report to the youth office. I'll keep an eye out for good job opportunities for you. Aunt Liang continued. Xie Mingzhu nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Aunt Liang. After parting ways with Aunt Liang, Lin Chong turned to Xie Mingzhu. You performed well on your exams last year. Are you not planning to take them again this year? Xie Mingzhu sighed softly. I didn't T-register. Turning to Lin Chong, she asked, what about you? Lin Chong quickly shook her head. I can't. You know my grades have always been poor. I only scored 18 in math last year. What chance do I have of passing? Xie Mingzhu looked at her helplessly. What do you do during class? Don't you realize? If you weren't so inattentive, you could easily have scored in the 30s or 40s just by memorizing the formulas and answering a few questions. Lin Chong had no interest in exams. She found satisfaction in her current job. After 4 years of university, she doubted she would even secure a position she liked. I have no grand ambitions. I'm quite content with how things are now. Everyone has their own aspirations, and Xie Mingzhu did not press her further. They continued walking towards the restaurant. After a few moments, Lin Chong spoke up again. By the way, I remember you want to be a journalist. Our publishing house is right across from a newspaper office. I heard they are hiring reporters. Should I inquire for you? Xie Mingzhu perked up at this suggestion. Right across from your workplace? Lin Chong nodded. Shunchang Daily, aside from the People's Daily Shunchang branch, it's the largest one and has great prospects. I have connections there and can find out more. Excitement bubbled within her. If you managed to get a job there, we could see each other every day. Xie Mingzhu's eyes shone brightly. Yes. When you start working, please ask if there are any openings. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. After their meal, Lin Chong took Xie Mingzhu to the newspaper office. With no other pressing matters to attend to, Xie Mingzhu decided to accompany her. The newspaper office was not far. A bus ride of about half an hour would suffice. They boarded the bus and quickly reached the vicinity of a newspaper office. After walking a few hundred meters, they arrived at the newspaper building. Do you see that? That SR publishing house. Lin Chong pointed towards the newspaper office across the street. Xie Mingzhu followed the direction of her finger and spotted the publishing house. I'll take you inside to have a look shortly, Lin Chong said with a beaming expression. As she spoke, she reached into her pocket, and her face immediately fell. She had forgotten her work ID. She always carried it with her, even on her days off. However, having just changed her clothes, she had neglected to bring it along. Without the ID, entry was impossible, and today would have to be abandoned. Let us head over to the newspaper office first, she suggested, pulling Xie Mingzhu along. As Lin Chong had mentioned, their publishing house and the newspaper office had long maintained a business relationship. She was quite familiar with the place, and the elderly attendant at the front desk greeted her warmly upon her arrival. Shaolin, back again today? You seem a bit different, looking more spirited. Lin Chong felt a bit shy, biting her lip, and approached the attendant. Zhang Daye, I heard from Deputy Editor Chan that there's a recruitment for reporters going on. Is it still open? Of course it's still open. Many people are trying to pull strings to get their children in here. Zhang Daye replied, his neck retracting slightly as he wrinkled his face. Yesterday, this little front desk of mine was nearly overwhelmed. Xie Mingzhu exchanged glances with Lin Chong. So many people were trying to leverage connections for just one reporter position. How could they possibly stand a chance? However, I heard this time the president is personally recruiting. Connections might not be effective. Not only will there be theoretical assessments, but adaptability will also be tested. I don't know much beyond that, he added, surveying them with a smile. You seem to be quite inquisitive. Are you considering trying for it as well? Lin Chong pointed to Xie Mingzhu. This is my good sister. I want her to give a shot. You two could take a look inside. I can only share this much. I can't be of much help. Zhang Daye waved his hand, suggesting they proceed. Lin Chong led Xie Mingzhu into the newspaper office, and as soon as they entered, they encountered a familiar face, Deputy Editor Chun. The man, in his 30s, turned at the sound of his name. Upon recognizing Lin Chong, he paused and smiled. Shaolin, what brings you here? After introducing Xie Mingzhu, Lin Chong inquired. Deputy Editor Chun, I heard you were hiring reporters. How is that going? Upon hearing her question, Chen glanced at Xie Mingzhu and quickly understood the implication. Were they seeking employment? Before she could respond, he waved his hand with a smile. In the past, I would have helped without hesitation, but this time it may not be possible. Lin Chong frowned at her. This time, the president is personally overseeing the recruitment. There's no room for maneuvering. He surveyed the area and leaned in slightly. Even our editor-in-chief couldn't help his own niece get in this time. Lin Chong, undeterred, pressed on. Wasn't there mention of an exam? Surely we can participate in that. Chen glanced at Xie Mingzhu again, then nodded gently. I really can't say for sure. I recall that interviews had already concluded. Why didn't you come earlier? Lin Chong urged. Could you possibly ask for us? After a moment of contemplation, Chen agreed. All right, follow me. I'll inquire for you. Lin Chong nodded and took Xie Mingzhu's hand, following him up to the third floor, where they halted outside the president's office. He knocked gently on the door, and a voice called out, "Come in." Lin Chong hadn't expected to be brought directly to the president's office, and she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, while Xie Mingzhu remained composed. Chen entered first, and they waited at the door. After exchanging a few words inside, he returned and softly instructed, "You may come in. It's all right." Lin Chong glanced at Xie Mingzhu, who nodded slightly, and together they stepped inside. The president's office was modestly sized yet elegantly adorned, with books lining the shelves. At the desk sat a gentleman in his 50s, engrossed in writing, clad in a slightly faded blue uniform that Xie Mingzhu recognized. It was indeed the elderly gentleman they had met on the train, the one who had changed seats with them. She maintained her composure, revealing no signs of surprise or urgency to establish connections. Chen quickly introduced them. "This is our president, Mr. Li Xianbin." They hurriedly greeted him. Li Xianbin set down his pen and looked up at them. "So, both of you wish to apply for the reporter position?" Lin Chong shook her head, instinctively displaying a sycophantic smile. "Only she does. I work at the publishing house across the street." Xie Mingzhu shot her a glance, surprised at how subservient her demeanor had become after just a few years in the workforce. If she acted like this now, how would she behave in front of her superiors? Li Xianbin leaned on his desk, intertwining his fingers. "Are you here to seek connections with me? That would be underestimating us. We are here to participate in the exam." Lin Chong replied with a smile. Li Xianbin nodded slightly and turned his attention to Xie Mingzhu. "You may step out for a moment. I need to speak with this young comrade." Lin Chong glanced at Chen, who nodded in agreement, prompting her to exit without further comment. Once the door closed behind them, Li Xianbin gestured, "Please have a seat." There was a wooden sofa nearby, and Xie Mingzhu responded with a nod, but did not sit immediately. Once Li Xianbin poured himself some water and took his seat, she finally settled onto the adjacent seat. "Li Xianbin Smilat. We've met before. Do you remember?" Xie Mingzhu smiled subtly and nodded. "Meeting someone of your stature is a rare occasion. Of course, I remember." Hearing her flattery, Li Xianbin chuckled heartily. "Then why didn't you acknowledge me earlier?" Xie Mingzhu replied with a slight smile. "I fear that if I recognized you then, it might complicate things if I were to become a reporter here in the future. I wouldn't want to tarnish your reputation." Li Xianbin laughed even more heartily. "You're quite an interesting young lady." Xie Mingzhu chose not to respond, knowing that familiarity would not guarantee her the position. "Why do you wish to become a reporter?" Li Xianbin inquired further. Xie Mingzhu simply answered, "Because I enjoy it." Li Xianbin raised an eyebrow. "Is it that straightforward?" He had anticipated that she would elaborate on grand ideals, such as a passion for the profession, a sense of social responsibility, a desire to reveal societal injustices, or a wish for people to gain a deeper understanding of the world. He had heard such sentiments countless times over the past few days. "Isn't passion enough?" Xie Mingzhu countered. Li Xianbin nodded slightly, non-committal, before asking again. "Do you understand that the life of a reporter involves constant movement, facing storms and uncertainty? You must respond to news wherever it arises, regardless of the danger. Can you handle that as a young lady?" Xie Mingzhu smiled lightly. "That sounds like gender bias." Li Xianbin waved his hand with a smile. "Do not place such a heavy label on me. I cannot bear it." Leaning back slightly to adopt a more relaxed posture, he continued, "What advantages do you possess over others?" "Others? How can I compare myself to someone I do not even know? How can I ascertain their merits or recognize my own attributes that they may lack?" Such inquiries are merely intended to deceive you. Typically, when confronted with such questions, individuals strive to highlight their own strengths. Yet, how can one ascertain that their qualities are indeed unique? It is perplexing to draw comparisons with someone one has never encountered. The very act of posing such questions seeks to gauge whether you will elevate yourself while disparaging others. Listening to Xie Mingzhu's unconventional response, Li Xianbin could not help but burst into laughter. "You, young lady, are truly unlike the ordinary," he remarked. Xie Mingzhu smiled faintly. "Then I shall take that as a compliment. How could it be anything but? Do not doubt it. I am indeed praising you." Observing his demeanor, Xie Mingzhu sensed dissatisfaction with her. Sure enough, after exchanging a few more words, he rose, smiling as he said, "Our first examination will take place here at 9 o'clock in the morning 2 days hence. Do not be late." Xie Mingzhu stood as well, immediately bowing in gratitude upon hearing his words. "Thank you for this opportunity." Li Xianben waved his hand dismissively, saying little else, merely advising, "Go home and prepare." After bidding farewell to Li Xianben, Xie Mingzhu exited the room. Outside, Lin Chong and Deputy Editor Chun were engaged in conversation, and upon seeing her emerge, they rushed over. "How'd it go? Was it good? I heard President Li laughing heartily inside. Is he pleased with you?" Lin Chong's expression was tense, appearing more anxious than Xie Mingzhu herself. Deputy Editor Chun also turned to her. "Not much. He just asked me to come for an exam the day after tomorrow." Xie Mingzhu replied softly. Upon hearing this, Deputy Editor Chun immediately laughed. "That means you passed the interview. Splendid. Go home and prepare for the exam." While speaking, he subtly scrutinized Xie Mingzhu. Lin Chong grasped Xie Mingzhu's hand and turned to him, prompting him to withdraw his gaze. "Deputy Editor Chun, could you enlighten us on what the exam will primarily cover?" Deputy Editor Chun pondered for a moment before replying. "I was directly assigned previously and did not oversee the recruitment process, but if you wish to know, I can inquire." After a pause, he added, "However, you should only be informed of the areas being tested. The specific content cannot be disclosed." "Of course, I understand. If you revealed that, it would be tantamount to leaking the questions." Deputy Editor Chun promptly inquired on their behalf, revealing that the exam would assess knowledge of current political affairs, industry insights, language proficiency, grammar, and vocabulary, essentially writing skills. Additional assessments would encompass general knowledge and everyday wisdom. Be sure to review current events. That will certainly be tested. Naturally, proficiency in foreign languages would be a remarkable advantage. Deputy Editor Chun added. Xie Mingzhu was reasonably proficient in spoken English, having learned a bit of Serbian during her childhood with Xie Shirtong, though her speaking skills were limited. Nevertheless, this was still commendable. After a thorough inquiry, Lin Chong bowed slightly to Deputy Editor Chun. "Thank you for your time today. I shall treat you to a meal another day." Deputy Editor Chun's gaze fell upon Xie Mingzhu. "When your friend successfully interviews, I shall accept that meal." With that, he waved goodbye and departed. Watching him leave, Lin Chong expressed her confusion. "Why is he so certain you will be selected?" Xie Mingzhu observed Deputy Editor Chun's retreating figure, suspecting he had surmised her acquaintance with Li Xianben. "Let's go. It is getting late," she urged, tugging Lin Chong's arm, signaling it was time to leave. Lin Chong, not wanting to dwell on it further, followed suit. As they exited the press building, Xie Mingzhu glanced back. The three-story structure shimmered like gold in the setting sun. Initially, Lin Chong had intended to show Xie Mingzhu her workplace, but they decided against it since she had not brought her work identification. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future," Lin Chong chuckled. Xie Mingzhu merely smiled in response. "You seem quite confident in my chances." "Of course. If someone as exceptional as you cannot pass, then who could? Do not question. My admiration is unconditional and unwavering." Xie Mingzhu could not help but laugh at Lin Chong's lifted chin. "Then I shall not disappoint you." When Xie Mingzhu and Lin Chong returned home, the sky had already darkened. Lin Chong had originally planned to head straight back, but recalling her clothes were still there, and with Xie Mingzhu's insistence, she decided to stay for dinner before departing. Xie Shaoli had just come home from work, and, upon seeing the two of them hand in hand, inquired with a smile. "Lin Chong is here? Did you both go shopping together?" Lin Chong greeted him, while Xie Mingzhu shook her head. "Not quite." Before Xie Shaoli could ask further, she stated, "Let us discuss this inside." Leading the way, Xie Mingzhu entered, and Xie Shaoli remarked, "It seems there is something significant to announce." In the dining room, the meal was prepared, awaiting their return. "You're back. Quickly wash your hands and prepare to eat." Gao Siyu called cheerily. Lin Chong greeted everyone in return. "Hello, Uncle Xie." "Hello, Sister Siyu." Seeing Lin Chong, Xie Shirtong also greeted her warmly. "Shaolin, it has been a while." Lin Chong stepped forward, smiling. "Uncle Xie, how have you been?" "Quite well. Come in and sit," he replied, ushering Lin Chong to take a seat. During dinner, Xie Mingzhu finally recounted her interview experience at the press. Xie Shirtong immediately furrowed his brow. "Why would you suddenly wish to find a job? You never mentioned wanting to be a journalist?" Xie Shirtong was not opposed to her working, but found it rather sudden, especially after spending so long laboring in the countryside. She should rest a while first. Xie Mingzhu spoke softly. I had considered being a journalist before. I just never told you. Now that this opportunity has arisen, I thought I would give it a try. Pausing, she added with a smile. After all, there is still the exam, and I may not even pass. Do you truly enjoy being a journalist? Xie Mingzhu gently nodded. I really do. Seeing her enthusiasm, Xie Shitong had no further objections. As long as you like it, that is what matters. He would never oppose anything his daughter was passionate about. Then go ahead and give it a try. If you do not pass, we will see about arranging things. Before he could finish, Xie Mingzhu shot him a disapproving look. He quickly amended, if you do not succeed, you can always try again next time. Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu quickly interjected, please do not pull any strings for me. I heard this time the press president is personally handling recruitment, and no connections will work. I cannot afford for my impression of you to deteriorate. Xie Shitong hurriedly assured her, I promise I will not interfere. Satisfied with his promise, Xie Mingzhu said no more. After dinner, Lin Chong retrieved her clothes. Xie Mingzhu had intended to gift her the pink and white checkered dress she was currently wearing. But Lin Chong declined and opted to change back in her own clothes before leaving. Xie Mingzhu frowned at her. I am not quite ready for this. Returning home dressed like this at such a late hour, I cannot imagine what they would think. Lin Chong replied softly, fearing that Xie Mingzhu might perceive her as timid. She quickly added, it's not that I'm afraid of them. It's just that causing a commotion at this late hour wouldn't be appropriate. I have work in the morning, and if things escalate, I might not be able to sleep at all. Upon hearing her flimsy reasoning, Xie Mingzhu couldn't help but laugh. If you're scared, just admit it. I won't mock you for it. There's no need to fabricate so many excuses. With that, she turned to leave, urging her to change quickly. Lin Chong watched her retreating figure, the corners of her lips curving slightly upwards. Before long, she had changed her clothes and emerged, stating, I won't wash your clothes. Xie Mingzhu took her hand and said with a smile, all right, enough chatter. If we dawdle any longer, we'll miss the last bus. When they descended the stairs, Xie Shaoli was already waiting downstairs. It's getting late. I'll see Lin Chong home. Upon hearing this, Lin Chong quickly waved her hands, saying, no need. I can go back by myself. Once I catch the bus, I'll be home without any issues. It's quite safe outside with patrols around. And the bus stop is not far from home. There are no secluded areas, so there's really nothing to worry about. Gao Xiyu chimed in from the side. Let Mingzhu's brother escort you. It's not entirely safe for a girl to head home alone at night. Seeing that they were all insisting, Lin Chong felt it would be impolite to refuse further. She turned to Xie Shaoli and said, then I must trouble you, brother. Xie Shaoli smiled gently. Let's go. After seeing them off at the door, Xie Mingzhu finally returned home. Gao Xiyu leaned in and quietly asked, is Lin Chong seeing anyone now? Xie Mingzhu shook her head. Is she still thinking about your second brother? Gao Xiyu continued to probe. Does your second brother still keep in touch with her? Just as Xie Mingzhu was about to divulge some gossip, she noticed Xie Shitong leaning in as well. Seeing the identical inquisitive expressions on their faces, Xie Mingzhu felt helpless. If you're so curious, why not just ask them directly? I'm not privy to their secrets. I can't know any more than you do. Xie Shitong raised an eyebrow. Aren't you good friends with her? Don't friends care about one another? That depends on whether she is willing to share with me. Xie Mingzhu shot him a glance and quickly changed the subject when her brother was mentioned. I suspect there is little chance for them now. If there were any real possibility, Lin Chong would have eagerly told me, rather than keeping it under wraps. What a pity. I actually quite like that girl. Xie Shitong said, shaking his head in disappointment. Gao Xiyu couldn't help but smile. You have no idea. When we were teenagers, she used to follow Xie Shaoqian around so much that he was actually afraid of her. Whenever he saw her coming, he would hide. How amusing. At that time, Xie Shitong had already been sent away and was unaware of this amusing episode. Intrigued by Gao Xiyu's words, he urged her to recount the story. She then narrated the childhood anecdotes of the two, and as she reached the more entertaining parts, the three burst into laughter. Indeed, there was a time when Xie Shaoqian was rather intimidated by Lin Chong and would avoid her. This was largely due to Lin Chong's unconventionality, which left Xie Shaoqian feeling overwhelmed. Eventually, he joined the military and left, which caused Lin Chong to cry at home for an entire day. She wrote him several letters, but they seemed to vanish without a trace, leading her to cease any further attempts to contact him. Dear readers, as I return home to pay respects to my ancestors, my schedule may become quite hectic, resulting in fewer updates. I hope for your understanding. Regarding the matter between Lin Chong and her second brother, Xie Mingzhu had no intention of intervening forcefully. No matter how much everyone adored Lin Chong, if her brother did not reciprocate her feelings, it would be futile. Affection is a matter of the heart. If one does not feel it, then it is best to seek a new path. Although he was her brother, Xie Mingzhu had repeatedly urged Lin Chong to find someone else, rather than cling to a withered branch. However, Lin Chong seemed unresponsive, leaving her clueless about her feelings. The following morning, Xie Mingzhu rose early. Xie Shitong was preparing breakfast, and, upon seeing her, cheerfully inquired, "What brings you up so early today?" In their household, there was no designated cook. Whoever woke up early would prepare breakfast, and Xie Shitong had always risen the earliest, thus taking the lead in morning meals. Xie Mingzhu replied with a smile, "I usually don't indulge in sleeping in. I've just been waking up a bit later these past couple of days." Xie Shitong glanced at her sideways and simply smiled without responding. Xie Mingzhu looked at him. "I'm not lying. I never said you were," he replied, his tone light. Xie Shitong smiled slightly. "What would you like for breakfast?" "I fried a few eggs and made some congee. Does that sound good?" Xie Mingzhu nodded, of course. As he prepared to fry more eggs, she casually took the eggs from his hand, saying, "You should also taste my cooking." "Oh, it seems you picked up quite a few skills during your years away. I shall savor it shortly," he responded. Soon, their elder brothers came downstairs. Upon seeing Xie Mingzhu already busy preparing breakfast, their expressions mirrored that of Xie Shitong just moments before. "Today's breakfast is made by Mingzhu. You all must enjoy it," Xie Shitong said with a grin. Xie Shaoli nodded eagerly. "If Mingzhu made it, we must give it our full support." Shortly thereafter, a plate of fried eggs was placed on the table. Initially, Xie Shaoli expected them to be burnt and charred, but to his surprise, they looked quite appetizing. After tasting one, he found it to be quite palatable. As Xie Shitong took a few bites, his expression turned melancholic. He had only one daughter, and when he named her, he hadn't given it much thought, simply choosing the name Mingzhu, which means precious pearl. Had he not encountered misfortune, she would have truly been the cherished pearl in his palm, continuing to be his darling daughter. "Mingzhu, I am sorry for what has happened," Xie Shitong sighed, looking at his brothers and then addressing Gao Xiu. "Xiu, you've endured a lot following Shaoli all these years." Xie Mingzhu hadn't anticipated that a simple breakfast of fried eggs would evoke such emotions in her father. "Dad, what's wrong? Just a few fried eggs. And you look like something terrible has happened. Anyone who doesn't know would think I've done something wrong." She quickly set down her chopsticks, saying helplessly, "I'm all grown up now. If I can't do anything, wouldn't that make me useless?" Gao Xiu and Xie Shaoli exchanged glances, then gently smiled. "Dad, those past days are behind us. Let us not dwell on them. We are all together now, and isn't that wonderful?" Seeing this, Xie Shitong quickly composed himself, chuckling. Yes, it's my fault. Here I am, ruining the mood so early in the morning. Let us eat and get ready for work." The conversation shifted away from the earlier topic, and they began to discuss lighter matters. After breakfast, everyone headed off to their respective workplaces. With nothing pressing on her agenda, Xie Mingzhu stayed behind to wash the dishes. Once the kitchen was tidy, she washed her hands and prepared to change her clothes before heading out. As Deputy Editor Chun had mentioned, tomorrow's exam would not only test cultural knowledge, but also industry-specific knowledge. So she planned to visit the city library to find suitable materials to study, rather than going in blind. Just as she exited the kitchen, she noticed someone standing at the door. The iron gate allowed her to see someone outside immediately. Mingzhu. Upon hearing that voice, she instantly recognized who it was. Aside from Zhao Qi, who she had met only twice, no one would address her in such a manner, leaving her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. With a resigned expression, she was reluctant to engage with him, but considering he was her elder brother's colleague, she felt it inappropriate to pretend she hadn't noticed him, especially since he had already seen her. Approaching the door, she spotted Zhao Qi standing outside, holding something in his hands. Upon seeing Xie Mingzhu, his face immediately lit up with a cheerful smile. "Sister Mingzhu, have you had your meal?" Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. "Director Zhao, have you come here for something?" Zhao Qi raised his hands, shaking the items he was holding, and softly replied, "I had an appointment with your brother. Is he still at home?" Hearing his clumsy excuse, Xie Mingzhu shook her head. "My father and elder brother have already gone to work." "Has Section Chief Xie already left?" "He might have forgotten that I had arranged to meet him." Zhao Qi chuckled awkwardly, then glanced down at the items in his hands, continuing with a smile. "You see, I can't take these back." Why don't you open the door and let me drop these off? Xie Mingzhu's gaze swept over the items, all wrapped in craft paper, and she was uncertain what they contained. Regardless of their contents, due to her family's special status, they did not accept gifts from outsiders. Thus, she shook her head. My elder brother has already gone to the office. If you wish to give him these items, please take them to his workplace. With that, she turned to leave. Zhao Qi furrowed his brow and quickly called out to her. Sister Mingzhu, we are at least somewhat acquainted. Now that I'm at your doorstep, you can't just keep the door closed, can you? May I come in for a glass of water? Hearing his eagerness to enter only made Xie Mingzhu more resolute in her refusal. I'm sorry, but I am the only one at home right now, and I cannot let you in. Then, after a pause, she added, if you're truly thirsty, I can bring you a glass of water. As a young woman, her desire to avoid any misunderstandings was entirely reasonable. At this point, even someone lacking in awareness should grasp the situation. Zhao Qi's expression faltered, and though he felt displeased, he managed to force a smile. If it's inconvenient, I shall come again another time. End of this chapter. Xie Mingzhu nodded, refraining from saying anything further, her gaze fixed on Zhao Qi as she awaited his departure. Zhao Qi understood her implication, forced a smile, and bid her farewell. Once he had left, Xie Mingzhu turned and walked back inside. After changing into a different outfit upstairs, she descended and rolled out her bicycle. Just as she opened the door, she noticed Huo Xuan approaching. Upon seeing him, Xie Mingzhu's mood instantly brightened. Huo Xuan took a few quick steps and, noticing her with the bicycle, inquired, Are you heading out? Xie Mingzhu gently nodded. I was planning to go to the library to read for a while. She then pushed the bicycle inside, adding, But since you're here, I want to go. Huo Xuan shook his head. No, let us go together. He reached out to take the bicycle from her. On the way, Xie Mingzhu shared with him that she would be taking an exam at the newspaper office the following day. You had mentioned wanting to be a journalist. Now that you have the opportunity, you must seize it, Huo Xuan said softly. A smile crept onto Xie Mingzhu's lips, her heart filled with joy. No matter the decisions she made, those around her always offered unwavering support. By the way, next week, I will be on a business trip to Guangdong province for a while. I'm not sure when I will return, Huo Xuan continued. Aren't you still unemployed? Why the business trip? Xie Mingzhu queried. After resigning from the lighting factory, I partnered with a friend to start a transportation team. He wants to purchase land, which naturally requires more startup capital. Currently, I'm focusing all my energy on the transportation team. Xie Mingzhu nodded in understanding. When are you leaving? I have a train ticket for Wednesday morning, he replied, turning to look at her. Will you come to see me off? His tone held a hint of anticipation. Xie Mingzhu responded softly. Of course, a boyfriend leaving for a long journey must be seen off. Huo Xuan smiled broadly. All right, then I will come pick you up on Wednesday morning. As they conversed, they quickly arrived at the library. After finding books related to the journalism profession, Xie Mingzhu situated herself at a spot to read, while Huo Xuan also found a book of interest, settling beside her. The two maintained their focus on their respective readings without disturbing one another. When noon arrived, Huo Xuan called out to Xie Mingzhu, It's lunchtime. Let us go eat. Given the library's atmosphere, he instinctively lowered his voice. At his suggestion, Xie Mingzhu realized her stomach was indeed feeling hungry. She glanced at her watch and nodded. Let us go. Exiting the library, their voices returned to normal levels. What do you want to eat? Huo Xuan asked. Xie Mingzhu pondered for a moment but couldn't decide, merely replying, I can't think of anything. You choose. Huo Xuan looked at her and suggested, It's been a while since we had Western food. Shall we go for that today? There were several Western restaurants in the city, but many had been closed for quite some time and had only recently reopened. Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu immediately agreed. That sounds good. They rode their bicycles to a Western restaurant in the city center. Although it was a Western eatery, its name was quite traditional. The place was bustling with diners, some seeking a taste of foreign cuisine, while others were simply curious or there to impress. Upon entering, a server greeted them and guided them to a table. After placing their order, the server smiled and informed them that the food would be ready shortly. It's been so long since we were last here. How many years has it been? Xie Mingzhu chuckled lightly. The ambience seemed unchanged from before. This particular restaurant had remained open through the ages, becoming something of a culinary institution, and the food was still quite palatable, appealing more to local tastes than a purely Western establishment. Huo Xuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, as they chatted, the appetizers were served, followed by creamy mushroom soup and side dishes. Xie Mingzhu had ordered a fish fillet, while Huo Xuan opted for steak. After finishing the steak and devouring all of Xie Mingzhu's bread, Huo Huo Xuan's expression indicated he was still unsatisfied. Xie Mingzhu laughed. This Western meal is merely a tasting. It hardly fills you up. Let's go find something else to eat. Huo Xuan nodded in agreement. They exited the Western restaurant and headed to a nearby state-run eatery to order a plate of dumplings. After finishing the dumplings, Huo Xuan finally felt satisfied. Nothing beats the heartiness of dumplings. After lunch, Xie Mingzhu initially intended to return to the library. If you have things to attend to, feel free to go. You don't need to accompany me, she said to him. Huo Xuan shook his head. I don't have any pressing matters today. My primary task is to keep you company. Remembering his previous attempt to buy her shoes at the supply store, he suggested they visit the department store. Xie Mingzhu thought it would be a good idea to walk around and let her meal settle, so she agreed. As the distance was not far, they opted to walk instead of riding their bicycles. Upon reaching the department store entrance, Huo Xuan looked at her. Is there anything you would like to buy? Xie Mingzhu shook her head, genuinely having nothing in need. The household is well equipped with all manner of items, and Gao Xiyu has generously purchased numerous outfits and pairs of shoes for her. Yet, despite her verbal assurances of lacking for nothing, Huo Xuan still insisted on taking her to the shoe section. After a leisurely stroll, he procured 2 stylish pairs of sandals for her. I have but 1 pair of feet. How can I wear so many shoes? Xie Mingzhu remarked. The sales attendant, unable to suppress a chuckle, replied, You truly do not appreciate the kindness of your boyfriend. Accept his gifts. If he doesn't buy for you, whom will he buy for? When he starts buying for someone else, then you'll be the one to lament. Huo Xuan laughed at her words, while Xie Mingzhu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Just these 2 will suffice, Huo Xuan said softly. The sales attendant processed the purchase, prompting him to proceed to the checkout. Having such a wonderful boyfriend is something to smile about indeed, the attendant remarked to Xie Mingzhu, who felt that finding someone as remarkable as him was a rarity. Xie Mingzhu lowered her head, smiling faintly, without uttering a word. Soon enough, Huo Xuan returned after settling the bill, collecting the 2 pairs of shoes. He had initially intended to buy more for Xie Mingzhu, but she halted him. Enough already. I have plenty of things. Let us not waste money. After a brief pause, Xie Mingzhu added, If you have this extra money, you might as well save it and give it to me. Upon hearing her jest, Huo Xuan looked up at her. Although Xie Mingzhu was merely teasing, she felt a twinge of regret at her words when he turned his gaze toward her. Just as she was about to clarify her joking intent, he chuckled. You said it yourself. Don't backtrack when I offer it to you. He understood that the ultimate weapon to dismantle Tang Guanyin lay not in corporate suppression. Despite the loss of shares, Tang Guanyin could still maneuver within the Tang Ming group. A fact unbeknownst to many. Their security system was uniquely crafted, a secret held only by core personnel, and although she often appeared casual and rarely ventured here, she would surely not remain idle when matters arose. Xiao Yuanshui listened intently, having previously heard Li Fuma's explanations, and felt a deep sense of contemplation as he stood before Lord Valong and the hundreds of generals from the Liao kingdom. Nan Yu's attention shifted from LV Qing, only to be astonished to see that it was Jean Nanfeng who was clamoring for the bride to toast. Shinto Haolong wore a grave expression. Although his health had improved, he was still far from his former self. Faced with the formidable Shura No. 10, he held nothing back, recognizing that with the irreparable conflict with the Black Dragon Society, it was an opportune moment to strike down their remaining forces. Don't worry about yourself. Admitting defeat is the reason you must kill, said the attendant, gripping a black staff, his brow furrowed. Li Shengzhu's demeanor made Zhang Luliang realize what true depth and capacity a so-called leader of the underworld possessed. He leaned closer to scrutinize the script in by Ma Juan's hands, continuing, What are you doing? At SBS building, the production team began preparations early in the day. The atmosphere charged with heightened tension and busyness. The skeletal fingers gripped her slender waist with fervor, veins bulging. They were pressed closely together, the summer heat amplifying the warmth of their exposed skin. Don't casually toss that phrase around. Do you not understand its meaning? Huo Xuan's voice carried a hint of allure. How do you wish to consume me? Xie Mingzhu's heart raced as she met his gaze. She noticed the movement of his Adam's apple. Her mind blanked, and in a moment of impulsivity, she tiptoed and gently bit his lip, though not with force, merely grazing him with her teeth. Huo Xuan's breath quickened as he set aside the spade, lifting her onto the table. He cradled her face in his hands and leaned down to kiss her. Xie Mingzhu wrapped her arms around his waist, ready to reciprocate. when suddenly voices erupted from the entrance. Startled, they halted their actions. In a flurry, Xie Mingzhu wiped her mouth and attempted to leap down from the table. But her sudden movement caused her knee to collide painfully with Huo Xuan. His complexion turned pale, and he furrowed his brow tightly. Had it not been for the awkwardness of shielding himself in front of Xie Mingzhu, he would have reacted differently. Instead, he bent slightly, gripping the edge of the table while pounding it with a hand, clearly in distress. Xie Mingzhu, realizing what she had done, felt her cheeks flush with guilt and uncertainty on how to comfort him. "Are you all right?" Huo Xuan remained silent, but vigorously waved his hand, signaling he was fine. "If it truly hurts, you should rub it," she suggested, immediately regretting her words. Huo Xuan didn't respond, leaving her in suspense. Just as Xie Mingzhu was about to say more, she heard voices at the kitchen door. "Mingzhu, are you making dinner?" As the voice echoed, Xie Shali appeared at the threshold, carrying groceries as if he had just returned from work. Upon entering the kitchen, he noticed Huo Xuan as well. "Ah, Xuan is here too?" Huo Xuan straightened up, greeting Xie Shali with a smile that belied his earlier pain. Xie Mingzhu kept her gaze fixed ahead, but her peripheral vision remained acutely aware of him. "Do you need any help?" Xie Shali inquired. Huo Xuan quickly waved him off. "No, it's almost done. I'll just stir-fry a couple of vegetables when Uncle Xie and the others return." Xie Shali, upon witnessing the situation, chose to remain silent and nodded gently. "I shall go upstairs to change my clothes. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." Once he departed, Huo Xuan cast a fleeting glance at Xie Mingzhu, his eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy. Xie Mingzhu, feeling somewhat guilty, thought to herself, "It is not entirely my fault. After all, who asked you to lift me so high? In a moment of panic, I merely—" As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon his injured area. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "I am fine," he replied, the words laced with a barely concealed frustration. Xie Mingzhu dared not look at him any longer and swiftly turned to make her exit. However, just as she took a few steps, her collar was seized. "So you wish to tease and then flee?" Huo Xuan's teeth ground together audibly. Xie Mingzhu turned to face him, forcing a smile as she attempted to placate him. "I merely sought to grant you a moment of personal space to recuperate." With that, she pried his grasp from her collar and hastily made her way outside, fearful of being caught again. Observing her retreating figure, Huo Xuan shook his head in resignation, letting out a soft sigh. What could he do? She was his girl, and he had to endure it himself. Seated on a stone bench in the courtyard, Xie Mingzhu took a moment to compose herself, the flush on her face gradually fading. The embarrassing incident from earlier made her wish she could vanish into a crevice in the stone. Turning her gaze towards the kitchen, she noticed Huo Xuan had returned to his usual self and was busying himself. As she watched, she found herself entranced, her hands propped on the stone table, chin resting atop them, admiring Huo Xuan's industriousness. In terms of appearance, he was merely a shade more attractive than the average person. Her elder and second brothers were both handsomer than he. Xie Mingzhu mused that her previous disinterest in Huo Xuan was likely due to the striking looks of her brothers, which had raised her standards. Unlike them, Qin Haoyu possessed not only a charming smile, but also an appealing visage, which had captivated her as a naive girl, making her choice of him unsurprising. Huo Xuan, in comparison to her brothers, seemed somewhat lacking, and thus her lack of affection for him was understandable. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found him increasingly handsome with each passing moment, an allure that enveloped him entirely. Lost in her thoughts, she felt a gentle nudge on her shoulder. Startled, she turned to find Gao Xiu standing beside her. What were you daydreaming about? I called your name several times, yet you seemed oblivious. Following her gaze toward the busy Huo Xuan in the kitchen, Gao Xiu chuckled. Ah, I see now. You were lost in admiration for your heartthrob. Xie Mingzhu met her gaze, a hint of defiance in her voice. And what of it? You've already dubbed him my heartthrob. Am I not entitled to steal a few glances? Gao Xiu stifled a laugh. You truly are unashamed. In her presence, Xie Mingzhu felt no need for pretense. So she huffed lightly. Why should I feel shame? You pursued my elder brother without an ounce of modesty. Gao Xiu's expression shifted to one of annoyance. That was years ago. Must you bring it up now? Speak again, and I might just retaliate. She raised her hand in mock threat, as if to strike Xie Mingzhu. The latter leaned in closer, grinning. You are my dear sister. You could never bear to hit me. Gao Xiu's hand, raised high, eventually fell gently to her side. You clever little rascal, have you figured me out? You know I could never bring myself to harm you, do you? She playfully patted Xie Mingzhu's face before attempting to pull her up. Later, the two friends ventured into the kitchen. Observing the small crayfish on the table, Gao Siyu asked, "Do you all enjoy this delicacy?" She wrinkled her brow in distaste, recalling a prior experience at a friend's home where the dish had been poorly prepared. "I often see them at the market, but few seem to buy them. It appears that not many indulge in crayfish these days." Many eyes turned towards Jiangnan, who stood nearby, recognized by some as he was pointed out. Meanwhile, Gu Shidong, in the guest room, remained awake. Having lain in bed for a while before deciding to make a phone call, he informed the recipient that there was no need to further investigate the familial background, but rather to uncover what had transpired years ago. Jing Yi glanced at her. "Thank you for answering. Please eat. I've already dined." She then turned her attention to a woven bag on the table, its contents a mystery. Jiang Jinyan wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her onto his lap, squinting at her left chest. Ruiwen had drawn blood, uncertain if he could manage to roll the snowball. Chun Zihao observed the large screen, noting how the director favored the upper lane, especially after Jace revived and returned to the lane, while Rowan had already gone home to upgrade her equipment. The masked man was rarely at fault. He had merely swept through the gambling house, winning money and causing a ruckus. He understood the rules of the game well enough. Surely, he wasn't overly concerned about a few thousand taels of silver. Perhaps his words held a deeper meaning. "I fear for your face. If it were to be ruined, I might be compelled to seek another fiancé." Jiang Jinyan shot her a cold glance, shoving the medicine back into her bag. The sofa was not particularly spacious, with Ningyu's feet dangling off the edge. Yet, Ningyu made no complaints, accepting whatever Qi Chiza deemed fit. I chuckled softly to myself, musing, Yang Qingqing, why are you so afraid of him? He is no man-eating tiger. Suddenly recalling something, Piao Ming asked, "I heard you were looking for some friends?" After leaving the office, Jiang Xingrong wished to evade further entanglement with Zhang Chuanbua, opting for silence and merely sending a message with the outcome. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor examined her, confirming her bones were unharmed, though her shoulder was red and swollen. Ji Lingfei sat in a chair as the doctor applied medication, biting her lip in pain. A doctor approached, casting a glance at her long legs beneath her short skirt. "Why did you deceive me?" Ji Lingfei listened to his words, still haunted by the fear of being tricked, even if she had now accepted him anew. "I purchased a newspaper, carefully wrapping the magical blade within it." Settling into a chair at the supermarket's entrance, a few weary university students were distributing colorful flyers promoting housing sales. I took one, startled to see that prices near the subway had soared to over 18,000 per square meter. Perhaps ignorance was bliss. Just then, I heard soft footsteps above me, so faint that, for someone like me, attuned to such sounds, even the slightest noise was immediately apparent. The distance that once separated us by mountains and rivers now felt negligible. I had never imagined I would one day don a wedding dress for him. Even Guosheng stumbled backward, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "What was that sound? Is it some kind of supernatural ability? Why does it feel so incomprehensible?" Li Chong stared wide-eyed, eager to see what the enraged deity might utter next. Finally, in that narrow alley that could barely accommodate two, the scene mirrored their previous encounter. His head nestled into the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling her scent, the warmth of his breath sending shivers across her skin. "Xie Mingzhu, do not leave me," Huo Xuan whispered softly. "You'll come again." Xie Ming has pondered over certain matters, and some become clear upon reflection. Yet, Lieutenant Austin's motivations remain a mystery to Wang Yu. "Brother, we are on the cusp of breakthrough." Chun Fudi's face, once marked by impatience, now glows with anticipation. Before Takahashi Yuichi could revel in this newfound hope, a torrential barrage of bullets rained down upon him. Fortunately, the Qin's sovereign commands the Tao of creation, enabling the manipulation of spiritual energy in abundance. Regardless of the outcome, their strength could vastly increase, perhaps even granting them the opportunity to ascend to supremacy. One bearded elder erupted with fury, his anger palpable as he blustered and scowled. Yet, within their eyes flickered a chilling brilliance, their bodies seemingly cloaked in an unfathomable malice. "Disperse, disperse, all of you disperse." Zhang Dua waved his hand to depart, and a few others followed suit. Zhao Xia's words rang true. The masters from the western wilderness and northern hill were secretly preparing to venture down the heavenly road, for to them, The celestial realm was the ultimate aspiration. Wang Yu drew the number 30, with a total of 32 vehicles, placing him at the tail end of the lineup. The turmoil within the family weighed heavily on Bei Xiangji. As the head of the household, he buried his grievances deep within. Zhou Haoyan understood that with guests already invited, today's wedding must proceed, lest the Zhou family become the city's greatest jest. Could it be that when she schemed to ensnare Mo Xiaohang, she unwittingly fell into his trap? Perhaps he harbored similar intentions? Luo Mingyao glanced around, realizing that the wealthiest families were no more impressive than her own. In fact, they seemed to pale in comparison. This thought sent a wave of anxiety through Murong Hui. Initially, he believed the Murong family would thrive under his stewardship, but the opposite had transpired. The Murong clan had not only failed to flourish, but had also been ousted from the noble ranks of Wubei City. Tang Yu could hardly believe it. After 5 years in prison, had she truly found her conscience and resolved to start anew? The content of their conversation struck Xiao as explosive, prompting her to swiftly activate her phone's recording function to capture their dialogue. Extracting her from this predicament would indeed prove troublesome. She wondered how Nayland Shuru had managed to infiltrate so deeply. This prize undoubtedly aroused curiosity among the attendees. Typically, such prizes involve stakes, and this was unprecedented. Xia Shan's actions could be deemed punitive, albeit excessively grotesque. Should anyone lose, they would have to consume the phlegm-laden wine, a thought that sent shivers down the spine. Lu Weiguo was drenched in cold sweat, astonished by Qiu's remarkable prowess. In the face of the first feint, he had managed to incapacitate Cheng Liping. It was worth noting that Cheng Liping was still under 30, in the prime of youth, while Qiu had already crossed into his 40s, beginning to decline. The great serpent lord gritted his teeth, dragging his battered form, as a crimson and deep violet mist coalesced around him, directed towards the carefree lords and their ilk. His strength had undergone a transformation. He could breach the restrictions of Silent Cloud Island without detection, opting to utilize Fudi's abilities instead of the token left by Xie Mingzhu. The following morning, at merely 7 o'clock, Xie Mingzhu was roused by a knock at the door. Yawning, she arose, only to find Huo Xuan waiting outside. "Why are you here so early?" Xie Mingzhu's expression betrayed her embarrassment, still clad in a loose nightgown, her hair a disheveled mess. Huo Xuan raised an eyebrow. "Did you not request that I arrive early for breakfast?" Xie Mingzhu refrained from further comment, merely stating she needed a change before shutting the door again. Gazing at her reflection, she sighed, tousling her hair in resignation. Once she had tidied her hair, she opened her wardrobe, surveying its contents before finally donning the orange gown Huo Xuan had gifted her, which had remained untouched since its purchase. After a quick inspection in the mirror, she felt satisfied and descended the stairs. Huo Xuan was conversing with Xie Shitong at the entrance. Upon noticing her, his gaze shifted attentively toward her, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Xie Shitong, seeing his expression, followed his gaze and called out, "Mingzhu, shall I have your father escort you?" Xie Mingzhu shook her head. "Huo Xuan will accompany me." Xie Shitong turned back to Huo Xuan, gently patting his shoulder. "Xuan, I entrust Mingzhu to you." "It's my duty," Huo Xuan replied. While Xie Shitong said no more, his satisfaction was evident. After breakfast, Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan prepared to depart. Just as they stepped outside, they spotted Lin Chong rushing towards them. Upon seeing Xie Mingzhu, Lin Chong waved eagerly. "Mingzhu." She rushed up to them, breathless. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Xie Mingzhu chuckled. "I was afraid you might miss it." Lin Chong panted, one hand resting on her thigh as she caught her breath. She glanced up at Huo Xuan. "Huo Xuan, it's been a while." "Indeed it has." Huo Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor perfectly balanced, neither too familiar nor too distant. Once Lin Chong regained her composure, she straightened and turned to Xie Mingzhu. "Had I known Huo Xuan would accompany you, I wouldn't have had to rise early and rush over. After Huo Xuan accompanies you, I'll head back to work. Is that all right?" Lin Chong inquired, smiling. She had already requested leave from her job, intending to spend the day with Xie Mingzhu. However, since Huo Xuan was now with her, she could return to work without issue. Taking a day off meant losing a day's pay. Xie Mingzhu nodded. "You go to work. It's fine as long as Huo Xuan is with me." It was not a particularly crucial exam. Had Huo Xuan not insisted on accompanying her, she could have managed alone. Lin Chong added after the exam, "Don't rush off. Let's have lunch together." "All right." The three chatted as they approached the bus stop, where a bus arrived just in time. Once aboard, Lin Chong pulled Xie Mingzhu to sit beside her, while Huo Xuan took a seat slightly ahead, casting a lingering glance back at Xie Mingzhu. His expression somewhat forlorn. Upon noticing his expression, Xie Mingzhu couldn't help but bite her lip. The ticket collector approached, first addressing Huo Xuan. He gestured towards Xie Mingzhu and promptly paid for both their fares. The ticket collector then approached Lin Chong, requesting her fare. As she retrieved her monthly pass, Lin Chong feigned annoyance. Huo Xuan, after years apart, your favoritism is quite evident. You help Mingzhu with her fare, but neglect me, despite our friendship. Mingzhu is your friend. I'm not. Huo Xuan replied with a sidelong glance. Lin Chong, puzzled, continued. If Mingzhu isn't your friend, then what is she? Could she be your ancestor? Huo Xuan remained silent. Xie Mingzhu smiled, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Chong finally handed her pass to the ticket collector, her attention shifting back to the two. Observing the tender glances exchanged between them, it seemed she had stumbled upon something significant. You too. Before she could finish her exclamation, Xie Mingzhu quickly silenced her. Lower your voice. Don't be so dramatic. There are many people on the bus. Lin Chong complied, lowering her voice to a whisper only they could hear. When did you two start dating? When did it all begin? Xie Mingzhu pondered and found herself uncertain about when it actually started. Was it before their return, or after? After some reflection, she replied, it's just been a few days. You really aren't considerate. You didn't tell me last time. Lin Chong couldn't help but complain. Xie Mingzhu cast a glance at Huo Xuan. To be honest, she hadn't been entirely resolute about Huo Xuan until last night, when she finally decided to be serious about their relationship. Huo Xuan also looked in her direction, his gaze deep and contemplative, leaving her to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. I intended to wait until things were truly stable before sharing it with you, Xie Mingzhu admitted, her expression tinged with a hint of guilt. Lin Chong, however, was not convinced by her excuse. You clearly weren't planning to tell me. With that, she turned away in a huff, staring out of the window with an expression that screamed her displeasure. Xie Mingzhu felt a sense of helplessness. At their age, such childishness seemed absurd. She leaned closer to Lin Chong and whispered, I was a bit hesitant before and not entirely certain, which is why I didn't mention it. I haven't even told my family or foster parents. Of course, she was unsure if they had guessed her feelings. Upon hearing this, Lin Chong's expression softened a little. She glanced at Huo Xuan and then leaned in closer to Xie Mingzhu, asking softly, so, are you certain about your feelings now? A blissful smile graced Xie Mingzhu's lips as she nodded slightly. As long as he doesn't betray my trust, I won't leave him. Seeing her smile, Lin Chong felt genuinely happy for her. To be honest, Huo Xuan is quite a good person. He has been following you around since childhood. He must have liked you for a long time. After all, you've grown up together, like childhood sweethearts. Lin Chong was pleased with this development. Moreover, they were well aware of Huo Xuan's character. With a good disposition and ambition, everything else was secondary. Although Huo Xuan might not be exceptionally handsome, he was certainly not unattractive. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, he was a striking presence, far superior to the superficial Qin Haoyu. Regardless, you must treat me to a meal today. Lin Chong feigned a stubborn demeanor. Xie Mingzhu chuckled. All right, order whatever you want. How about the Peace Hotel? After pretending to contemplate, Xie Mingzhu hesitated. Well, that's not out of the question. Upon hearing this, Lin Chong immediately seized the opportunity, exclaiming, then let us order the most expensive meal. Xie Mingzhu clasped her hands over her heart, feigning distress. What a ruthless heart you have. The two burst into laughter, drawing curious glances from onlookers, which prompted them to lower their voices. Huo Xuan sat alone nearby, watching them with an air of melancholy. A passenger who initially wanted to occupy the empty seat beside him hesitated, deterred by his evident gloom. After half an hour, the bus arrived at the stop, and the trio disembarked. Glancing at her watch, Xie Mingzhu noted they still had half an hour to spare. Shall we head in? Huo Xuan inquired. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. Then she turned to Lin Chong, asking, what about you? I'll head straight to work. When your exam is over, remember to wait for me to finish so we can have lunch together, Lin Chong replied. Xie Mingzhu acknowledged her request. Soon, Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan arrived at the entrance of the newspaper office. The elderly security guard at the entrance recognized Xie Mingzhu. Aren't you the friend of that little Lin from the publishing house across the street? Here for the exam today? You remember me? Xie Mingzhu smiled and nodded, yes. I'm here for the exam. Is it busy today? Busy? How could it not be? It's only getting started. And look at the crowd. There will be even more later. The guard replied. Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu turned to Huo Xuan, who gently took her hand and whispered, Don't be nervous. Everything will be fine. Even if you don't pass, it's okay. You can try again next year. Xie Mingzhu shook her head. I'm not nervous. I just feel the competition is quite fierce. I wonder if I can succeed. After all, there might be students majoring in journalism competing alongside her, and she had no formal training. Stay calm, Huo Xuan reassured her. If it's meant to be, we can both pursue journalism next year. Xie Mingzhu smiled at his words. They registered their names with the guard before proceeding inside. A sign at the entrance indicated that applicants for the exam should proceed to the auditorium. Following the sign, they entered the auditorium, which, as the guard had mentioned, was already filled with numerous applicants and their companions, all wearing anxious expressions. As more people entered, many glanced towards Xie Mingzhu before quickly averting their gazes. Since the exam was not yet underway, Huo Xuan decided to stay inside with her. After about 15 minutes, Li Xianbin entered, clutching a rolled-up exam paper under his arm, accompanied by a bespectacled man in his 40s. Surveying the auditorium, Li Xianbin addressed the crowd. All applicants, please take your seats. Companions must wait outside. Hearing this, Huo Xuan stood up, saying to Xie Mingzhu, I'll wait outside for you. Don't be anxious. Xie Mingzhu nodded in acknowledgement. Huo Xuan swiftly exited. Li Xianbin glanced at the time, noting that there was still a bit of time left before he began distributing the papers. At 9 o'clock precisely, he started handing out the exam papers. Latecomers were inevitably turned away, leaving them filled with regret. As the bespectacled man distributed the papers, a girl's clear voice rang out. Excuse me, teacher, my pen is broken. Could you lend me one? Xie Mingzhu turned to see a girl in her 20s standing up behind her, her face flushed with anxiety as she wiped ink from her hands. The man distributing the papers glanced at her, but chose to ignore her. Li Xianbin looked at her calmly. You know why you are here today, yet you came unprepared. At the very least, you should have brought 2 pens to be ready for unforeseen circumstances. If you were to interview a particularly difficult subject, your lack of preparation could jeopardize the opportunity. The girl blushed even more, opening her mouth to speak, but finding no words. Li Xianbin did not look at her again, and she could only return to her seat, feeling frustrated and reluctant to leave. Ask if anyone is willing to lend you a pen. If you can find one, that would at least show your resourcefulness, Li Xianbin added. The girl's eyes lit up as she turned to her fellow applicants, inquiring if anyone could lend her a pen. However, everyone shook their heads, either claiming they had no spare pens or that they needed their own. Xie Mingzhu withdrew her gaze and was about to take out her pencil case when the girl called out to her. Excuse me, could you lend me a pen? Xie Mingzhu was always well prepared, and naturally, she had brought more than one pen for the exam. She retrieved a pen from her pencil case and handed it to her. The girl gazed at the black hero fountain pen that was presented before her, momentarily taken aback. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Xie Mingzhu would lend her the pen so readily. After being turned down by so many others, she had approached Xie Mingzhu with a flicker of hope, but she never expected that her request would be granted. It was important to note that they were currently competitors. If Xie lent her the pen, it might inadvertently lead to her own downfall. Staring at the pen in her hand for a while, she finally whispered, Thank you. Xie Mingzhu said nothing further, accepting the exam paper handed out by the bespectacled man and began to read it. After perusing the paper, she found that the initial questions were general knowledge queries, not particularly challenging. The latter part contained specialized knowledge, culminating in a significant writing task to compose an article on spring afforestation. Xie Mingzhu began tackling the preliminary questions while simultaneously crafting ideas for the writing task in her mind. She recalled that during springtime, while still at the United Brigade, the commune leaders had mobilized the populace for spring tree planting activities. Thus, she had ample material to write about. An hour and a half later, Li Xianbin's voice echoed. Time's up. Please hand your papers. Just as Xie Mingzhu completed her final sentence, she did not have the chance to review her work. Once the bespectacled man collected the papers, she gathered her belongings and proceeded to exit. Upon seeing her, Li Xianbin offered a gentle nod, which Xie Mingzhu reciprocated. They exchanged no words, mindful of avoiding any unnecessary misunderstandings. As she stepped outside, someone lightly tapped her shoulder. Turning around, she found the girl who had borrowed the pen standing behind her, smiling brightly. You don't need the pen anymore? Xie Mingzhu accepted the pen back. I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, I would have surely failed the exam today. The girl expressed her sincere gratitude. Xie Mingzhu waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was no trouble at all. I'm Lu Yan, and what is your name? After introducing herself, she extended her right hand. Xie Mingzhu glanced at her, then replied, Xie Mingzhu. Lu Yin tilted her head playfully. Then we are friends now, aren't we? Xie Mingzhu simply nodded in agreement. Are you heading back now? Would you like to join me? Xie Mingzhu shook her head. My boyfriend is waiting for me outside. A knowing smile spread across Lu Yan's face, and she said nothing further, waving goodbye as she cheerfully remarked, I hope we meet again in the future. With that, she dashed away. Xie Mingzhu ambled leisurely outside, where Huo Xuan awaited her. Upon seeing her, he inquired, How did it go? Xie Mingzhu shrugged. I feel it was just average. There was no sense of relief that often accompanies a good exam. Observing her demeanor, Huo Xuan refrained from probing further. Checking his watch, he asked, It's still early. Lin Chong mentioned she finishes at 11. Should we head over now, or wait a bit? Xie Mingzhu contemplated for a moment. Let us wait here for a while. It's too sunny outside. It was already mid-June. Although it wasn't scorching hot yet, the sun was still quite intense. It was preferable to wait indoors. We saw a restaurant nearby when we arrived this morning. We could eat there later, she suggested. Huo Xuan suggested, How about I go ahead and order the food now? That way, it will be ready by the time she finishes. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. That works. Just let us know when it's ready. As they conversed, they walked towards the reception area. Xie Mingzhu intended to wait there momentarily. The elderly man at the reception, upon seeing them, cheerfully inquired about the exam results. Xie Mingzhu merely waved her hand, indicating that it had gone adequately. Don't be disheartened. This isn't your only chance. There will be more opportunities ahead. The man offered words of encouragement. Xie Mingzhu acknowledged his kindness. I'm just waiting for a friend here. I hope you don't mind? Of course not. I usually work alone anyway. Having someone to talk to makes me happy. The old man seemed genuinely lonely, and with a rare chance to converse, he rambled on. Xie Mingzhu patiently listened, occasionally chiming in. Thus, they chatted until it was time for Lin Chong to finish work. I didn't see you outside. I figured you'd be here, Lin Chong remarked as she opened the door and peered inside. Seeing her, Xie Mingzhu stood up and waved at the elderly man. Thank you, I'll be leaving now. The elderly man smiled and shook his head. Lin Chong exchanged pleasantries with him, then took Xie Mingzhu's hand as they exited. How'd it go? Was it decent? Lin Chong inquired, glancing at Xie Mingzhu. Xie Mingzhu shook her head. It was just average. Noticing her nonchalant demeanor, Lin Chong chuckled. The results aren't out yet. You don't know how it went, so don't overthink it. Xie Mingzhu lifted the corners of her mouth in a faint smile, but remained silent. By the way, when will the exam results be released? I can check for you, so you don't have to come back. While they were inside, Li Xianbin had already informed them that this was merely the first round of exams, with a subsequent round to follow. The results of the first round would be available the day after tomorrow, and those who passed would return 2 days later for the second round. There's a second round? Lin Chong exclaimed, seemingly surprised. This is getting serious. If you don't get in now, that would be quite unfortunate. Xie Mingzhu wasn't particularly knowledgeable about the process. She would simply follow the directives given. When the results come out the day after tomorrow, you need to come back. I'll ask for you. Xie Mingzhu nodded slightly. Thank you for that. What about Huo Xuan? Where did he go? After walking a few dozen meters, Lin Chong noticed Huo Xuan was missing. Did he leave? Xie Mingzhu shook her head. No, he went to the restaurant to find a table and order food first, to avoid waiting during peak hours. Lin Chong's expression soured upon hearing this. But I said I would treat you. Xie Mingzhu glanced sideways at her. Since Huo Xuan is here, let him treat us. Lin Chong pouted, but didn't argue further. Seeing her reaction, Xie Mingzhu reached out to grasp her hand. However, as soon as she touched her arm, Lin Chong winced slightly and withdrew her arm. Xie Mingzhu turned to her, concerned. What's wrong? Are you hurt? She reached out again to check for injuries, but Lin Chong placed her hand behind her back, smiling nonchalantly. It's nothing. I just bumped into something and you happen to touch the sore spot. Observing her evasive eyes, Xie Mingzhu instantly sensed that the situation was more serious than it appeared. End of chapter. Upon encountering Lin Chong in the morning, I found it rather peculiar that she donned a long-sleeved shirt on such a scorching day. Surely, it was to conceal the bruises upon her skin. Who did this to you? Xie Mingzhu's voice was low, laced with barely contained fury. Lin Chong forced a smile at the corner of her lips, retracting her arms and letting her sleeves fall. Oh, it's nothing. Don't make a fuss. Come on, let's hurry to eat. I'm starving. With that, she took Xie Mingzhu's hand, attempting to leave. Yet, Xie Mingzhu remained rooted to the spot. Observing her in action, Lin Chong sighed and sat down on a nearby flower bed, burying her head in silence. Xie Mingzhu approached her, gazing down on her head, and softly inquired, "You don't have to say a word. I know it was your father, wasn't it?" Lin Chong remained silent, acquiescing to the unspoken truth. "Why did he strike you? Was it when you returned from my place, last time?" Lin Chong nodded gently. "I came home late and had a few words with them, and then it escalated." As she recounted the tale, a trace of laughter escaped her lips, as if she were not particularly bothered by it. "I probably wouldn't have been hit otherwise. At most, I would have faced some scolding. But an upstairs neighbor happened to come down to throw out the trash and remarked how inappropriate it was for a girl to return home so late, suggesting that something terrible could happen. My father felt humiliated, and in his anger, he struck me. In reality, he only hit me once before stopping, but in that moment, I pushed him back. He is, after all, much older than I am. If I truly wished to retaliate, it wouldn't have been difficult. Yet, no one in the family stood by my side. My father is the authority at home, and being struck by him was to be expected for returning late. But pushing him back? That was an act of great defiance." Xie Mingzhu furrowed her brows. "What they did is utterly wrong. You are an adult now. Is it too much to ask for a little freedom?" Lin Chong replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. "They don't believe they are in the wrong. If they could acknowledge their mistakes, I wouldn't have faced such punishment. Lin Chong, let's move out. You can stay at my house, all right?" Xie Mingzhu sat beside her, entwining her arm with Lin Chong's and playfully coaxing her. Lin Chong, unable to resist her charms, eventually nodded. "When shall we go? I'll help you move." Xie Mingzhu's face instantly lit up with joy, brimming with excitement. "How about Sunday, when you're off?" Lin Chong glanced sideways at her, noticing her eager expression, and felt a flicker of anticipation rising within. She gently nodded, "All right. Then it's settled. I'll go with Huo Xuan to help you move." With that, Xie Mingzhu pulled Lin Chong to her feet. "Let's go eat. Don't dwell on unhappy things." Lin Chong nodded in agreement, following her toward the restaurant. The eatery was not far, and they arrived shortly after. Huo Xuan had already placed their order, and upon seeing them arrive, he stood up and waved. Thankfully, he had come early to order. Otherwise, there might not have been a table for them. The three of them shared a lively meal, and Xie Mingzhu refrained from mentioning the earlier incident. Watching the two of them, Lin Chong felt a warmth within her heart. After lunch, Lin Chong returned to work while Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan prepared to head home. Once at home, Huo Xuan glanced at Xie Mingzhu, asking if she wanted some water. She nodded softly, "Yes, please." Entering the living room, she unceremoniously slumped onto the sofa. Huo Xuan brought her a cup of tea and, seeing her state, couldn't help but chuckle. "Mind your appearance. I'm still here." Xie Mingzhu paid him no heed, simply murmuring, "You're not an outsider." At her words, Huo Xuan paused momentarily before continuing toward her, handing her the cup. After taking a couple of sips, Xie Mingzhu reclined on the sofa, feeling drowsy. "Tired?" Huo Xuan inquired as she nodded, her eyes half closed. "I woke up early this morning. Naturally, I'm a bit sleepy." "Then sleep a while," he suggested. No sooner had he spoken than she closed her eyes, her breathing becoming long and steady. Huo Xuan rose and went to the study, retrieving a book and settling on the sofa beside her. However, just as he sat down, and before he could even open the book, she turned over, exposing her fair thigh. His gaze darkened, and he quickly averted his eyes, rising to fetch a light blanket to drape over her. Observing her serene, sleeping face, he shook his head in resignation. She truly had no fear. Here he was, a man of normal disposition, seated beside her, yet she exhibited no trepidation whatsoever. Returning to his seat, he read for a while, but soon felt drowsiness creeping in. He decided to close the book and rest his eyes for a moment. When he awoke, he found Xie Mingzhu's head resting on his lap. He had no idea when she had moved closer. He felt utterly oblivious, gazing at her rosy lips. He cleared his throat and leaned in. Just as he was about to touch her lips, she opened her eyes. "What are you doing?" Xie Mingzhu asked softly, her expression momentarily frozen. Noticing her awakening, Huo Xuan instinctively recoiled. Yet, before he could sit upright, she reached for his neck, pulling him down. Their gazes locked tightly. "When I was asleep, you dared to steal a kiss. Now that I'm awake, you hesitate." Xie Mingzhu smiled, and Huo Xuan felt a rare sense of awkwardness wash over him. He wished to explain, but the words stuck in his throat, feeling utterly inadequate. However, Xie Mingzhu had no genuine desire for an explanation. Before he could utter a word, she tugged him down forcefully and pressed her lips against his. Huo Xuan instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, shifting from passive to active. Her breath felt sweet, and he found himself ensnared in the moment. The atmosphere within the room transformed into something profoundly intimate. Huo Xuan felt himself nearing his limits, hastily releasing her and retreating to the far side of the sofa, drawing in heavy breaths to steady himself. Xie Mingzhu sat up, unable to suppress her laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Huo Xuan chuckled along, aware of his somewhat disheveled state. But he was a man, and he could not control the physical responses of his body. Once he regained his composure, he approached her again, pulling her into his embrace and whispering softly in her ear, "Mingzhu." His voice was low and husky, his lips brushing against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. "Mingzhu, when will you marry me?" Xie Mingzhu's expression faltered, and she remained silent. Huo Xuan realized that his question was rather abrupt. It had only been a little over a month since her last failed marriage, and she might not have fully moved on yet. It was indeed premature to raise such a topic. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, and he quickly amended, I didn't mean it that way. It was just a casual remark. Don't take it to heart." Xie Mingzhu lifted her gaze to meet his, observing his flustered demeanor. A slight smile graced her lips, but she chose not to respond further. Huo Xuan suppressed his expression, feeling a twinge of regret. "What would you like to eat tonight?" He redirected the conversation. Xie Mingzhu nestled against his chest, offering no answer but murmuring softly, "Huo Xuan, I'm not quite ready yet." After a pause, she continued, "Can you wait for me?" Hearing her response, Huo Xuan's heart soared, and a smile broke across his face. He had waited a lifetime in his previous existence. A few more days would be but a fleeting moment. He held her tightly, planting a gentle kiss atop her head before replying with a smile. "I can wait as long as it takes." Xie Mingzhu chuckled in response. As time pressed on, the two refrained from lingering too long and tidied up to prepare for their trip to the market. Just as they were about to step out, Huo Xuan suddenly remembered something. He pulled a bankbook from his pocket and handed it to Xie Mingzhu. Xie Mingzhu paused, her gaze lifting to meet his. "What is this?" "It's a bankbook," Huo Xuan replied. With a playful glare, Xie Mingzhu retorted, "Of course I know it's a bankbook. What kind of bankbook is it?" He placed the bankbook in her hands and softly said, "Did you not say yesterday that you would take care of the money? All our savings are here, and the password is your birthday." The bankbook felt almost too warm in her hands, prompting her to quickly return it. "You should keep your own things." Huo Xuan, holding the bankbook, wore a wounded expression as he looked at her. "Are your words not binding? We agreed you would manage the money, and now you wish to retract that promise. Can I still trust you in the future?" Listening to his accusations, Xie Mingzhu scratched her head in exasperation. "What if I get to Aunt Hu to manage?" she suggested tentatively. Huo Xuan shook his head. "That won't do." His mother had a retirement pension, and he provided her with household money each month. She never asked him for money, knowing he was not one to squander it. He always managed his own finances. Xie Mingzhu's offer to handle the money pleased him. Yet as she opened the bankbook and saw the string of zeros, she quickly closed it in shock. "Where did you get so much money?" Before going to the countryside, Huo Xuan was also a student without a job, and during his time there, he received less than 300 yuan as a relocation subsidy. In the Tuanjie Brigade, he barely had any surplus, often left with only a few dozen yuan, barely enough to survive. Even after returning to the city for work, he had only been there a few months, and, as an apprentice, he earned meager allowances. How could he possess such a sum? The bankbook felt increasingly burdensome in her hands. Losing it would be a grave offense. Yet Huo Xuan seemed unconcerned. "It's money I've earned recently. Don't worry, it's all clean." Xie Mingzhu wasn't worried about the money's legitimacy. She merely feared losing it. "Spend it as you like. If you run out, I'll earn more," Huo Xuan said with a cheerful demeanor. Looking at him, Xie Mingzhu felt a wave of sadness wash over her. She realized how humble Huo Xuan must have been in the past, and her heart ached for him. They say not to pity men, lest it lead to misfortune. But for someone like Huo Xuan, she couldn't help but feel compassion. Upon seeing her sudden tears, he became flustered. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" He reached out to wipe her tears away, assuming the burden of the bankbook was too much for her. "If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Please stop crying." His fluster only made Xie Mingzhu cry harder, yet she managed to reclaim the bankbook from him, declaring, "Once you give it to me, you can take it back. It's mine now." Huo Xuan, amused by her determination, pulled her into an embrace, feeling an unprecedented joy. "From now on, just tell me what you want." Xie Mingzhu sniffled, replying, I want stars, the moon, and the sun. Pick them all for me. Huo Xuan paused for a moment, then said, then you'll have to hold the ladder for me tonight, so I can reach them. Unable to contain her laughter, Xie Mingzhu smiled, prompting him to gently say, all right, no more tears. Let us hurry to the market before they come back and see you crying like a raccoon. They might think I bullied you. Huo Xuan raised his hand to carefully wipe away her tears. Xie Mingzhu retrieved a handkerchief and handed it to him, after which he used it to dab her face once more. After tidying herself up, Xie Mingzhu went upstairs to safely stow the bankbook. Initially intending to place it in her dressing table drawer, she reconsidered, feeling it might not be secure enough. After rummaging through her room, she finally decided to wrap the bankbook in a bag and place it on top of the wardrobe, ensuring its safety. Closing the door behind her, she descended the stairs to join Huo Xuan. Just as they reached the ground floor, they encountered Gao Xiyu, who had just finished work. Xiyu, why are you home so early today? Xie Mingzhu inquired. Gao Xiyu glanced at the two of them and replied with a smile, I had no classes this afternoon, so I came back early. Are you both heading out to buy groceries? Upon Xie Mingzhu's nod, Gao Xiyu lifted her own basket, saying, I've already done the shopping. With that, the chapter concluded. Having secured the dinner ingredients, Gao Xiyu intended to prepare the meal, but Huo Xuan took the basket from her. I'll handle it. Seeing this, Gao Xiyu quickly reclaimed the basket from him. You can't always be the one to cook. I'll take care of it. As she turned towards the kitchen, Huo Xuan attempted to protest, but Xie Mingzhu stopped him. You take a break. I'll help see you in the kitchen. Huo Xuan was not one to sit idly. He wouldn't just watch the two women work, so he entered the kitchen, insisting that he could manage dinner on his own. By the time everyone returned home, dinner was ready. After the meal, with daylight still lingering, Xie Mingzhu suggested to Huo Xuan, do you have time this Sunday? After a moment's thought, Huo Xuan nodded slightly. I have time. Why do you ask? Lin Chong wants to move out temporarily and will be staying with me. I promised to help her move this Sunday, Xie Mingzhu explained. Huo Xuan nodded again. Is there a lot to move? If so, I could bring a car. Xie Mingzhu shook her head, indicating she wasn't sure, but felt it wouldn't be much. It shouldn't be a hassle. I believe she won't have many things. Casting a sidelong glance at him, she mentioned that she had sheets and blankets, only needing to bring a change of clothes. Given her parents' stinginess, she might not even be allowed to take anything when moving out. Huo Xuan didn't pry into her reasons for moving, but simply acknowledged her plan. When Sunday arrived, Huo Xuan arrived early. Xie Shitong and the others were off that day, intending to take her out, but upon hearing that Lin Chong would be moving in, they decided against it. Gao Xiyu went upstairs to tidy the room and lay out fresh bedding. After breakfast, Xie Mingzhu and Huo Xuan took the bus to Lin Chong's home. Xie Mingzhu had visited only a few times and wasn't very familiar with the area. After getting off the bus, she relied on her memories and asked locals until she finally located Lin Chong's building. This is it, she exclaimed happily. Lin Chong lived on the 4th floor, and they ascended directly. As they reached the 3rd floor, they heard raised voices upstairs, Lin Chong's voice among them. Exchanging a glance with Huo Xuan, they hurried upstairs. Huo Xuan quickly stepped ahead of her. Lin Chong's door stood ajar, and inside, they could hear crying. Why must you be so stubborn? Just apologize to your father. The voice belonged to Lin Chong's mother. At this moment, Lin Chong's cheeks were swollen, her hair disheveled, and she held her head high, defiantly gazing at the middle-aged man standing before her, her father. The man, visibly enraged and wielding a belt, exclaimed, Are you still being stubborn with me? Lin Chong remained silent, chin raised defiantly. Her father's frustration peaked. He swung the belt toward her in anger. Before Xie Mingzhu could react, Huo Xuan stepped forward and seized the belt from Lin's father's grasp. The man's expression faltered as he turned to Huo Xuan, demanding, Who are you? Why have you barged into my home? Huo Xuan, towering and imposing, made Lin's father hesitate, even taking a couple of steps back. He cast the belt outside and calmly stated, Hitting someone is against the law. Lin's father scoffed, I'm just disciplining my own daughter. What law have I broken? And who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Get out. He attempted to retrieve the belt, but paused upon noticing Xie Mingzhu at the doorway. His expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of anxious courtesy, as he acknowledged, Mingzhu has arrived? Aware that Mingzhu's father had regained his position, he attempted to placate her. Xie Mingzhu cast a cold glance at him, refraining from further conversation, even neglecting to greet him as Uncle Lin. Instead, she approached Lin Chong and asked softly, Are you all right? Lin Chong's face was bruised, her expression somewhat unnatural as she subtly turned away to hide her discomfort. Xie Mingzhu pressed on. Have you gathered your things? Lin Chong nodded. Let's go now. She instinctively glanced at her father before heading to her room. Lin Chong's mother quickly intervened. What are you doing? A family shouldn't harbor grudges overnight. Your father only wants what's best for you. Why do you feel the need to move out? She wept, appearing as though she truly could not bear to see her daughter leave. Yet, whether her sorrow stemmed from love for her daughter or concern over financial support remained ambiguous. Xie Mingzhu turned to Lin's mother, firmly stating, even if Lin Chong moves out, she will still provide for you each month. Don't overreach, otherwise, you might end up with nothing. If it were up to her, she wouldn't want to give them even 10 yuan a month. However, if she refused them now, it would complicate Lin Chong's desire to leave. Once Lin Chong had moved out, severing ties would be feasible. Why are you causing such a ruckus upon your return? Is it your intention to create a family feud? Lin's mother scolded, hands on her hips, her finger nearly jabbing at Xie Mingzhu. Huo Xuan stepped in front of her protectively, wary of her potential outburst. Lin Chong's temper seems to have risen lately. It appears she has support from behind. Lin's mother sneered. I know your father is a high-ranking official, but that doesn't give you the right to interfere in other families' matters. You think our Lin Chong is too naive to be taken advantage of? At this, Lin's father quickly kicked her foot, shooting her a sharp look while softly admonishing. Stop talking nonsense. He then turned to Xie Mingzhu, forcing a smile. Mingzhu, please don't hold it against your aunt. She cares too much for Lin Chong and doesn't want her to move out. Xie Mingzhu regarded his sycophantic demeanor with disdain. Had it not been for her father, they might have been thrown out themselves. The disparity in treatment of their children was glaringly obvious. Is your son a person while your daughter is not? She remarked, her tone grave. Lin's father's smile faltered, unable to maintain composure under her scrutiny. If not for her father's status, he would have slapped her without hesitation, but he refrained. Xie Mingzhu, observing the shift in his expression, gave Lin Chong a gentle nudge, urging her to retrieve her belongings. Just as Lin's mother was about to speak again, Lin's father subtly pulled her back and exchanged a knowing glance with her. Acknowledging this, she fell silent, though her expression remained sour. Soon, Lin Chong emerged with a small bag of belongings. Xie Mingzhu frowned. Is this all you have? Casting a quick glance at her parents, Lin Chong nodded. Yes, just this. Let us go. She was unwilling to prolong the conversation. Familial ties were inherently complex. No matter the era, her actions would be judged harshly. As they stepped outside, a crowd of curious neighbors had gathered, whispering and pointing, presuming that Lin Chong had been cast out by her parents. Xie Mingzhu, finding their prying intolerable, grasped Lin Chong's hand, ready to leave. Suddenly, a nosy neighbor approached and grasped Lin Chong's arm. Lin Chong, you mustn't be so ungrateful. Your parents raised you, supported your education, and helped you find work. Now that it's time for you to repay them, you turn your back and walk away. Have you considered what will happen to them in their old age? Lin Chong's expression froze. Before she could respond, Xie Mingzhu intervened, raising her voice. You know nothing of the situation. Please refrain from meddling in others' affairs. The neighbor, undeterred, retorted, you tell her not to interfere in others' matters. Yet here you are, doing just that. Xie Mingzhu coldly laughed. Then tell me, do you even know the reason for their argument? Why is Lin Chong moving out? The neighbor faltered, surveying the group, unsure of how to respond. She truly had no idea why Lin Chong wished to leave. It was clear to her. It stemmed from dissatisfaction over household contributions. After a long pause, she finally stammered a response. Lin's mother, feeling cornered, immediately adopted a pitiful expression, lamenting. This girl has grown up and become unmanageable, turning against her family. After this vague statement, the neighbors regarded Lin Chong with knowing glances. Observing the diverse expressions of the crowd, Xie Mingzhu let out a derisive laugh. Surely, you do not treat your daughters at home in such a manner? The onlookers exchanged glances, their faces revealing a myriad of emotions. Even if there were favoritism towards their daughters, no one would dare to admit it in such a public forum. Before Lin's parents could utter another word, Xie Mingzhu tugged at Lin Chong, leading her outside. Lin Chong glanced back, noticing her parents still lamenting about her to the crowd, yet she felt an unexpected calm wash over her. Any lingering guilt she had evaporated in an instant. The trio soon reached the ground floor. Looking up once more at the staircase, she saw everyone still congregated at the entrance, faintly hearing her mother's voice in distress. After a fleeting glance, Lin Chong diverted her gaze to Xie Mingzhu. Let us depart. Noticing Lin Chong's relatively composed demeanor, Xie Mingzhu smiled and nodded. To express my gratitude for your help with my move, I would like to treat you both to lunch. How's that sound? Lin Chong turned her gaze toward the two of them. Xie Mingzhu shook her head gently, replying, "Today might not be feasible." Seeing Lin Chong's puzzled look, she continued, "My father has invited us for lunch at home. Then I shall treat you to a meal another time." The three soon boarded a bus and, after a short while, returned home. By the time they arrived, it was already lunchtime. Xie Shaoli was just emerging from the kitchen with a plate of food. Spotting their return, he cheerfully remarked, "You have returned just in time. I will prepare a soup, and we can eat shortly. Please take your things upstairs, wash your hands, and relax in the living room for a while." Huo Xuan carried Lin Chong's luggage upstairs and placed it at the door of the middle room before descending again. After washing his hands, he returned to the kitchen to see if he could lend a hand. During the meal, the atmosphere at the dining table was harmonious. Everyone noticed Lin Chong's swollen cheeks, but chose to remain discreet. Xie Shitong smiled at Lin Chong, saying, "From now on, feel free to make yourself at home here. If you need anything, just let Mingzhu or Si know. Do not hold back. Consider us as family." Observing Xie Shitong's affectionate demeanor, Lin Chong lowered her gaze, feeling a pang in her heart. Her own father had never shown her such kindness. Sensing the mood, Xie Mingzhu quickly interjected, "Let us eat. There is no need for such talk." Xie Shitong, picking up on his daughter's signal, immediately ceased his words. "Indeed, let us eat." After lunch, Huo Xuan prepared to leave. Aware he had obligations, Xie Mingzhu did not insist he stay longer. She and Lin Chong ascended the stairs to help organize Lin Chong's room. In truth, the room was already quite tidy, nearly ready for her to move in without any further arrangement needed. This was Lin Chong's first time entering Xie Shaoqian's room, and she glanced around, feeling a bit bashful. "This wardrobe is filled with my second brother's clothes, with plenty of space remaining for you. Use it for now, and if it's insufficient, you may place your things in my room," Xie Mingzhu said softly. Lin Chong opened the wardrobe, noting that it indeed contained Xie Shaoqian's clothing. But there was ample space left. "I don't possess many clothes. This space will suffice for me." She picked up her suitcase and began to unpack, neatly folding her clothes and placing them inside the wardrobe. Half of the wardrobe was filled with Xie Shaoqian's clothes and the other half with hers, resembling a shared closet of a couple. Lin Chong's ears flushed immediately. Observing her expression, Xie Mingzhu teased, "Are you thinking of my second brother?" Lin Chong quickly regained her composure and playfully slapped Xie Mingzhu's arm. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Her tone was a blend of mock annoyance and unintentional confession. "What is going on between you and my second brother? Is there a chance you might become my sister-in-law?" Xie Mingzhu looked at her sideways. "You would have to ask your second brother about that." This time, Lin Chong did not shy away, letting out a sigh. "I wrote him over a dozen letters, yet received no replies. I suspect he does not harbor any feelings for me." Recalling the incident where she accidentally embarrassed him in public, she found it reasonable that he might not like her. Not a single response? Lin Chong chuckled lightly, though her smile held a tinge of bitterness. Xie Mingzhu, perceiving her expression, felt uncertain about how to console her. After a moment of silence, she offered a smile of reassurance. "In this vast world, there are countless exceptional individuals. Why linger on my second brother, an old tree? Is it not so? He is stubborn and lacks romantic finesse. Spending a lifetime with such a person would be quite dull." Lin Chong lifted the corners of her lips, and despite the bitterness in her heart, she maintained a smile. "You are right. It's not easy to find a three-legged frog. Surely, there are plenty of two-legged men. Are there any eligible bachelors at your workplace?" Xie Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Upon mentioning this, Lin Chong perked up, unable to suppress a sigh. "They're all older. Married men. My social circle is limited. Finding a partner is truly challenging." Her daily routine consisted solely of work and returning home, leaving little time for extracurricular activities. Her acquaintances were primarily colleagues, with no one else in her life. "No need to rush. You are still young." Xie Mingzhu smiled. Lin Chong nodded gently. The two lay down on the bed, closing their eyes. Suddenly, Lin Chong seemed to remember something, sitting up abruptly. Xie Mingzhu turned to look at her. Without any suspense, Lin Chong exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, I completely forgot to tell you. I checked your exam results yesterday. You passed. You will start working at the newspaper tomorrow and can take the exam again." Xie Mingzhu did not display overwhelming excitement externally. Internally, she felt content. Even if she had not passed, disappointment would not have been overwhelming. After tidying up the room, Lin Chong settled in temporarily. The next morning, both awoke early. After breakfast, they boarded a bus. Upon reaching the newspaper office, they parted ways, agreeing to meet for lunch. Just as they arrived at the entrance, they encountered Lu Yin, the girl who had borrowed a pen from Lin Chong last time. Mingzhu. Xie Mingzhu turned to see Lu Yin jogging towards her, a playful expression on her face. I guess you made it through. As she approached, she wore a mischievous grin. Xie Mingzhu smiled and replied lightly, How did you know I would pass? Lu Yin blinked, her expression one of pride. Because you're such a nice person. Xie Mingzhu glanced at her, but offered no further comment, merely chuckling as she continued inside. Noticing this, Lu Yin quickly followed. They soon entered the newspaper office. This time, the number of examinees was smaller, and they were not in the same auditorium as before, but in a meeting room. A few individuals were scattered throughout the room, significantly fewer than last time. Xie Mingzhu found a seat, and Lu Yin sat beside her. Lu Yin was a lively girl, and while waiting for the leaders to arrive, she engaged Xie Mingzhu in conversation. However, seeing Xie Mingzhu's calm demeanor, she wisely refrained from continuing to chat. After a few minutes, Li Xianbin entered with the bespectacled man who had accompanied them during the previous exam. Without further ado, he distributed the exam papers. Xie Mingzhu examined her paper, noting that this time it was quite straightforward, devoid of any general knowledge questions or writing prompts. It consisted of a few short answer questions and a few prompts for summarization, inquiring about one's understanding of the definition of news and other similar inquiries. In a concise introduction, one summarizes the core and most prominent content of a given material. Xie Mingzhu lowered her gaze and began to compose her answers. This time, unlike the previous occasion, there was only 1 hour for the examination instead of an hour and a half. However, she completed all the questions well before the hour was up. After submitting her paper, they were not allowed to leave immediately as before, but instead waited at the conference room door, indicating that another round of interviews was forthcoming. The candidates appeared taken aback by the directness of the interviews, their expressions tinged with anxiety. Yin approached Xie Mingzhu and whispered, Is it time for the interview? I thought we would wait until the results were announced after the exam. Clearly unprepared for this immediate assessment, she felt a pang of apprehension. Xie Mingzhu reassured her, thinking that none of them were truly prepared. Don't worry, we're all in the same boat. Overthinking will only heighten your nerves. Upon hearing this, Yin nodded gently, taking a couple of deep breaths. Soon after, Xie Mingzhu's name was called. She walked in with a calm demeanor, unperturbed. Li Xianbin greeted her with a smile. Please take a seat. Xie Mingzhu nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude as she settled across from them. You appear much calmer than the previous candidates, Li Xianbin remarked with a light chuckle. Perhaps I'm simply more easygoing, Xie Mingzhu replied with a smile of her own. Allow me to introduce you to our editor-in-chief, Wang Jun, Li Xianbin continued, gesturing to the bespectacled man beside him. Rising slightly, Xie Mingzhu bowed and greeted, Hello, Editor Wang. He nodded slightly, inviting her to sit once more. Initially, Xie Mingzhu anticipated professional inquiries, but to her surprise, Li Xianbin engaged her in casual conversation. Why did you lend your pen to that female candidate last time? He asked, his hands clasped on the table, a playful smile on his face. You must be aware that you are competitors, correct? During the last exam, he had observed that Yin was unable to borrow from anyone else. Had Xie Mingzhu not lent her pen, she would have eliminated one rival. Xie Mingzhu replied simply, She asked to borrow it, and I happen to have an extra. Li Xianbin was momentarily taken aback by her straightforwardness before bursting into laughter. I sense you were different from the rest back then, and now it's evident. Surely you wouldn't hire me just because I am different? Xie Mingzhu joked, perhaps due to their previous encounter or his inherent kindness. She did not feel the usual trepidation that candidates often experience. Li Xianbin raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the answer sheet before him. Xie Mingzhu had intended her comment as mere jest, not expecting a serious response. However, after glancing at the paper, Li Xianbin replied, How do you know I wouldn't hire you? He lifted his gaze to meet hers, leaving Xie Mingzhu momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Had she passed? Observing her bewilderment, Li Xianbin chuckled. What's the matter? Don't you believe in your own capabilities? Wang Jun, who had maintained a serious demeanor throughout, joined in the laughter. Why are you still standing there in shock? You've been selected. Don't you want to thank the editor-in-chief? Realizing the gravity of the moment, Xie Mingzhu quickly stood and bowed to both men, expressing her gratitude profusely. Li Xianbin waved dismissively. No need for thanks. You earned it on your own merit. Still somewhat dazed, Xie Mingzhu left the room. Upon exiting, she spotted Lin Chong waiting outside, seemingly having left work early. So how did it go? Did you pass? Lin Chong inquired excitedly. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. I did. Once the paperwork is completed, I can start next Monday. Lin Chong's enthusiasm grew. I knew you could do it. Let us go celebrate with a meal. After lunch, Lin Chong had to return to work, so Xie Mingzhu went home. That evening, when everyone returned, she shared the news. Upon hearing it, Xie Shitong beamed with pride. Our Xie family girl is remarkable. Tonight, I'll toast to your success. In high spirits, Xie Mingzhu nodded in acknowledgement. During dinner, the family indulged in several toasts, clearly delighted for her achievement. After the meal, Lin Chong volunteered to help clean up, feeling the need to contribute since she was staying for free. Gao Xiyu, understanding her sentiments, joined her in tidying the table. Xie Mingzhu, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, sat on the sofa, mumbling incoherently and waving her hands as if chasing butterflies. When Huo Xuan entered, he found her in this whimsical state. Gao Xiyu greeted him with a smile. Why are you so late? Didn't you eat yet? I've eaten, Huo Xuan replied. Glancing at Xie Mingzhu, what happened? Why she had so much to drink? She passed the interview at the newspaper today. She is just very happy, Gao Xiyu explained. Your brother has had his fair share of drinks as well. Could you take Mingzhu upstairs? Gao Xiyu asked while continuing to clean. Huo Xuan readily agreed, approaching the sofa and lifting Xie Mingzhu effortlessly into his arms. Startled, she exclaimed, Who are you? Huo Xuan frowned, looking down at her, noticing her dazed expression. How much have you had to drink? You don't even recognize me? Before he could say more, Xie Mingzhu nestled against his chest, giggling. Oh, it's my Xian. Huo Xuan's frown vanished at her words. Drunken Xie Mingzhu was rather endearing. Exiting the living room, he couldn't resist, leaning down to kiss her gently. She giggled again. Huo Xuan, you're naughty. You stole a kiss. Pulling him closer, she declared. Now it's my turn. Huo Xuan, feeling movement behind him, tightened his hold and hurried upstairs. Frustrated that she hadn't managed to kiss him, Xie Mingzhu pouted. That's not fair. I didn't get a kiss you. Huo Xuan looked at her, and seeing her accusatory expression, he smiled slightly, whispering in her ear, Let us go to my room. We wouldn't want anyone to see. At his words, Xie Mingzhu broke into a silly grin. You're so mischievous. Huo Xuan shook his head helplessly. Once they returned to the room, he gently placed her on the bed. Just as he was about to rise, he felt her grasp his hand. Don't go. Huo Xuan crouched down and softly whispered in her ear, I won't leave. Xie Mingzhu sat up, her eyes bright and clear, no longer muddled as before, gazing at him with sparkling curiosity. Will you sleep with me? At her words, Huo Xuan nearly choked on his own saliva. Seeing her face draw near, he felt a flush creep onto his cheeks and instinctively leaned back. You should sleep. I'll be right here with you. However, Xie Mingzhu was persistent, inching closer until her face was nearly pressed against his. Xie Mingzhu, don't mess around. Huo Xuan pointed his finger at her forehead, nudging her away. Xie Mingzhu pouted, huffed softly, and lay back down. Mingzhu? She ignored him. He stood up, intending to say more, but upon glancing back, he realized she had already fallen asleep. Huo Xuan shook his head in resignation. Indeed, those who are intoxicated are often oblivious, and one cannot trust their words. She merely spoke those words in passing, and he had foolishly allowed his heart to race. After sitting beside her for a moment, he finally stood up to leave. Just as he reached the door, he heard Xie Mingzhu's drowsy voice drift towards him. Huo Xuan, I really like you. Huo Xuan paused, turning back to look. She still had her eyes closed, her hands tucked beneath her head, loose strands of hair framing her face, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She appeared extraordinarily lovely. Huo Xuan's expression softened as he approached her bedside, gently brushing the hair from her face. He then pressed a light kiss on her lips. Sitting by her side, he took her hand in his, gazing at her serene, sleeping face, utterly content. Mingzhu, hearing you say that makes me very happy. To hear her utter those words was indeed a source of immense satisfaction for him. In a chapter, on Wednesday, the day Huo Xuan had scheduled for his business trip arrived. He had initially intended to pick up Xie Mingzhu, but fearing the toll of back-and-forth travel on him, she rose early as dawn broke, preparing to go on her own. After freshening up, She tiptoed down the stairs. In the living room, Xie Mingzhu had also just awakened. Age had rendered him unable to sleep in the mornings. Seeing Xie Mingzhu up so early, he quickly inquired, "Where are you off to at this hour?" Xie Mingzhu halted, approached him with a smile, and replied, "Isn't Huo Xuan going on a business trip today? I'm planning to see him off." Xie Mingzhu glanced at the time. "It's barely 5 o'clock. Where will you find a bus?" Xie Mingzhu chuckled. "The first bus is at 5:20. I'll reach just in time." Observing her determination, Xie Mingzhu shook his head in resignation. "I'll make breakfast now. Why not eat before you go?" Xie Mingzhu declined. "No, I'll have breakfast at Huo Xuan's house later." With that, she waved goodbye, declaring, "I must go now, or I might miss the first bus." With those words, she was already outside. Xie Mingzhu stood by the door, watching his daughter's retreating figure, feeling a mix of helplessness and nostalgia. A daughter grows up too quickly. Her thoughts are solely on Huo Xuan, constantly mentioning his name. He muttered, grumbling about how an unremarkable day began with his daughter seeking out her boyfriend. As Xie Mingzhu arrived at the bus stop, the first bus conveniently pulled up beside her. She felt a surge of excitement, grateful that she hadn't lingered longer with her father, as even a few more moments would have caused her to miss the bus. The journey to Huo Xuan's house would take approximately 40 to 50 minutes, allowing her a brief moment to rest. Finding a window seat, she closed her eyes for a short nap. Just as she began to drift off, she sensed someone pressing against her. Something kept brushing against her arm, making her uncomfortable. She opened her eyes to find a man, perhaps in his 30s or 40s, standing next to her, gripping the overhead rail with a lewd gaze fixated on her. More precisely, he was staring at her chest. Clearly taken aback by her sudden awakening, his expression morphed into one of guilt as he quickly averted his gaze. Xie Mingzhu glanced down. Her summer attire was already minimal, and today she wore a floral dress with a square neckline, exposing her slender neck and delicate collarbone. While the dress was not overly revealing, the man's elevated vantage point, combined with her previous posture of crossing her arms, made it somewhat visible. Though she wore a bra beneath, it was no defense against the lewd man's errant thoughts. Xie Mingzhu's expression darkened. Without hesitation, she stood up to meet the man's gaze, furiously exclaiming, "You filthy pervert! What are you staring at?" The man, clearly unprepared for her confrontation, wore a momentary look of surprise before quickly recovering, his face hardening as he retorted, "You're just a young girl. Don't make baseless accusations." "What did I look at?" The passengers around them turned their attention to the commotion, curiosity etched on their faces. The man felt a surge of confidence. He doubted any young girl would shamelessly claim to be ogled on a bus. Moreover, he hadn't touched her. Was it illegal to look? Who was she to dress so provocatively? Xie Mingzhu scoffed, unyielding. "You old pervert. There are so many empty spaces in this bus. Why must you squeeze in next to me?" The man, evidently unprepared for such boldness from a young girl, was taken aback by her audacity. The expressions of the onlookers varied. Some even began to point and whisper about Xie Mingzhu, seemingly agreeing that a girl speaking such words was shameless. "You find it amusing, don't you? You don't speak against the true pervert while I, the victim, am being scolded." Xie Mingzhu sneered. "You think I'm easy to bully just because I'm a young girl? Don't twist my words. Just because I'm standing next to you doesn't mean you can slander me as a pervert." The man continued to argue. Xie Mingzhu pulled a camera from her bag and aimed it at him. "I'm a reporter. Just wait to see your disgrace published for all to see. Let your family, friends, and neighbors know what kind of person you truly are." The camera was a gift from her older brother, long and used, lacking film. She had intended to buy film later to take pictures with Huo Xuan. Now, it was merely a tool to intimidate the man. The man, startled by her threat, quickly covered his face with his hands. "You little brat, stop it." The passengers watched, uncertain of how to react. The conductor hurried over, separating the two. "Give me that film," the man demanded, his expression menacing. Xie Mingzhu smiled smugly. "What? If I refuse, will you take it by force? With so many witnesses, do you really think you can hit me?" The man's fist clenched slightly. Xie Mingzhu's gaze landed on the logo on his work uniform. "You'll be famous in your factory. Just wait." The man was now thoroughly panicked, nearly on the verge of begging. "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Xie Mingzhu laughed coldly. "Just admit that you were harassing me, and I won't publish anything." The man hesitated, a flicker of struggle crossing his face, before he reluctantly nodded. He then hurriedly added, "It wasn't intentional. I just happened to glance down. It truly wasn't on purpose." Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Xie Mingzhu could not believe that he was not acting with intent. It was evident that he was deliberate in his actions. Otherwise, how could he have dared to infringe upon her? The thought made her feel nauseous, as if she wished to sever her own arm. Everyone heard that, right? He has confessed to harassing me. Xie Mingzhu shouted to the driver ahead. Driver, someone is behaving indecently. Please take us to the police station. The lecherous man, upon hearing her words, became increasingly flustered and immediately knelt down, pleading, Good girl, I know I was wrong. It was a moment of folly. Please forgive me. I have an elderly parent and young children to support. If this gets out, my family will be unable to face the world. Xie Mingzhu let out a cold laugh. Now he thought of his family, but what about them when he was misbehaving? He could not even control his own impulses. She remained resolute, insisting that the driver take them to the police station. Fearing retaliation, she kept her distance from him, worried he might seize her. When a vehicle stopped at the police station, the man attempted to flee as the door opened, but a young man nearby swiftly grabbed him by the collar. Xie Mingzhu shouted for the police to apprehend the harasser, and soon officers arrived. This was genuinely no dream. Xie Mingzhu disembarked the bus alongside the lecher. The man was visibly terrified and continued to beg for mercy. Xie Mingzhu knew that even if the police arrested him, due to the lack of substantial evidence of a crime, the outcome would likely be inconsequential, and they might perceive her as making a mountain out of a molehill. Thus, before they could inquire further, she presented her identity as a journalist. The officers exchanged glances, seemingly understanding the implication in her words. If the matter was not handled properly, was she prepared to leverage public opinion against them? This is not an isolated incident. If you fail to act, I will publicly denounce your inaction in the newspapers. Xie Mingzhu declared. The identity of a journalist proved advantageous. They were concerned about her potentially writing unfavorably about them. One officer smiled and reassured her, rest assured, if the facts hold true, we will take stringent measures. Xie Mingzhu recounted the events that had transpired on the bus. The lecherous man ceased his attempts at defense, admitting he had not intended to harass her, but was momentarily overwhelmed upon seeing her dressed too lightly. The officers turned their gaze to Xie Mingzhu, puzzled as to how a normal long dress could be deemed inappropriate. Thus, they instinctively viewed the man as claims as mere excuses and proceeded to detain him. When informed he would be held for 5 days, Xie Mingzhu felt satisfied. Without accepting the lesson, he would never learn. They were all adults. Actions must bear consequences. With consequences in place, she would see if he dared to repeat his misdeeds. As they departed, the man asked her for a roll of film. Xie Mingzhu smirked, but refrained from mentioning her camera lacked film, assuring him that she wouldn't publish anything about him. The man, believing she was mocking him, began to shout angrily. Xie Mingzhu chose to ignore him. Exiting the police station, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already 7 o'clock. Huo Xuan's train was at 10 in the morning. She wondered if he had gone home searching for her. With that thought, she hurried to the bus stop to await her ride. After a few minutes, the bus arrived slowly. It was not far from Huo Xuan's home, a journey of about 10 minutes. She decided against napping, wanting to avoid any unforeseen complications. The bus soon reached its destination, and Xie Mingzhu walked toward Huo Xuan's house. As she approached the alley entrance, she spotted Huo Xuan walking towards her. Seeing him, she hurried to greet him. Did I not say I would pick you up? Why did you come by yourself? Huo Xuan's expression brightened, and he quickened his pace. Xie Mingzhu chuckled softly. I was worried you would tire yourself with too much back and forth, so I came to find you. With a heart full of joy, Huo Xuan took her hand and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Have you eaten breakfast? He asked. Xie Mingzhu shook her head. No, I'm so hungry. Seeing her playful demeanor, he could not help but feel a surge of affection. Holding her hand, he led her home. It was rush hour, and neighbors hurried past, preparing for work. Upon seeing Huo Xuan holding Xie Mingzhu's hand, their expressions were uniformly curious. Oh, little Huo, are you dating? Huo Xuan did not deny it, smiling as he nodded. When's the wedding? You must invite us for wedding candies. One neighbor chimed in. Huo Xuan glanced at Xie Mingzhu, and seeing her calm demeanor, he responded definitely. Their banter elicited laughter from the crowd. Huo Xuan, concerned that Xie Mingzhu might feel uncomfortable, quickly led her into the house. Aunt, who was sweeping the yard when she saw Huo Xuan return, just as she was about to inquire why he was back. Her face lit up upon noticing Xie Mingzhu behind him. Mingzhu is here. Come, Aunt, who exclaimed, putting down her broom and wiping her hands on her apron, ushering Xie Mingzhu inside. This time, Xie Mingzhu visited as Huo Xuan's girlfriend, and she felt a tad uneasy. Aunt Hu noticed their intertwined hands and seemed to finally grasp the situation. What is going on here? Huo Xuan sighed at his mother's bewildered expression. I mentioned before that Mingzhu and I are in a relationship. It was evident that his mother had not taken his words seriously. Is that true? Are you not just dreaming? Their families were of vastly different backgrounds, so Aunt Hu had dismissed his earlier statements as mere fanciful thinking. Now, seeing them hand in hand, she began to believe. All right. Aunt Hu's eyes glistened with tears of joy. Had it not been for the embarrassment, she would have cried. Come in and sit. You haven't eaten breakfast, right? I'll go make something for you. She turned to head into the kitchen. Huo Xuan, watching her flustered demeanor, shook his head helplessly and said to Xie Mingzhu, look at her, acting like a child at her age. Xie Mingzhu, realizing Aunt Hu was more nervous than she was, felt less awkward. With a playful smile, she said, an old child indeed. That is what it means to grow old like a child. Huo Xuan chuckled in agreement. By the way, how long will you be gone this time? Xie Mingzhu inquired. Huo Xuan shook his head. If everything is settled quickly, I will return as soon as possible. The exact date of his return remained uncertain. Xie Mingzhu gazed at him, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. She reached out to embrace him, her voice slightly sulky, leaving so far away without knowing when you'll return. I won't even get to see you when I miss you. Her plaintive tone stirred Huo Xuan's heart. In that moment, she truly resembled a girl playfully complaining about her boyfriend's absence. He gently stroked her head and softly replied, I will try to come back soon. He certainly did not wish to leave. They had finally settled into a rhythm, and he feared that during his absence, some admirable man might appear and capture her heart. Yet, he could not refrain from striving for a better future for her. Thus, he had to work even harder. As Xie Mingzhu opened her mouth to say something more, Aunt Hu entered, holding a bowl. She quickly released Huo Xuan's hand and sat up straight. Aunt Hu, noticing their closeness, pretended not to see to spare them any embarrassment. Mingzhu, come over and eat something. She warmly invited. 96 dog skin plaster gazing at the bowl brimming with sweetened egg tea. Xie Mingzhu instinctively swallowed. This was far too much. There must be no fewer than 7 or 8 eggs in there, and such a quantity was impossible to prepare. This was a customary practice in their region. When esteemed guests arrived, a bowl of sweetened egg tea would be prepared. It was evident that Mama, who was particularly joyous today, having utilized so many eggs. Xie Mingzhu, typically satisfied after consuming just 2 eggs, felt overwhelmed at the prospect of this excessive amount. However, Mama, who beamed with delight, urging, you must eat first. If you cannot finish, then allow Huo Xuan have some. Huo Xuan glanced at her, but she seemed oblivious to his gaze. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned to Xie Mingzhu, saying, you eat first. If you feel full later, you can give me what's left. Xie Mingzhu nodded slightly. After consuming 2 eggs, she found herself growing weary of the taste. Huo Xuan took the bowl from her and swiftly finished the eggs with a few bites. Though Xie Mingzhu was not yet full, Huo Xuan, noticing her demeanor, fetched her some rice porridge. Mama, who watched the two with eyes filled with affection, her joy growing as she observed Xie Mingzhu, whom she had raised, becoming increasingly dear to her. Huo Xuan shot her a glance and said with a hint of exasperation, Mom, could you perhaps tone down your adoration? Mingzhu seems quite uncomfortable under your gaze. Upon hearing his words, Mama, who quickly diverted her attention. I shall go fetch some buns and fried dough, she exclaimed, removing her apron and heading out. Xie Mingzhu, seeing this, hastily called after her, Mama, please don't trouble yourself. I'll be full after this bowl of porridge. Yet, despite her protests, Mama, who dashed away as if she had not heard her at all, displaying an energy that belied her age. Xie Mingzhu sighed and withdrew her gaze. You can eat when you return, she chided. Huo Xuan chuckled. If you don't wish to eat, simply don't. We are not strangers. You may speak freely, and no one will pressure you. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently, understanding that Mama, who was simply overjoyed today. Before she had even finished her porridge, Mama, who returned, breathless and perspiring, carrying buns and fried dough. Seeing her in such a state made Xie Mingzhu's heart ache. Please take it easy, she urged. Mama, who waved her hand dismissively. I'm in fine health. She then placed the buns and fried dough before Xie Mingzhu. Although she was already somewhat full, Xie Mingzhu took 1 bun and ate it, prompting Mama Hu's smile to widen even further. After spending a short while at Huo Xuan's home, they finally prepared to depart for the train station, their luggage already packed and ready to go. Mama, who reluctantly saw them off at the door, repeatedly urging, Mingzhu, do come visit whenever you can. Xie Mingzhu nodded, bidding her farewell as they prepared to leave. Observing their retreating figures, Mama, who called out to Huo Xuan. Assuming she had more to say, he told Xie Mingzhu to wait a moment and turned back. Unbeknownst to Xie Mingzhu, their quiet conversation was punctuated by Huo Xuan's ears turning red. Though you and Mingzhu have affirmed your relationship, do refrain from any further intimacies before marriage. Mama ukautoned softly. While she spoke indirectly, Huo Xuan understood her implications. His ears flushed with embarrassment. He cleared his throat and replied softly, I understand. It is natural for young people to be unable to contain their desires, but losing control is akin to behaving like a dog, is it not? Mama, who remarked bluntly. Huo Xuan shot her a helpless glance, thinking it quite unprecedented to have his son compared to a dog. Mama, who rolled her eyes. What are you so flustered about? I'm merely speaking about self-control. Huo Xuan chose not to argue further, bidding her farewell before departing. Xie Mingzhu waved at Mama, who, and left with Huo Xuan. Once they had walked a considerable distance, Xie Mingzhu turned back to find Mama, who's still watching them from the entrance. What did your mother say to you? She inquired, returning her gaze to Huo Xuan. Was she speaking about me? If not for that mention, Huo Xuan would not have flushed so deeply. Reflecting on his mother's earlier words, he felt a warmth rise again, clearing his throat without responding. Xie Mingzhu raised an eyebrow at him, but seeing he had nothing more to say, she did not press on. They boarded a bus and soon arrived at the train station. Xie Mingzhu intended to purchase a platform ticket to accompany Huo Xuan inside, but he gently refused. I can manage on my own. You should head home early. Huo Xuan discreetly squeezed her hand, suppressing his reluctance, and softly reminded her to take care on her way back. Had it not been for the throngs of people, he would have stolen a kiss. Xie Mingzhu pressed her lips together, pulling him close, and, disregarding the onlookers, planted a kiss on his lips. Huo Xuan was taken aback by her audacity, his cheeks flushing. Seeing others glance their way, he urged her to depart. All right, I'll go in now. You head back. Xie Mingzhu remained still, smiling. I'll watch you go inside. As the crowd jostled them forward, Huo Xuan turned back one last time. Spotting her standing gracefully amidst the commotion, his heart swelled. Wait for me to return, he called, uncertain of the purpose behind his words. Xie Mingzhu, smiling serenely in the throng, turned away only when Huo Xuan's figure vanished into the crowd. Exiting the train station, she felt a lingering sense of loss, a bittersweet ache in her heart. Rubbing her chest to dispel the melancholy, she resolved to gather her spirits and took a bus home. Upon nearing her residence, she decided against cooking for herself, given the absence of anyone at home, and opted to have lunch outside before returning. She entered a restaurant and ordered a bowl of shredded pork with pickled vegetables noodles. After finishing the bowl, she was flushed and sweaty from the heat. As the weather grew increasingly warm and sunny, Xie Mingzhu planned to spend the afternoon at home, enjoying the cool breeze from the fan. After leaving the restaurant, she headed home, but was taken aback to see Zhao Qi waiting at her doorstep. She hesitated, quickly stepping aside as he turned to approach her. In her mind, she lamented how this man was akin to a persistent adhesive plaster. Despite her clear rejection, he still sought her out. 97 assessment task, Zhao Qi lingered at her door for an extended period, refusing to leave. Xie Mingzhu found a shaded spot to wait until he departed. After some time, confirming that no one was home, Zhao Qi finally turned to leave. Once he was gone, Xie Mingzhu waited a bit longer to ensure he wouldn't return, then stood up to head home. Having to avoid her own home felt exhausting. Upon reaching her door, she noticed a mesh bag of apples placed at her entrance, seemingly left by Zhao Qi. Ignoring it, she opened the door to enter but paused, contemplating, and ultimately decided to bring the apples inside. When her brother Xie Shali returned that evening, she recounted the incident. Brother, I've made my position clear to him, yet he still comes around occasionally, she complained. It would be best if he ceased his visits altogether. I don't want to feel like a thief when I return home. Xie Shali glanced at the apples on the table and nodded slightly. Rest assured, I'll take care of it. Nearby, Gao Xiyu remarked with a grin. You and Huo Xuan seem to be getting along quite well. Why not consider engagement? The matter of marriage can be discussed later. An engagement doesn't necessarily mean you must marry immediately. Having a promise in place can deter unwanted attention. Listening to Gao Xiyu's words, Xie Mingzhu cast her eyes down, silent and lost in thought. Ever since Xie Mingzhu mentioned Zhao Qi to her elder brother, he had not appeared before her again, much to her relief. On the day they had agreed to start work, Xie Mingzhu rose early. Everyone was aware it was her first day, and they all woke up early as well. After breakfast, seeing the well-dressed group preparing to accompany her to work, Xie Mingzhu felt a flutter of unease. "What are you all doing?" she asked. Xie Shitong chuckled and replied, "It's your first day. It should have some sense of ceremony. We are here to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "Please, it's just a job. Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" Standing aside, Lin Chang's expression was tinged with a hint of bitterness. Observing the harmonious family dynamic, a flicker of envy crossed her eyes. How wonderful it would be to have such a family. She truly envied Xie Mingzhu for being born into such a household. She did not care whether her parents or siblings were high-ranking officials or wealthy merchants. All she wished for was for her parents to treat all their children equally. Yet, this simple desire remained unfulfilled in her own family. Xie Mingzhu tried to persuade everyone not to make a big deal out of it, and turned to call Lin Chang, only to find her standing there blankly, lost in her thoughts. Gently tapping her shoulder, Xie Mingzhu inquired, "What are you thinking? We should get going." Lin Chang snapped back to reality and nodded slightly. After bidding farewell to everyone, the two boarded the bus. Noticing Lin Chang's low spirits, Xie Mingzhu playfully pinched her cheek and asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing Lin Chang's earlier expression, it was likely she was reminiscing about her family. Lin Chang shook her head slightly and smiled. "If anything bothers you on your first day, just let me know." Xie Mingzhu responded softly in agreement. After alighting from the bus and reaching the newspaper office, the two parted ways. Initially, Xie Mingzhu thought that after 2 rounds of examinations and 1 interview, only 2 or 3 candidates would remain. To her surprise, upon reporting, she discovered that 8 candidates had passed the exams, including Elian. Upon seeing her, Elian waved enthusiastically. Xie Mingzhu maintained a neutral demeanor, treating her as any ordinary colleague, neither overly enthusiastic nor distant. "We can work together from now on," Elian exclaimed joyfully. Xie Mingzhu nodded with a gentle smile. Among the 8 new reporters, only Xie Mingzhu and Elian were female. They were assigned to the office of the chief editor, Wang Jun. "I've heard that editor Wang is exceptionally talented, and the chief editor often praises him." Elian leaned closer to Xie Mingzhu and whispered, "He is said to have a high level of writing skill and excellent editing abilities. Learning from him will surely be beneficial." Xie Mingzhu glanced at her, clearly unaware of where she had acquired such information. "I had already inquired about it before I arrived. I did my research on everyone at the newspaper," Yin admitted, her expression radiating pride. Xie Mingzhu chuckled lightly. "You certainly are impressive. Of course, without sufficient preparation, how could one stand out among so many?" Yan replied, "Actually, I also heard that among the 8 of us, only 4 will remain in the end." As she said this, Yin cast a glance at Xie Mingzhu. Xie Mingzhu's smile faltered momentarily, realizing that in addition to the previous examinations, there would be another assessment to determine who would stay. She smiled at Yin and remarked softly, "I was unaware of that. Thank you for informing me." Seeing that Xie Mingzhu was genuinely oblivious, a flicker of confusion crossed Yin's eyes. However, within moments, she composed herself, smiling and waving her hand dismissively. "No need to worry. We are friends, aren't we? If I don't tell you, who else should I tell?" Xie Mingzhu regarded her with a smile, nodding in agreement without uttering a word. In the initial days of their employment, both she and Yin learned under editor Wang's guidance. Their days filled with activity and fulfillment. Initially feeling a bit out of sorts due to Huo Xuan's departure, they found themselves too preoccupied to dwell on those thoughts, even spending their evenings writing articles and honing their writing skills. After a week of learning, their first assignment arrived. They were tasked with interviewing 4 subjects, to be paired off for the interviews. The audacity of sending newcomers alone for their first assignment left Xie Mingzhu astonished at their boldness and lack of fear regarding potential missteps. Xie Mingzhu and Yin's interview subject was a doctor returning from Taipei. In his 70s, he was a battlefield doctor who had participated in numerous battles. After retiring, he settled in Shunsheng and was currently hospitalized due to severe illness. Their task was to conduct an interview with him, followed by writing a detailed report. Since their onboarding, editor Wang had informed them that he would not accompany them on this visit, meaning the responsibility for the assignment rested solely on the 2 newcomers. The doctor, surnamed Zhang, was currently hospitalized at the Shunsheng People's Hospital, and their appointment was set for 10 o'clock the following morning. Xie Mingzhu and Yin agreed to meet at the hospital entrance at 9:45. The next morning, Xie Mingzhu did not go to the newspaper office, but headed directly from home, arriving at the People's Hospital by 9:30. However, she waited until 9:50 without seeing Yin. Growing anxious about missing their interview time, Xie Mingzhu decided to proceed alone. Following the information provided by the newspaper regarding the doctor's ward, she located the 5th floor. After informing the nurse at the station of her purpose, the nurse nodded slightly. Your colleague has already arrived. Xie Mingzhu furrowed her brow. Someone has already come? How long ago? The nurse glanced at the time, pondered for a moment, and then replied softly, she arrived just as I was preparing medicine for Mr. Zhang, about half an hour ago. Xie Mingzhu's gaze sharpened. Half an hour ago? This meant Yin had come at 9:30, not waiting downstairs, but going straight up. A smirk of irony crossed Xie Mingzhu's lips. This girl was quite intriguing. Without dwelling on it further, she turned to the nurse and asked gently, may I go in now? The nurse nodded in response. Mr. Zhang's room is 510, the one on the left at the end of the corridor. He is not in good health, so please do not take up too much time. Following the nurse's directions, Xie Mingzhu arrived at room 510. She did not enter immediately, but stood at the door, peering through the small window. Inside, she saw Yin, who was supposed to wait for her at 9:45, already inside, cheerfully pouring water for the elderly man lying in bed. Her expression was one of delight, clearly enjoying their conversation. Xie Mingzhu felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly masked her emotions, raising her hand to lightly knock on the door. Soon, a kind-looking elderly lady in her 70s opened the door. Xie Mingzhu slightly inclined her body, apologetically saying, hello, you must be Mrs. Chun, Dr. Zhang's wife. I am Xie Mingzhu, a reporter from Shenzhen Daily. I had an appointment to conduct an interview today. I apologize for being late. In truth, it was not yet the appointed time of 10 o'clock, but since Yin had already arrived and apologized first, she felt there was little else to say. Mrs. Chun waved her hand lightly and smiled. It's no trouble at all. Please come in. Just as Yin was reaching out to hand the water cup to Dr. Zhang, she noticed Xie Mingzhu entering and playfully chided, why did you arrive so late? I waited for you downstairs in the hospital for quite a while. After a brief pause and a glance at Dr. Zhang, she continued with a smile, since you have not arrived yet, I thought it best not to keep Dr. Zhang waiting, so I came up first. Xie Mingzhu had never been one to tolerate grievances, and upon hearing this, she fixed her gaze on her. I confirmed twice yesterday that we were to meet at the entrance of the People's Hospital, not in front of the inpatient department. Without allowing Yin to respond, she turned to Dr. Zhang and his wife, smiling as she suggested that perhaps a misunderstanding had occurred, leading to their current situation. Dr. Zhang and his wife exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly, stating, you are not late. With that, Dr. Zhang glanced at the clock on the table and gently said, let's begin. Xie Mingzhu nodded softly, retrieving her pen and notebook from her canvas bag, and took a seat on the stool beside Dr. Zhang's bed. Yin had initially planned to engage in light conversation, but seeing that Xie Mingzhu was already in work mode, she set aside her intentions. Sitting on another stool beside the bed, as a print journalist, Xie Mingzhu was devoid of cameras, video recorders, or audio devices. All she possessed were a notebook and a pen. Conducting an interview required thorough preparation, gathering materials, outlining questions, and anticipating potential issues that might arise during the conversation. When interviewing, the subject's words had to be meticulously recorded with pen and paper to avoid lapses in memory. Additionally, one needed to possess observational skills to discern the interviewee's emotional state while they spoke, which proved invaluable for later writing. Having prepared the previous evening, Xie Mingzhu felt no anxiety today. Throughout the interview, apart from Dr. Zhang's statements, it was primarily Xie Mingzhu who posed questions, with Yin contributing only a few remarks. This was mainly because Xie Mingzhu had seized the initiative, approaching the topic from a different angle. The morning swiftly passed, and Xie Mingzhu gained a general understanding of Dr. Zhang's experiences. Noticing a hint of fatigue in Dr. Zhang, she recorded her final note and closed her notebook. Thank you for sharing. I truly apologize for the intrusion today. Xie Mingzhu stood up and bowed slightly. Dr. Zhang, indeed weary, waved his hand dismissively. Observing this, Xie Mingzhu turned to Ms. Chun and thanked her softly. Once the report is written, we must share it with you. Ms. Chun smiled gently. Xie Mingzhu nodded, affirming, absolutely. After packing her belongings, she bid them farewell and did not wait for Yin. She descended the stairs, finding Yin still inside. As she glanced back, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Just as she was nearing the hospital entrance, Yin caught up. Mingzhu, wait for me. Xie Mingzhu maintained her pace. Yin reached her side, seemingly unfazed, and cheerfully inquired, "Are you heading back to the office or home?" They had a week to conduct interviews and write the article. Initially, Xie Mingzhu intended to return home, as she was alone and wanted to write while her memories were still fresh. However, observing Yin's demeanor, she raised the corners of her mouth and replied with a light laugh, "Of course, I'm going back to the office." Though she smiled, the warmth did not reach her eyes. Yin's gaze flickered momentarily, and she replied, "I will return to the office as well. Then let us go together." Xie Mingzhu said nothing further, merely regarding her with an enigmatic glance. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yin tilted her head, a hint of confusion crossing her features. "Is it because of this morning?" she added, her expression tinged with grievance. "This morning wasn't my fault. I truly waited for you at the entrance." Before she could finish, Xie Mingzhu interrupted, "The bus is here." Without waiting for Yin's response, she boarded the bus. Yin watched her retreating figure, her brow furrowing slightly. Yet she quickly regained her composure and followed Xie Mingzhu onto the vehicle. Once aboard, Xie Mingzhu leaned against the interior of the bus, closing her eyes to rest, while Yin struggled to find the right moment to speak. Ultimately, she remained silent. Upon returning to the office, they found it had already passed mealtime. The heat outside was unbearable, and Xie Mingzhu, lacking appetite, withdrew a biscuit from her bag, poured herself a glass of water, and nibbling at the biscuit, began to write. As she wrote, Yin approached her again. "Mingzhu, I'm hungry. Are you going out to eat?" Xie Mingzhu raised her eyes to glance at her. This girl was indeed relentless. Even knowing that Xie Mingzhu did not wish to engage, she still pressed forward. Xie Mingzhu pursed her lips and slightly shook her head. "I've already eaten." With that, she lowered her gaze to her materials. Sensing Yin had not moved away, she looked up again. Yin quickly averted her gaze, chuckling lightly. "In that case, I won't disturb you any longer." After taking a few steps away, she turned back. "Please do not dwell on this morning's events. It was no one's fault. Besides, you weren't late, were you?" She added a playful smile. Xie Mingzhu put down her belongings and looked at Yin. "Aren't you tired?" Yin's eyes flickered as she expressed her confusion. "Not at all. Although this morning was busy, I feel fine. Are you tired?" Xie Mingzhu fixed her gaze on her. She clearly understood the implications of Xie Mingzhu's words, yet pretended otherwise. Not wishing to be indirect any longer, Xie Mingzhu stood and met her gaze directly. "I am no longer a naive girl. I comprehend the deeper meanings behind your actions. We are merely colleagues. Henceforth, let us maintain a professional distance." After a pause, she added, "I fear being stabbed by you without realizing it." Yin's smile gradually faded, her expression settling into calmness. Yet a hint of disappointment lingered in her eyes. "Mingzhu, I genuinely considered you a friend. I never expected that such a trivial matter would lead you to view me this way." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xie Mingzhu regarded her and laughed. She truly had a knack for feigning ignorance. The words had been laid out so plainly, yet she still managed to act bewildered. "If you are upset over my arriving earlier than you this morning, then I apologize." At this, Yin suddenly raised her voice. Xie Mingzhu sensed a presence behind her and glanced at the reflection in a nearby mirror, noticing Deputy Editor Chen approaching with two new reporters. Upon seeing Yin's demeanor, their expressions turned curious. "Xiaoxia, what happened?" Deputy Editor Chen, having some acquaintance with Lin Chong, directed her inquiry at Xie Mingzhu. Xie Mingzhu shook her head slightly, indicating that nothing was amiss. However, Yin was relentless. "Well, Deputy Editor Chen," she recounted the events, naturally framing the narrative in her favor. Though she did not explicitly blame Xie Mingzhu, her words implied that Xie Mingzhu was petty and calculating. The two male reporters exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they turned to Xie Mingzhu. Deputy Editor Chen remained silent, his expression inscrutable. Xie Mingzhu, now devoid of patience, felt her emotions stabilize. "Fine. Since we cannot move past this, let us discuss it thoroughly." It was not a significant issue. At most, they would simply keep a respectful distance from one another moving forward. Since she is clinging to this matter, let's thoroughly discuss it and see where the fault lies. First, I ask you, did we not confirm twice yesterday that we would meet at the hospital entrance at 9:45 this morning? Yin instinctively tried to interject, But Xie Mingzhu interrupted her, stating, when I went upstairs, it was almost 10 o'clock. And the nurse in the inpatient department said, you had been here for about half an hour. You were already upstairs by 9:30, while I was downstairs waiting for you. This discrepancy is quite perplexing, isn't it? Lu Yan's expression faltered, clearly taken aback. She had indeed inquired with the nurse about the time she went upstairs. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Xie Mingzhu calmly regarded her and said, everyone can come to their own conclusions about who is right or wrong. I trust that fairness will prevail. Before Lu Yan could defend herself, Xie Mingzhu chuckled lightly, adding, after all, it's normal to be eager during our first assignment. I'm not holding it against you, as it ultimately didn't delay our interview. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Lu Yan. Although her face bore a smile, the warmth did not reach her eyes. Lu Yan, being perceptive, recognized the underlying tension. After finishing her statement, Xie Mingzhu said, so is there anything else? With the conversation having reached this point, Lu Yan had little left to say. Biting her lower lip, she finally expressed, I'm sorry. I misremembered the time. Xie Mingzhu let out a derisive laugh. Still trying to argue? You didn't just misremember the time. You did it intentionally. This girl had quite the knack for obfuscation. If one didn't speak plainly, she would continue to drag things out. Xie Mingzhu was disinclined to engage further. Is that all? If there is nothing else, I need to get back to writing my article and cannot stay any longer. A faint, insincere smile crossed her lips. After years of working alongside Deputy Editor Chun, he immediately grasped the situation upon hearing her words. He glanced at Lu Yan, who appeared flustered and unsure of how to react, and let out a resigned sigh. Well, don't you still have an article to write? Hurry back and finish it. You only have a week. With that, he waved his hand and took his two new recruits away. Lu Yan lingered at Xie Mingzhu's desk for a moment before quietly departing. Xie Mingzhu paid her no further mind. Throughout the afternoon, she immersed herself in writing, undisturbed by anyone else. However, after crafting an opening, she felt it was unsatisfactory and discarded it to start anew. No matter how she approached it, something felt amiss. As it was her first piece, she was determined to strive for perfection. After several unsatisfactory beginnings, she found herself unable to continue and began to gather her belongings to leave. Just as she picked up her bag and prepared to exit, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Yan. Mingzhu, are you heading back? By this time, Lu Yan had regained her composure, holding a teacup and wearing a bright smile as she looked at Xie Mingzhu, as though the earlier confrontation had never occurred. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Xie Mingzhu slightly squinted. This girl was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Most young women would have likely ignored her after such an incident, yet here she was, beaming. To any outsider, it would be hard to believe they were not friends. Xie Mingzhu mused. If she turned her back and left, would the entire newsroom circulate rumors about her being petty and ungracious, discarding her colleague over a trivial matter? With that thought, Xie Mingzhu shot her a glance, remarking, such a thick-skinned little hero. After tossing that remark, she turned and walked away. Lu Yan tightened her grip on the cup, watching Xie Mingzhu's retreating figure. There was still ample time before the end of the workday, and Lin Chong had yet to leave, so Xie Mingzhu intended to head back first. She informed the elderly man at the door that if Lin Chong came looking for her, to let her know she had already left. The old man, having built rapport with her, nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Xiao Xie, you have a letter and a package pickup notice here, just delivered this afternoon. When you have time, don't forget to collect your package. As he spoke, he retrieved a letter and a notice from a nearby stack of mail. Xie Mingzhu took them. Her curiosity piqued. Who sent this? I didn't pay attention. You'll have to see for yourself. She glanced down and realized it was a letter from Huo Xuan, the package notice also pertaining to him. A delighted expression crossed her face. Huo Xuan had been in Guangdong for quite some time. She was curious about how he was faring. The old man noticed her joy and teased. Is this from your tall companion? Xie Mingzhu did not shy away from acknowledging it, nodding lightly. You young folks are amusing, living in the same city, yet sending letters back and forth. Wouldn't it be easier to just meet up? The old man chuckled, shaking his head. In good spirits, Xie Mingzhu engaged him for a few more moments. He.S. on a business trip. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded in understanding. That makes sense. I was wondering why you would be sending letters in the same city. Xie Mingzhu did not linger in conversation, thanking him as she prepared to leave with her letter and package notice. You should go inside and get an introduction letter while your supervisor is still in. Otherwise, you won't be able to collect your package with just a notice. The old man called after her. Realizing her oversight, Xie Mingzhu turned back to obtain the necessary introduction letter. Upon entering the office, she spotted Lu Yin huddled with a few others, engaged in conversation. Lu Yin, facing the door, immediately noticed Xie Mingzhu's entrance and promptly fell silent. Mingzhu, you haven't left yet? Is there something you need? She cautiously glanced at Xie Mingzhu, a flicker of trepidation crossing her features as if she were afraid of her. Initially, Lu Yin had expected Xie Mingzhu to storm out as before. However, Xie Mingzhu was well aware of her thoughts. If she could feign ignorance, so could Xie Mingzhu. I came back to grab something, she replied with a smile. What were you all discussing? Surely, you weren't speaking ill of me? The group exchanged uncertain glances, just about to explain themselves when Xie Mingzhu resumed her playful tone. I'm just joking. Why would you all speak ill of me? You all seem too nice for that. She smiled, turning to Lu Yin. Isn't that right? Lu Yin? With a casual wave to the others, she added, you all continue your conversation. I'll go get the introduction letter from the supervisor. Once she turned away, her smile evaporated instantly. The others looked at her retreating figure, then at Lu Yin, exchanging glances filled with unspoken words. By the time Xie Mingzhu emerged with the introduction letter, they had all dispersed to attend to their respective tasks, no longer congregated for idle chatter. Before leaving, Xie Mingzhu made a point to bid Lu Yin farewell. Although her face was adorned with a smile, her eyes betrayed no warmth. Lu Yin returned the smile, though her thoughts were heavy. Exiting the newsroom, Xie Mingzhu headed towards the nearby bus station. The post office was not far, and walking there usually took about half an hour. However, the heat outside was unbearable, and Xie Mingzhu felt too lethargic to walk. She decided to seize the moment before the post office closed and retrieve her package early. Upon arriving at the bus stop, it took only a few minutes for a bus to arrive. Once aboard, she took out a letter penned by Huo Xuan. In the letter, he mentioned that he had arrived in Guangdong province and reassured her that all was well, urging her not to worry. He also mentioned sending her a few items, which were somewhat heavy, suggesting she either ride her bike to pick them up or bring Lin Chong along. The remainder of the letter consisted of mundane updates and anecdotes about his life in Guangdong, all presented in a positive light, omitting any unpleasant details. At the end of the letter, he advised Xie Mingzhu to take good care of herself and avoid catching a cold. Unable to suppress a laugh, she mused. In the sweltering summer, where could one possibly catch a cold? After neatly folding the letter, the bus approached the vicinity of the post office. As it neared closing time, the post office was relatively empty, sparing her the inconvenience of queuing. At the counter, she presented the package collection slip along with the official documentation. The staff member verified the slip against her name, then looked up at her and asked, "Are you alone? Can you manage this?" Xie Mingzhu furrowed her brow. "Is it large?" The staff member nodded. "Indeed, it's both large and heavy." With that, they gestured for her to take a look. Xie Mingzhu reasoned that since she was already there, she might as well take it home, avoiding a second trip the following day. The staff, noting her determination, reiterated the weight, urging her to reconsider. "It's fine, just give it to me," she replied. "This box can't weigh more than 50 pounds. I've carried heavier sacks of grain back in the countryside." Soon, the staff placed the box on the counter. Xie Mingzhu weighed it in her hands. It was indeed heavy, but manageable, as long as she could board the bus. The distance to her home was merely a few hundred meters. Cradling the box, she made her way to the bus stop. At this hour, the bus was not crowded, allowing her to board without jostling for space. Concerned that her belongings might become disorganized, she refrained from opening the box until she returned home. The bus quickly arrived at her stop, and as she walked forward with the large box, she inadvertently bumped into someone. Soda. She apologized profusely. Upon turning around, she was met with the face she least wanted to see. Zhao Qi, upon recognizing her, brightened up and cheerfully inquired, "Mingzhu, what are you doing carrying such a large box?" Xie Mingzhu maintained a distant tone. "I apologize for bumping into you." With that, she hurriedly adjusted her grip on the box, eager to avoid any further interaction. Zhao Qi, observing her retreating figure, felt a flicker of intrigue. He caught up to her, seizing the box from her grip before she could protest. Xie Mingzhu frowned at his abruptness. Before she could voice her discontent, Zhao Qi chuckled, "Come now. You don't need to view me as a wolf or a tiger. Even if we aren't meant to be, we can still be friends, can't we? After all, I'm a man, a colleague of your brother's. If I just let you walk away like this, would I still be a decent person?" He smiled warmly, attempting to dispel any notion of malice. "Just let me help you carry this inside." Noticing their neighbors from work glancing over, Xie Mingzhu opted to avoid any public confrontation and simply replied, "Thank you, Director Zhao." Zhao Qi flashed a slight grin. "No need for thanks." Initially, she intended to follow him closely, but he deliberately lagged a couple of steps behind, matching her pace. "What's in this box? It's quite heavy for you to carry alone," he remarked. Despite her reluctance to engage, she felt compelled to respond. "It's from my boyfriend." A smile crept onto her lips as she spoke, genuine warmth radiating from the thought of Huo Xuan. Zhao Qi paused, turning to her with a newfound interest. "Your relationship seems quite solid. How long have you known each other?" "Yes, over 20 years, Xie Mingzhu replied, her enthusiasm growing as she spoke of Huo Xuan. Zhao Qi nodded. "You must know each other very well then." With a teasing smile, he added, "No wonder you avoid looking my way." Xie Mingzhu turned serious. Looking him in the eye, "You are not like him. He would risk everything for me. Would you?" Setting aside the question of whether Zhao Qi would risk his life for her, she noted that his intentions seemed less than pure. Zhao Qi shook his head slightly. "You should take what men say with a grain of salt. Don't take it too seriously. As a man, I understand how we think. How many men would truly risk everything for a woman? The sweet nothings they whisper shouldn't be taken to heart." Xie Mingzhu refrained from rebutting immediately, instead asking, "Is it because you're like this that you assume everyone else is too, that they would say such things?" Zhao Qi was taken aback, clearly not expecting her quick retort. His expression shifted to one of awkwardness. "I didn't mean it that way. I'm certainly not like that." Xie Mingzhu had no interest in deciphering his character or motives. Zhao Qi fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "If I had met you a few years earlier, perhaps your boyfriend would be someone else." Internally, Xie Mingzhu scoffed. Back then, her father was still protective. A superficial man like Zhao Qi would hardly have approached her, let alone pursued her. Furthermore, being a superficial person herself, she found Zhao Qi's appearance unappealing. Thus, she shook her head decisively no. "I would have liked someone like you." Zhao Qi chuckled. "You really are quite blunt." Xie Mingzhu offered a polite, yet slightly awkward smile. Given her forthrightness, his persistence felt overbearing, and she couldn't help but think that without her candor, he might have become even more presumptuous. Before long, they arrived at her doorstep. Xie Mingzhu opened the door, turning to Zhao Qi and softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much for bringing this back. I truly appreciate it. Since I'm alone at home, it would be inconvenient to invite you in, but I'll arrange for my brother to treat you to a meal." At this point, a reasonable person would recognize the cue to leave. However, Zhao Qi seemed oblivious, stepping inside as he touched the box. "It's just a short distance. Let me help you take it in." He glanced back at her. "Where should I put it?" "The living room will do." Xie Mingzhu bit her lip, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with his persistence. She had previously asked her brother to clarify that she wished to avoid any awkwardness, yet Zhao Qi feigned ignorance. "Director Zhao, I truly appreciate your assistance, but I've already made it clear that I am in a stable relationship with my boyfriend, and we are dating with the intention of marriage. If you..." Before she could finish, Zhao Qi interrupted. "What are you thinking? You're overthinking this." Seeing her gaze fixed on him, he added with a smile, "Director Xie has already spoken to me. I'm aware that you are about to get married, and I have no intention of disrupting your relationship. As I mentioned earlier, can't we just be ordinary friends?" Zhao Kabbalah spoke at length, seemingly alluding to Xie Mingzhu's stinginess. "Surely, upon encountering you on the road and witnessing your struggle with that heavy box, one ought to lend a hand, shouldn't one? Am I to simply pretend I don't see you and walk away? That I cannot do." Xie Mingzhu observed his earnest expression, as if he were truly not contemplating anything else, leading her to feel that perhaps she had overthought the matter. Given the gravity of the situation, she hesitated to confront him, especially since they worked in the same unit, where they would inevitably cross paths. "Perhaps I was the one overthinking." Xie Mingzhu offered a polite smile and apology. Zhao Qi waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. "If that's all, then I shall take my leave." With that remark, he prepared to exit. Xie Mingzhu accompanied him to the door. Just as they reached it, they encountered Gao Siyu, returning from work. "Director Zhao, what brings you here?" Gao Siyu inquired, surprised. She was aware of Xie Mingzhu's aversion to Zhao Qi, so it was unexpected that he had been allowed in today. Noticing the astonishment on Gao Siyu's face, Xie Mingzhu offered an explanation. "Just now on the road. Director Zhao saw I was struggling with something heavy and helped me carry it back. He's just about to leave." Gao Siyu nodded, instinctively responding, "Why the rush?" Come inside and sit for a while. We're having dinner here tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, she caught Xie Mingzhu's warning glare and immediately realized she had spoken out of turn. Both women turned their gaze towards Zhao Qi, silently hoping he would not be oblivious to their hint and stay for dinner. Zhao Qi's eyes flitted between the two, but he did not misinterpret their intentions. No need for dinner. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Hearing his words, Xie Mingzhu exhaled softly in relief. Gao Xiyu, smiling, nodded in agreement. If you have things to do, we won't keep you. Next time, let Shally treat you to a meal. Zhao Qi waved his hand, signifying it was of no matter. After bidding farewell to the two, he turned to depart. Once he was gone, Gao Xiyu withdrew her gaze. It seemed that Director Zhao was not so disagreeable after all. Xie Mingzhu shrugged, choosing not to comment. Who knows what he was truly thinking? Regardless, as long as he did not interfere with her, it was sufficient. Returning to the living room, Xie Mingzhu opened the box that Huo Xuan had sent her. Gao Xiyu followed in, her face alight with curiosity. What's inside? Xie Mingzhu continued to unpack the box without looking up, softly replying, items sent by Huo Xuan. Gao Xiyu hung up her bag and leaned closer. The box was filled with various local delicacies. Upon seeing them, Gao Xiyu couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like he's trying to pamper you like a little girl. Each item was modest in quantity, yet diverse in variety. No wonder the box was so heavy. Some fruits had even begun to spoil, which Xie Mingzhu sorted out. Alongside the food, there were also 2 exquisite dresses and a pair of shoes, individually wrapped. Gao Xiyu pressed her lips together. I must say, Huo Xuan is truly thoughtful. Even while on a business trip, he still thinks of you. These gifts clearly show his sincerity. Xie Mingzhu gazed at the pile of items, her smile broadening. I should hurry and take them upstairs before I find them unsightly. Gao Xiyu joked. Just then, Xie Shally returned from work. Hearing her remark, he inquired with a smile, what is bothering you? He glanced at the table piled high with goods, wondering how they had acquired so much. He assumed it was a purchase made by Xie Mingzhu and Gao Xiyu. Gao Xiyu shook her head. These were sent by Huo Xuan. Xie Mingzhu joined in the laughter. Indeed, my sister Xiyu is feeling a bit envious seeing all these gifts from Huo Xuan. As she spoke, she looked towards her brother, intentionally raising her voice. Isn't that right, brother? Upon hearing her, Xie Shally stepped forward, gently taking Gao Xiyu's hand and whispered a few words in her ear. They exchanged hushed words, and Xie Mingzhu, recognizing the intimacy of the moment, refrained from intruding. Gao Xiyu's face flushed a deep crimson as she shot him a playful glare, turning without a word and heading to the kitchen. Seeing this, Xie Shally followed suit. Xie Mingzhu observed the pair, choosing not to join in their merriment. After tidying up the items on the table, she took Huo Xuan's letter and the new clothes upstairs. Sitting at the table, she retrieved the stationery and began to write back to him, recounting the happenings at home and at the newspaper over the past few days. She filled several sheets of paper with her thoughts. After some consideration, she added a note of longing at the end. After reviewing the letter to ensure she had expressed everything she wished to convey, she finally enclosed it in an envelope, planning to send it off the next day at work. In the following days, Xie Mingzhu diligently worked on her writing. In her pursuit of perfection, she revised her drafts repeatedly. Finally, upon completing a piece she was satisfied with, she felt a wave of relief. One morning, she arrived at the newspaper office and encountered Li Xianben. Upon seeing her, he greeted her with a cheerful smile. Have you finished your article? Li Xianben ninkidat. Xie Mingzhu's eyes brightened at his inquiry, and she replied, I have completed it, but I'm unsure of its quality. Could you provide some guidance? Li Xianben, smiling, nodded and led her to his office. Let me have a look. Xie Mingzhu promptly produced her manuscript from her bag. Li Xianben read through it quickly, flipping the pages without revealing much expression. Xie Mingzhu sat nearby, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Before long, Li Xianben finished reviewing her work and smiled, asking, You revised this quite a few times, didn't you? Xie Mingzhu nodded honestly. Indeed, I revised it many times. It nearly drove me to distraction. She spoke candidly. Hearing this, Li Xianben laughed heartily. So, are you regretting your choice of profession? Xie Mingzhu quickly shook her head. Of course not. Li Xianben handed her back the manuscript without elaborating. That's good to hear. Xie Mingzhu tucked the manuscript away, unsure of his opinion given his unreadable expression. When Li Xianben glanced up and noticed her anxious demeanor, he nodded. It's well written. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing his words, Xie Mingzhu felt a measure of relief. After exiting his office, She descended the stairs back to her own workspace. As she did, Lu Yin happened to be ascending, and upon spotting her, her eyes sparkled. Mingzhu, good morning. Lu Yin greeted with a cheerful, playful smile. Her expression was genuine, as if the two had never quarreled. Seeing her like this, Xie Mingzhu shot her a glance, responding with a forced smile. Morning. With that, she turned her gaze away, dismissing her, and proceeded into her office. Lu Yin followed closely behind. Mingzhu, where did you just come from? You weren't trying to pull strings with the director, were you? Her voice was raised a couple of notches, as if fearing others might overhear. By this time, everyone in the office was present and had heard her words, looking up with expressions that hinted at curiosity. Xie Mingzhu slightly lifted her lips, turning to Lu Yin. What do you mean by that, Lu Yin? Lu Yin's eyes flickered as she opened her mouth to respond. But Xie Mingzhu interjected. Our director is renowned for his integrity. Would he allow any underhanded dealings? Your words tarnish his reputation. How will he manage the newspaper in the future, and what will everyone think of him? Xie Mingzhu never mentions herself directly, yet every word she utters serves to justify her own position. Each of her statements causes Lu Yan's complexion to pale momentarily. That's not what I meant. I was merely joking. With a slight pause, she continued. Surely you could take a joke? Are you jesting with me? Or is it the president you were jesting with? Xie Mingzhu chuckled. After all, Lu Yan was still a young woman of 20, her maturity yet to fully develop. Upon hearing this, she grew anxious, eager to defend herself. I didn't say anything else. These are your words, not mine. Xie Mingzhu shot her a glance, a smirk briefly dancing at the corners of her lips. What are you so flustered about? I'm just joking with you. She paused, masking her expression, staring at Lu Yin with an impassive face. So, do you find this amusing? The other colleagues sensed the tension between the two, exchanging glances and remaining silent. Lu Yin bit her lip and finally murmured, Fine, I won't joke with you anymore. With that, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she walked back to her desk, appearing thoroughly wronged, as if Xie Mingzhu had bullied her. Xie Mingzhu scoffed quietly. Who couldn't pretend? As Lu Yin passed by her, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Everyone was taken aback, including Lu Yin, who stood there, stunned. Lu Yin, I don't know what I did to provoke you. Xie Mingzhu's expression was on the verge of tears. Even if we are now rivals, there is no need for you to target me like this, is there? Lu Yin quickly regained her composure, her face pale with anger. I didn't push you at all. Someone nearby stepped forward to help Xie Mingzhu to her feet, and she accepted their assistance. However, her expression remained sorrowful. During our first exam, when you forgot your pen, no one would lend you one except for me. You sweetly told me you wanted to be good friends. I considered you my first friend here. When you left me downstairs during the interview, I thought it was unintentional. Xie Mingzhu continued, but now, your sudden change in demeanor is as if you become a different person. Were you merely pretending back then to deceive me? She spoke without pause, and Lu Yin, desperate to interject, found no opportunity, her face darkening as she glared at her. If that's the case, let us just maintain a normal colleague relationship from now on. I'm somewhat naive and fear that you might stab me in the back without my realizing it. With that, she walked toward her own desk, ignoring Lu Yin further. Observing the glances from those around her, Lu Yin clenched her teeth in frustration. Returning to her seat, Xie Mingzhu caught sight of Lu Yan's face, which was nearly contorted with anger, and she couldn't help but smirk. When it was time to submit the articles, Xie Mingzhu handed hers to Wang Yun. After reading it, he nodded in approval. Not bad. Although she had already received affirmation from Wei Xianben earlier, Heing Wang Yun is praise relieved here. Revise the article a bit more, and I'll allocate you a section in the next issue. Upon hearing Wang Jun's words, Xie Mingzhu's face lit up with joy. Thank you, editor. Wang Jun lightly nodded. However, the space won't be large. Xie Mingzhu was indifferent to the size. She took her draft back and began revising it again, knowing she needed to condense the content further. She paid little attention to whether others had their articles approved, as long as hers passed. In the afternoon, Xie Mingzhu clearly noticed Lu Yin's displeasure directed at her. This time, Lu Yin didn't approach her for small talk. Xie Mingzhu felt relieved. Once the new issue of the newspaper was laid out and proofread, Xie Mingzhu finally saw her name printed in it. Her heart raced, her hands trembling. Wang Jun chuckled beside her. This is just the beginning. When your name appears on the front page, you might faint from excitement. Xie Mingzhu paid no heed to his teasing, lost in her elation. That evening, as she left work, she eagerly shared the news with Lin Chong. Upon hearing it, Lin Chong was even more exhilarated than Xie Mingzhu, insisting on treating her to dinner to celebrate. Xie Mingzhu shook her head. If we're celebrating, let us do it together with everyone. Lin Chong agreed, realizing it was indeed better to celebrate as a group. That evening, after work, Xie Mingzhu gathered everyone, and they headed to a restaurant. Gao Xiyu inquired with a smile, "What is the occasion? Why the sudden invitation to dinner? And 2 bottles of Mao Tai? What is the reason behind this generosity?" Xie Mingzhu beamed as she recounted her article's publication. The others exchanged knowing glances, their faces lighting up with understanding. "I thought so. What is the reason for this gathering?" Xie Shaoli laughed. "This is indeed something to be happy about." Xie Shitong also appeared elated, downing his drink. "My girl is making strides." The meal was filled with joy as everyone celebrated Xie Mingzhu's achievement. Lin Chong, having drunk a bit too much, was stopped by Xie Mingzhu to prevent her from drinking further. Only then did she relent. This was Lin Chong's first experience with such a volume of alcohol. Feeling jubilant, she couldn't resist overindulging. In her inebriation, she nearly caused a scene on the street. Gao Xiyu shot a glance at Xie Shitong and subtly exchanged looks with Xie Shaoli. After a moment of realization, they understood the implication. They all knew Lin Chong had feelings for the second brother and were concerned about her leaving a poor impression on their father. "Dad, let us head back first," Xie Shaoli suggested to Xie Shitong. Looking at the intoxicated Lin Chong, Xie Shitong glanced at both women. "Is she drunk? Can you two manage her?" Gao Xiyu smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, we'll just get some fresh air before heading back." Xie Shitong, satisfied, left with Xie Shaoli, while the 3 women took their time, sitting in a nearby garden. Lin Chong was genuinely drunk, rambling incoherently and eventually bursting into tears. Xie Mingzhu and Gao Xiyu exchanged helpless looks. They understood Lin Chong's inner turmoil and patiently waited for her emotions to subside. Once Lin Chong calmed down, the 2 helped her back, as she was thoroughly intoxicated. Any thoughts of washing up were out of the question. After freshening up and getting into bed, Xie Mingzhu took out her newspaper to admire it for a while. After savoring the moment, she cheerfully prepared for sleep. However, after an unknown duration of slumber, she was jolted awake by a piercing scream from outside. Startled, Xie Mingzhu sprang up, glancing towards the source of the noise, which came from Lin Chong's room. Unsure of what was happening, she hastily leaped from her bed, neglecting to put on her slippers, and rushed out. In her haste, she stumbled over the fan cord and nearly fell, but managed to grasp the nearby chair to steady herself. Straightening up, she continued her dash towards Lin Chong's room only to hear a male voice emanating from it. Alarmed, she thought, could it be another thief? Grabbing the broom by the door, she boldly made her way to the adjacent room. As she passed by the window, the dim moonlight illuminated a figure standing beside the bed, a man with his back turned to her. Her heart raced with fear for Lin Chong's safety, prompting her to hasten towards her room. Where did this little thief come from, so audacious as to steal from the family quarters? Xie Mingzhu forcefully swung open the door, flicked on the light, and shouted angrily while brandishing a broom. Her voice was accompanied by Lin Chong's shrill scream. "Mingzhu, stop!" It was only then that Xie Mingzhu recognized how familiar the silhouette before her was. Before she could ponder further, the broom in her hand had already struck the man's head. He winced in pain, uttering a soft hiss. Xie Mingzhu, hearing that familiar voice, brought her to her senses. She quickly dropped the broom and looked at the newcomer. Second brother? The man, holding his head and grimacing, was none other than Xie Shaoqian. "Mingzhu, have you grown bold enough to strike your own brother?" he teased, rubbing his head with one hand while the other caught Xie Mingzhu as she turned to flee. "You think you can just run after hitting me?" Realizing she could not escape, Xie Mingzhu forced a smile and turned back to her brother with a charming expression. "Second brother, why have you returned without informing us?" Xie Shaoqian chuckled lightly. "What? Do I need to notify you every time I come home?" Xie Mingzhu laughed. "Well, of course, you don't need to notify me every time you return to your own home, but isn't it rather inconvenient now?" She glanced towards the bed. Lin Chong, now mostly awake, was clad in a snug tank top without a bra, paired with only shorts, appearing quite exposed. It was a hot summer night, and the bed was devoid of any covers, not even a blanket. At that moment, Lin Chong was blushing, using a pillow to shield herself, her expression one of embarrassment. Xie Shaoqian looked at Xie Mingzhu and whispered, "What is going on? Why is she here?" Before she could respond, Xie Shaolai and Gao Xiyu from the adjoining room stirred. "What is all this noise about?" Upon seeing Xie Shaoqian in the room, their expressions shifted from surprise to joy. "Shaoqian, when did you return?" Xie Mingzhu turned to Lin Chong and softly suggested, "Let us discuss this outside." She then switched off the light. The group said nothing further and descended the stairs. Xie Mingzhu thoughtfully closed the door, allowing Lin Chong to change clothes before coming out. Lin Chong quietly acquiesced. "I just happened to be on a mission and thought I'd return for a couple of days." As Xie Mingzhu reached the ground floor, she heard Xie Xiaoqian's voice. "It was rather late, so I thought I wouldn't disturb you all and came upstairs." He hesitated, feeling a bit awkward. When he had first ascended, exhausted and with eyes barely open, he and T switched on the light and had overlooked Lin Chong curled up in the corner before lying down. It wasn't T until he turned over in a half-slumber that he felt her presence beside him, startling himself into quickly retracting his hands and jumping up. He drew back the curtains only to find Lin Chong nestled in the corner. Lin Chong, now awake, was equally startled, letting out a scream as they had yet to exchange a word when Xie Mingzhu arrived. Lin Chong had a dispute at home, so she has been staying here for a few days. Xie Xiaolai frowned. "You should have informed us of your return. Look at the mess you've caused. This could tarnish the young lady's reputation." Gao Xiu pursed her lips and added seriously, "Indeed, Xiaoqian, what do you intend to do?" Xie Xiaoqian furrowed his brows. "What do you mean, what am I going to do? I haven't done anything wrong. For someone in the army, you certainly lack responsibility in your words. You both ended up in the same bed. How will Lin Chong face the world now?" Xie Xiaoqian remained silent. Observing this, Xie Mingzhu stepped forward and addressed them. "Please don't intimidate my second brother. If he doesn't genuinely care for Lin Chong, then there's no need to force them together. Even if they were bound together, it wouldn't lead to happiness. It's late. We shouldn't discuss this now. Let us revisit this matter tomorrow." The others nodded in agreement. "Lin Chong will sleep in my room tonight, and you can take your own," Xie Mingzhu proposed. Xie Xiaoqian shook his head. "Let her be. I'll sleep in the living room." The group accepted this without further protest, as it seemed only proper to offer the room to their guest. Lin Chong then joined them, her cheeks still flushed. Upon hearing Xie Xiaoqian's words, a hint of uncertainty crossed her face. I can sleep with Mingzhu tonight, if that is all right." Xie Xiaoqian quickly glanced at her before averting his gaze, responding coldly, "No need. I'll sleep downstairs." His indifferent tone drew a shared look of concern between Gao Xiu and her husband. Xie Mingzhu sighed helplessly. Such a tone would be inappropriate, even for a mere acquaintance, let alone a friend of his sister. It appeared that Xie Xiaoqian truly felt nothing for Lin Chong. Xie Mingzhu glanced back at Lin Chong, who had lowered her gaze, making her expression unreadable. Yet, even from a distance, the tears glistening on her hands were evident. Lin Chong felt a bitter pang in her heart, quickly wiping away the tears on her face and forcing a smile. "Thank you, second brother, for the room. You all continue your conversation. I'll head upstairs now." Without waiting for a reply, she dashed up the stairs. The remaining individuals exchanged glances. Xie Xiaolai sighed. "Even if you don't harbor feelings for Lin Chong, must you speak to her so harshly? She is, after all, a young girl." Xie Xiaoqian shook his head. "If I don't like her, I should clarify it early on. What if she misinterprets my kindness? I don't want her to waste her youth on me." Hearing this, the others could only shake their heads in resignation. "No more discussion. It's late, and we'll address this in the morning. You all should head upstairs and rest." They stood up to leave. As Xie Mingzhu passed him, she playfully poked him twice. "You stubborn man, it's no wonder you're still single. With that demeanor, you'll never find a wife." Xie Xiaoqian shot her a glance and seized her neck. "I haven't forgotten the hit you gave me." Seeing his grip still firm, she quickly adopted a flattering smile. "Oh, second brother, my dear second brother, I realize my mistake." As he maintained his hold, she exclaimed, "I thought you were a bad guy, sneaking back in the middle of the night." Before he could respond, their elder brother turned back with a weary shake of his head. "You two, despite being nearly 50, can you not act like children?" Gao Xiu stifled a laugh. "Stop it. If you wake Dad, he won't be able to sleep tonight." Given his age, Xie Shirtong required ample rest, and disturbing him would mean a sleepless night. Hearing this, Xie Xiaoqian finally released his grip. "For Dad's sake, I'll spare you this time." Xie Mingzhu seized the opportunity to escape, darting to the door and making a face at him. "You deserve to be single." With that, she dashed upstairs, leaving the others in a bemused silence. The two brothers stood at the staircase, waiting for her. "You should go in and comfort her a bit. Tell her not to take it to heart," Gao Xiu whispered. "Our school has several quality, single young men, none less impressive than your second brother. I can introduce them to her." Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. "All right." Watching the two return to their room, she finally approached Lin Chong's door. She raised her hand and gently knocked, hearing Lin Chong's voice from inside. I've already gone to bed. Let us talk about it tomorrow. The tone seemed fairly cheerful, but Xie Mingzhu recognized it as a facade. You're putting on an act with me. Open the door. Moments later, the door opened to reveal Lin Chong with a face reddened from crying. Look at you. Such a disappointment. Xie Mingzhu shot her a glance. There are plenty of men outside. If this one doesn't work, we'll move on to the next. Lin Chong hugged her, choking back tears, but I can't control myself. I truly like him. If feelings were that simple, how wonderful it would be to control them. One could simply stop liking someone and immediately like the next. Xie Mingzhu reached up and gently patted her back twice. You must try to meet others. How can you hope to like someone else if you don't even engage with them? Lin Chong remained silent. Xie Mingzhu continued, he doesn't like you. Let us find someone who does. Let us date happily and make him regret it. Lin Chong nodded through her tears. Siyu has many quality young men in school. I can introduce you to a few. If you're happy, you can meet one each day. Lin Chong choked out an agreement. After a few more comforting words from Xie Mingzhu, her emotions finally stabilized. I'm all right now. You should go back to sleep. Lin Chong wiped her tears and looked apologetically at Xie Mingzhu. I feel a bit embarrassed after tonight's drunken antics and crying. Perhaps it was time for her to find a place of her own. Staying here didn't seem quite right. Xie Mingzhu raised the corners of her lips. We're we to each other. Why speak as if you're a stranger? Lin Chong said nothing more, but hugged Xie Mingzhu tightly, whispering, Thank you, Mingzhu. Xie Mingzhu waved her hand dismissively and said nothing further. She kindly turned off the light for her before closing the door and stepping out. Standing at the doorway, she sighed softly before returning to her own room. Downstairs, Xie Xiaoqian quickly stepped aside as she emerged. Once she entered her room, he returned to the courtyard. Glancing up at the middle room with a complex expression, sitting on a nearby stone bench, he pulled out a cigarette and lit one. The cold moonlight cast a faint halo around him, accentuating his solitude. Due to the previous night's events, Xie Mingzhu woke up later than usual. Fortunately, it was the weekend, and she didn't have to rush to work. The downstairs was already lively, indicating everyone was awake. She got up to head down. Passing Lin Chong's room, she noticed her sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. What are you daydreaming about? Xie Mingzhu pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing her, Lin Chong perked up. I just woke up and am still a bit dazed. Noticing the dark circles under her eyes, Xie Mingzhu didn't call her out, but simply smiled. Let us go downstairs together. Lin Chong's eyes flickered before she gently nodded. Do you remember what we talked about last night? Lin Chong turned to her. What about? Xie Mingzhu clicked her tongue. Are you a goldfish? We agreed last night that Siyu would help you find a match. Lin Chong shook her head, about to refuse. It's not like I'm forcing you into a relationship. It's just to tease that little brat, Xie Xiaoqian. So he doesn't think you're pining for him. Lin Chong was still hesitant, but was pulled along by Xie Mingzhu. You're usually quite decisive. But why do you lose your nerve when it comes to Xie Xiaoqian? As she spoke, she dragged Lin Chong downstairs. Since you're indecisive, just listen to me. At this moment, Lin Chong's heart was indeed a tangled mess, unsure of what to do. Hearing Xie Mingzhu's words, she chose not to say more. At the staircase, Xie Xiaoqian was speaking with Xie Xiaoli. He had been smiling, but upon seeing the two of them descend, his expression immediately turned serious. Xie Mingzhu observed his demeanor, snorted softly, and walked past him with Lin Chong. After breakfast, Xie Mingzhu proposed to Gao Siyu the idea of helping Lin Chong find a match. Gao Siyu's eyes lit up at the suggestion, turning to Lin Chong. Is this really how you feel? Lin Chong instinctively glanced outside, catching a glimpse of Xie Xiaoqian's tall figure, her eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. As she was lost in thought, Xie Xiaoqian turned to look at her. Their eyes met. His held no emotion as they quickly flicked past her to focus elsewhere. Lin Chong lowered her gaze with a bitter smile. When Gao Siyu inquired again, she quickly composed herself and smiled. Sure. Upon her agreement, Gao Siyu beamed. Then wait for my news. Saying so, she grabbed her bag and left without a care that it was a weekend. Xie Mingzhu watched her retreating figure and smiled at Lin Chong. Look at her. She might just have a knack for matchmaking. Lin Chong's earlier disappointment lifted slightly at her words. Indeed, the two laughed heartily. After Xie Xiaoli returned from washing the dishes, he noticed Gao Siyu leaving and inquired with curiosity, Where is Siyu going? Xie Mingzhu glanced at Xie Xiaoqian, who had entered behind him, chuckling. Siyu said she has several quality single male teachers at her school and wants to set Lin Chong up with one. Xie Xiaoqian turned away, swallowing hard. A teacher is a commendable profession, especially one known well from CUS school. Xie Shaoli chuckled along. Lin Chong, if you meet someone suitable, make sure to pursue it earnestly. Lin Chong quickly shot a glance at Xie Shaoqian, forcing a smile and nodding gently. While they were conversing, Xie Shaoqian quietly slipped away. Xie Mingzhu happened to catch a glimpse of him and noted the hint of melancholy in his retreating figure, which sparked her contemplation. At lunchtime, Gao Siyu returned, brimming with excitement as she told Lin Chong, "I've arranged to meet with Teacher Wu this afternoon at the park next to the school." Lin Chong couldn't believe how swiftly Gao Siyu had organized the meeting. Though she verbally agreed to meet, her heart was unprepared, revealing a trace of hesitation on her face. However, since she had already promised Gao Siyu, she couldn't back out, so she nodded in agreement. "All right, let us head over after lunch." Gao Siyu was elated. "Teacher Wu is the best single male teacher at our school. Many girls are fond of him. You might find him quite appealing." Lin Chong forced a smile, not appearing overly enthusiastic. Xie Mingzhu noticed her demeanor and said reassuringly, "Don't feel pressured. Just because you're meeting him today doesn't mean you have to make a decision right away. Think of it as making a new friend." Hearing this eased Lin Chong's burden, and she nodded slightly. After lunch, Xie Mingzhu guided Lin Chong upstairs to help her dress and prepare, changing her into a new outfit. Typically, Lin Chong dressed simply, usually sporting a single braid at the back of her head. Last time, Xie Mingzhu adorned her, but it lasted merely a day before returning to her previous appearance. In her own words, she found daily embellishment too cumbersome. She preferred to be comfortable in her own skin. Today, Xie Mingzhu once again transformed her, and she instantly radiated a newfound brightness, evoking a sense of surprise and admiration. Even Xie Shitong offered compliments. "Dear girl, you look splendid this way." Upon hearing their praises, Lin Chong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She instinctively glanced at Xie Shaoqian, only to find him observing her as well, which heightened her discomfort. Fortunately, Xie Mingzhu did not allow her to feel awkward for long. As she took her and Gao Siyu out the door, Xie Shaolai stood at the entrance, watching the three depart, reflecting that a good girl like her, if missed, will be hard to find again. He turned to his younger brother, warning him not to regret it when someone else caught her eye. Xie Shaoqian, his gaze deep, remained silent. "After all, you are 25 this year. It is time to seek a partner," Xie Shaolai continued. "Do not think that just because our mother is no longer here, no one will urge you." Xie Shaoqian smirked slightly. The situation outside is rather unstable. The border in Yun province has been restless, and we could be called to battle at any moment. He then looked at his elder brother, chuckling softly, pondering how he could offer stability to a girl when he himself felt anything but secure. If he were to fall in battle, he would ruin her life. Xie Shaoqian's eyes lowered. Observing his expression, Xie Shaolai suddenly inquired, "Is this why you have been so distant with Lin Chong?" As a brother who had raised him, he understood his temperament well. Xie Shaoqian retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "What does it matter whether it is true or not?" Xie Shaolai glanced at the stone bench nearby, recalling that it had been littered with cigarette butts that morning while sweeping. "What did you start smoking?" he asked. "Is that something to be learned?" Xie Shaoqian scoffed. "It comes naturally. Just be mindful. Too much is harmful to the body. Rest assured, when you are gone, I will not follow suit." Xie Shaolai shot him a sidelong glance. "You, with your incessant provocations." Xie Shaoqian met his gaze, chuckling as he suppressed the sorrow lurking beneath. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzhu had arrived at the school where Gao Siyu taught. The school was not far from home, just 2 bus stops away. While walking would be quick, the sweltering heat made them opt for the bus to avoid sweating and compromising their appearance. Upon reaching the small garden near the school, they found Teacher Wu, whom Gao Siyu had introduced, waiting at the entrance. Despite the blazing sun, he stood resolutely in its rays. Xie Mingzhu's first impression of him was one of earnestness. He appeared to be in his early 20s, standing just shy of 6 feet tall. His features were handsome yet modest, with a close-cropped hairstyle and black frame glasses. He wore a crisp white shirt, meticulously buttoned, paired with black trousers and leather sandals, a typical ensemble for a young man of the era. Perhaps having been in the sun too long, his complexion was flushed, and he was glistening with sweat. End of this chapter. Lin Chong donned a refreshing green dress and white sandals, accentuating her slender figure and fair complexion. Clearly, Teacher Wu was taken aback by the beauty of the girl he was to meet. Momentarily at a loss, he fumbled for words. To ease the atmosphere, Gao Siyu teased, "Teacher Wu, you are so earnest. waiting at the park entrance like that. Having just confirmed that Cheng Yuan's farmhouse had opened for guests, she felt compelled to acknowledge it. The mystical energy that Chu Yi absorbed from the sacred spring of the elves was entirely different from what he had previously encountered. This energy was gentle, causing no harm to his body, only a profound comfort that was indescribable. Gradually, within this cocoon of comfort, Chu Yi and his companions drifted into slumber. As time passed, the enticing aroma from the kitchen wafted outward. However, they were overshadowed by the presence of the prodigy, Quan Ma Xian, whose brilliance rendered others dim by comparison, inevitably leading to envy. Even if he patiently explained everything to Lin Shenfei, she would not comprehend, so he preferred silence. Unexpectedly, during their outing, they encountered someone unobservant, who spoke out of turn. Though she could not discern the conversation behind the door, she was certain that people were present. The police, without hesitation, retrieved a transparent evidence bag from their belongings, revealing its contents. She surmised that young Master Mu was likely provoked by Mo Li, thus seeking her out for a confrontation. Yet, she was weary and believed that arguing would yield no change. Your condition is not favorable. Take a few more spirit pills, Qin Yi said, hastily offering Chu Yi several pills, which he swallowed without hesitation. A sudden thunderclap echoed, and despite pondering the intricate relationships between Su Kan, Yi Chun, and Xia Yue throughout the night, the mention of Yi Chun jolted everyone's attention. Curiosity piqued. What more is there to worry about? Besides, I do not believe that the prodigious Quan Xiao Huang can be easily defeated by his own condition. At least, that is my perspective. Initially in July, 2 princes and a princess had become engaged, filling the palace and the capital with joy, only for an unforeseen turn of events to alter everything. If that were the case, it would explain why Luda had not sought Yu Xiao for so many years, as she had long passed. Yet, why was there another Luda outside? Could it be that, akin to the West, one Louis could be counted to the 13th generation? My lord, my lady, please take your seats. I will summon the guests, said concubine Dong, making her way outside. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 4 stars, the speed of the tricolor transformation began to slow. Unfortunately, no one else was present to witness this, leaving Jifeng and Su Ning exchanging glances, feeling as though they were once more in the presence of a remarkable master. And Mo Feng, suppressing his laughter, extended a hand for a coup to lean on, feeling a prickling discomfort as his body hair stood on end, given their proximity to the palace. He dared not suggest returning by carriage under the watchful gaze of the 3rd master. However, Nine Brother had a point. The key was what Dao desired. Tomorrow, perhaps a subtle approach to gauge Dao's thoughts would be prudent. Song Shi wasted no time, summoning several of Xie Shumin's personal maids and chastising them for neglecting their duties, penalizing them with 3 months' wages. Reflecting on past events, Xie Mingzhu's tone softened. Even if you do not fancy Lin Chong, you should still seek a partner, unless you intend to remain single for life. Xie Xiaoqian remained non-committal. Xie Mingzhu sat before him, her gaze penetrating. Brother, did you know? Father has been mentioning you frequently these days. Xie Xiaoqian appeared puzzled. What does he want with me? Lowering her eyes, Xie Mingzhu seized the opportunity to encourage him to stay. Father said he worries about you, given your absence from home. As soon as she spoke, Xie Xiaoqian could not suppress a laugh. That sounds more like something you would say. Father is not one to express such sentiments. Xie Mingzhu's eyes flickered, her demeanor earnest. Would I deceive you? Father has mentioned that his eyelids have been twitching incessantly during this period, and with you not by his side, he feels quite uneasy, as if something ominous is lurking. Do you see that I trust you? Xie Xiaoqian crossed his arms, evidently skeptical of her words. Realizing she couldn't deceive him, Xie Mingzhu had to amend her statement. Actually, after a brief pause, she continued, I had a truly terrifying dream. Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaoqian turned to her, waiting silently for her to elaborate. I dreamt that you were participating in the war against you, and then you were blown away by artillery fire, meeting a dreadful demise. As she spoke, she cast a furtive glance at him. Xie Xiaoqian's expression froze momentarily upon hearing her words. What? Xie Mingzhu, believing he was frightened, immediately described just how horrific it was. After she finished, his expression remained in a daze. After a while, he finally spoke softly. If even someone as obtuse as you had such a dream, it seems there might truly be a battle on the horizon. Xie Mingzhu gazed at him. He said nothing further, merely sighed deeply. Mingzhu, Protecting our homeland is our duty. Xie Mingzhu fell silent, observing the unmasked sorrow in her eyes. It was as if he were truly stepping onto the battlefield. Xie Shaoqian gently patted her shoulder, chuckling softly. It was just a dream. Don't take it too seriously. Forget it once you wake up. Xie Mingzhu shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. In a past life, none of this was mere dreaming. It was all painfully real. Her father, upon learning of his death in battle, was so overwhelmed that he suffered stroke. Although he later recovered significantly, his health was forever compromised, leaving him with only partial strength in one hand and one foot. Her elder brother had never shed a tear in his life, yet upon seeing the urn, he broke down completely. Lin Chong wept so uncontrollably that she fainted beside the urn. Even if war were to erupt, even if he were to perish, it would be for the country. Dying honorably and justly. Xie Shaoqian chuckled, though a hint of melancholy shadowed his smile. Watching him, Xie Mingzhu suddenly burst into tears. Seeing her cry left Xie Shaoqian momentarily flustered. It was just a dream. Why are you crying so much? Xie Mingzhu was at a loss for words. After all, it was an event yet to transpire. Even if she spoke, he wouldn't believe her. However, waiting until he was on the battlefield to discuss, it would be far too late. His stubborn temperament made it difficult for him to change his mind once he had decided. Brother, if war truly breaks out, could you not go for our sake? Xie Mingzhu's voice trembled. Xie Shaoqian couldn't help but laugh. You're a grown woman. Why speak so childishly? After a pause, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. As he prepared to light it, he hesitated, merely inhaling its scent before placing it between his lips. Even if it weren't me, it would be another comrade. Xie Shaoqian's voice was low and somber. I have family, as do they. Before Xie Mingzhu could respond, he gently ruffled her hair. You're grown now. Stop crying all the time. If someone sees you, they might have something to say about it. Just as Xie Mingzhu was about to speak, Xie Shaolai approached. Why are you crying? Did your second brother bully you? Xie Shaoqian shrugged helplessly. She had a dream where I died a horrific death, and now she is crying. Xie Shaolai found the absurdity amusing. How have you become so sensitive? Taking a dream so seriously? Isn't your second brother sitting right in front of you? He stepped forward to help dry her tears. Xie Mingzhu knew that whatever she said, they wouldn't believe her, despite her anxiety. She could do nothing but bide her time. That evening at the dinner table, Xie Shaolai humorously recounted the incident, eliciting laughter from everyone. Xie Mingzhu paid little mind to their teasing, instead casting a somber glance at Xie Shaoqian. Nearby, Xie Shitong nearly exploded with indignation. They've already provoked us at our doorstep. Are you afraid of them? If war breaks out, and you act like a coward, I'll never recognize you again. Xie Mingzhu looked at him helplessly. Now, he could speak freely, spouting nonsense. Could he not refrain from complicating matters? If a son were to die, it would be he who grieved. Xie Shaoqian chuckled softly. Rest assured, if I die, it will be on the battlefield. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the group, lingering on Lin Chong's face for a moment. However, Lin Chong, with her head bowed, did not notice. After only 2 days, Xie Shaoqian left home again. As he departed, Lin Chong stood in the second-floor room, watching him go. She had been waiting for him to turn back. Even a single glance would compel her to rush down without hesitation. Yet, he never looked back until he vanished from sight. The fist Lin Chong had tightly clenched suddenly relaxed, and she appeared utterly deflated. Forget it. After walking quite a distance, Xie Shaoqian finally glanced back. He knew she was watching him. His hands were clenched tightly, reminding him not to turn around, fearing that all his restraint would be for naught. The silhouette of Lin Chong had vanished from the second-floor window. He withdrew his gaze and turned to face forward again, regaining his usual resolute demeanor. The moment of despondency had passed. He hadn't disclosed to his family that he was leaving for special training, likely related to the impending conflict. He returned only to see his family and her. Knowing she was well was sufficient for him. Soon, she would forget him and find someone with whom she could share a mutual affection, marrying into a good family, surrounded by children, living a blissfully ordinary life. End of chapter. After Xie Shaoqian's departure, Lin Chong returned to her usual self. She laughed and joked throughout the day, occasionally letting slip a curse word. To an observer, it would seem she had not been affected by Xie Shaoqian at all. However, one night, when Xie Mingzhu awoke in the middle of the night, she heard Lin Chong weeping softly in her room, leading her to believe that Lin Chong had not truly recovered. Regarding matters of the heart, Xie Mingzhu felt powerless to assist. All she could do was take her out more frequently, shopping, and engaging in activities to help her recover from the pain of heartbreak. Time swiftly passed, and by late July, Yuan Weiwei sat for her college entrance examination. Since Xie Mingzhu was assigned to Yuan Weiwei's examination site, she went to the Yuan household in the morning to accompany them to the exam. Chen Wanxin and Yuan Zhengfa took time off work specifically to cheer Yuan Weiwei on. Yuan Weiwei, having missed many classes, felt quite insecure, not daring to apply for overly ambitious programs. However, Xie Mingzhu reassured her that even if she didn't perform well, it was merely a learning experience. If necessary, she could always retake the exam the following year. Encouraged by her words, Yuan Weiwei entered the examination hall with a calmer mind. After 2 hours, students began to exit one after another. Yuan Weiwei emerged with her head hung low, and her expression made it clear that she had not done well. Chen Wanxin and Yuan Zhengfa did not chastise her. They simply accompanied her home, promising to prepare a delicious meal for her at noon. Xie Mingzhu interviewed several older students who seemed to have performed well. The agency had tasked her with interviewing typical candidates for a newspaper feature. After completing her interviews, she did not return with Chen Wanxin and the others, but hurried back to the press office. The interview article needed to be written and submitted to the editor promptly, as it was to be published the following day. By the time she finished writing, it was nearly time to clock out. She quickly handed her article to the editor. As she left the office, she let out a sigh of relief, realizing that in her haste, she had forgotten to eat lunch. Gathering her belongings, she stood up and made her way outside. As Liu Yin entered, he saw her and displayed little emotion before moving inside. Although their relationship was not particularly good, it was not overly antagonistic either. Liu Yin was someone who maintained decorum in social situations. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzhu had officially become a full-time employee, while Liu Yin remained a mere contractual worker. As long as she did not cause trouble, Xie Mingzhu could hardly be bothered with her. When it came to necessary interactions, they treated each other like ordinary colleagues. At the entrance, the doorman greeted her with a smile. "Xiao Xie, off work?" Xie Mingzhu nodded gently, "Yes. I didn't have lunch today, so I'm going out to grab a bite." Upon hearing this, the doorman's expression grew serious. No matter how busy work was, one must eat, otherwise one could end up starving. Xie Mingzhu nodded again. Before she could say anything more, the doorman continued with a grin, "Otherwise, your partner will be worried to see you looking gaunt." Xie Mingzhu raised an eyebrow, puzzled by a sudden mention of Huo Xuan. Nonetheless, she dismissed the thought, bid him farewell, and turned to leave. It was still before the end of work hours, and the heat kept the streets unusually deserted. As she rounded the corner, a hand suddenly covered her mouth, while another arm encircled her waist. Her heart raced, and she instinctively wanted to scream. The hand was large, covering her entire face, rendering her unable to make a sound or even see. She flailed her arms and legs, struggling violently to break free from her captor. Though she could not see him, she sensed he was tall and robust. Given her strength, resistance seemed futile. The sound of rapid breathing filled her ears, sending chills down her spine and intensifying her struggles. Soon, her back pressed against the wall, and the hand covering her mouth loosened, yet he still tightly covered her eyes. His legs pinned hers down, while one hand restrained her own, attempting to halt her resistance. Just as she prepared to scream, her lips were silenced by a pair of soft ones. Instead of the anticipated roughness, it was gentle and tender. "Mingzhu, don't be afraid. It's me." Huo Xuan's voice brought her a sense of calm. Regaining her composure, she caught a whiff of Huo Xuan's distinctive scent, one she cherished. However, feeling irked, she bit down on his lip. Huo Xuan winced in pain, releasing her mouth. "Hasn't it been a while since we last met? Have you turned into a little dog?" He removed his hand from her eyes, but upon seeing the tears welling in her eyes, he panicked. "I'm sorry, did I frighten you?" "Well, what do you think?" She shot back with a fierce gaze. The moment the words left her lips, tears streamed down her face, and she began cursing, each word more vulgar than the last, influenced by her time with Lin Chong. Huo Xuan listened, his expression one of disbelief. "Where on earth did you learn this?" "Not your concern." Xie Mingzhu stepped on his foot with all her might, her high heels digging in. Huo Xuan grimaced but bore it, knowing he had gone too far with his prank. "I thought you were smart enough to realize it was me." The more he explained, the quieter his voice became. Besides, which rogue would dare act lewdly in broad daylight? Xie Mingzhu scoffed. "Isn't that exactly what just happened?" Any normal woman would be terrified in such a situation, leaving no room for rational thought. Thus, Regardless of Huo Xuan's attempts at justification, her anger persisted. Ignoring him, she turned to leave, and Huo Xuan followed, apologizing profusely. What a foolish way to surprise his girlfriend. Now, he feared losing her altogether. As they reached home, Xie Mingzhu remained silent, sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed. Still fuming, Huo Xuan, feeling anxious, knelt before her, looking up with sincere eyes. Mingzhu, I was wrong. He placed a gentle hand on her knee, filled with remorse. I failed to consider your perspective. Seeing her expression soften slightly, he continued, I promise I won't make such a mistake again. Please forgive me. Xie Mingzhu shot him a glance, still not appeased. Huo Xuan grasped her hand, bringing it to his face. If this doesn't satisfy you, hit me as hard as you can. She withdrew her hand, scoffing, with your thick skin, I'm more likely to hurt my own hand. Recognizing that her anger had subsided significantly, Huo Xuan encouraged her, don't let it get to you. If you're still upset, just strike me. Xie Mingzhu huffed. I'm not heartless like you. With her anger dissipated, he sat beside her, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her into his embrace. She initially attempted to break free, but ultimately surrendered, lightly punching him. If you ever pull a stunt like this again, I won't forgive you. Huo Xuan held her tightly, resting his chin atop her head, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry, so sorry. As she listened to his strong heartbeat, a wave of warmth enveloped her. She gently pushed him away. It's too hot. Don't be so close. The more she protested, the closer he drew. Reluctantly, she allowed it. For a while, silence enveloped them, only broken by the audible growl of her stomach. Huo Xuan soon noticed. Hungry, are we? He smirked. Didn't he eat lunch? Xie Mingzhu nodded, admitting that she had skipped it while working on a manuscript. Huo Xuan shook his head disapprovingly. No matter how busy you are, you must eat. He quickly stood up, heading to the kitchen. Shall I make you some noodles? She nodded lightly. Moments later, he returned with a bowl of noodles. Here is a bowl for you to start. Xie Mingzhu approached the table, her hunger overwhelming. Even with just soy sauce, the noodles tasted divine. After finishing one bowl, she felt better, but not full. Would you like more? Huo Xuan inquired, collecting her bowl. Xie Mingzhu shook her head. No, if I eat more now, I want to be able to eat dinner. Accepting her answer, Huo Xuan washed the dishes, and then she seized the opportunity to ask about his time in Guangdong province. How'd it go? Was it smooth? Huo Xuan nodded lightly. It went relatively well, though it took longer than expected. Time itself is not a concern. What truly matters is the successful resolution of matters at hand. My second brother returned a few days ago. At this point, Xie Mingzhu's expression grew somewhat melancholic. She had attempted to persuade him, yet he remained as obstinate as a mule. Huo Xuan understood Xie Shaoqian's temperament well. Joining the army had been his dream since childhood. Even if he were to learn that he might one day perish on the battlefield, he would not waver. Convincing him to refrain from going to war would be an endeavor akin to scaling the heavens. Huo Xuan turned to her and remarked, given my second brother's temperament, persuading him is likely futile. Xie Mingzhu nodded gently. I am aware, yet I am at a loss as to how to persuade him. Do not worry. I will accompany him when the time comes. As she was sipping water, Xie Mingzhu was taken aback by his words, nearly spitting out her drink. After swallowing, she stared at him in confusion, feeling as though she had misheard him. What did you say? I believe I misheard you just now? Huo Xuan shook his head. You heard correctly. That is indeed my intention. Xie Mingzhu immediately furrowed her brows, her voice becoming sharper. Huo Xuan, have you lost your mind? I did not want my second brother to die, but I certainly do not wish for you to throw your life away either. What purpose is there in accompanying him to his demise? Her tone was not only sharp, but her words equally cutting. Just then, Gao Xiu entered from outside. Having overheard their conversation, her expression one of bewilderment. What is happening? What do you mean by going to die? Xie Mingzhu quickly turned away, hastily wiping away her tears, and smiled at her. It's nothing. We were merely joking. Gao Xiu's gaze shifted between the two, evidently skeptical. Really? Xie Mingzhu shot Huo Xuan a glare. He nodded gently, smiling in affirmation. Indeed. Only then did Gao Xiu reluctantly accept their words. Xie Mingzhu rose from the sofa and beckoned Huo Xuan, come with me. After they exited, Gao Xiu turned her head, a flicker of contemplation crossing her eyes. Xie Mingzhu led Huo Xuan upstairs. Once in the room, she shut the door and spoke. Were you truly joking just now? Huo Xuan shook his head. Do I appear to be jesting? Seeing his serious demeanor, Xie Mingzhu realized he was earnest. She stepped closer, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, burying her face in his chest, and shook her head. I do not want you to go. Huo Xuan embraced her in return, aware of her second brother's stubbornness. Attempting to persuade him would require knocking him unconscious and confining him at home. However, was he the type who could be restrained? Huo Xuan rested his chin atop her head and softly said, I have been to the place where your second brother fell. I know how and where he died. Therefore, accompanying him would maximize his safety. You have never served in the military or fought in a battle. How can you go? Xie Mingzhu's voice trembled slightly. Huo Xuan chuckled lightly. There are plenty of civilians at the border willing to fight. Realizing he had already made up his mind, Xie Mingzhu felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. I do not want you to go. This is a real battle, not child's play. Bullets do not discriminate. Amidst the hail of gunfire, should anything happen, it would be life-threatening. If my second brother were to perish, and you too, how would I cope? I would live to regret it. End of this chapter. When shall we have children? She emerged from Huo Xuan's embrace, standing on tiptoe to press her lips against his. Her voice was muffled as she implored, Huo Xuan, I do not want you to go. If you were to die, there would be no one left to treat me so well. Huo Xuan tightly grasped the back of her head. They continued until they could scarcely breathe, at which point he finally released her. Rest assured, until I marry you, I have no intention of dying. Huo Xuan chuckled softly. However, upon hearing his words, Xie Mingzhu began to weep quietly. Huo Xuan could not bear to see her cry. His heart raced with concern. What is wrong? Stop crying. He hastily began to wipe her tears. Do not worry. I will return with your second brother safe and sound. Xie Mingzhu lowered her gaze in silence. Since they had both resolved to go, she too would follow. As her second brother had said, it was merely a matter of sacrificing for the country, dying for a worthy cause. Having made this decision in her heart, she did not share it with him. Instead, she lifted her gaze to Huo Xuan, her voice choked. You must return unscathed as well. Huo Xuan nodded. The two remained upstairs until Xie Mingzhu's eyes no longer bore traces of tears before descending. In a living room below, Gao Xiyu and her elder brother were quietly engaged in conversation, unaware of their entrance. It seems they had a quarrel. I heard Mingzhu mention something about life and death. Gao Xiyu looked up just as Xie Mingzhu stood before her, causing her to swallow the words that had been on the tip of her tongue. When did you two come in? Xie Shaoli turned to look, noticing that the expressions on their faces were normal, not resembling those of individuals who had just quarreled. He then glanced at Gao Xiyu. Seeing that their hands were still intertwined, it was clear they did not appear to have had a serious argument. Did you resolve your disagreement? Gao Xiyu smiled, her gaze flitting between the two. Xie Mingzhu chuckled helplessly. It was evident she had assumed they had just quarreled. We did not have a quarrel. It was merely a slight disagreement, but we have since cleared the air. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiyu exhaled in relief. She turned to Huo Xuan. Conflicts are inevitable among young couples. Mingzhu could be a bit willful at times, but Huo Xuan, you are the man. You must indulge her a little. Huo Xuan cast a glance at Xie Mingzhu before nodding lightly. I understand. He had worked hard to win her affection. How could he not indulge her? Hearing this, Gao Xiyu and Xie Shaoli exchanged glances, finally feeling reassured. Quarreling was trivial, but a serious fallout would be unacceptable. After dinner, Xie Mingzhu escorted Huo Xuan home. Initially, they held hands, but when they reached a crowded area to cool off, Huo Xuan attempted to withdraw his hand. However, Xie Mingzhu did not let go as she usually would. Huo Xuan looked at her in confusion. Xie Mingzhu smiled and said, I want everyone to know about our relationship. Previously, Huo Xuan had been concerned that revealing their relationship too early might affect others' perceptions of her. However, given the time that had passed, it was reasonable for Xie Mingzhu to consider other suitors. Therefore, he did not withdraw his hand, and they walked forward hand in hand, openly displaying their connection. The neighbors around them couldn't help but laugh. We knew you two were together. You were just being secretive, afraid we would find out, weren't you? Hearing their teasing, even Xie Mingzhu, no matter how thick-skinned, felt her cheeks flush. When can we drink to your wedding? Xie Mingzhu instinctively shook her head, then added, If you want to drink, make sure to prepare the red envelopes first. Huo Xuan glanced at her, his eyes sparkling. She did not deny it. It was evident that she was implicitly acknowledging their future union. Huo Xuan felt a surge of excitement, tightening his grip on her hand. Xie Mingzhu turned to him, playfully chiding, Be gentler. Huo Xuan then slightly loosened his grip. The nearby neighbors, witnessing their interaction, burst into laughter. This little girl has grown to be a money lover. She's entranced by wealth. Rest assured, when you hold your wedding, your red envelope will not be lacking. After chatting with them for a while, Xie Mingzhu pulled Huo Xuan away. After walking a few meters, they arrived at a dimly lit corner. The faint light could not obscure the brilliance in his eyes. Xie Mingzhu, when will you marry me? Xie Mingzhu felt a shiver under his intense gaze and gently pushed him away, whispering, "What did I ever say I would marry you?" After a brief pause, she added, "Why not the other way around?" Without a moment's hesitation, Huo Xuan nodded lightly. "That is not out of the question." Seeing the seriousness in his eyes, Xie Mingzhu felt her heart flutter. "Are you truly willing to be the one to join my family?" Huo Xuan buried his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. Her scent always intoxicated him. After contemplating for over a month, he finally had the chance to be close to her. "As long as I can be with you. What does it matter if I join your family?" Xie Mingzhu softened her tone, "But you are an only child. If you join my family and we have children, they will carry my surname. Can Aunt Hu agree to that?" Huo Xuan's lips brushed lightly against her skin, sending shivers down her spine. "Do you wish to have children with me? When shall we begin?" Unexpectedly, his focus was on that aspect. Xie Mingzhu playfully hit him. "I'm trying to have a serious conversation here." She liked him far more than she liked herself. Xie Mingzhu was raised by Aunt Hu, never leaving her side, while Huo Xuan had never enjoyed such privileges during his childhood. If it weren't for their blood connection, Aunt Hu would hardly have bothered with him. She wouldn't object. As long as there are children, it matters not whose surname they bear. Xie Mingzhu countered, "Are you sure?" Huo Xuan nodded gently. "So, when shall we have children?" Xie Mingzhu's face flushed, and she playfully tapped his head. "Don't think I'm unaware of what you're thinking." Huo Xuan, however, did not deny his thoughts. After a moment of silence, Xie Mingzhu quietly said, "The newspaper office stated that late marriage and late childbirth are being promoted, and they do not approve of marriages before the age of 25. Now, one must obtain a certificate from their workplace, and only after the leaders sign and stamp it can one go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a marriage certificate. I'm only 21. It is still early." Huo Xuan, however, smiled softly. "So, Mingzhu is more anxious than I thought. You have already inquired about it." His smile concealed a teasing undertone. End of chapter.